Hey everybody, we are back at the World Class Card CCQ here at the historic Lambeau Stadium, and we're here with more exciting day of Lorcana for you. I'm here with J-Bomb and Katie.
Good morning, and I'm very excited because
hmm
it's football Sunday in America. But more than that, it is CCQ. It's Disney Lorcana, and we are going to find our most minted CCQ, which is the Continental Qualified Champion.
Yeah, and it's a very interesting top eight. We have 6 dogs, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, there were only 9 in the competition, so the dogs performed exceedingly
Wow.
well this weekend. And so there's 6 dogs in the tournament left, 1 shark deck, red blue, and of course the green purple Diablo we saw back in round 1 of the CCQ stream yesterday, led by Christian of Flower Farm and Arcana, representing a good run in the ICL he did with that green purple deck. We'll see if he can continue his nice run this weekend, or will it just be a dogs to the finals? And we're trying to avoid the dog stream here, so you're not going to see the dog mirror, but there's likely going to be some at some point today.
Well, let's take a moment though. If you're at home and you're going, "Ugh, Amber Emerald, I'm tired of it," we are in the home of the Green Bay
Yeah.
Packers. Please take a moment to note the colors of their uniform. I would note it be emerald and amber. So while you could say we've seen enough dog mirrors out there, technically it's the Packers' day.
Yeah,
So I think that's
that is
fitting.
fitting.
That's our spin. So it's a little fun.
And the first seed, boy howdy, I said, "What deck are you playing?" He goes, "Packers green gold, baby, the dogs." And I love that.
How
Now it's
fortuitous for
like,
him that he's not
yeah.
like a fan of, I don't
And
know.
he had not lost yet. Someone wanted to draw in round 5, and he said, "No, I want that top seed." And he's trying to defend his home turf of Lambeau, and he's doing a heck of a job. And he's got a dog mirror in the top 8, but let's see if he can become the hometown hero and continue his Cinderella run here.
And I've been looking through the deck lists and going through because we've got our seeds. It is open deck list, so what you'll see when we get to the matches, you often see people like pouring over because every deck, or I guess not every deck, but I will note last night I was talking with some friends and saying it's fascinating watching people just change a little things. We saw
Yeah.
some funky things. Notably, we saw Rapunzel ready for adventure.
hmm
We've also seen the Queen,
Yeah.
the Emerald Queen legendary that I don't even know her government
The
name.
Shift Queen, yeah, the one that boosts and subtracts the
Oh, was
character.
that
See,
one? I thought it
yeah.
was the Emerald
Oh,
one.
it's the Emerald one. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is what I'm
I thought.
saying.
See, I thought it was the
The
Amber one.
technology is so new, so crazy,
Yeah.
and that's what I think is fun is that people are being a little funky with it.
Yeah.
But we also have in round 1 we saw Christian piloting that Amethyst Emerald
hmm
deck, and it is discard, so it
Yeah.
is not like the European final. It's a little bit different. And yeah, like we said, we're gonna be seeing Ben Gibson piloting a shark, an
Yeah.
action step.
And notably, Ben Gibson is the only one with an NA Continental invite currently. So a lot of people in this top 8 are rooting for him to continue and make it to the finals. So worst case, they get that pass down. And so he did qualify in Milwaukee on Blurple. He is a big Flower Farm guy. Shout out to JDRR there. And so we'll see if he can continue his nice run here with the Shark. He has not lost. I believe he has only drawn twice this time, so there's no losses yet under his belt, and he is going to be going against a pretty standard dog list. It does have, um, other than taking on a lot of the dogs. Notably, he took out Zenulus in Swiss, which was Zenulus's only loss, and he piloted all the way to top 8. I believe he is in one of the top slots as well. And so it's going to be a good day of Lorcana here as we prep that feature match to be coming up here pretty shortly.
Yeah, and I'm looking over this list, and I don't know. Is this government legal where they put 8 cost Sisu, 6 cost Tomatoa? I think you have to put the government name, but
A little shorthand,
yeah,
but
right, a little
we get
short.
the idea.
We get the idea. Yeah, this one is just Grammatala, and I'm like, all
Yeah,
right.
I
It
don't.
could
Yeah,
be the 12
it
cost
could be.
Grammatala. It
Yeah.
could be. It's not. But I'm excited because we have seen.
Also, notably, he did spell it grandma
Yeah,
instead of
it's
grandma.
not. Yeah, and so this
Yeah.
could be completely. If I was the judge, I'd be like, I don't know what this is. I don't. Who's
Yeah.
grandma? No, I would accept it. But
Yeah.
I do think
We
though.
get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we get it. But and I will notably, I like to kind of look at like where are the things that might be interesting to interact. We do have hideaway. We have 2 hideaways, 2 snowfort, perfectly
Yeah.
sized.
Perfectly sized to stop that. And so Snorfort, not too much of a problem for the Shark deck because they're not like Steel where the math has to add up. They're just going to be be prepping and blasting, and they do notably have the Sisu as well, as you said. So
And Maui 5 cost,
yeah,
Maui here at all. And this is honestly, this is testing us, but we know that. That's 6 cost Tomatoma. He is happy as a clam.
he is
Everybody,
happy as a clam. Yeah.
he's pinching the items. So this is kind of, it's a shark deck, but I'm trying to get my hands around like how many items. It's shark, but it's not all. It's kind of a
I
hybrid.
believe it's just kind of one Vitalisphere, a Merlin's Carpet Bag, and some popsicles. And so we've seen that in Blurple too,
Yeah.
which he has been a big pilot of, where we're just basically playing the popsicles and using the Tamatoa as a resource to get those back. Now they've started to include the book, but this is a similar sense where
Yeah.
we're using it to bring the popsicles back, and maybe we can get a free Merlin's Carpet Bag out or get a Vitalisphere. And the Vitalisphere as a one-of is quite nice because we can use it to have our shark get rush and go into a character, get that action back, and then continuously repeat that if we need to. And so the carpet bag becomes kind of a toolbox where it's like, oh, I could draw a card, or I could get whatever card, whatever action I want back via the Vitalisphere and the Shark. And so it allows you to kind of fight for board and become a jack of all trades. So I'm really liking the Merlin's Carpet Bag and this sort of toolbox style Shark deck that it's become. And so notably, there is a big Shark player surprise that are coming here. We might have to reveal later, but we're going to keep that on the down low. So just keep
There's a
your
big
eyes
shark player
peeled.
somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna play the Jaws theme, like dun
Yeah.
dun dun dun
Ba-dum,
dun 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 dun.
ba-da-da-da.
And I think that that's one of the downsides of Maui Shark is that he just kind of gets there. Any card where you play it in Disney Lorcana, you're like, just wait one turn.
Yeah.
When we go around the block, and then they get to your turn, you're like, he's gone. So I think that having that rush ability is very, very good. As we saw, there was a moment in the meta where we're like, Amethyst at Ruby, it's so here. We have Peter Pan
Yeah.
Shadowfinder. It wasn't. Unfortunately, we were incorrect. It was not a thing, but I think that was something people wanted to be true, is that Ruby Amethyst. But this is, I think, the sister deck of Ruby Amethyst, but just a little faster, a little bit more aggressive. We even see Maleficent Dragons in
Yeah.
this deck, which I...
One of my favorite cards. As a old school red-blue control player, I love that Maleficent Dragon. I was a very greedy boy, and getting that Maleficent Dragon, just fight for the board, it just felt so good to play that. So glad to see that back on the table. We'll see if we can get to 9 ink and actually play it, because the dogs are a quick deck a lot of the times is what their game plan is into this Shark build.
And I think one thing to note is that this deck relies upon knowing that this dog deck is going to have a lot of fun. It's going to have 4 or 5 turns of just like wee woohoo,
Yeah.
and then we get to the Olaf's Pirate Life Maleficent. So it's basically you're like, okay, do what you want, but soon I'm going to play the greatest misery hits of all time. I'm playing all
Yeah.
my screamo metal songs. So if we get to the Maleficent turns, if we get to that, then like pack it up, because
Yeah.
nothing will stick. We even got to be prepared. We got 4 of them, so it's a lot of things where you better take advantage of the
Yeah.
early game, because there's no comeback on this.
And here is the kind of graph I'm going to do for you of the lore total of what is expected for the dogs player. If the Shark plan goes right, it goes up, and back down because of the
Yes.
Olaf's and then the Pirate's Life. And so they're going to teeter close to that 20, but like once the red-blue deck starts to stabilize, that 20 is going to start going down. And that is due to the Olaf notably stealing that lore back, which I have always loved that type of interaction, because a lot of these decks, they can get to 20 lore pretty easily. But once you make them get to 22, 24, that's where they run out of gas and can't make it. And so that's what the Shark is going to try to do, is stabilize around that 16 to 18 amount, and then start stealing the lore back and get them to run out of gas.
Yeah, and dogs is gonna, or rather, for the other graph of Ruby Sapphire, it's pretty much gonna be flat, and then
Sometimes there's a
yeah,
little spike from a TPO.
but then finally it's like, and
Yeah.
so I do think it is. I always think about the psychology of decks and like what kind of person it takes to run these decks, and it's interesting because dogs used to be something where I'm like, oh, it's a more aggressive player, and I think that's why dogs ends up not being played as much, because I think a lot of people sleeve up dogs and like, I can't wait to play this aggro deck, and then like they keep losing because you're being too aggressive too early. And dogs is kind of a mid-range combo.
Yeah.
Slight control. It can be anything, but it's not aggro most of the time. You have to know when it's aggro, which I think
Yeah.
is what makes it a tricky deck to learn. But this deck, this Ruby Sapphire, this is a deck of a person that wants to feel stress. They they either have a very balanced cortisol level, or they like it when their cortisol is completely spiked and they feel like they're losing for a while.
Yeah, for me, it's the feeling of you're never out of the game when you play a deck like that. And so in the past, like Emerald Steel, there'd be games where you've lost and you have to play for 10 turns because your opponent can't get that 20 lords. You're just sort of sitting there hoping and kind of dwiddling your thumbs, like waiting, and there's really no hope of coming back. But with decks like this that are just so high on the cost and so many like board wipes, there's always a path to victory alive as long as your opponent's not at 20. And so that always gives that back of the hope, or the back of the mind hope that you have there in that deck is just a good feeling that a lot of people, that's why they keep coming back to Shark, is because they like that feeling of
the rush
I
of,
always have a chance.
I'm the comeback kid.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, you don't have to come back if you don't lose the first half. Like, nah, I'm the comeback kid.
But those games are great too, where it's like you're Shark and your opponent never gets to 5 lower and you're just like, I just did everything perfect. You're like, those are the games that I love, Lorcana.
Yeah, right, where you're like, guess what? This is my house. Now, in the chat, we are seeing lots of people shouting out their favorite players who are in the top 8, and it is a very, very fun top 8. Okay, we're not. It's gonna seem like we're kind of like not talking about dogs. We will get to that, and we're gonna talk about dogs a little bit here because, as you guys have picked up in the chat, there are 75% of the top 8 is dogs, and they enjoyed a conversion rate of an unheard of level. Like you said, there was 9.
Yeah, I believe that was the rumor, that there was about 9 in the total tournament, and like 6 of them converted. So
yeah, that's good. That's very good for them, and kind of worrying for everyone else. But what I will say is the players out here. We have Boy Howdy I believe he's on. Is he on a team, or is he just a guy?
He's just a local Green Bay guy, and he said he loves his Packers and he loves his dogs, and he's bleeding green and gold.
And then he's facing off against Not a Clue, who's of Lords of Lore.
And she has been casting on the ICL as of recent too.
She does it all.
She knocked me out of set champs last week after I 2-0'd her in Swiss, then came back. She got me in top cut, and I just can't win a mat this or last season. So great player, and I'm excited to see how she does. She's on the Queen tech, as we saw. And did we figure out what queen that was?
I have to find it. Yeah, it's the new Emerald one. Let me see here.
It is the Emerald one. Okay.
It's the Queen. Oh no, it is Queen Commanding Presence.
Okay.
And then also,
Commanding Presence is the Amber one. Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought.
Is there another Queen though? All right, I'll have to talk to JD because I thought it was Emerald Queen. No, there is the Queen Regal Monarch.
Oh,
it's both.
Okay, it's both.
You were
wow.
both right. And that's the most confusing right of all.
That is the confusing right of all. It is when you're both. Yeah.
So she will be facing off against Boy Howdy. That is the 8th and 1st seed. Then we have friend of the show. That is Zenulus of Team Maelstrom, who is facing off against Christian Y, who is on Arcana and was on that Amethyst Emerald deck.
Yep.
Then going down the line, we have, you know who. You know who, if you know, you know.
Yeah, and he actually is qualified for the Continentals in China.
Wow.
And so he's a local Chicago tax accountant, I know. And so I've known him since set 1, and he's one of the few players that has consistently beaten me since then. Very, very strong player. And he's going against the world-class cards. Only player in world-class cards to play in this CCQ this weekend, Tiago Santana, who has not qualified for NA. Pretty much qualified everywhere else and in every other location, but he wants that invite for NA.
He's got the Ed Chu kind of problem, right? Ed Chu has the same thing where it's like, I guess I'll just have to go to every other continent. But I have a feeling they're going to get that invite. Either Tiago today would be nice. I'm sure he'd be a lot more relaxed heading into Indy with that under his belt.
Oh, Tiago is never relaxed. I'll tell you that.
I've never seen that man take a deep breath. But we're going to head into that match here now. And we're seeing the players. They've already looked at the lists. They are shuffling up. And we are ready to see Chris with a K versus Ben with a B.
Yeah, and we did see Chris on the last round of stream yesterday, who took out Habibi in a very close best of 3, where game 1 was pretty much decided on the turn that Habibi was going to start spiraling away with the Beast. Chris had top decked the Eleanor, and then the Eleanor survived a couple turns, and it just sort of spiraled and snowballed out of control from there. And so who is on the play here? It's going to be Chris, because he is the higher seed, as you said. So this is going to be a great one. Shark going to be fighting from behind on the draw.
And I think that sometimes people underestimate the power of the seed, and what it really matters if you're in the top half of the seed. If it's, in this case, it's top 8. So being in that top 4 means, you get to go first for the entire top cut, and that feels very, very good, especially if you're an aggressive deck like Chris is. And even if it's a dog mirror match, you want to be the dog, the top dog, the first dog, and then the other one can smell you later. But they are shuffling up, and I'll call it in the chat. You told me that one of the things about Christian is that his Mom watches every match.
Yeah.
And in the chat, we have my favorite player, Christian Young, love Mom.
Oh, awesome! Yeah, he always shouts out his mom, and so we he came up and he asked. He said, "I want to be the first feature match because my mom is watching." And honestly, how can you say no to that?
Right? And it's like, well, all right, we say yes here. So shout out to Sandy Lake Farms, mother of Christian Young. But here we have a Lost Boy versus Ben. Who knows where he is? And I'm excited to see this because, I mean, we assume the script here is like we talked about. Dog go fast.
Yeah.
Ruby Sapphire catches up. But it doesn't always go that way. Sometimes they trip and fall in the beginning. We are going to see an Ursula Deceiver go right down to the Inkwell and a Lady Decisive dog. That Ursula Deceiver could come in handy later, but it's just in this case, it's inkable.
Yeah, and Lady is the one drop you do not want to see as the red-blue player because that card can spiral out of control and gain too much lore. But Ben has the perfect answer in the Liquidator, and the Liquidator notably is going to basically what he says is, I stopped my opponent from questing for about 6 lore here, and so that 6 lore is going to be hugely important as this game progresses because now Chris cannot quest with that lady, and he would have been able to quest for 3, and so now that Liquidator just saved 3 for 1 ink. Incredible.
And now he's able to breathe a little bit, hit this ramp on 2. That's the script here. So we have Olaf, the snowman of action, going into the Inkwell, and then Tipo, growing sun, is going to allow that ramp. And now he has 2 characters on the board. Feels quite nice. And like you said, that Liquidator, he can take on Headstrong. He'll take on anyone. So if any of these cards turn sideways, he will absolutely do a liquidation sale and maybe even survive the challenge, which is sometimes daunting because then he's coming back for more. So if I'm Ben, I'm feeling pretty comfy with what I've done so far.
Oh, yeah, and then you have the Tipo too, which a lot of people like the sale over the Tipo, but in this matchup specifically, especially when they're playing Alanwi, you want the Tipo because the Tipo can trade into that Alanwi, and so now with this quest, it looks like Tipo can just take the Alanwi and Liquidator can just take the lady, and so this is quite an interesting decision from Chris, and both of these characters are gonna just lose their impact, and it's gonna allow us to not be able to set an Eleanor next turn. So this is quite an interesting decision from Chris of the Lost Boys.
Yeah, it's a confident decision in his whatever his later game plan is, because like we said, if he loses these 2 characters, that's discount from Tramp he's losing, the Eleanor synergy. Now, he does know that it's not an infinite window. We're saying you have to be patient, but at the end of the day, there is going to be a Sisu daring visitor.
Yep.
Oh, maybe is there any daring visitors? We can look at the list. I don't see her. So he actually can breathe a little bit, but still, you do have those board wipes. That Maui 5 cost coming in 1 turn, the Maui Hero to all. So quest now, see if he takes the bait, but I have a feeling he is going to go ahead and challenge into these 2 characters.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you? The Tipo loves to get a trade in. Tipo usually doesn't get a trade in.
No.
So whenever he can take a card out, he is feeling it quite good.
He doesn't. I mean, is he giggling? He's like, I've never had an opportunity. And that's the thing that's kind of funny is Chris is sitting there, and he's like, yeah, you could do it. And it's like, is this a trap? Is this something that I don't know?
Yeah.
And the answer is maybe. Oh, he didn't. He did.
Oh, interesting.
But did he get a quest there? Because he didn't need to throw both into the lady because there was no shrinking going on. And by shrinking, we mean things that reduce it. So a little confused there.
Yeah, and I didn't see the lore go up, so I'm curious what Tipo did.
Tipo, tell me right now. But there we go. He will go ahead and use that Ursula Deceiver, get one of the Be Prepareds out of the hand. And then now we will go ahead and get that support synergy. This is something very important to this deck because you can go ahead and provide support with Eilonwy, and this Rapunzel allows to give, once support is given, she will provide, they take no damage the first time.
Yes, because of the Rapunzel, the Eilonwy, when she quested, she gave a bubble likely to herself. The Rapunzel gave the bubble, and so the Tipo couldn't trade there, and so then the Tipo went into the lady, and then the Liquidator went into the lady, and so that is what happened in the previous turn.
There we go.
Yeah.
And this is the new technology here. And I do like seeing this because this Rapunzel is good for a lot of reasons. She's got that princess, so we know he runs Aurora. So yeah, that does explain it. Tipo said, I can't take her on. I would deal nothing. I would just be challenging and losing I'd be banished. So unfortunately, and I think that was what the giggling was about, is they're like, what is this interaction? This is an interaction we don't see a lot.
Okay, yeah, so that makes a lot more sense on the quest, and so I can get behind you now, Chris. But
yeah,
Ben, meanwhile, is going to be trying to just get to 7 ink so he can play that Be Prepared while hoping Chris does not get another Ursula.
The only thing that I'm still a little confused is like, was it he challenged and then he was like, no take backs, because his lore did not go up by one. So
Yeah,
that's
well,
the
he had
only.
to challenge to take the bubble out from the lady.
Oh,
So
there we go.
yeah,
So the bubble. There we go. Okay,
yeah.
now I'll never make this mistake again. I'm now a proficient on Rapunzel, ready for adventure. I'm ready for Rapunzel, and now the board is swarming. So this is where Ben has to get to the punishing part of his curve. I will see a Olaf go down into the inkwell, and then there is Grandma Tala, and this is going to be an ability where when you play this, you can look at the top two cards of your deck, put one in your hand, put the rest on the bottom. So it's a little filtering, getting more towards the cards you want here. And she's a 3/3.
And we're inching ever closer to that be prepared turn. And so if Chris does not have an answer to be prepared, he is likely just going to quest with everything and pass, but he is going to play this Mickey. And what Mickey is going to do, it's going to come in exerted, and whenever Chris quests with any of his characters, he can lower the strength value of the opposing characters until the start of his next turn. And because he has this many characters, that is going to make it so none of either the Grandma the Tala or the Tipo can no longer challenge into any of Chris's characters effectively. But notably, Ben is on 6 ink, so all he has to do is ink and play B prep, and Chris loses his entire board.
And that's why he has to be so smart with his resources right now. It's to make him have it, but it is definitely a little bit a little scary to navigate. So there we have one of the hideaways in there. We haven't seen a snow fort yet, so that one is just as good as ink. And there it is. Be prepared. Baker,
Yeah.
when did you get here?
And that was a great be prepared, and
Thank
Baker
you.
would absolutely love it. And I think the play where Chris played the Mickey last turn, he played it because if Ben did not draw an inkable, he would have then been set up to win the game on the following turn if Ben did brick on that. But because he didn't, he was able to pay the be prepared. And luckily, Chris has Nani, so he is able going to refill by taking a character to his hand.
Now, I am fascinated by this Rapunzel. Somebody in the chat was like, what about malicious, mean, and scary? And this is where it's really important to talk about Disney Lorcana, the difference between dealt and place. Malicious, mean, and scary is going to be placing damage, which gets around oftentimes resist or being dealt damage. But that won't happen in this game unless Chris is hiding something. But there is Shark. We can start playing the Jaws song as he comes onto the board, ready for some action storming. Now, the board is looking a little scant here. We have an Ilanwi and a Nani, and they can't do a ton by themselves. So now it is time to see, can we get the Shark Storm going? Sharks like to attack.
Oh.
Okay, it's a swarm.
And there's nothing scarier than one shark except for a second shark. And then we'll see if we get the allotted 3 shark, and that's when the game's usually pretty over. But we're seeing this match go pretty much how the red-blue player wants it to go, where Chris gets into the low teens, and then Ben is able to stabilize with the board clear, and then follow it up with some sharks. And now Chris is in a position where he's likely going to want to set up enough to get to 20 in one quest, so he does not have to worry about these sharks challenging in and getting back whatever actions they want. But notably, Ben still has the big Sisu in his hand, so he's going to be able to take out that Elanwi and Aurora whenever he wants, and this vision is just going to help him develop whatever he wants in his hand and to finish off this game plan of getting the board cleared on Chris's side.
And we talk about how right now what's happening, he's getting what he wants, but he also had that wonderful start where he's able to use the liquidator. And now here comes those popsicles where people are like, listen, this isn't an items deck, but
Right.
these popsicles are free cards. They're giving away cards. So there we have the popsicle on board, actually inking one of the Tamatoas. I think he's at the point where he doesn't feel like he needs necessarily that, or he might have another one in his hand to start doing some recursion, because you don't really need to do anything to redeem that popsicle. You can use it to heal, but you can just have it banished. But we're putting more pressure on. Lilo Escape Artist is a beautiful card to make sure that you have a little inevitability in your deck, because she's going to get knocked down, but she gets up again. But she is also very prone to shark attacks.
Mm-hmm. This is going to be an interesting quest from Chris, because if he does quest, then Ben is going to be able to just take back either visions or develop, and then each one of those characters is going to be able to just, or each one of those cards he takes back is going to generate 2 lore from those sharks, and Ben is already at 9, just on the back foot of Chris's 11, and so Chris is not in great shape, especially with Ben still having that large Sisu in his hand. And so if he does quest here, it's going to give Ben a significant amount of ammo, and so he says, I need to get the lore, and I need to just hope.
Yeah, hope, help. and that is how it feels against Ruby Sapphire. It is a deck that you sit down against, and it's hard not to feel what we see on Chris's face because
Hmm.
you're like, I'm going to keep trying,
Yeah.
but I'm not feeling good right now because now we have two exerted characters in the face of Maui. We're going to just quest now with the Maui because we have Sisu on the board wiping them anyway. Normally, Maui, we get to see a lot of like challenging, getting actions back, playing actions, but in this case, the action is built right into the Sisu. But we have that Rapunzel ready for some more adventuring. But it is this one card at a time situation is going to be very hard against a control deck.
Yeah, and this game is pretty much over. Ben just needs to simply play 2 actions, and he will be able to get to 20 on this turn. And so, if not, no big deal. He just has to quest with everything and get to the next turn. So it looks like we're just going to see a Tamatoa quest with everything, play this popsicle, and then maybe we get a developer vision and then pass at 18.
Yeah, and that feels bad because Chris absolutely cannot take any lore off of Ben. He can only be jealous of his lore count. Now, sometimes they run Go-Go's. I'm doing a little cheeky glance here. There is one Go-Go.
Hmm.
Unfortunately, the issue is then, can I deal that much damage? No, is the answer we only have. Now, Rapunzel can provide support, so Nani could, theory, but it's just who can hold that damage? It's not
Yeah.
enough. And do we even have the Go-Go? So it's
Yeah,
just not enough to come back.
and notably, Ben considered the go-go too, because he was about to quest with everything, and then he did a stutter step, and he said, "Let me check the lore total and make sure I can
Yes.
quest with this Sisu. And if I do quest with the Sisu, can you win from the go-go? No. Okay, I can quest with the Sisu, and I'm very, very safe to win this game on the following turn.
So that is a decisive win for Ben, who was on the draw but was able to take down the win. Chris will be on the play for the second time in this game, too. But I want to point out something you said yesterday where Go-Go's a card. You said, I want to put just one in because honestly, it might as well. They just have to think about it the
Yeah,
whole game.
exactly.
And some of the fun things about Disney Lorcana is making players play suboptimally out of anxiety and
Hmm.
fear. I don't know if that's the best thing about Disney Lorcana, but I think it's one of
Yeah.
the more interesting things is just making people do things that you're like, are you sure? I might have a go-go. I might have a snow for you. Don't
Yeah.
know.
And that's why Frank Carson's one of the scariest people to play in open deck lists, because he plays one of everything.
Yes. He says, and I think that's probably why he likes playing this tramp deck recently. He played dogs in
Yeah.
Dortmund, is because I think of all the decks that love one ofs, tramp, any deck with tramp, smart dog is enjoying that the most
Yeah.
because you get to the point where Visions only digs 5. Tramp, sometimes you are digging 7, 8, and looking for that one little cute card you put in your deck to terrorize your opponent.
Yeah, and terrorize your opponent, Frank Karsten does, notably winning
In a
2
friendly way.
DLCs.
So we're now going into that game 2. And we're gonna go ahead and see which Illumineer. I always hope, especially in the top cut, that both get to show off why they brought their deck.
Yeah.
And I want to see a little bit here about LB Spectre because it would be, or Chris is the LB Spectre person.
Yeah.
Sorry, that is his name in our Ravensburger Play Hub.
LB standing, of course, for the Lost Boys, the team he's representing, which
Oh.
is locally based here, right outside of Green Bay, and so they come to the.
Appleton, Fond du Lac?
I believe it's Appleton.
All right.
I know they're big supporters of World Class Cards, and they all show up in droves to all of the WCC events, and so always good to see them out here. And then Ben isn't too far away himself. I believe he is just outside of the Quad Cities, if I am not mistaken, which is about 3 hours from here. And so you'll see him a big online grinder as well as a big flower farm guy.
And I love seeing people show up locally. We know a lot of people did this tournament. Some people didn't show up because they said, I want to go play for Woody. Well, joke's on you because the top 8, all these players are getting a Woody Jungle Guide from the Set Champs kit. But I am hoping Chris gets to show off a little bit about the support science. I mean, if we're looking at his deck, he's got this Rapunzel, Ready for Adventure. We have this Ilanwi. And last time we saw him play, last night before we all went to bed, he played Mulan every single game. He was like, Mulan, get out here. The resourceful recruit. Now, Mulan never did that giant quest. She can quest for up for 6. We never
Right.
got to see it, but she can. And with a deck like this with support, it's more relevant than ever. I don't know if he has time to be doing shenanigans like that. I think sometimes when you're in the mirror, you can get more funky with stuff like that. In this case, you were being terrorized by a control deck. So I hope to see Chris adapt, overcome, and win this game too because I want to have as much Lorcana as we can today.
Yeah, and notably, if we were to rewind that game, it looked like that Ben was pretty much in the driver's seat the whole time, but it all really came down to that Liquidator, where if that Liquidator wasn't played, that lady would have gotten quite a bit more lore, at least 6. And so in that situation, that would have been the difference just for Chris to get to 20. So in my mind, it was that one Liquidator on turn 1 from Ben that literally won him the game. And so you could extrapolate that data all the way out, and it just because of that 6th lore saved, it was enough to keep Ben in the game and just get to the board wipe.
So now it is time to try to get as much value as early as possible. So we have an Elanwi on turn 1. Like you said, we saw that lady in game 1, and that is a powerful start. But now he's like, listen, I know you run those liquidators, and I'm so tired of it. So there it is. There's a
there he
liquidator.
is again. And so the Liquidator is going to be the one thing Ben pretty much just really, really needs on the draw. And we're going to go with the Mulan. The Elanwi is going to pump up that Mulan right now and take the one quest. Unfortunately, the Mulan pumping doesn't do much this time, but that notably will force the Liquidator to go into the Elanwi and trade, and I think that is a trade that Chris is perfectly content with.
I agree with that because when we talk about trades, you have favorable trades and then you have, it achieved what you wanted. And in this case, we were saying last game, well, as long as Liquidator here, everybody has to live in fear. And so Ilanwi said, I'll get one more and I'll take
Yeah.
one for the team.
Yeah.
And so now we see that Mulan we talked about last time we had Chris on stream. And so I'm interested to see what we use this Mulan for. I speculated when we watched him last time that maybe there was a Dale ready for a shot, but there is not. So we were truly having this Mulan just for the thrill of, she can hold damage and she can go ahead and get that lore if she needs to.
And Ben doing the exact same thing as last game is turn 1 Liquidator, turn 2 Tipo, and this time Chris is going to follow up his Mulan with a Willow, which is one of the stronger plays here. And so then we're going to go into the Tramp and Quest for lore here, and then Ben is going to have to work quick to crack back here. Otherwise, this lore is going to get out of control very fast.
And I think that's what Chris is hoping for because he says, I know you love to steal lore. It's not nice, but it is part of the game. So he's getting as much of his value as he can. And this Tramp is sometimes we've seen in the dogs deck. It's fun. The history of the dogs deck is that sometimes there's Dapper Rascals. There is no Dapper Rascals here, but he is just a nice card to have on the board because once he's there, he can help discount later. So now we have 3 characters that could discount a Tramp, Straight Smart Dog. We have the Willow. So technically he could deploy one this turn.
Ooh.
He will not. It's Snow Fort time.
And here's Snow Fort. And this time we are seeing this Mulan really taking advantage of her effect to gain more lore, and we are already at 8.
I love this.
Ben is quite a bit of ways away from the board wipe here, so he is in, as JDZ would say, trubs.
He is in tribs. He's potentially hearing bells, but not yet. Like we said, the Ruby Sapphire deck can be down but never truly out. And here comes one of the outs here. It is Maui, hero to all, racing in like a wrecking ball and taking out that Mulan cleanly. Yes, she now has 2 strength, but that's nothing for Maui. And then that does, now we're carrying damage, which is where you have to think about the Go-Go's of the world because Maui can carry up to 4 damage for that Go-Go. But now we're going to cleanly just get Tipo out of here.
And interestingly, people will be like, why would Ben quest with that Tipo? And it's one of those situations where if you trade, I'm happy because that's lore you're not getting. And even if you get the one card from Rapunzel, that's fine. That's one less lore for you. And I'm much more worried about the lore than your cards right now because all I need to do is get to my board wipe while hoping you just don't Ursula my B prep.
So there we have coming on in, using that ability with the Snow Fort for Ilanwi to be an impressive 3, which is all you need to get rid of that Maui hero to all. And then we have a Rapunzel, who is a nice, healthy 1/5. Now, all of these characters on the board are very susceptible to Sisus if we get there. All of them, be prepared. All of them are characters which are susceptible to this board wipe right here. And Ben feels no pain at all because he had nothing on the board. So it's not, that's the worst time. My most scary time as a player is when I have lots of characters and my opponent has none and 7 ink. Be prepared.
He was much closer to that be prepared. And only 9 lore for Chris. I was expecting him to get a little higher, but I think Ben was very happy to take 1 less lore from that Tramp with that Tipo quest. So we're going to have to follow up again with the Nani. And once you get be prepared, Tramp loses its ability to get cheated out for a cheap cost. And so unfortunately there for Chris, he did not find the Tramp at the right time to really push the game to the edge of extinction for Ben, and Ben is going to be feeling pretty comfortable back in this game at this point.
Yeah, and we talked about the power of Ursula Deceiver, but it's one of those things that Ursula Deceiver. So your goal is to have Ursula Deceiver right before the Beeper Prep
Hmm.
turn. But the way things worked out is he was not able to deploy an Ursula Deceiver, and he got that Elanwi out. Now Nani was able to get Rapunzel ready for adventure, but if I am Chris, I am starting to feel a little bit of fear because Ben is now going to make a meal of this situation. Make sure he develops his hand and develops his brain with this develop your brain, and he's going to take his time because I don't think he's nearly as afraid. Now Chris can explode back. That's one thing dogs can and will do often. It's just absolutely vomit the cards back on the board. But Ben's cards are a lot scarier than Chris's from this point forward.
Yeah, but luckily for Chris, Ben is taking this turn off to really craft his hand with those develop your brains. And so we've seen two and another ink for a Vitalisphere here. And that Vitalisphere is going to set up future turns. And notably, that card is very strong with the Shark because it'll give the Shark the ability to have Rush and go and challenge into. Oh, and
Ooh.
so Ben is actually in kind of a dangerous
This
position because
is.
he only is left with a Pirate's Life and a Dream. And so if Chris can just kind of stabilize, get some characters, and Ben whiffs for a couple turns here, then unfortunately Ben is going to be just out of gas. And oh, but Grammatala is what you want to see as a top deck because not only does that develop the board and allow you to stop some lore from this Grandmother Willow, which will likely now prevent Chris from questing with it, but also, it allows you to craft your hand. And I want to talk about the last turn where he played two develops, and his hand after that was a Pirate's Life, and a Vitalisphere. So those
Slim
develops must
pickings.
those develops must have had slim pickings, as you say, Katie, because those are not the cards that he Ben wanted to be looking for at this moment in the game at all.
Now, I do know that some people debate Grammatala in the deck because you don't need to run her to have the ability, obviously, of looking at two cards. But she's a 3/3, and I think in a dog's meta, it makes sense why
Hmm.
people are putting her in there is because she can go into the challenging mode if you need her to. And quite frankly, she is the only. Everything's riding on Grandma's back right
Yeah.
now. She has to take care of the whole board. We have Pirate's Life. She cannot sing it by herself, so we're gonna need to get a response quickly. And he is zipping up to 13 lore. It is looking very scary. That and the snow fort makes it even harder for Grandma to do the work she needs to do by herself.
Yeah, and in the previous turn, Ben could have opted to use the Vitalisphere on Grammatala and take out that Nani and trade the Grammatala, but he opted to save it for a future turn. And then, luckily for Ben, he drew the Be
Wow.
Prepared. And unfortunately for Chris, he drew another Snow Fort, which he just does not want to see right now. He wants to develop more bodies, and Ben drew one of the best cards for a situation like this in the vision to say,
Incredible.
hey, let me look at 5 cards and let me take what exactly I need for this situation.
And I think that this is funny because it was the best top deck followed by the worst top deck. Be prepared is exactly what he wanted. He got a shark, which is exactly what he wants.
Oh,
He's gonna go ahead and deploy this.
oh,
He does not want to see a monstrous dragon. Does he have enough ink of that 9 needed?
he's very close if he's not there yet.
And he says, I'll get there.
Yeah.
I'll get there here, sailing the Azurite Sea, making sure to go ahead, get a card, ink if you need to or want to. And now the shark can kind of chill out because Ursula is in the from the sea but can't do much here. And we have the Lady Decisive Dog. She needs some friends quickly to do some powerful things. But yeah, the tables turned on a dime there for Chris and Ben.
And yeah, and we can start to see the emotion on Chris's face where he's not feeling quite well about this game at this point. And so obviously he cannot quest with that Ursula because that shark is going to challenge in and bring back basically whatever action Ben wants because he has most of them. But Ben now draws the Sisu, and because of the snow forts, notably, that Ursula will survive this interaction. But the lady being a 0-3 off the bat, the snow fort only boosts her to 2 strength, still being in range of that Sisu and allowing Ben to notably save that Maleficent Dragon in hand for a future threat.
And this is, it's hard. I mean, I don't see the chat. There's not a lot of people feeling sad for the dogs playing in the chat, but
There
I think,
never is.
yeah, right. It's like, it's definitely, maybe that's why people don't like playing it also, is it's like people are going to be
Yeah.
mad at me all day. But this is like we talked about. When you get to the top end of Ruby Sapphire, it's just the greatest pain hits of all time. And it just, you get to feast upon everything. And so he's sitting at 6, but with a 3 quester on the board, the shark that's going to be getting lore off of every action that's played as long as he's on the board and getting some actions back if we see Chris try to do any sort of aggression on his side. it is just a good time to be Ben, and
Yeah.
he's just enjoying the moment.
Yeah, and Ruby Sapphire succeeds very well at beating the kind of average starts from pretty much any deck, basically. And so if they don't have the like really busted opening starts and really quick starts, then you're going to be quite fine as you have the time to just sort of develop, play a slow early game, play a Be Prepared or two, and just kind of come back. And you see like this, it's not really a lot that Ben has done this game. He's just sort of inked up, played a couple Gramatalas, played a Be Prepared. Now he's just sort of playing a Shark and some Sisus, and that's really all he's needed to do to win this game.
All he needed to do was take away everything that Chris had ever hoped and dreamed. And you mentioned this morning that Ben was like, I don't know, do I want to play? Because he has his invite, correct? Do you know where
Correct.
he secured that?
He secured it by placing top 32 at Milwaukee with Blorple.
So we can see this man likes to play control decks. And he likes to win because he is moments away from entering the top 4. But he is not. It's not over. We got 2 snow forts, which unfortunately don't do a ton for some things, but it does kind of protect Chris a little bit. It's just the problem is he can't turn his cards sideways.
Yeah.
It's just he has cards, he has options, but he is absolutely not going to be able to turn things sideways, which feels bad because that's how you win.
That is how you win.
Unless we can get some kind of go-go action. We have a support character, so that could be the energy here, get some damage, and there we go. Maybe.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
no, we just wiped it off the board completely. So
And
we're not going to carry any damage, but that was one way to get rid of one of the big questers.
And goodbye, Sisu, and good riddance.
She's right back. She always, Sisu, she is an empowered sibling, and she's empowered to ruin your day. And there's
Ooh.
another empowered monstrous dragon to come in and ruin more day. We will go ahead and take out both characters on the board. Now we get an action back off of Maui's ability. Monstrous dragon easily, cleanly taking out anything on the board. And while we're here, we'll go ahead and quest with that Tamatoa.
And this is about as game can be, and I think Chris is about one turn away from losing this, as Ben next turn is going to go to 14, 15, 16, 17, and he agrees with us and decides to give the fist bump, and Ben is going to take this in a decisive 2-0 off the back of kind of slow starts and some unfortunate top decks in those snow forts there. And so Ben, congratulations. A lot of people know him online as Superior Synergy,
Ooh.
but as his Discord handle.
That
And
is
so
fun.
you may have heard of him in that way. But Ben Gibson, congratulations. Moving on to the top 4. And we're back in the booth. Katie, how did you enjoy seeing not the dog's mirror here?
You know, I have to say, as a person that likes Ruby Sapphire scares me. So seeing that deck, it scares me because I was a Amber Steel player for a long time, and Amber Steel mid range, I'd get so close. I'd have moments where I'm like, I'm gonna freaking win this game,
Yeah.
and then Pirate's Life, Shark, Pirate's Life, Shark, and be prepared. And so I respect Ben for staying with this deck and seeing that list.
Yeah.
It's not too slow. We can add Liquidator. We can have a grandma do battle with other grandmas. Grandma Willow versus Grandma Tala. We didn't even get to see Olaf do
Right.
stuff in that game. Olaf is a very powerful card that we just didn't get to see. We didn't see Merlin's Carpet Bag. So that kind of shows me when I see a match and the deck won handily and didn't even do all its stuff. It just
Yeah.
shows that this is a good pilot and a good list.
And I want to say, I believe he was the only Shark player in the tournament yesterday, and there were quite a few items players, and especially good items players. We had Josh Satterfield and Beefcake both on items, and they did not make the top 8. And
That
this
was
Shark,
the darling of
yeah,
Dortmund.
and this Shark deck did.
The Shark deck did. Now I do have some news for people at home. Beep, 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 beep. Two of the top 4 matches are complete. We just saw Ben Gibson versus LB Spectre. LB Spectre, unfortunately, is now being folded in half. That's what I do with it, so that way I know that that's how it works. But I'm then going to put here top 4.
Yeah.
And then on the other one, the other match that came in, we had Not a Clue versus Boy Howdy.
Boy Howdy, of course, being the #1 seed.
And I will note, yesterday, one of the Illumineers was being interviewed. It was LB Spectre was being interviewed by JD, and LB Spectre said, "Well, of course I want to get the #1 seed." And JD said, "No." And he said, "Why?" And he said, "Because it's cursed."
Yeah.
Boy Howdy was taken down by the #8 seed.
Yeah.
So Boy Howdy did go down in his match, and it'll be Not a Clue who has that spicy, the Queen, Commanding Presence, Queen, Regal, Monarch,
Yeah.
4 of each. That's one that I'm interested to see on stream. I'm sure other people might want to see
Oh,
that one.
definitely, yeah.
Because that is... Listen, when it comes to dogs, we get excited. If you have one tech card, I'm titillated. I
Yeah.
cannot wait to see it.
But
Uh,
two?
two tech cards? Are you kidding me? So I've been calling it Royal Dogs. Do you have a term for it that you like when it seems to be? I saw one that was Royal Canin, which I thought was fun
Yeah.
because that's a dog food brand.
Les dogs.
Well, les dogs, yeah, but
Yeah.
fancy, yeah. Monarch
Yeah.
dogs. It's got to be something because it really is swarming around this Aurora. I think once people put in the Aurora and said Aurora, Rapunzel, Aurora, Rapunzel, Mulan, Eleanor, and then it was like the floodgates open. And I
Yeah.
think that I want to hear from Not a Clue on like what that was like. But before we hear from them, we are going to have an interview. We'll cut to a very very quick. Be right back, and then we will have Ben Gibson talking about how he just can't stop winning. Well, there we go.
Yep.
All right. Greetings and salutations again, my fellow Lumineers. We are back after the top 8 match. I have Ben, who is already nationally qualified to go to the national tournament, but he is here and back at it with a top 8 victory over a matchup that a lot of people might think is a bad matchup for you, but here you are undefeated. You haven't lost yet, Ben, so talk to us about that Ruby and Sapphire strategy.
Yeah, so I feel like it's a pretty good deck for the room. Dogs isn't necessarily the worst matchup. Obviously, there's a lot of dogs up here in the top cut.
For sure.
But there are definitely some cards you need to kind of find in that mulligan to be able to kind of hold them off. Liquidator obviously being kind of the MVP there early on, kind of keeping them from questing a lot out early.
For sure, we saw how powerful that Liquidator was. It matches so nicely against their best curves of that Lady into the Willow. But what are some of those other cards that you're looking for? What you say the matchup's not as bad as people might think. I know a lot of people have started to maybe go towards the Ruby Sapphire strategy and Infinity format to help combat this very volatile meta game. So what are some of the tools that you've learned over this Infinity time to ensure to make that claim that Ruby Sapphire Actions is not that bad of a deck for the meta?
Yeah, so obviously I'm running a couple different board wipes. So kind of the ideal curve is to get to those board wipes as quick as you can. And it feels like the dogs plan isn't necessarily to play Ursula on 2. They have so many other things they want to do in 2. They want to advance their board. They don't want to take that turn off to take a look at what you're doing because they know they got to quest out as fast as they can. So a lot of the times the dogs player doesn't really have that time to look at your hand. So yeah, anything that can get you up there to those board wipes, the how far out goes, the sails,
Right.
all that ramp to get you to those board
Be
wipes
prepared
so that
with-
you can kind of take over with the Be Prepareds and the Sisus.
Right on. So can you just talk about your deck for a little bit? We have it here. Any special includes or any kind of the old what we call a little bit of spice or any kind of cards that have been overperforming for you this weekend?
Yeah, no, I mean there's nothing too spicy at all. It's pretty much a typical Ruby Sapphire deck. There, I threw in the one of Vitalosphere, and that has kind of been nice. In that last game there, it was kind of a threat that it was on board. They knew that they were kind of in danger if they quested that the Maui Shark could come down at any time
sure.
and clear out and then pick up another action, especially when they had made me discard a Pirate's Life. So there was some more lore drain that was kind of sitting there in the discard waiting to come back.
All right, another question. Highlights of the weekend. We're here in beautiful Lambeau Stadium, and we're playing a Disney Lorcana tournament. Obviously, this is something that dreams are made of type beats. What are some of your other highlights that you had throughout your Swiss portion and now into the Top Cut?
Yeah, I got to play my buddy Christian in round 3, who's
Nice.
also here in Top Cut. So I'm looking to rematch him hopefully at some
Very
point
cool.
here. So no, lots of good people and lots of fun here.
Nice, man. I really like the strategy. I like that you are in a position where you could maybe give someone some good favor and help them with a pass down, or take some of that pressure off of this system, because this is kind of a cutthroat situation. At the Top Cut, single elimination, one winner will advance to that national tournament. Are you prepared? Are you ready? What are some of the steps you're taking to get ready for that tournament?
I've got a nice group that I'm kind of testing with.
Nice, okay.
And we're looking at some of the new cards that are coming out and seeing what's going to rotate, and kind of getting prepared for the next set and Lorcana beyond, basically, with the Nationals. Right
on, man. To infinity and beyond at Infinity format, as we have Ben, who is on his way to maybe a second invitation or a pass down situation, and also being the winner of the World Class Cards Infinity Tournament. Well, Ben, before I let you go, we always have a special tradition. We like to get some shout outs. Anybody out there that may be watching that helped you get to this spot, anybody that you are thinking at home who may not be able to be here with you, take some time and shout them out.
Yeah, always shout out to the Flower Farm. Such good conversations I've ever had in that Discord. Just great people, great communication. But a special shout out to Fumbles. I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have made this switch over to Red Blue Sharks if it wasn't for Fumbles beating up on me so much.
Let's go.
Definitely special shout out to Fumbles.
W Fumbles. He might be in the chat. Somebody let Fumbles know that he got a special shout out. I know Fumbles has been on the Ruby and Sapphire action strategy and has been great, having some great success too. He just needed to convert into a day 2 and just keep it pushing. He always gets to the day 2 and doesn't.
Yeah. I'm excited to see for how he's going to do in Indy. I think he's going to have a good tournament.
I think I would agree with you. Well, Ben, thank you so much for dropping by. I know you got to get ready, maybe do some scouting and prepare for the top 4, and hopefully we'll see you back here at the final table.
Yep, for sure. Thank you so much.
All right. Well, with that, you could want to just let it down. We don't have the cool transition. We're doing it one at a time. You can just take it off here. I know we're breaking the rules of production. You shouldn't just take it off and walk off, but we'll wave slowly as Ben slowly starts to walk off the scene. As here it is, and Katie is going to jog back into the scene. And while Katie is here. Well, Katie, if you could, production.
Oh,
I have a surprise for Katie. Okay?
I love surprises. I was told there's a surprise.
There's a surprise for Katie that we are going to.
You're being audited by the IRS.
No, it's a good surprise. Okay.
Okay.
So you guys don't know, but over the past 2 years, I've gotten to know Katie quite well. We've shared probably about, I don't know, a month of time together in the booth.
Hours, yeah.
Hours and hours.
Yeah.
If you put all the time we spent together in a booth, it's probably got to be a year at this point.
Yeah. Especially Sharp Gaming,
time.
we get at least 2 solid 24-hour periods.
And
there.
one thing I can say that Katie has always wanted above anything else is this gift that I have for you. Okay, if you guys have been following this, you know what it is. And I was like, Katie, this is time. And huge shout out to Robert from World Class Cards. We made this happen for Katie. If we can do this, a gift going out to the Lore Keepers Inn, we have none other. Here you go, Katie. Let's go. And she's lit and she runs off. Katie finally has an official giant card going back to the Lore Keepers Inn, and there you go, Katie. So boom.
Get some cold cuts.
It's
I'm so excited.
Let's go. W's in the chat for Katie. So we
You just got exerted.
everyone has been exerted and has been rushed into. So huge guns up to Katie and everything that you do for the community. Obviously, you have nothing but love and admiration for everyone around the realm of Disney Lorcana, and the impact that you've made has been so stellar. And your work ethic and how hard you go for this game, I think, is truly a contribution. Or what you do for the community, I think, goes not unnoticed. So thank you for everything you do, and please continue to be a vibrant member of this community. And I cherish the time that we are able to do this passion project together. So
well, I have peaked, so I'm going to sign off. JD, it's been really great. Tell me how it goes.
No.
And I'm so excited because I drove here, and normally when I want a giant card, I go, I'll buy a freaking plane ticket. I'll get a freaking plane ticket. I'll put it on my lap. I'll say, this is child, and you're allowed to have a child on your lap. This is my child, and this is like I'm doing a speed. Thank you, JD. I am so elated to be a part of this community. And see, the thing is like, so here's one more. Like, we have a little time to kill before
Yeah,
we go.
we do.
Good luck finding a sleeve. I know I'm freaking out. When I got into Lorcana, obviously I love giant things and very little things. So if they gave out tiny little cards, like cards that were like 1/16th, I'd also like that. That doesn't exist yet because it doesn't make sense. But in Europe, they are out there. They can't stop getting giant cards.
Right.
They're at the point where they're like, hey, everyone, I got 4 more giant cards. If anybody wants to stop by my house
So
and get
what
one
am
of
I
my
doing with this? They're giving
can't-
these bloody giant cards. What
I
are we
just
doing
sleeved
with
up
all
my
these?
deck. I'll be playing today with my 60-card giant deck. And it's like really hard because in North America, we don't get giant cards. Now, we did in Winter Spell start seeing them, but then stores are like, you have to win it. And I am always stuck between a rock and a hard place with Lorcana because I'm not home on the weekends.
Yeah.
And big tournaments, I tend to be here. And then, quite frankly, if I have a weekend off, sometimes I don't want to play Disney Lorcana sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes. And so, and I am so excited. And I didn't want to buy it online because I bet the shipping would be $40,000 million. So, unfortunately, this means Sky will be sitting in the back seat.
Yeah,
This is
there
sitting
you
front.
go.
She's getting
He's in-
shotgun.
he's in the-
Me
he's in the
and
front.
my girl sitting by the best friend drive, trying to hover and me. I want a giant card.
That's so good. That's so good.
I'm so excited.
Right on, Katie. Much deserved, and I'm glad I was able to be a part of this. I'm glad that this has happened, and this is just the beginning. I know there will be multitude of more giant cards coming your way. Now
I hope so.
Now we got one. I
I
think.
will go yippee and I'll run around. Like sometimes I say things in the booth like, "Oh, Brett Mukai just got up and started running around in a circle," and it's not true. But that I wanted to do true. I wanted to run around in a little circle, and I'd do it again. I will do it again. But we still have 4 top 4 matches left, and in there that we have 3 dogs, 1 amethyst emerald, and I know their mom is in the chat.
For Choose Deck, this one is the
what is this
replacement. That is the replacement for
Oh.
Choose Deck. I think there was.
Oh, you know who?
I think so.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you know who has a new deck there. I think there
Okay,
might have
cool.
been a duplicate, and they want to make sure that is an accurate. So keep the new one and dump the old one. But
You know who too?
you know who.
And you know
Official.
who was okay. So this one,
Oh, out of there.
trash it.
All right, so we are, and I'm really trying to figure this thing out because I heard you guys talk about it going in. We don't have the exact data of how the tournament shook out, but there has been confirmed that we had 9 copies of Amber Emerald Dogs decks
9.
in this tournament, 6 of which made it to the top 8. And I just think that is such a bizarre stat, and it's just making my confusion grow even higher on this Amber Emerald strategy. And so much so that I've developed this theory that I have not passed the scientific board of theories just yet. But I feel that if there are less dog players, I think they convert better. I think if there are more dog players, I think they might convert worse. So more people should play dogs, and maybe they won't perform as well because you'll have those high impact volatile mirror matches, and then they will probably knock each other out more. I don't know, but the percentage is insane.
It's not though because it is 9 divided by 62. That's 15%, and that's about what we see with dogs. Is like there's this.
I know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're not being played. That is not the most played deck in this room
Yeah,
for sure.
but like it's something where the most we've ever seen dogs brought ever, I think, was in Ghent.
Yeah.
There was at one point it was like 23%.
That's
was
the
like
most.
when people were like going wild with dogs. And so I think to your point, the crazy part of it becomes, so if I bring this deck, that then we get to the point of, okay, we have the conversion rate, which I'm using the Google calculator because my phone's somewhere else. So that means that, 66.7.
Insane.
It's 66. That means that of the 9 people, they all walked in together. They all were like a little microbus. They got out, and then when they got home tonight, only like 3 of them said, "Man, I didn't make it."
Yeah.
And it's not the same for other ink pairings. It's just not the same.
I'll never. Katie, I don't know. I watch a lot of Lorcana, just as you have. I will never understand how this whole thing has happened the way that it did. It's just such a wild fact that this deck is not the most played deck, but it's clearly by and large the best deck in the room, and people just aren't playing it.
We talked about it a little bit. That I think one of the reasons that maybe people don't play dogs is because 2 things. Mirror, not fun. Mirror is not fun because it is a race. The game becomes, do you have Under the Sea in your deck? Did you get to Under the Sea? Sometimes, I mean, the mirror matches that I love are ones where they don't have Under the Sea and they have Dale, because then you start to see people engaging in Dale battles. But the other thing I think is people will sleeve up this deck, this Ruby Emerald, and they can't play it right. And I know that sounds so crazy because it sounds like I'm being like, they don't get it. But it's not. It's not an aggro deck. It's not a control deck. It's not a combo deck. It's all three. And I think that's where it gets kind of funky, is you have to be able to pick the one that's best for the room, know how to pilot it against all the different decks. Is that the biggest brain energy in the world? No.
No, watch out. J-Bomb's stealing your girl over there.
I will literally
J-Bomb's taking your girl.
I will throw up on camera and it'll be at you. It'll be like the freaking
Poltergeist.
Yeah. Do you have a sleeve for that?
I don't.
Okay.
Coming in from the chat, we have Colors Law, who says Coconut Creek was 26% of dogs.
The
in
Coconut Creek.
The Coconut Creek tournament.
Where was
That sounds fun. That sounds like a nice
yeah.
elite golf club.
I won't be mad about that rate at the Coconut Creek.
And we have our good friend Garrick from Garrick's Lorcana Lair. Garrick from Podcana's in the building says 67% conversion rate into top cut is very normal and no bans are necessary.
Oh, but Garrick, I'm looking here. Amber Steel is usually the most popular deck in the room, and it says here its conversion rate is 0. So maybe, yeah, if you compare that, I mean, any deck besides the 3 that are in the top 3, the conversion rate was 0%, which makes math easy, right? 0 divided by some number.
I think Garrick might low-key be spitting. Maybe everything is perfectly fine.
No, I heard also in the chat, somebody pointed out a little bit up. I don't know who said it. They said, but it didn't win Dortmund.
It didn't win.
So
top cut all you want, man. We're talking about winners here. We celebrate victories here. Okay, we don't celebrate top cuts. It's all about the dub cuts.
Well, I will. We're gonna do a little shuffle, a live shuffle. I'm gonna refresh the standings one more time, but I think it's J-Bomb's itching to do some jazz with you.
Let's get in here.
But I'll pop in if I have more things to tell you.
And go take a lap. And, again, I just wanted to present that. Thanks for jumping in. We're going to bring you guys top 4 action here in just a moment. J-Bomb is going to be joining the program. We're going to see what this man has to say about things that are happening around the floor. I know he's got some information from doing his interviews on the floor. What have you learned from what's taking place in that room over there?
Tiago is going to game 3. He will be on the play, it looks like. And so I wasn't sure how Logan and Christian are doing. Didn't see what game they were in. I just happened to catch Tiago as they were starting the third game. And so, once again, Tiago is versus Chu. They both have China invites already, trying to get that North American invite going into game 3.
All right, so we have Spectre, a.k.a. Ben, is in to the top 4. And we also have Not a Clue.
Spectre out. Spectre lost.
That's Spectre's out.
Yeah, that is the Lost Boy Spectre.
Oh, that's the wrong one. I'm so sorry.
Fold in half means out.
Okay, get that out of there. I like the technique. I like the technique. All right, we have Ben is in, and we have Not a Clue is in. And everyone in the chat wants to see Not a Clue. Myself is included in that. So
yeah, Not a Clue has been casting for the ICL.
She has.
That is Allison. So she is a local Chicago friend of mine. She knocked me out of set champs last week at Energy Gaming. It was a tough competition, got me in top 4. So she's a very strong player, and I'm glad to see a breakout appearance from here this weekend here at WCC CCQ at the historic Lambeau Stadium.
And I gotta say, looking at these deck lists, I haven't seen, with ink decks and all the types of things, people are submitting their deck lists digitally through the Ravensburger Play Hub. I haven't seen a handwritten deck list in a while. And I think I'm nostalgic for it.
Yeah.
Looking at this handwritten deck list, you can tell a lot about a person by their handwriting. And looking at Not a Clue's handwriting, that's kind of cool.
That is good.
That's some really good penmanship.
I want to see you and how you feel about Ben's list.
Let me check out Ben here, because I think I was looking at it earlier.
Yeah.
Ben's not bad.
No, but read it.
Oh, this is oh no, Ben. Oh no. Ben,
Me and
baby.
Katie were talking about it.
Ben, baby, no chance. If I'm T.O., Ben, top 4, you're disqualified immediately if I see this. Oh, no. We're not doing that. Oh, no. We're not doing – my man he put 6 cost Tomato on there. That's crazy. Ain't no way.
We got actual Grandma Tala.
We got Grandma Tala. That's Grandma Tala. I think that's fair. I think grandma. It should be grandma, right?
We just put the popsicles.
That's crazy. Popsicles. We have.
How 4-2 go?
How 4-2
It's like he got something slightly wrong on everything on purpose.
No,
it's
like
he's trolling us. I love it.
I think he just did it so fast. This seems like a lot of speed.
Yeah.
8 cost Sisu. I mean, I know what that is.
Yeah,
I guess
do,
it makes sense.
I know. Like,
I know exactly the vibe, but I'm like, nah, dude. You need to take the time.
Just Olaf. Yeah.
Which one?
Yeah,
I guess there's only
we
really
know.
one you can play in the deck. You guys use some develop your grain is
Maui
hilarious.
5 cost. Maui Shark.
Yeah, Ben's DQ'd immediately. He's
we
out of
love
here
it.
for
We
sure,
love
for
it.
sure, for sure. Let's check out what Zingless got here. Zingless has some pretty tidy handwriting as well, but it's kind of I'm not feeling it. I think this is like dad writing. He's raised like a dad there.
Yeah, his was in a blue ink, which is why it's not popping up on ours because it was copied.
Yeah, we're rating everyone's handwriting here as
That one looks like the original.
yeah, Tiago's is not looking bad though, a little
Wow.
bit.
You can tell he's got a fine-tipped pen, which really helps penmanship on these type of things.
I think so.
Yeah.
And only one line. I also judge how much they white out because of the changes. You could tell there's a little bit of trepidation there in the deck list when you are one-lining stuff and adding new stuff in. Sometimes you see it going all the way down the list of all the scratch-outs that people are making, kind of like this one here. This one looks like what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Chew, you got to lock in, dude. This thing is a disaster.
I think Chu switched pens at some point because it's just not copying right, and he was using the blue pen. And so the judges warned us, though, that if they used a blue pen, it was very hard to see.
Yeah, Ben and Chu are both disqualified immediately, just right away. They're not going to go. They're not going to play the rest of the tournament for sure.
Very strong player, does not play a lot, but when he does, he makes an appearance. And as you noted, he top 16 at a China DLC, getting his Continental invite there, and so he'll be training with Tiago for that Infinity Continentals tournament in a few weeks, actually.
Yeah, we have that, and we also have Christian here. Christian, I need more. I think you need more penmanship there. I think we got to go back to we got to get it done. I know Christian's mom was in the chat, but Christian's mom, you got to get him back into writing down because his handwriting is not good enough. I think we got to figure it out. I think penmanship is a lost craft there.
Yeah, my dad said I write worse than a monkey with a broken wrist. So
that's brutal. Your dad just kind of popped off on you there.
Yeah, no, but he did win handwriting contests in second grade, which I still don't believe is a real thing that happened. So
it possibly. I think handwriting contests and your dad is your dad old?
Yeah, he's old. He's what you'd call an old.
Okay,
but
okay.
Yeah, he's in his he's about 74-ish.
Oh yeah, they definitely were giving it up. Handwriting contests and like cow milking championships and things of that sort. It's all everything is very competitive in those days. You got to have something to do.
They had donkey basketball. My mom was telling me about where they'd ride donkeys and shoot hoops, and I was like, that can't be.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that can't be real.
Yeah, the 50s were wild. 40s and 50s, everything was probably on the table there. All right, so it looks like we have some information. If we can pull up the Ravensburger Play Hub there, you can kind of see if there has been any new recent developments on what has been reported.
No news yet.
We haven't seen any of the new reports coming in just yet, so you guys are not missing anything. We're going to give you guys that top 4 action here in just a moment. So while we're doing that, J-Bomb, who are you hoping can take this thing down? Is there anybody that you're secretly rooting for, or is it you're trying to keep that information secret?
I mean, I know a lot of the people left. Actually, I know everybody left. So it's obviously I got to root for Tiago being on World Class Cards myself. So, but then Allison also. Good friend from Chicago. I've known her a long time. I talked to her a lot. But Logan, he was my travel buddy in Brazil.
Yeah.
Zenulus, as other people might know him, is his online handle. So it's a real who's who. We got Chu, who I've literally known since like my first tournament in Lorcana.
You're kidding.
Playing. He was the first player to ever beat me in a sealed game. I pretty much never lost sealed except to him. And so he is a very strong player as well. And so it's just I know everybody left, so it's tough to say.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, and that's another really cool thing about our game is that we have so many kind people and so many advocates of the community, and we just then Zenulus has taken down Christian and will be moving on to the top 4 as well. I know how hard this Illuminator has been working. He has been contributing a lot to the Illumineers as well. Huge shout out to Liam providing some of his insight as a great player and helping the community over there with Liam on Illumineers on Mondays. Make sure you guys tune into that program if you want to really see some good Lorcana content. They stream it live. It's like a podcast, but they just kind of engage with the community and kind of talk about the happenings, and Zingless is a part of that show. So seeing him back at it again in the top 4, trying to make that run, trying to get to that national tournament. I know the season has been slow and he's working a lot. He's probably had the opportunity to play as much as he would like, but now this is your chance to potentially make it to that national tournament. Unfortunately, we might not be able to show him on stream there by fear of reprisals from someone else in the community. I'm not going to say who, so I won't. Unless it's the finals, he probably won't be able to make it on there.
We got an exception for the finals.
Finals exception. So there is that is happening.
Yeah,
so
Zenulus has just been so close, and just missed that big break tournament, and so this could be his time to shine, and it's looking like it is. He can't be stopped right now, and the only match he lost to was Ben Gibson, and so he will not be playing Ben Gibson, I believe, in the next round. He will be playing the winner of, I believe, Tiago and Chu, and so it will be a dog's mirror regardless of who wins between Tiago and Chu, and so that is going to be the dog's mirror is so tough because it's just one of those. It doesn't matter the skill level and stuff. Sometimes they just under the sea and you don't under the sea. So it's a very back and forth. But very excited and happy for Zenulus to finally be here, just so close to that invite, and we'll see if he can just round it out. As I said, I got to travel with him. He was my roommate for Brazil. We were both so close to making top cut, and so he's just one of those players that's just always right on the cusp and just hasn't had that big break, and we'll see if this is going to be his big break this weekend.
For sure. There are so many players in our community who are in that realm of, their greatness, they got all the skills to be on that next level, they have all the tools, everything required to just make that ascension, but just through bad luck or sheer, things that just go wrong in the game, they just never really make that jump to the next level. And I think he's definitely on the cusp. He's definitely one of those eliminators. He knows a ton about the game and a ton about how to get ahead and how to alter and how to play. All the fundamentals are there. So I would be surprised if he can't make it over that hump. But this is a great opportunity to do that right now. So it looks like we have Tiago, who's going to come out on top as well. Tiago is another player who I think has crossed that threshold into greatness. He has multiple invites all over the world. He has a golden Mickey now as well, and he has been traveling and putting in the work. But just like you said, J-Bomb, does not have that national invitation to go to the national tournament in his own country. So he's also very close to get to that precipice. So we'll see how that happens. It's a lot going down. There's a bunch of storylines here in the top four, as it looks like we have 3 dogs and 1 Ben and a dream.
And notably, this bracket, the Zen and Tiago bracket, is going to be rooting heavily for Ben because Ben already has an invite, which would mean if Tiago or Zen wins, they would be getting the invite. And so can Red Blue continue to take out all the dogs? Ben has already beaten Zen. Ben has already beaten, we saw the Lost Boy Spectre in the last round. Ben has been cleaning up on dogs. Does he have it in him to take on one more? He will be the higher seed, notably, against Allison. And I believe Logan will be the higher seed against Tiago, so we'll have a slight advantage to Logan there for being on the play. But in the dogs one, the on the play, on the draw doesn't matter as much. As we saw, Tiago was the lower seed and did take it from Chu. So this is a very exciting day of Lorcana. I know everybody left. I was on a team for a little bit with Ben Gibson. It's Superior Synergy when I was back on the Ink Thieves. I've known Allison since like set 2. Zen was my travel buddy for Brazil. Tiago, I'm on the team with him. This is a crazy situation to be in, where I'm not usually this involved with all.
I know you're going to be on pins and needles, man. As you're very closely related to all of the Illuminaires in this Final Four bracket, and I think we're going to have to spin back Ben Gibson and show Ben Gibson versus Not a Clue. I think that's going to be a great feature match. Everyone's been asking to see Allison on the stream, so we're going to make sure that we are giving the crowd what they want. Even though Tiago and Zen is going to be an absolute banger of a match, knockdown, drag out, dog's mirror. And to your point, even in the Enchanted Citrus Clash, Tiago had to face an Amber and Emerald mirror match, and he elected to go second. Granted, that was a Chernobog, a super hyper aggro type version, spill your hand kind of version, and he was electing to go second to deny that additional card. So maybe there is some merit there into that dog's mirror of not even being on the play. So it's going to be a phenomenal matchup. I'm certain it's going to be an absolute banger. But we're going to give you guys a little bit more Ruby and Sapphire and Not a Clue. So we can do a quick little breakdown and see what these Illuminaires are cooking, as the Queen Regal Monarch is in the deck.
4 of those,
Queen Commanding Presence.
4 of those queens. We got 8 queens in this deck.
Wait, this is the Shift Queen, Queen Shift Queen. This is the Amber one.
Both of them.
But I thought this was the Green Queen.
That's the green one, right? And then
no, this one is the one drop, and this is the Shift Queen.
Got it.
Man, I got some bad news, man. I thought somebody said that we had the Green Queen.
Katie said it was the Green Queen.
I thought it was the Green Queen.
I said it was the Shift Queen.
I was up, man. I thought it was
okay, yeah, that makes sense to have the shift target on.
Yeah, so the Queen, Shift Queen.
Yeah,
but I was told that the Green Queen was cooking.
Yeah.
Someone said the Green, and I was like, dude, I have 17 million of these Green Queens. I'm so back. And I'm not back. I'm right where I was. Shout out
Yeah, but
Nautical,
hey,
though.
we still got a good shift line there. And so I think what she's been doing is in these dogs matches, she'll shift that queen and then be able to sing Under the Sea in a surprise way
Very
because
true.
that queen is a 5 cost. And you
That
can
is
shift
true.
that for 2.
5 shift for 2, and you can have a Nani, which I'm confident that you're going to be playing Nani as well, and you can just sneak it. You can sneak a sneak attack, man, and have that queen shift queen Nani sing Under the Sea, and you get to it right away. Under the Sea, of which she is going to be playing 3. One of
Yeah.
those Mickey Mouse expedition leader, and she also has only 1 copy of Snow Fort as well. We have Lilo, escape artist, Bobby Zimmerowski, grandmother Willow. The deck seems quite cool. One
Yeah.
Dale ready for his shot, but we just saw Ben as well on the previous round. So, J-Bomb, I'm going to throw it to you, man. What do you think? Who has the edge in this matchup?
I think with Red Blue on the play and the amount of Under the Seas and Snow Forts in Allison's deck, I think Red Blue is going to have the slight advantage. But if Allison can avoid drawing those Under the Seas and Snow Fort and just kind of snowball an early game, get some of these high lore characters out early and spin the game out of control before Ben can kind of stabilize. And if he misses a Liquidator, but he is going to be on the play, so Liquidator's not going to be good. But if she can just continue to spiral this deck out of control and get some early lore, she's going to be able to take it. But I got to say, Ben is going to be a little favored here, and it's going to be a uphill battle for Allison.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, and that's something to say as we're here. What is that? Whoa, my goodness, what is that? Holy moly, what is that? It looks like we're being invaded. Oh my goodness, hey. No, it's okay. We just got a Steve Warner invasion as Hey has just jumped into the broadcast as well. Come on in here, Steve. Come on in here, sir. How's it going? We are going into the top 4 here very soon, and we have a Ruby and Sapphire versus Amber and Emerald. We got a lot of Emerald in the floor today, and we're trying to see who's going to make it to the national tournament. We're at the top 4 now. Thoughts?
I've been very interested in the different ideas that people had for Amber Emerald. So it's kind of interesting to see what happens. Definitely saw the top 8 with the Ruby Sapphire.
No, you got both. You can do both. No.
So yeah, I'm excited to see what happens and how people play it out.
Yeah. It's going to be tough. We see that there are a lot of a different text that people are using and different things, but it still showed up at a low percentage, but it converted very well. I'm still trying to figure out why that is. Obviously, I think the deck is quite strong. I think they have a lot of unique play patterns that this deck only provides, and Under the Sea just being such a powerful tool in Infinity format. But I think I honestly I can't put the rationality behind why this deck is performing so well while being represented so low. I don't know.
I think a big part of that is the consistency that it offers, but also the adaptability that it offers, right? Emerald's always great at adaptability. So it has its ways to handle each deck that it's going up against, and it has its ways to find those answers. And so it's really a testament to the skill level of the players running those decks to be able to know what they need to find, what they need to keep, what they need to play, and when they need to play it. That I think really speaks volumes about the deck.
Wow.
Yeah, and it seems the big story of this weekend is I think Amber Steel was the most represented deck, and unfortunately Zero made the top cut. So what do we think drew the Amber Steel to be so popular while being not very successful this weekend?
That one's a tough one. I mean, I think Snowfort plays a big role in this.
Agreed.
And I don't think that the Amber Steel players had a lot of item removal. So I think that might have played a big part of it. Yeah, it's just really tough for that deck to convert when you're facing resist against you.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ducks left. The Shark, 100% conversion because I believe he was the only Shark player in the tournament. A lot of items did not convert there. And then 3 dogs remaining, and I believe 6 out of 9, so 67% made the top 8. So very strong performance from the dogs this weekend.
Yeah, it was a very, very bizarre outing. But here we are, Steve. We are still in Lambeau Stadium. We had a chance to do the dinner last night. It was really fun to play the trivia games with you and hang out with you and kind of be a part of this environment. So, again, for the people who weren't here yesterday, can you just go over your thoughts of this is where we are, this is a CCQ program, what do you think about it, and what do you think the future of this game could potentially go?
Well, I mean, I was actually just talking with someone else outside about this. I really like the fact that the CCQ seem to be ramping up. Stores are going to great lengths to give great experiences, and I'm hoping that that can be reciprocal, and that, you know, as the events get more and more people and players, and get more exciting, and people realize that it should be about the event itself. I think we'll see some really grand events that will be a lot of fun. And so I think that these are going to be really exciting. I think they're great for the stores and for the players.
Oh yeah. It has been an incredible weekend here at Lambeau Stadium. I'm excited to see how this tournament ends. But what are you looking most forward to in the future of Lorcana?
I mean, new cards, new abilities, new decks, like all sorts of crazy new things, and you know, we'll have a lot of announcements, I'm sure, in the near future, and I think that everything's looking really great.
Yeah.
All right, you guys, make sure you stay tuned. Steve Warner's about to reveal the entire next 4 sets. Where you going, Steve? He's running. Hey, slow down. Hey, he's about to reveal the next 4 sets here in just.
Thanks, Steve.
Thanks, Steve, for dropping by. It's always nice. It's always nice to see Steve and hang out with him. Very, very cool individual, man, and he's super humble and hanging out. Yesterday, they were playing some matches on stream. After we turned the stream off, we were just playing like some fun matches on the stream. Because if you're in the stadium right now, like all of the stream is on all of the jumbotrons that are in the auditorium.
Incredible.
It's so hilarious. So they were playing some matches on stream versus Steve. He's got the maxed out. Did you see the deck?
There was a lot of iconics in that.
He's got the maxed out Baja Blast. Okay, he's got the maxed out Amber, Sapphire, and Emerald strategy. And 4 buzzes are in the deck. Okay, we got four Moanas are in the deck. Okay, it's insane. Okay, the deck is like I was like, Steve, come on, man, come on, dude, relax. If you can be so bold.
Oh yeah. I love seeing a good shiny deck, and I love seeing a deck with all iconics. I've never seen that before, because now that's getting a little out of my price range.
Yeah,
JDC.
a little. It's been out of my price range. I mean, as soon as the thing came out of the box, it was out of my price range. But it is what it is. It is what it is. So we are still waiting in the wings. I think they're doing their top 4 briefing. I'm not sure. We're doing not a clue versus Ben. So Ben coming back at it again for another spin it back one more time, and then we'll see how that will go. So we'll have Tiago versus Zen playing. I'm sure that match is going to be an absolute knockdown, drag out slugfest there. And we'll have not a clue and Ben. I'm certain that matchup is also going to be wonderful as well. Like you said, we have had opportunity to get to know Not a Clue a little bit. She has been doing a little bit more broadcasting in the ICL. Great insight. She obviously knows the game quite well. Her deck is built with a lot of text in there that can help negotiate this mirror match. But how she can match wits with Ben Gibson's Ruby and Sapphire strategy, I think she has lines of play that she can find and get to those those positions.
Yeah, and Zen here on a pretty standard dogs list. Nothing really too crazy. He just said, I'm going to run the good cards and beat all of these players and just do my normal thing. Tiago, I gotta talk to him about this, because he's on the Thomas Wide-Eyed Recruit. I'd rather him be on the Nala.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think he did this to be disrespectful, honestly, because I got a little inside information on Tiago, the fact that this Nala situation, because I told him, I'm like, hey, Thomas is not it. He's got no motion. He's got no aura. He's got no riz. We're
Lion King fans here.
Yeah, and I'm like, and Tiago, so much so that at the ETB event, no, what's it, ETB? Was Tiago at ETB?
He was
there into the battlefield. He asked me for Nalas, and I gave him the Nalas. I actually gave him.
Spite, yeah.
I gave him. He owns the card, because I gave it to him. He was like, "Hey man, you want these Nalas back?" I was like, "No, dude, you can have them."
To be fair, he did not bring any dogs cards.
He pivoted.
He pivoted late Friday night. He didn't even want to come to dinner with us. He was just going to go to bed. All of a sudden, about 8:30 rolls around. He's like, "All right, I'm coming to dinner, and I need a full deck." And he pivoted. He was not feeling the deck he was going to play. I don't know if I'm allowed to say what deck he was going to play, but he wasn't feeling that one. And he pivoted to this dogs deck, and it is a great decision, because he's 1 win, maybe 2 wins, or he's at 2 wins away, maybe 1 if Ben can win from an NA Continental.
Yeah, so he obviously made the correct choice. So I love when the pivot goes the right direction. But looking at their decks, I guess I'm going to go pound for pound and see who's going to have where they break difference and who has the advantage there.
The big one here is Tiago is playing 3 Dales to Zen's 2. So
Yeah.
both players are going to have to be very cognizant about the Dale. And this is going to allow some very frustrating gameplay from both players, because if they quest out and one person has the Dale, they're going to get hard punished. If they quest out, one person has Rapunzel, they're going to get hard punished. If they don't quest out and the opponent draws into an Under the Sea, they're going to get hard punished. So it's going to be a very delicate tightrope dance for both of these players, hoping to find it, and that's going to make the Tramp Street Smart Dog ever so important into finding what you need to take this match.
And looking at the deck, they both only have 2 copies of Under the Sea, so that seems like a fair exchange of Under the Sea. We are also, neither of these Luminaries are electing to use the card Snowfort. I know that card picked up some renowned popularity here in an Infinity format, but both of them electing to say, hey, this card's not good enough, it's too slow, let me get it out of the deck, I don't think I need it. But we are going to hang on to these Mulans that are in both of these strategies, so just going to lean on the Tramp Enterprising Dog to be able to increase that Mulan, and also wear that for willpower. Also, I'm not seeing, we see 4 copies of Rapunzel here. I like the Rapunzel mount. Both of them are obviously going to be playing 4 copies of Rapunzel, and it seems like everything else is a straight-up mirror match outside of those things. But is Tiago's playing Lady? Is Zinla's playing Lady, Miss Park Avenue?
I don't.
But yeah, he is right there. So both of them playing 2 copies of Lady Miss Park Avenue. So you do have access to that very powerful shifting Under the Sea line that some of these dog players will elect to search out when the moment comes up. So that's going to be a great mirror match. I think both of these players are very fine-tuned with their strategies, and we'll keep you guys up to date with that. Maybe we can get both of them a seat. Are they seated?
Yeah, and notably, Tiago was in China last week instead of Dortmund, and he lost to 3 Dogs mirrors. Today he's on a Dogs tear and has been defeating those mirrors over and over, and so he has been in good shape. But he is going to be on the draw once again. He did take down a Dogs mirror on the top 8 while on the draw, so maybe he can do it again. But Logan is going to be in the driver's seat having the play in Game 1, and we'll see who can take it in these very, very similar deck lists. It's going to come down to who can hit their power spike and hit the important cards on the turn they need to. So this is not really the position either of these players want to be in, fighting for an invite. Very similar decks, and one of the kind of mirrors that a lot of high skill players don't like playing into, just because of how important hitting certain cards at the exact time is in order to win those matches.
Yeah, I'm just hearing some off the cam from our production here, and they're saying that maybe some of the players do not want to play on stream. I don't know how we're going to address that or what we need to do with that. I don't know if it's a game law situation or something like that, but we're going to see if we can find a match for you guys who I've never had that experience before of that being a part of it. But we are here and we are trying to showcase the game, and that is a part of the experience. I mean, sometimes you have to play feature matches, and sometimes people don't want to do that.
I did deny one feature match one time because I wanted to play on my playmat and not their playmat, because their playmat was very dirty. And I was like, well, let me just have mine so my hands aren't touching this thing that is, I literally see the grime. And they said, no, that is our playmat. And I said, all right, well, respectfully, I cannot play on this.
Yeah, understood.
That's gross.
That's fair. I can totally respect that, but we're still trying to get you guys that match. So please just hang on tight with us. I do apologize. They're working it right now behind the scenes, and I might have to step off and make that happen. And we are going to have to pivot. Oh man, it looks like the pivot is in, and
it is going to be Tiago and Zenulus on stream.
This.
Yeah. Ben said he no longer wanted to be on stream. He was good after the last match.
He's going to have to play the final if it is a finals thing. So
Ben expected to win this match and wanted to take one off camera so he wasn't 3 in a row. So.
Yeah, I can understand that. I can understand that. He has been playing a lot of feature matches, and the Illuminaires did not want to play. So we will be loading Tiago and Zingless at no fault of our own. So for anyone who may be watching, who may be saying, I told you not to do this, I'm terrified. I don't want to look over anywhere near where the chat is right now. I can kind of see it a little bit. I'm not going to look. This is not me. I am not doing this. I did not set this up this way.
Yeah.
Please, please take my most humble apology, as both of these Illuminaires are taking a quick bio break, and we're going to get back to the action. So it's going to be a great match either way.
And notably, Tiago and Logan have not been on stream all weekend. Typically, we usually like to see Tiago on stream at some of these earlier, but Tiago's been on stream a lot. He is a world-class cards person, so we wanted to just kind of highlight a bunch of other decks. So it is going to be good to see Tiago finally on stream here, and it's going to be good to see Logan, one of my good buddies, on stream as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a great match either way. So I'm excited for it. I'm tuned in. I'm ready to watch. These players are just taking a quick break. We are going to get prepared for that while we're doing that. How are you guys feeling out there? Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. Please don't hesitate to let me know if we're having any type of issues with the stream. I'm always working tirelessly to make sure that we are giving you the best type of watching experience you could ask for. We're always trying to improve the stream. So please, if you have any type of feedback for me as a producer of the stream or as a broadcaster, please let me know and I can help get that. We're always trying to build here, so thank you for being here and watching on all weekend long. If you're there, share a like, share the stream, follow the stream, and tune in to the Quest World Productions. If you are hosting a tournament and you would like this service for you, I'm very easy to reach. Please hit me up at on Discord or in Instagram, and I could potentially talk to terms of what it would take to get this type of service there for you. And it's much easier than you would think, because this is my passion, J-Bomb, and I really love doing this.
And let me tell you, he is great. We got him for this event, and it has been flawless, 0 hiccups, and he's just done the best job. He's been hyping up everybody here. He's been mingling with the crowds when he's not on stream, doing a bang-up job here, and he's just been helping everybody enjoy their experience at this event. And you even got to come to the VIP dinner, sit with the table. And so imagine you pay for this VIP dinner and you get to sit with Jay-Z and eat a steak dinner with him. My God, that might have been incredible for whoever was at your table.
That might have been a downgrade. That might have been a downside. No, it was a really good time. I got a chance to sit with the team Lorcana crew. I sat with them last night. It was actually incredibly fun. We were having a good time playing all the mini games and doing all the trivia and stuff. So they put on a really, really good show here I got to give a huge shout out to Robert and the World Class Cards crew. This tournament, they have spared no expense to ensure that people are having a great time at this tournament. The artists were here, the community activities that were taking place. It was just a really, really stellar tournament. Also, this venue is one of the nicest venues I've ever been in, I think.
Yeah, the historic Lambeau Stadium, incredible.
In the stadium, by the way. We are in, not just to the side of it. We are actually in the stadium. You can walk, 40 feet that way, and you can see the entire field. Yeah. It is a really, really cool time. So it's been an incredible weekend. We are going to do the top 4. We're going to crown our winner. We'll talk to our winner, and then we're going to continue the stream because there is another event that is taking place right after this one. So we'll have our winner, but we're going to give you guys more action, and we're going to keep the stream going. So after this tournament is over, please don't leave. If you want to see more Infinity action, you'll get more of that coming your way after this event, just as more information going into the Digital Lorcana Challenge next weekend. Okay, so hopefully I see you all there in Indianapolis next weekend for that prestigious tournament.
Yeah, and speaking of the artist, are you going to get anything signed? Because I'm hoping to get Kendall Hale to draw a Kingdom Hearts card. I saw that he had some cards you could get there and do some different altars on there. So that is one I'm going to try and get to after we're done streaming here and lock that in, because I've always wanted like a full colorized card from one of the Disney Lorcana artists. And actually, Kendall Hale is kind of a local around here. He's from Appleton, Wisconsin. So
nice.
To have a Disney Lorcana artist who's done such notable cards out here at Lambeau and signing everything, it is pretty fantastic. So Robert always goes above and beyond. Make sure that all of the guests are taken care of and can buy whatever cards they need and get at least one artist every time.
Yeah, that's really cool. I enjoyed it a lot. So it looks like we have some. Let's see. Okay, I can fix that. Thank you. All right. So it looks like we're just finishing up a few last minute touches on the stream. Like I said, we will be giving you the top 4 matchup of Xenulus versus Tiago. It's going to be a Amber and Emerald Dogs mirror match. The first one we've shown, even though that deck is incredibly consistent, incredibly powerful, people still have not been showing up with it. Are they seated? Because I'm not. Wait, hold on.
They're just getting down to seat.
We're going to go back. We're going to go back to the booth here, as they should be getting to their seats and getting situated now. The nerves have to be just through the roof, because by all intents and purposes, this could, depending on how it goes for Ben, this could be for the national tournament right here.
Yeah. They're really hoping that Ben wins, so they don't have to worry about winning another one in the finals against Allison. So
I mean,
that would be another Dog's mirror. So if Tiago wins this and Allison wins this for his invite, Tiago would have to beat 3 Dogs in a row, but he would notably be on the play against Allison because Allison is the 8th seed. And so this is kind of a redemption story because in China last week, Tiago lost to 3 Dogs mirrors in the early rounds and did not make top cut. One of the first times he's missed in China. And so that sort of happens. Like you can't win them all. And so sometimes, especially in this mirror where it's just so decided by certain draws and certain orders, that you got to take a breather, come back, and then next week we go at it again. And this time we see that Tiago was able to go 5-0, draw twice, and move down to the lower seed bracket. He just wanted to make sure that he was in the top cut and be able to play for his chance at this invite.
All right. So, J-Bomb, I'm getting reports that you might be coming in a little bit quiet, so just make sure that mic is a little bit closer to your mouth. I'll kick up your gain a little bit, and that should be good. You guys, just let me know if J-Bomb's still coming in a bit quiet. We are going to be getting into the top 4. Zinulus from Maelstrom versus Tiago's finest world-class cards is going to be the feature match of the day. The players are seeded, and they are good friends. They have a good working relationship, a lot of respect, mutual respect around this community. Like you said, J-Bomb, at this level of play, a lot of these players are very tight-knit. Sometimes they might share some ideas. They talk to each other a lot in the various discords, and they travel so much, and they spend so much time with each other that you have to kind of become friends with each other. So I don't feel there's any ill will or bad blood or anything like that. They're just both going to try to play their very best complete game and be happy for the other person, but inside they both want it.
They want it bad. Like as you said, in Brazil, we actually rented a conference room, and Zenulus and Tiago were in that conference room playtesting the entire day before. We had Frank Karsten there, Fungus, DKP. It was a real like one of the best groups of people you could get to play test in there. And so a lot of people did really well in Brazil. Zen and I just missed making the top 32, but a lot of the other people like Frank and DKP had good success. So having those big minds together and working and just play testing together, they're very familiar with each other's play lines just because of how much they've worked together in the past to improve themselves and improve their play lines. And so this is, while each player wants it really bad, they are going to be excited for the other person winning and having a chance at that invite.
Yeah, so right now they are just doing their initial review of each other's deck list. Again, these are open deck lists opposed to a closed deck list, and they have time to kind of see what the other person is cooking and maybe some of their tech choices. What do you think about open deck lists versus closed deck lists, J-Bomb, as a pro player?
I think open deck list favors certain type of decks. If you know it's going to be open deck list, you can kind of change it. The Frank Karsten style really favors open deck list because when you have all those one-ofs, it forces your opponents to have to play around a lot of those one-ofs, or they can just fall flat on their face. For instance, I knew Frank was on 1 Skater Mim in Milwaukee, and when I played him in round 3, he altered 6, and I was like, okay, I can shift my Rhino. There's no way you're going to have the Skater Mim. And he goes, the one card I kept, the Skater Mim, and he got me. And he took that game easily because I just played into that, and I was like, it's one of those where Frank Karsten is a much better player than me, so I'm taking that risk, knowing he altered 6 that he's not going to hit that Skater Mim, and I was hard punished. And so the open deck list there, because we played 9 hours before, actually punished me because like I kind of knew that and took those chances. And so no matter what, if you're a very good player, you're going to figure out a way to win, even if it's open deck list, even if it's closed deck list. So it's going to just favor the person who is the better player, in my opinion, in both scenarios.
And sometimes there is also the benefit of knowing exactly what they have access to, and you can avoid playing around certain things, because there are some times where someone might not play a card like Under the Sea, and you're playing around it as if they have it, and they never even had it in the deck to begin with. And if you have complete open deck list, then there might be an opportunity for you to not, put yourself at risk when you didn't necessarily have to. So there are a lot of gamesmanships, and I think it's a completely different game, in my opinion, from going from a closed deck list Swiss to an open deck list top cut, because the players are going to be so much more switched on. They're going to know exactly what you got going on, and you have to change your play style a little bit, and I think that is a skill expression there, as the players will have to stay super flexible and understand exactly what the threats are and make those quick adjustments on the fly. Just another way that they can show their talent.
Yeah, and I love just throwing one-ofs in deck lists, and then you ink it, and then now they have to play around it for the rest of the match as if you have multiples of them, because they don't know how much in closed deck lists. And so that's kind of also the benefit of playing like one-ofs in open and closed. It's with a closed deck list, they don't know how many your number and your ratios are, and so they're having to play around more. But in the open deck list, then they see that you're actually on it, so they have to play around it, and so or get like hard punished. Like we saw Habibi yesterday, his opponent had gone through 3 Rapunzels, so he said, "You're only at 30 cards through your deck. You're not going to have the 4th Rapunzel. I'm going to play around it." Opponent had the 4th Rapunzel in hand, and you saw him just do one of these. And so it's unfortunately for Habibi, it knocked him out of the tournament to the Lost Boys Spectre over there.
Right on. So these Illuminaires are switched on. They are in that mode, dude, completely in the zone, ready to rock. Looking at Xenulus there with that long hair draped out of the Scully. I like to pretend it's a wig that that's attached to the skull cap.
I have seen him without the skull cap in Panama when we went to the pool. He did take it off briefly. I was surprised that it was allowed to leave his body because he is what I call the beanie man.
Yeah.
And
I've never seen him without it. I'd like to believe that is hair attached to the beanie.
Yeah.
I don't believe you. I think you're an insider there, and you're working for the Xenulus Beanie Corporation, and I think that's a false flag, dude.
Oh, fun fact! I did not bring this up about Xenulus. Me and him are actually co-workers at our other jobs, which is actually insane. Color is Law was mentioning my company, and I was like, "How do you know that name? Like, no one knows the name. We're like a tiny company." She goes, "Oh, Logan works there," and I was like, "No way!" And so, sure enough, I looked it up, and I was like, "Wow, he does work at the same place."
That's
that
really
is
awesome.
wild.
Small world, small world, small world.
Yeah.
As we are still getting those shuffles done, and the players are ready. I am ready. We have top 4 action coming your way here in just the briefest of moments. Xenulus versus Tiago.
Yeah.
Who's going to take it all? Winner goes to the finals, and potentially, depending on how the bracket shakes out, will go to the national tournament here in Southern California in a few short weeks here.
And JDZ, I don't know if I've mentioned these mats yet, but they are absolutely beautiful for streaming these matches on because they don't really distract from the cards, and they give a nice ambiance, and the little Mickeys in the corner just really blow it off. And I'm loving these mats for this stream.
I love it. I'm gonna have to ask Robert if I can just go ahead and steal these, use these every single time because it just fits the little sparkles. It just seems so nice as we have Tiago versus Xenulus. They're getting their last little cuts and shuffles in. If we can make sure that we're getting those headsets into the production, if we can ensure that we have the sound, just in case we pop off a little bit. It's kind of quiet in this room. It is getting a little bit quieter in the venue as we're getting closer and closer to the end of this event. We're getting to the point where these are the 4 people that have a chance to win. It's a little whisper quiet because everyone's outside watching it on the Megatrons out there.
Yeah, and I believe Xenulus is actually 5-1 instead of 6-0-1. He did lose to Ben Gibson in the Swiss as his only loss, and so that put him to one of the higher seeds in the top cut, and so he will be taking on the play versus Tiago, who notably started off 5-0 and or 4-0, and then drew the last 2 rounds, and then took the win in top cut.
So 5-1-0 beats 5-0-2. I just learned that today. I was today years old. That's a little fun fact there, as it looks like we are getting ready. The players are ready. I'm super excited. Hopefully you guys at home are watching.
It should be 6-1, sorry.
6-1, there we go. That makes sense.
Missing one number there.
My bad. I was like, okay.
Yeah.
I was listening to you, J-Bomb. I was going with emotion. I was like, that doesn't make any sense.
No. All of a sudden, I was like, the math ain't mathing for me, JD.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Okay, let's make some sense of it as we have still that 70 minutes to get this thing done. I don't think we're going to come close hitting those times. These strategies do play very well against each other. They can get it started here whenever they would like.
We're just trying to give them the signal that they can start, and we're going to get it going here right away, and they're giving the fist bump, smiles from both players, but deep inside, this is going to be a nerve-wracking game because Tiago has been very, very close to getting an invite. He lost in top 4 a couple weeks ago at the of CCQ where Lorganes took it with Amber Steel.
Yeah, the Enchanted Citrus Clash.
Yeah.
And he's been on the road, and speaking to Tiago as well, this is the last opportunity that this Illuminaire will have to potentially get a ticket to the national tournament. There are a few CCQs coming up. However, they conflict with other DLCs that are going to be abroad. So he's going to prioritize the DLCs over the opportunity to go to the CCQs, which I don't blame him for doing that. because if you can win one of those, you'll make it directly to the World Championship. So this is it. If he can't make it here, he will not be able to attend the North American Championship unless he plays one of those last chance qualifiers.
And those are going to be tough to go 6-0. I know either of these players has the capability to do it, but it's just very hard to go 6-0 in any tournament, even if you are one of the best players in the world.
Agreed.
I don't know if you saw this, but Tiago just literally chugged his entire coffee there, it looked like. So he has probably got about 30 minutes until he gets super wired from all of that caffeine.
I like that.
So he is locking in.
Switch on mode. Let's slam this Starbucks and let's get actually busy as the alters are taking place. Zanelis takes a pretty gracious 4 car. Tiago quickly matches wits with another 4 as well. Both these Luminaires seems they have the nice little 1-2 to start. Tiago's taking 3, excuse me.
And Zenulus started with one of the most important cards on the play in that Aurora, as that's going to allow him to get the Eleanor play line off very quickly, and notably quicker than Tiago can, assuming that he does have the Willow and the Eleanor in his hand. He doesn't even need the Willow to get it on turn 3, but it is nice to continue to plop down more characters and dump your hand out and really get off to an early lead.
Yeah, this Dog's Mirror match is so volatile, so much so that I never play this deck because of the volatility of it. Sometimes it can turn into a under the sea simulator, is where whoever can get the tramp down, find the under the sea, sing it, they just win the game immediately on the spot. But sometimes, I know you turned into the ICL finals, and we were able to see that Dog's Mirror match. It was one of the most riveting, captivating games I think I've seen. And maybe we can get a couple of those in this finals here. So it looks like we are in the mix now, getting those shuffles through and through.
And notably, some nice shuffling here where they're looking away from the decks. I wish everybody would just look away from the decks that they're shuffling. If they're shuffling their own, they're shuffling their opponents. Look just as far away as possible. Make sure there's no opportunity to say, hey, I think you're looking at my deck, because that's just one thing. Like, obviously they know the open list, but when you don't, like, seeing one card there and changing your alters really can be detrimental to the opponent. So we love these nice clean shuffles by each opponent, and they are going to be putting their headphones back on. So we have some technical difficulties it looks like Tiago is addressing, but might slow down the game start here, but hopefully we can get that addressed and going. But it looks like Tiago's giving the shrug of, up, we're good. Let's keep on trucking.
Right on. Shout out to production, by the way, who is over there. Man, she's been pivotal in the Quest world. I call her production, but she's actually production as well. So it's not like just a name. It's actually her duties and responsibilities, and she's doing a great job at that and getting it done, keeping the Quest world on the tracks. As huge handshake come in, the nerves are building. I'm nervous, and I'm not even playing J-Bomb, and this is just a tight spot because I have a great relationship with both of these Luminaries as well. I just want everyone to be happy. I wish everybody can go to Nats, man. I really wish all of these Luminaries can get there, but it's only so many slots, and you got to fight for everything you want. As Bobby Zimmerowski kick Lilo. Great start for Zanelis.
I think Tiago is happy to see the Bobby because it's not one of the broken starts, but he does notably pitch the Lilo, which is going to be an important addition to that discard and come up later if both of these players start grinding out and it becomes kind of a grindy, lengthy game. And we'll see Tiago matching Zenulus' Rapunzel Ink with a Rapunzel Ink of his own and playing that Nalo replacement. Thomas.
I hate to see it. Every time I see this Thomas in these strategies, I get so frustrated because he just hasn't paid his dues. I mean, Thomas, you need more time. Nalo was there for us. Lil Jon was even there for us, and you're over here on this Thomas. I think he's just an imposter, and he shouldn't be in the strat, but that's just my own take as a nice, robust, one-cost character is going to hit the board. And we are both also playing the Eleanor Renowned Diplomat. I think that's another unique card that has really found its stride in this Amber Emerald strategy here in the late stages of the Infinity format.
And Mulan going to the Inkwell, and we're going to double play 2 Auroras, and so that's going to speed up Zenulus' progress in terms of dumping his hand, assuming he has some Queen or other Princess characters. And so Tiago is now going to be on the back foot to try and catch up to what Zenulus is doing because he is coming out of the gate swinging. And just to pause back and go back a little bit, that handshake they did, Jay-Z, I've never done a handshake that cool in my life.
That was a power slap, dude. That was like some
Dylan! It was different than the Jeebus tragic handshake we saw yesterday, which was one of the more hilarious, the awkward ones I've seen.
Rate that shake. That thing almost exploded. As we have the one-cost Thomas coming in for free and Willow into Thomas. But now now we have a very cool play available for Xenius. If you would like to take it, you can go double Aurora Quest, play the Queen for free, and maybe another character, and trigger that ability right now. Let's see if that's the line that the Maelstrom Illuminator wants to play. And no, it's going to be Nani, who's notably not a princess. Unfortunate.
Oh, wow, and he does see 2 Eleanors in that Nani, and so that's going to mean 2 Eleanors going to the bottom of the deck.
Brutal.
And so we're going to have their options to choose between. I can't see the other 2 cards. I only, unfortunately, was able to decipher the Eleanors there, so it's going to be a sad decision for Xenulus, as he's going to get that Nani effect, but lose 2 of the most important cards in this matchup.
Yeah, that is brutal. One of the gives and takes of Nani. Nani is one of the most incredible cards in this deck. Really one of those cards that stands out and pushes this Amber Emerald strategy over the top, being able to, get a plus and have that rigid body, 3 cost, 3/3, be able to challenge and banish, and also, set up, just help defend your board and help sing Under the Sea. But that is one of the downsides. Sometimes it will send some of your utility cards you need to the bottom of the deck. These Aurora holding courts and not able to quest and include more princes to the board either. So still a good turn for Xenulus. But now you have to watch out for those singers that you can get that Undersea going off with.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to take early advantage of these Auroras with any cards in her hand, and Tiago, I think, is now going to hopefully have to use that time he was given from Xenulus to take an advantageous turn here. But these Thomases are not going to be very strong at fighting for the board without something like Tramp or Snowfort. But notably, he does not have the Snowfort in his deck. And so these Thomases are just going to kind of be sitting there for a little bit. And we're going to have to see that Tiago is going to opt to ink his Ursula, thinking Xenulus is not going to be keeping the Under the Sea in his opening hand and likely to not draw it, so we're not going to need this for a little bit. And if we do need it, it's going to likely be after the Tramp Street Smart dog turn, where he's going to be searching for it, and he'll get to use it immediately or have to wait 1 turn. And that's the turn where we'll likely want to answer with a Tramp into an Ursula of our own. So opting to get rid of this for now and save it. But what else could we potentially be thinking?
Maybe he's thinking about
pondering?
he could be trying to save these. We're trying to save these Thomas so we don't go for a potential Dale could come through and make this situation a lot worse. But Tiago's going to break serve and put this very threatening Eleanor, renowned diplomat, onto the board here, and now it starts to speed up a little bit. What do you think about this card, Eleanor, J-Bomb?
I think that it came out of nowhere really quick, and it was one of those cards that it did a lot of things, but being uninkable, and it's not that understated, but it is understated, so people said, you know what, this is kind of a hard ability to pull off, and then people realized, oh, in Dogs, I'm already doing this anyway, this is not that hard to pull off, and so that's like pretty much the whole game plan, and the fact that you can get it out early with Eleanor just makes it an incredible 3-cost character. When it's 4 cost, it's kind of fair, but when you can get this on turn 3, turn a bunch of characters sideways, paying a card for 1 damage, draw a card, and getting a lore, it's actually just pretty devastating.
Yeah,
and so this has solved a lot of the problems that this deck has faced in this early stage of Dogs, and notably like putting a damage on Beast. Now my opponent doesn't get to draw a bunch of cards, and they didn't have an answer to that Beast before, and so now they can. And so it's been helpful versus specifically Amber Steel. It's been helpful versus Ruby Sapphire items by taking out the Oswald. Imagine they play an Oswald, you dump an Eleanor and take it out for free. Yeah, it's been extremely helpful.
It's very powerful, and it also provides a lot of pressure, and it takes a lot of attention. Like when Eleanor hits the board and you have the characters who can trigger her unique ability, you have to dispatch it quickly, and it's not very easy to get rid of. Also, with that 4 willpower, she wears a Rapunzel very well as an include in this deck. Eleanor can take out the Nani and then get 3 more additional cards. Also, while being exerted, we are going to go on the Tramp now, as the first Street Smart dog is going to hit the board, and Tiago has to have some concern there, showing the face in that Tramp.
Yeah, and that's Rapunzel 2 and 3 I see go to the hand. So I think Xenulus is going to opt to at least keep one of those, because the Rapunzel is going to be how he gets back into this game when he starts to run out of gas, is that's going to refill him up, especially with that 2/6 Tramp. That's going to be able to soak whatever damage he wants, including the Eleanor for 3, should he need it, and draw 3 cards from the Rapunzel. So I think that's going to be an easy keep, at least one of those. and we'll opt to see what else he chooses to discard. And now Zenulus also has that Lilo in the discard for when this game starts to get a little grindier. And unfortunately, with these decks, there's no real way to answer an opposing Eleanor if they just keep it ready. And so Tiago's just going to hope to just spiral this game, slow it down, get as much cards as you can from the Eleanor, one extra a turn, and hopefully take the game that way. And so Zenulus is going to try and fight back by dumping as much onto the board as he can while eliminating Tiago's exerted characters, which he needs to exert for that Eleanor effect, of course.
Yeah, you do have to clear some of these characters off the board. One, because Tiago did have the ability to sing Under the Sea there, so I don't hate the strategy of removing those characters while also presenting your own method of singing Under the Sea. So even if you can get hit with a Rapunzel this turn, which is a very likely thing to possibly happen for you with these Rapunzel traps lying all around, you now are threatening with Under the Sea. So Tiago has to make a decision. Am I going to reduce your ability to sing Under the Sea by I don't think you can, because you can't clear all these characters in. Actually, you could. Yes, you can. You can. You can take out the Nani with the Eleanor. You can take out one of the damaged characters, and if you play a Dale or something, you can challenge. Because I think I saw Dale in Tiago's hand as well, but you will not be able to trigger all those draws. So these are the games, man. These are the decisions, and a lot of people say, oh, Dog's Mirror, it stinks. It's so this, it's so Under the Sea. Who cares? Who cares? Ban tramp, ban tramp. But sometimes when you get in these very complex game states, you have to really run the numbers, and this is what separates good from great. And I think this is a decisive moment of this game here, because you have Rapunzel and Dale. Which one are you taking?
Rapunzel and Dale, I'm probably wanting to opt to draw here, but that also sets my opponent up to draw many cards as well, so it's quite dangerous either way. Tiago's going to opt to just develop the Willow and Nani and probably likely not trade anything and just make sure my opponent cannot do a Rapunzel trap of my own when I crack back.
Yeah, he does neither. He says, I'm just going to take it, keep it slow, take it slow, but Under the Sea, how punishing would it be? You lose the Grandmother Willow and you lose the Thomas, but I don't think that's the end of the world, and I think you're just trying to set yourself up to maybe hope this tramp can become exerted, and then you can go for this very powerful Dale play to take the tramp off the board. And even if you go through an Under the Sea, I think Nani and also the Eleanor will be retained unless that Mickey Mouse Traveler is in the deck. Is Zenulus playing that?
Let's see. I do not see it on the side.
Mickey Mouse Expedition Leader is there, and we're playing two copies of it, one of which is in the discard pile there for Zenulus. So that is an option that he has available. If you can go for that Mickey Mouse, and you're able to quest a few times, lower the Eleanor, lower the Nani, then sing Under the Sea, you are on your way to 5K if you can take that one.
Well said, JDC. That was a great rhyme. And so Tiago notably does not have that Mickey, and so anything with 3 strength or higher is going to be immune and not able to be answered by Tiago from Zenulus' side if Tiago should want to, and Zenulus keeps that character ready. And so Zenulus is going to check for the Under the Sea with the Ursula and play a second tramp, and so this game is going to get spiral out of control for Zenulus, and Tiago's going to need basically Under the Sea or bust, as cards are being drawn in, I believe is that 6 cards now, and so Zenulus is going to have whatever cards he wants to play in order to stop Tiago's game plan.
Yeah, but I think even if if Zenulus finds the Under the Sea, I rip it right now, because you would need at least one of those Grandmother Willow or the Thomas to be retained in order to sing your own Under the Sea, because you just check the hand with the Ursula Deceiver, you realize that there's a Tramp Street Smart Dog in Tiago's hand, and now you are very susceptible to Under the Sea, because you would lose your entire board except for the Nani in play. So these are the decisions that we have, and looking at Zenulus' keep pile, it appears as if there is no Under the Sea in that stack right there.
I do not see one as well, unfortunately for Zenulus. And so this is going to be a tough decision here, as Zenulus is one where he is basically in the lead, except for the fact if Tiago can draw an Under the Sea. So it's one of those very scary situations to be in where you feel in control, but not total control. And so this is a tough decision, discarding, it looks like, Miss Park Avenue, a tramp, couple tramps, an Aurora, And I did not see the last card, unfortunately. But now it looks like we are going to quest. Oh, no, we do have the Under the Sea.
Oh, he did have the Under the Sea. Ah,
Okay.
wow. So he did have it the
Yeah.
entire time, as we are going to be able to keep our Eleanor and keep our Nani available. Huge momentum swing for Zeneless, who has a ton of pressure in play. The questing campaign has begun. Tiago seems like he realized that was a realistic outcome, and you're just going to have to roll with the punches sometimes. Bobby Zimmerowski gets his ability, Spray Cheese Kid. We're going to draw one and discard. We are trying to just set up our own tramp and hope so you can find your own Under the Sea and get a clap back before Zaneless, now who's in this questing position, can potentially go on to win this game in a few short turns.
Yeah, Tiago has about 2 turns, this one and his next, to find an answer in Under the Sea, or Zennials is just going to quest, and run away with this game. And so Bobby is going to discard that Dale, which is a great tool for coming back for Tiago, but Tiago is going to opt to just set up another character and get enough for Under the Sea in terms of singers, and hope to draw it in the next turn or so from either a Tramp, Street Smart Dog, or just straight off the top, or maybe another Bobby perhaps.
Yeah, this is a tight spot. Zeneless, I believe, has the opportunity to go for that tramp first. So maybe you tramped what cards did you keep? Obviously, Under the Sea was going to be one of those cards. And Ursula Deceiver is going to dig. Take a peek. It's the Tramp Enterprising Dog and Street Smart Dog. So just a 2 of a kind there. Double Tramp. Quest them all, says Zaneless. Let's get exerted, huh? As these glimmers are getting loose, getting horizontal, and piling on the score. And this is it. It all comes down to this. Tiago, are you goated with the sauce, or are you a rookie noob? Stay tuned to find out.
Yeah, it all comes down to this Tramp. If it can find it Under the Sea, Tiago stays in this game. If it doesn't find the Under the Sea, this game is over. So he's going to opt to play one of these Tramps in order to increase the amount of card draw he can get, pumping up that Nani, which it will then be able to trade into anything on Zenulus' board. And now he's going to play that Tramp Street Smart Dog and draw the cards. You can see the grimace from Tiago. This is for all the marbles right now in game 1. Will he see the Under the Sea? And he does not, and that is going to be probably...
No Under the Sea,
game.
But no, he also could have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe you could have also have gotten to an additional tramp as well, and you didn't do that either. So I think it might be coming to an end unless there is more. You did bump your Nani, so you can take out 2 lore, so that leaves 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now you're gonna have to get into this combat game, and I know you have we'll take out the tramp, taking back 2 damage. We'll take out the Nani potentially, and then you still will get a ping there as well.
You still do get a ping. So it's that second Street Smart Dog that's going to be very hard for Tiago to deal with, but he is going to do a nice job of clearing up the rest of the board with what he has. And the unfortunate part, though, is Zenulus is at 12 and is going to be gaining a bit more lore, and it's very hard for Tiago's deck to answer ready characters. So Zenulus can just start playing upright characters and basically end the game in a few turns here.
Yeah, I think that might be what the game plan is for Zenulus, who was not hit by the Under the Sea in that spot. So he has to be feeling super confident in the position that he's in now. But you're still not out of the woods yet. You still got 8 lore to get. You're only showing 4. And you might take this as an opportunity to just maybe clean up a little bit of Tiago's board potentially. But that tramp is anchoring your entire position together right now. You really want to keep that glimmer around. If you could just slam another Under the Sea right here, you probably could just slam the door shut.
Yeah.
And
I'm actually surprised how well Tiago bailed himself out. Even though he missed the Under the Sea, he traded pretty nicely into the board. So Zenulus is going to probably be forced to take out this Eleanor and make sure that Tiago can stop his card draw from that. But he is going to be in the position where if Tiago ever draws an Under the Sea, it's going to wipe Zenulus' pretty much entire board. And so we're going to see Zenulus methodically take his time. Both these players, I'm liking how long they're taking and making sure they're doing the right turns, because there is a lot on the line. And so Zenulus is going to probably be deciding here on if he just wants to quest out. Obviously, he's probably going to have to take out that Eleanor, likely with an Ursula. If he has a Rapunzel, I think it'd be an easy time to take the Street Smart Dog into the Eleanor and then draw 3 cards. and give us enough gas to just win over the next couple turns. So.
That 4 lore is looking irresistible there. I think you're looking to get up to 16, and that just feels so nice. But that Eleanor holding that 3 damage just seems so problematic. But this changes things a bit here as you develop your own Eleanor. So now if you can keep your characters around, you can quest, you still can gain that lore. I still think it's worth it because if Tiago can get to a Rapunzel, that's going to give you more options to get to a potential Under the Sea again.
I think Zenulus needs to take his Tramp and go into the Eleanor because that is the only way to take out the Eleanor and have 3 characters exerted for your own Eleanor. And so that accomplishes 2 things, taking out their Eleanor, making sure your Eleanor is active, but unfortunately it lowers how much lore we get by 2. And so I think that is a fair trade as we will draw another card.
But also if you do that, that does make your Tramp vulnerable to a potential crackback from some of these other smaller glimmers on the other side. And that is your signature piece, man. That Tramp is your singer. He's your everything. You really want to get as much versatility and utility out of that character as possible. But, man, this is a very, very tight spot. Both of these Luminaries, again, it's very different when I play because I look like I'm just getting cooked all the time. But whenever I see these great players in the dojo switched on, the games just have so much intrigue and so much suspense because it's tight. We're talking left, you go left when you should have went right one time, it's over and everything is cooked. But they are really threading the needle here on some of these really intricate lines. Zenulus did break serve, popped the Under the Sea first, but still here we are fighting for everything you got as Tiago now has 2 copies of that card left.
Yeah, and this is just a very, very tough decision for Zenulus, really thinking about all of the different positions and possible outcomes every action he has between questing and challenging, and just making sure that he sees the perfect line as there's so much on the line. And so that's why we're taking a little bit of time here, and I'm still thinking that it is going to be the Tramp that has to go into Eleanor.
No, I don't think you have to do that because you have your own Eleanor. Eleanor can send 1 to this Eleanor and keep your Tramp as healthy as possible. So you can go Ursula. Ursula take a Bobby there, or they'll clear 2 characters. Or
I was blinded on the Nani, taking out the Nani.
You can pop the Nani too, but you can also pop that Eleanor with the Tramp, and then maybe even it's tough.
It is tough.
It's tough because you just. I don't really want to. If there's a world to take out the Nani and the Eleanor, I think I'd take that if at all possible. Maybe even to.
Oh, so he is going to be trading, so that is going to be 1 damage on the Bobby, finishing it off. And then I would probably think that our Ursula would have to quest if we want to activate this Eleanor. And then, as you said, our Tramp can quest or take out. Maybe the Tramp can go into the Nani, and then we can then ping and take out the Eleanor.
But that's really going to slow your clock down a lot. Granted, Tiago's only representing 5 lore right now, and you're almost at you're at 12, so you're 8 away. That's not that far to go, so you probably can rebuild a little bit later. Looking at Zenulus's hand resources, I think you might be rubbing hands together, as we'll just take out the smaller Tramp here.
Okay, and probably a quest from this Ursula, and then we're going to take out that Eleanor with our Eleanor ability going up to 14 or 15 lore.
Yeah, that'll get you up to 4. Yeah, we'll get you up to 14 there. Eleanor triggers, and that gets you up to 14. So this is still a game. Looking at the hand, you see that there is the punish there a little bit, as we are able to get the Dale ready for his shot to do a huge board swing as well. You talked about it early in the interim, J-Bomb, that Chip that Dale being such a powerhouse in these very grindy games. He looked quite great there.
Yeah, Zenulus very happy he traded where he did, though, because otherwise he would have gotten even more punished. And so this is such a crazy game, JDZ. It is nail biter, and this is why I sometimes do enjoy watching the Dogs mirrors when both players really don't draw the Undersea. We see Zen did, but Tiago didn't have it wasn't the strongest Under the Sea. That's just an instant wipe because Tiago still had enough characters to answer back. But this has been just such a back and forth, and we're finally going to see that Lilo come out for Zenulus. He is running low on resources. Tiago has quite a strong board presence right now with that Dale, Tramp, and Tramp. And we're going to see Zenulus asking a question. We're looking for a production.
Lord God, if we can get a judge over a feature match table. I'm not sure exactly what the situation is. As we'll grab the Lord Guide. Katie and production are getting the judge over to the table. I think they're just having a type of
damage discretion maybe on the Tramp.
Yeah, and Tramp swinging in with his willpower. I think that they're just trying to make sure that all the damage is good. No big deal. Like, we're not missing out on anything. So we're just gonna get the rundown of what is happening. I think they're just trying to make sure everything is on the up and up. Shout out to the lore guys, by the way, as they are moving over to the feature match table. You guys are not missing anything. We're going to stay with the action to see if we can see this thing transpire live. I know sometimes we kick it back to the booth. No, we're going to just sit over here and see if we can speculate wildly.
I think the crazy thing is this is either like turn 5 or 6 for both players, and that's already been like 20 to 25 minutes in this game. So these are very, very long turns. These players really thinking about and taking the time. I probably would have lost this game playing a little too quick, and that's why I'm not the dogs player here. And these players just really, really know the ins and outs and how they can sneak out of these situations. Tiago incredibly coming back from an early under the sea without hitting one of his own and just been able to consistently fight for the board. And so we're going through the judge call here, just describing what had happened. Now we got laughs, we got smiles, we're figuring it all out. It looks like it has been solved, and now we are going to be back at Xenius' turn, who did just bring the Lilo back, 2 cards in hand, and is about to figure out what he wants to do with the rest of the turn, exerting 2 of his ink to play a second Lilo. And these Lilos are going to be very helpful to keep resources for Xenulus.
Yeah, that is pressure. Those Lilos questing for 2, I think, is very powerful indeed. Tiago now is starting to feel that pressure starting to mount, as these Lilos will be able to recur every single turn. And now you put yourself in a position where this Eleanor can get loose, but you got your own Eleanor, and the Pluto has hit the board as well. What is that good boy doing in there? The Pluto is in the deck, and I love to see it.
I think he wanted to have more Auroras and more ways to cheat out early ink, and so to get out that. Make sure we get those Eleanors out quick. Make sure we get those Treat Smart dogs out quick. And notably, with these Lilos, they come into play exerted. So if we ever get a different character, we can bring back both of our Lilos and get an Eleanor trigger. But it looks like Tiago is going to probably put 1 damage on the Eleanor. Xenulus already pointing to it, expecting it. And so Tiago's just going to decide which way he wants it to go. And then this game is starting to get favoring Tiago very, very much so.
Yeah, this one's getting, the board is getting wide. These Eleanors are showing their promise, and why that card is just such a sneaky pick as one of the best cards in the entire set. I remember when this card got revealed, I thought that card was pretty good. And just immediately disregarded it, but now here it is. I'm like, man, can we get an Eleanor Enchanted one time? This thing is popping off in a major way, really showing some prestige in this unique strategy, as now Xenulus is in the Thought Vault. We have the Pluto friendly Pooch now in play. Still no Under the Sea coming in from Tiago, and Xenulus is probably trying to play around that idea as well, as if you can get your 1 Lilo sent Under the Sea, you'd rather just get 1 instead of 2. Maybe just trying to advance your own board a little bit more so we can bring those Lilos back and trigger this Eleanor, like you said.
Yeah, this is getting right to the end. This is going to be the climax turn. I think this game is going to be over in 2 to 3 turns, depending on what Zen can do here. And he is going to use that Rapunzel to draw a card. Unfortunately, not getting a lot of cards. And because of that 1 damage, and notably that Dale, no matter what he challenged into, he could not get more than 1 card. He is going to go up to 16. And this is going to set up his ability to go to 19 on the next turn, assuming that Lilo is answered. So Zen is actually marching pretty close. So he's putting Tiago on a 2-turn clock where Tiago has to close this game in 2 turns, or it's not going to be enough because Zen can just play a character.
No, we're going to go right to Scoop Town here.
Oh?
Yeah, I think you have to scoop it up, as Xenulus is going to take game number 1, because Tiago, he could have cleared the Lilo, but then, like you said, we bring back double Lilo quest, and that's going to be a lore at the end of the turn. Eleanor will quest as well, so that Tiago reading the writing on the wall as Xenulus is going to get it done and takes game number 1.
Yeah, that is a crazy, crazy game right there. And that drawing that Rapunzel did help, because I guess any 2 lore character would have taken it for him, assuming that Tiago didn't draw the Under the Sea. So, wow, crazy, crazy way to stay in it for Xenulus. And that was an incredible, not a comeback, because he was pretty much like kind of in the lead the whole time. But Tiago looked like he was just on the brink of taking it right there. And, wow, very, very Very strong play from both players here.
Yeah, and that's you survived that under the sea, and you thought that you were getting to a spot to where you could slowly start to crawl back in. As it looks like we got a little bathroom break might be happening, as Tiago is just going to stretch the legs a little bit. I'm not sure where that Illuminator went. We're going to kick it back over to the booth here for just a moment. While I've never seen that happen. They just get up and walk off the table as they're going to go try to get some water and hydrate a little bit. But man, what an incredible game, number one. I'm
starting off this series incredible. You see two incredible
sweating.
players, and they're really battling it out. And Tiago didn't hit the under the sea, which if he did it probably anytime he wins it, but he kept battling in there, and he was just 2 turns away from himself winning. But right at the end there, Zenulus was able to use those Lilos to his advantage and needed both of them to just recur and just set up a character so that Eleanor could finally use its effect to get that 1 lore and finish Tiago off in this game 1.
Yeah.
And so we haven't put a Dog's Mirror on. That was an incredible game, though.
I know.
And so I know that people don't love the Dog's Mirrors, but when they're those grindy games, they are very, very good games. And you said it, the ICL one was very good too. So.
And I'm gonna tell you this, J-Bon, and I mentioned this on my Twitter the other day, and I was like having this same conversation that's been going around the community about Tramp and ban Tramp and dogs and those types of things. And someone said, hey, you just don't want to broadcast dog mirrors all day. And secretly, that's my own little personal secret. J-Bomb, I don't hate I don't hate it. It's a special matchup, and I understand that sometimes when they're very under the sea focused, that can get a little redundant. It can get a little boring. But when it's 2 great players and they are, really going back and forth, it's very similar to. And I hate to compare our game to chess or any of those types of strategy games, but there is, especially with an open deck list, and you know what tools your opponent has already used, and you know what tools you have access to, and you have these very powerful cards, and you have to set them all up in a very particular order, and they're trying to stop you. It's a lot of intrigue in this matchup, man, and I don't want to make it sound like I'm a salesman or whatever. I'm not trying to convince anybody that the Dog's Mirror is not that bad, but it's really, really not. And just if you go back and just watch that game and just look at what cards were put into the inkwell, what cards were played, and the sequencing in which those turns took place. We saw the undersea happen. It didn't just end the game right away like it prototypically does. So I really don't hate watching the mirror. The deck is very good, and that's why a lot of players are elected to use it, and that's why it's converting so highly. But it's a nice matchup, and it is a very expressive, skill-focused strategy.
Yeah, and that Bobby on turn 1 putting that Lilo, we didn't see it for a couple turns, but it came back and it won the game.
Actually,
and it won the game by not even questing. It won the game because it came into play exerted, allowing the Eleanor to get that 1 lore. What a crazy ending to that game that we needed to just have enough ink for 2 Lilos and just be able to quest with that Rapunzel, going to 19, finishing the turn with 3 exerted characters, bringing us to 20 from that Eleanor. And we're going to go into game 2 where Tiago is going to be on the play. Tiago, of course, representing world-class cards, has an invite in pretty much every area except NA, and Zenulus here looking for his first qualification here in NA, and 1 game away from it. One game away from making the finals.
Depending on what's going on in that other game. I mean, if we can, maybe we can get some information on there. Maybe we can pull up the Ravensburger Play Hub. The link is, I believe, in the chat or potentially pinned. We can find out what's happening with the Not a Clue versus Ben matchup and get some updates for you guys. If Ben wins, one of these Luminaries are in, okay, for sure. They will get that pass down as we can see what's happening there as Tiago's looking at the hand. You love/hate to see as we send a quick 4 this time coming in from the Tiago world-class cards versus Zenulus now. Looking at his hand as well. Let's see how quick we ship and what we hold on to.
I see some good cards in Zenulus's hand, so we'll see how many he sends back, but he's thinking hard, and he notably has Lilo and Willow, I see, and it looks like Eleanor. He's probably going to keep that Eleanor, make sure he has it, and sets that card up early because, as we noted and saw in the last game, those things became turrets, similar to the old Prince John and Bucky days, where you can't really answer it in this specific matchup. Other decks have answers to the Eleanor, but this one really does not, and you don't really want to ping it because then they just Rapunzel it. So it's really going to sit there for most of the game unless you have that exact Mickey that Zenulus has.
All right, so this just coming from the production is that Ben has 1, 2, and 0. So it is confirmed, like a Don King perm, that we are here playing for an invitation to the national tournament. 2 wonderful players. Zenulus is on match point. Tiago needs to break serve and send this thing back on into a deuce-deuce situation to play for it all, as we are up, right, and active. If you're not built for this, you need to go find somebody. The seat backs are up. The tray tables are stowed, and we are taking off at 25 jillion feet in the air. This is the top 4 playing for a national invitation. Zingless versus Tiago. Let's get active.
Now that Ben's won, this almost feels like the finals, JDZ, because this is playing for the invite at this point. And so this is everything on the line. This is going to be great. Zenulus taking a very, very methodical time thinking through this altar. This is one of the longest altars I've seen. And, you know, JDZ, I've done a few altars in my day.
It's important. Like you said, everything matters. You have to look at the ink ability you have in your hand. You have to look at your curve. You have to look for the Grandmother Willow. You have to look for it all, as we got a fist bump being issues. Zingless now on the draw. We have Tiago, who looks like you have that 1-2 Aurora and Willow, and you have the Nani as well. So nice start for Tiago. Let's see if Zingless can match wits with this start of the holding court Aurora.
Yeah, I do not see an Eleanor in Tiago's hand. I do see a Willow and a Nani. He's going to not be able to use that Aurora. Oh, that might be actually... There is an uninkable. Is that the Eleanor?
It might be the Eleanor. It could be the Lady Miss Park Avenue. That could be that card as well. We do have an Eleanor here.
Yep. Okay, so this hand is starting to be looking very strong for Tiago, and he's going to be off to an early race. He does have the Willow into a 1-drop, and next turn he's going to be able to bring out that Eleanor and start a pingin'.
But we are kind of suffering from some ink ability, though. Next turn, you will be able to quest that Aurora to play that Eleanor next turn. But looking at the hand, I think you might not have the ink to allow you to get to that situation, as we are going to go double Lady.
Yeah.
That's a nice rebuttal coming in from Zingless.
You will be able to get there because with the discount with Willow and Aurora.
But you got to have ink. You got to have an ink. You got to find some ink, though.
No, you only need 2.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Oh, my goodness. That is actually true. So no ink required, as we will be able to play that very powerful curve of the Eleanor, a renowned diplomat, on curve. This is very difficult for Zingless to overcome in this situation. Maybe you can go shift Lady Sing. Is that possible? No, that's only 7. It's not enough. You need Grandmother Willow to pull it off.
Yeah, so this is just a brutal start from the perspective of Zenulus, because Tiago is off to the races with one of the strongest starts that he could possibly have. Not only left one open ink, not usually something Dogs likes to do in the early games, but we'll forgive him because he did get that Eleanor out already on turn 3.
Yeah, this is a tough line, and it's very. I can't really even think of the rebuttals that you can have against this super duper early Eleanor Renowned Diplomat on the draw. It's hard to beat.
Yeah, as you said, the shift Lady is probably what Zen's going to want to go to, assuming he can get it under the sea as well. But he is still kind of far away from that, so we're going to see what this Nani pulls up, and it pulls up a Rapunzel, a Bobby, a Nala, and a Nani, so it's Rapunzel, Nani, Bobby, and Nala. So likely we're going to see that Bobby taken if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think that I'm taking this Bobby right away. And this Nani also representing that 3 ink requirement to fulfill the obligations of the Under the Sea. If you can get to that shift, Sing Under the Sea, and take out this Thomas, Grandmother Willow, and Aurora, and then you can put yourself in a position to go on and probably win this thing in 2-0 fashion. But Bobby Zimmerowski could potentially help you find that last missing piece of the puzzle. Tiago seems unfazed by the board that is on the other side.
Yeah, we're about 30 minutes in from when Tiago chugged that coffee, so I'm surprised he is as calm and collected as he is. I would be a shaking, jittery mess at this point because I don't really drink caffeine, so he is holding it together good.
J-Bomb, I'm sitting in the losers bracket of a 8-person set championship, and I'm shaking like a leaf, man. I don't have it in me. I'm not built like that. I just don't have that type of resolve that these great players do. They seem cool and calm and collected here, playing for it all. Your whole season could potentially be on the line right now. You just seem unbothered by the scenario, as we will take the opportunity to get those ladies a challenge, and they gain strength because you play characters and you're able to take down that Grandmother Willow to cut off some of that free character cost.
I think we're going to go for a second Eleanor here, JDZ, and that's going to be very brutal. That'll allow one of our Eleanors to take out one of these ladies, and then Aurora to go into another lady and ping off to take out
that lady,
take off Lady and Bobby.
Yeah, no, you're just ping to take. Oh, yeah, you got double ping.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And so this is going to leave Zenulus with Nani and a Dream.
And you're firing the cannon, gathering wisdom, and friends on the other side in one turn. That is actually brutality. And there she is. I think
He
you did pay
not,
too much
yeah,
ink,
he did
though.
not need to pay for. Obviously, it really doesn't matter, but
Yeah, I
want to get
think
in the
it
habit of
actually does.
making.
I think it does matter. If you're
Yeah.
Tiago, I think you didn't have to ink that Lilo,
Yeah.
which could have been a resource that you could have used later and just play that Eleanor for a reduced cost. So I think he might have just realized that right now as he looked at that inkable Lilo into the inkwell. She could have been a nice resource in hand to trigger both of these Eleanors multiple times over turn. So a little bit of a missed sequence there for Tiago, maybe showing a little signs of maybe exhaustion. That coffee needs to pick up steam there for this Lumineer.
A lot of times when you have such strong plays, you kind of forget some of these like small things, and you get this advantage. You kind of play a little sloppier, and so we are going to go ahead and play the third Eleanor,
My goodness.
and then take out
No
probably
way.
a Nani for free. And Zenulus is laughing, and this
We're not
game
beating
is
this. Yeah,
going to
this one's
be
done. This one's
one that is over. Probably next turn we're going to go to Scoop City and go into a game 3 with Zenulus on the play.
Yeah, this is one of those things where you are. I think it's done. I think this one's pretty much just Jovertown, and you're not beating that.
You got the smash, the Finders Keeper, and a card that doesn't exist.
Yeah. Or do you want to build a snowman?
Yeah.
Denied. Okay, and there you go. Game 3 lore. So that is an incredible triple Eleanor Y2C there, as Tiago is going to get it done in game number 2. And wow.
And while game 1 was like a masterclass in both players staying in it, both players finding the lines that they need to survive and make it and try and win the game, this game was just, let me show you what the dogs can do, JDZ. Let me just pick whatever cards I want.
I like, dude. I can't get over this Eleanor card. It was revealed and there was no reaction. And I made it my mission as someone during reveal season. There's always a card that everyone overreacts to. And I'm the guy who's always overreacting a lot of times. And I made it my solemn oath. I think it was in Sapphire Coil. When Sapphire Coil was revealed, I'm like, I don't care. I'm never going to make another overreaction about a revealed card ever again.
What was your reaction on the coil?
It was very like, oh my God, the game is over type thing. I was like, what are they doing kind of thing? That type of energy.
Sailor built a whole brand on that one card.
But that's what I'm saying. I am going to make it. I'm making my mission to not overreact, but. I read everyone else's overreactions as, it's nice content to consume, and no one overreacted to this Eleanor card. There was zero reaction, and it was just like, oh, cool, right on, and next.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of reaction for Dale, obviously. There was a lot of reactions for other cards that were in the deck, in the set, but Eleanor got nothing.
It's just very rare for synergistic uninkable cards to be good in this game, and this is just one that happened to the deck already existed with a lot of these low-cost characters already being exerted, and it just sort of fit. And so you see a lot of Ruby cards that have kind of not similar effects, but they're uninkable and have effects that seem good, but they're just not quite there. And Eleanor kind of does it all for this Dogs deck, and it just addresses every single thing that it was missing prior to the builds without it.
Looking at Tiago there, a lot of stress. You can start to feel the stress a little bit, and I'm stressed out as well. Everyone at home is probably stressed out as well. There is just so much on the line for this game of Disney Lorcana. Everybody wants to make it to the mountaintop, but only few slots remain at the tippity top of that mountain, and only one player can get there, and it's going to be either Tiago or it's going to be Zenulus, because we know that the winner of this will be going to the national tournament, and the loser of this will have a sad story to tell.
I am going to be happy regardless because one of my good friends is going to win, but I'm also going to be sad because one of my good friends is going to lose here. So it's one of those 6 eggs in one hand, half a dozen in the other. But one of these brilliant players is going to be going to the Continental Championship here in North America.
Yeah, this is going to be it. This is for all the marbles, for all the kit and caboodle. Zenulus now on the play will be altering first. You're looking for those. You're honestly looking for the exact same thing Tiago just did.
Give me what Tiago got.
I'm like,
I want that.
I don't have what he's having. Yeah, do exactly what he just did to you, and I think you're going to be on your way to the national tournament. Well, Tiago, I think on the draw, you're probably going to be favoring some of those very powerful tramp lines. Maybe you can find that under the sea, stabilize, seeing that thing sooner than later, and put yourself in a position to take over the initiative. Because right now you're going to be on your back foot.
Tiago doing what I call the Tiago stare. We just missed it there, but he likes to look at his opponent in the eye while they're altering and never blink. Kind of similar to Ed Chu.
The Ed Truce there,
Yeah.
I know him and Ed are close friends,
Yeah.
both world-class cards members as well, just trying to really get in. I don't think you can intimidate Zenulus too much, but it will kind of creep me out there if I got Tiago staring at me with those puppy dog eyes.
Yeah, I agree. And what I do like about Zenulus and Habibi when I've seen them on stream is whenever the most ridiculous, like worst possible card happens, they just laugh.
Yeah.
And they move on. Yeah.
As
A shake of the head and a laugh.
a little nod, a shake, and here it is, man. The stress level is mounting. Make sure you guys tell a friend what is happening here and what you guys can see here as it is time to quest. Tiago on the left, on the draw. Zenulus on the right. Powder blue sleeves versus those steel gray, matching our Imagineering mats there. First time I've ever seen these Imagineering mats getting actual playtime. I think these might be mouse pads, actually.
I believe so. Yeah, they're not actually Disney Lorcana
not.
playmats. They are from the D23. They're oversized, the mouse pad size, and Robert was selling them on Whatnot one time, and I was like, I gotta have one of these. So shout out to Lizard Kitty from TFM for her ability to get me one, because my wife uses it as her computer mouse pad now. So we do have one. Love this playmat.
Nice.
The little Mickey in the corner. I love like the low style mats here where there's not a ton going on, so it lets the cards that you're playing show off, and you get to see the little Mickey just to know that it is Disney. But this is one of my favorite mats that I do own. Well, now I guess my wife owns, but
that's one of my new things as we do these productions. I do agree with you. A lot of times people want to put like your mats up. They can be very busy, and sometimes that takes away from the gameplay. So you want to make sure your mats are nice and low key like this one. This is 10 out of 10 Imagineering mat right there. So
yeah, and I think they did a great job with those beige full mats where they're not very busy and they say what they need to
and get out of there.
Kind of challenge,
Less
Disney
is more.
kind of world. Yeah,
less is more.
Let the players show off the cards. Let the cards speak for themselves. And we're gonna go ahead and start the game here for all the marbles by inking Lilo and playing the Aurora. And notably, that is how Tiago started last game with his incredible start. So Zenulus very happy to see that Aurora. That'll allow him, if he has it, to get out the Eleanor as early as turn 3 and start getting those cards and lore and damage on Tiago's characters.
Very aggressive start. Maybe we can get that Grandmother Willow on 2 with another 1 cost, just like Tiago did. Tiago now on the draw. It looks like we have our own Robert Zimmerowski, the spray cheese kid. Get into my office, Principal Mazer. I'm sorry, my coffee just hit me there as I just go full spray cheese kid there. Maybe trying to cheddar up. No.
And
we're going to go decisive here with the dog.
Lady.
That's pretty good.
Coming in hot there. And so Lady does a good job of being able to counter the Aurora should the Aurora quest and use her ability to discount a princess or queen, as Tiago is normally going to be able to play 2 characters in a single turn, boosting up that Lady and getting to at least 2 strength and taking out the 2 willpower of Aurora. And so Zenulus will be in a risky spot where he likely loses the Aurora the first time he quests to use that ability.
That's a very fair point, and that also might tempt you not to go for a quest here. But Zenulus says, "I will not be denied. Aurora, get active, do your thing, and we will quest that holding court. We'll play another one for free." Interesting indeed. We still have all of our ink allotment left, so if you can go for the Grandmother Willow here, and you got it, and you got another 1 cost as well, wow, what a turn.
And so here we are dumping our hand, and if Tiago has the ability to play 2 characters and go into that Aurora, there's enough characters that Zen could just easily crack back and take out that Lady with as little as 1 character if he really wanted to trade with the Willow and Aurora and the Lady. But more likely than not, if he has Eleanor, this is going to be a very tough spot for Tiago to come back.
And you are kind of resource deprived. So if you do get this board interacted with, granted, like you said, there isn't a lot of ways to interact with these ready characters. But if you start to haphazardly exert your characters too prematurely without that Eleanor, you lose all these resources that you have in hand or on the board. You'll probably subsequently lose the game. But I feel the way that Zenulus is playing, he's alluding that there is an Eleanor in the midst coming quite soon. She will be the renowned diplomat doing her duties and responsibilities. Double Aurora would also save you that ink requirement. So I still think it might be worth the investment to send this lady into that Aurora holding court.
I agree with you there. And Zenulus has already played 5 ink worth of characters on turn 2, and that is a very, very tough spot to be in when your deck really can't answer anything except for if you have Under the Sea. So Zenulus is going to be off to one of the fastest starts I've seen from a Dogs player. all weekend, and that's going to be a tough spot for Tiago, but he's going to methodically think through what the lines he has to win the game. And so that's what these high-level players do, JDZ, is they'll look at the board and they'll understand, okay, this play might help me right now, but I need to make plays that are going to win me the game down the line. And so if I do certain actions here, that may help me for this turn and the next turn, but it's going to not lead me to a path to victory. And so these players are very, very good at identifying the path to victory and are going to just take their time, ink the correct cards, and make sure that they set themselves up for 5 turns down the line for drawing the out they need and be able to get that and put them in a position to win.
Very true. I see we have that renowned diplomat in our own hand. We also have that grandmother Willow. But while we're sitting here, Tiago's deep in the thought ball. A little bit of trivia for J-Bomb and everyone at home viewing. We have Eleanor, who is the newest diplomat. Can you name how many diplomats do we have, and can you name them?
I'm gonna guess 3.
Okay, 3 is correct.
Really? Oh wow.
That's correct. And who are they?
Eleanor.
Eleanor's 1. You got 1. That was the easy one. That was the easy one.
I do not know the other 2.
All right, we have Anna.
Anna.
The Emerald Anna. She
Okay.
is a
I would
diplomat.
not have got that. Yeah.
And then you also have Mulan, who is also a diplomat. The Sapphire Mulan that came in, reprinted and fabled. She is a diplomat as well. So Dipset. Shout out to the Dipset right there.
Yeah.
Anyone who knows who the diplomats are. So we are going to go Willow into Tramp now as a little bit of rebuttal. We can increase our lady strength to take down this Aurora holding court. And again, I think it just might be worth it to do.
Yeah, the one counter of it not being worth it is if Tiago does have the lady shift and an under the sea, then that changes things. He obviously does not have it in his hand, but he values that keeping this lady upright to make sure that I can get a tramp off and search for what I need is going to be more valuable than taking out that Aurora right now. And so I think because he has that tramp, that is going to be the main reason why he is not going to be taking or opting to take out that Aurora.
That's a very solid point. Trying to get to your tramp lines and hold out hope for a potential under the seeing. But when you develop that tramp without the ability to sing under the sea, you're playing into potential Ursula lines as well. So a lot of complex decision. We're learning something here today, folks. As I'm not even going to pretend like I'm on the same echelon as either of these Illumineers. So whatever he does, I'm assuming it's going to be the right thing to do. As you're just trying to coerce your opponent maybe into a false sense of security, get them to exert this board. You realize that Xenolus has kind of run his hand down a little bit with this go wide early strategy. That is a gambit, and if you lose this board via under the sea or via exerting and challenging, you probably won't have a nice clear path to victory.
Yeah, well said, JDZ. And so Xenolus is going to be back in the Thought Castle trying to figure out what the optimal lines here is. I would love to just see their hand and be able to identify what they're going through, but without that, I'm at a struggle here. Just try and get a read on what could possibly be the lines here. If he has an Eleanor, he's likely playing it this turn. If not, that's where the decision tree is going to come down, and likely maybe we see a Nani as a backup plan, but his plan A is definitely going to be, I want to be playing Eleanor.
But look at this intensity,
Yeah.
though. look at the
Tiago
intensity.
looks like it's winter in Canada, and he's got his neck into the little pocket there of the jacket. And so
I just want to zoom in on that intensity. Both of these
Yeah.
players are just like, man, you just see them. They are just thinking on so many different avenues, man. They're just deep in. I wonder how many turns they're down the road or what they could be thinking about. This is this critical junction points of this game. This turn, and just like the previous game, well, not the previous game, but game number 1, it was a turn very similar to this as well, where it was vital. It was pivotal on. If you do it wrong right here, you will lose. And if you do it right, you could potentially win. It's the decision that you are going to inject into this game right here in this moment. So it's fine. We have plenty of time left. I think we should let these Illuminaires take their chance to figure this thing out and get it right here, because if someone loses, I want it to be on their own merit, and I want them to say, hey, I lost because I messed up and he played better, and that's all I want to hear.
Yeah, this is quite a scary hand to see from the Ursula. Obviously, you missed the under the sea. 2 Eleanors is probably fine to see from Xenolus' side. Tiago doesn't want to have 2 of those. He's only had 2 inks, so it's kind of a struggle. So he might have to ink this Dale to be able to play this Tramp Street Smart Dog next turn. And so now Xenolus is going to have used... notably, he tapped both of his ink, or exerted both of his ink, there, instead of using the Willow. Okay, and now switching there. So it looks like they got it all cleared up, and the Willow and the 2-ink has been used properly. So Zen is going to take this turn off basically to just not do the most optimal line and try to cycle through, see what Tiago's game plan is, discard some cards, and it looks like Zen might be ink starved because he did not ink this turn. But
yeah, again, that is a gambit. When you flood the board very early, you have to run those risks and hope your deck can bail you out. As you are just going to play the Ursula, take a sneak peek, and now Tiago has decisions here. Are you going to go for this Eleanor play? You can ink here in Eleanor, or do you? And now we'll start to set up your singing capability to have the tramp be able to sing. But now Zenulus is also threatening Under the Sea. And if you look, we have 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 singer in play right now. That will be a harmonic sing of an Under the Sea, but it is very plausible as an out. And Tiago might think that Zenulus is going for that. A nice singer, an extra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, singer 6 here Under the Sea.
Yeah, and so if Zen's setting that up with his last card, that is a brilliant plan because that would put Tiago on just Eleanor. And so Tiago's probably thinking, if you do have Under the Sea as your last card, is it worth exerting all of my characters here? And I gotta say, if he does exert all of his characters here, I would have liked to see the Tramp Street Smart Dog inked over the Lilo. But he's gonna go work through all the lines and see what are the possibilities that could happen. And notably, though, Zen is at 1, so if he Under the Seas, Eleanor will be able to crack back at 1 character, likely the Willow, but then putting Zen at just the card he draws in hand and 2 ink. So Zen needs to really have that Under the Sea, or if he is, or he's going to be just out of resources.
Yeah, was there a world where you could tramp look for the Under the Sea this turn? I don't think you have the ink available to do that, and setting up this Eleanor still seems quite vital. There's also a world where you put them on, you don't have it. I think you're fake, and I don't think you got it, and you just pass again, and you try to set up that double Eleanor, which you have access to now, and then quest next turn, and you can really start to apply some pressure. So I don't know if Tiago is going to make that type of hold. It will take some serious courage, and we will.
He is going to risk it and hope that his last card is not the Under the Sea. So let's see what Zenulus can do from here on. I do not see his hand. He's hiding it just ever so from the camera, and he is going to play the Street Smart Dog.
That's huge.
And there is a Street Smart, a Tramp, a Rapunzel, a Mickey, an Aurora, and a Tramp. So no Under the Sea from those cards, but he did get a second Tramp and has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 characters. So if he wanted, could play a second one for free, but he has to be nervous because Tiago does have a Street Smart Dog of his own and enough singers for his own Under the Sea.
Yeah.
And so unfortunately, because of the hand size of Zenulus, even if he takes that Tramp and takes a bunch of cards, which he likely will because he wants those Leos on the discard, he will not be able to keep the Under the Sea should he have it.
Because he's only had 1 card left in hand, and we didn't find it. That would have been a really good play to be able to find that Under the Sea right there. So now you might have to find the cards to help you rebuild in the event that now Tiago has the initiative to dig for his own copy of Under the Sea. And if you sing it here, everything is gone. So this is a tough spot for Zen. You'd love to see that 1 or 2 copies of Under the Sea there and just really put the pressure on Tiago. But now there's signs of life here coming in from the world-class card player.
Yeah, and this comes back to game 1 where we're kind of in a similar situation where Zenulus put Tiago on, have the Under the Sea, or you lose the game. And it looks like he did just draw the Under the Sea. So he is going to be in a wonderful position as he's going to eliminate the entire board of Zenulus and have double Eleanor in addition to that. And so that is going to be a very, very hard spot for Zenulus to come through, and Tiago is going to be inches away here from becoming or going to the finals and facing Ben Gibson. I forgot that this almost feels like the finals, JDZ, because the invite is on the line.
And there it is,
and
the handshake
he is just
going
to take the handshake, and Tiago is going to be going to the Continental Championship in North America.
Tiago does it. He is going to get there. And wow, what a conclusion, man. What a game. That's what it comes down to. That hurts, man. That hurts. And not like this. I love both of these eliminators, but that is a tough one to have it in that way. But huge congratulations to Tiago. Much deserved. Well played. Zenulus. makes it so razor's edge close to making it to that national event. We're going to kick back to the booth as we're going to have Katie from the Lore Keepers in, who's going to grab Zingless and probably talk, or grab. We probably can grab both these players if we want, but probably grab Tiago and talk to him about that performance before we get over into the finals.
Yeah.
But what an incredible game, and drawing the underseed. He didn't even have to dig for it.
No, he
Didn't
just
even dig
top
for
decked it, so he didn't. Yeah, so he could just play the Eleanor. Just you see one of those cards and you just think I'm going to the national championship.
Yeah, it's just over. Yeah, it was actually a
huge congrats to Tiago. That almost felt like the finals. So we do still have the finals, guys. Ben Gibson on Red Blue Shark, who has not lost a match all weekend, is going to be playing against Tiago in the finals. Tiago, because Ben has already qualified via Milwaukee, playing Blurple and making top 32 there, he had an invite, so that will be passed down to Tiago and allowing Tiago to get another invite.
Yeah, so that is wow. I am shocked. Looking at the chat, just checking in with the chat. I know we have a lot of Zingless supporters out there. The entire team. Maelstrom is in the building, really giving their condolences to their good friend. It's a really tight-knit unit over there at the Maelstrom headquarters. Luke, DLC champion Luke Wonderland, is in the building, really feeling sad about his good teammate and friend RMB out there. Another Maelstrom alumni is out in the building holding it. And it's just really tough. That was a hard fought match. And
Zen has been so close time after time and he just keeps being right there.
And I feel bad because I was trying to do everything I could to not get Zingless on the stream because he is one of the, and I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
I have probably broadcasted a Zingless match 8 times, 9 times. Every time I throw that Luminary on the broadcast, he always. Something like that always happens.
Yeah.
He digs for the thing, doesn't find it, and the opposition is going to get it. I'm telling you, I've cursed this man so hard, and I do feel bad. I did everything I could, but we had an issue, and one of the Illuminators didn't want to play on stream, and it was just one of those things that we had to make happen. But still, taking nothing away from him, he's got to keep his head held high. I think he performed quite nicely in this event. He represented himself quite well, and it just did not work out this time.
And we did get a great match, though. That game was one for the record books because that was one of my favorite matches all weekend. The back and forth between those two players, and I just respect how much time they took on each turn because these dogs games are not long games in terms of turns, but they are long games in terms of I need to ink the right card, I need to play the right card in the right order, and your first 3 turns are just so monumental, and altering is so monumentally important in those matchups, and it's just like, sure, Tiago had the best possible draw in Game 2, but he set himself up in Game 3. He put himself in the position where, Zenulus, if you have Under the Sea, you probably win this game, but I need to put in a position to use these 2 Eleanors. But then he got lucky there with the Under the Sea draw, and it was able to just finish off and ice the game on the spot there.
Yeah, that was a tough spot. And even me, I was like, hey, we got to take down this Aurora. And he was like, no, I'm not going to do that. We're going to continue to build this board, stick to the flight plan, and hope everything works out for me in the end. And it did in the end. Checking in with the chat again. We got another straight-up legend is in the building. Liam is out there from the Illuminati. At least I'm assuming that's Liam.
Yeah.
Could very well be Aaron, or it could be one of the 2 babies as well.
So
I got to stop being.
My baby has been typing on my Discord a few times, and you'll get like the pound sign, the exclamation point, like ADFF.
I have to stop assuming that is Liam out there in the chat, but probably giving some condolences and well wishes to his podcast member and friend Zaneless for going down in that regard. So very great match. I enjoyed every minute of it. I'm happy that they both had a nice, fair, balanced matchup, and it just somebody's got to go down, and it just happened to be Zaneless this time.
Yeah, and so hopefully we got a really, really good final. I'm excited to see Shark again versus Dogs, as he's just been cleaning up against these dogs time after time. Ben took down Zenulus' only loss in Swiss. He took down Allison from Lords of Lore, and he took down Lost Boys in the top 8, and so Lost Boys Chris, and we're going to a great final where Ben will be on the play and Tiago is coming in
right away. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a super quick break and
Have they alerted you got the invite?
Interview with me or you? Oh, well, please come on in. Okay, we're going to do that. All right. Tiago's here. Guns up to Tiago. Congratulations on a well played matchup. I thought that was one of the very best matches we've seen all weekend. Two extremely elite players locked in and engaged. Get over closer to me, man. Get closer, dude. Get in here.
Dude.
Locked in and engaged, and you guys were having a knockdown, drag out slugfest, and you were playing for it all, and you just so happened to come out on the other side of that, man, playing the Amber and Emerald dog strategy. So can you just talk about that matchup first before we go into your deck choice for this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, I was playing against Logan. He's a good friend of mine. He's, awesome dude. He's been super close to qualifying to Continentals several times, so it really sucked that I had to play against him here, but we both knew that one of us would get the invite, so we were pretty happy about that. But yeah, it really sucked. I definitely got very lucky in the games I won. Me personally, I haven't played this deck a ton. Like, I played a million games of dogs, but I've never played the deck with the Eleanor. And I kind of like completely spiraled throughout this week, like kind of leading up to it. So I wasn't like super experienced with how to play with it exactly. So in the first game, I played Eleanor on turn 3, and then I quested with all my characters, which I think was just like insanely disgusting. Like, I actually should never have lost that first game, but I quested with everything on Eleanor when I had Tramp 7 in my hand, which really made no sense. And so I was like given a second lease at life in the third game where I had a very similar spot, and then I chose not to quest, and then the next turn I had a Tramp 7, but I naturally top decked the under the sea before even having to dig with the Tramp 7, and it gave me the requisite Singer 8 numbers. So yeah, definitely some inexperience that cost me the first game, but I was fortunate enough to get another chance at it where I was able to like right the wrong.
Right on. And you mentioned you've been spiraling in your deck choices, so much so that I actually made a comment. I saw Thomas in your deck after I gave you those knowledge. What's up with that? And why are you spiraling? What were you thinking about playing, and what made you pivot?
Yeah, so in the San Diego CCQ, which was the only other Infinity tournament I was playing here, so that tournament I wanted to play with Nalas in my deck, but I only owned League Knight Nalas. So my good buddy over here gave me some Nalas so I could put those in my deck. But yeah, I didn't bring my deck. That's the thing. I only brought red-blue cards. I brought 60 red-blue cards. It's been a while since I've like done one of these trips to one of these North American tournaments in like some smaller city. So the plane like is like $118 to check in a bag. So I'm like, I'm just gonna go in a backpack. And so I kind of like saving space, whatever. So I was just like, I'm gonna play red-blue items. I was gonna play a list similar to what my friend Dylan Molstar got second at the Friday DLC in Dortmund with like a couple changes. So that was all I brought. And then I was playing in the airport testing, and I was not having a good time. So I got here last second, didn't know what to play, and just had to fall back on dogs, but I was also not having a ton of success on dogs. So I was just going to play like the most stock standard list I could come up with. And luckily enough, Sky lent me all 60 cards, like not even like 59 cards. Actually had to lend me 60 cards. And so I was able to just like put together this deck. And today he wants to play in the 5K, so he asked for his cards back. So I had to get 60 more cards. It was actually cooked. But yeah, the Thomases are because, I have Nala in my dream board, and I'd written copying it, and then right before the tournament started, I'm like, oh, shoot, Sky gave me Thomases. I have to cross these out. And so your Nalas are safely at home.
Okay.
However, yeah, they did not make their way here today.
Maybe Thomas might be the answer because you did get a chance to secure your
Thomas has no aura. There's no way I can
no
put Thomas in
motion.
my deck. Bro, Thomas is like the most loser card of all time. Look at him. I'm pretty sure he's like a colonizer too. Like, what?
Editor, have that removed. But it is very, very true, very true. But we do have the finals that are gearing up and got to get ready. So we will have to cut the interview short. I could sit here and talk to you all day, as it's a lot of fun to have these conversations. But the finals are ready. It's job's not done. You got your invite. So, that's what you wanted.
Yeah,
but you have to go finish the drill, and you got to get it done.
My opponent Ben was a person who I intentionally drew with after we were undefeated, and yeah, I knew he had the invite through topping DLC Milwaukee, I believe. So I was rooting for him the entire way through, and yeah, he was able to take down a ton of dogs on the way. I think he's played dogs every single round at the top cut. So not loving my chances there, but we'll try our best.
We're going to get out of here.
Shout out, Ben.
Finish the drill. Shout out, Ben. Shout out to you. Congratulations. Now you have completed the Infinity Gauntlet. I believe you're qualified on every continent on Earth, and that plays Lorcana for sure. And maybe we can get GGP or CCQ in Alaska or Antarctica or something.
I still need my Antarctica
Antarctica.
continental
Or maybe we can get CCQ in I don't know, Nigeria or something. You can get over there, get Africa
I'll
as well,
be
and you can conquer the
I'll be
entire
there,
planet.
man.
But we're going to make it happen. Thank you so much for your participation. Any
Pleasure,
shout outs before you get ready for the finals?
Yes, shout out World Class Cards. Awesome event. They're really doing the most here. So we are here in Lambeau Stadium. Is really insane venue. A lot of the venues in the US and Europe are a bit lackluster compared to some of the ones across the world. So it's really nice being at an event like this where it's like a super, super sick venue. Yeah, it's just been awesome the entire time, and they've been taking great care of us. So
that's awesome.
Much appreciated.
Shout out to Robert. We're going to try to get Robert by the stream here to kind of talk about his program and what he's trying to do. So stay tuned for that. And we're going to get ready for the final. So, Tiago, I'm going to bid you adieu. Good luck. Have fun. Let's get it done, and let's finish the drill. But then we're going to get Katie to come by. So we could just pretend like there's a cool transition segue while you just take those off, throw that down, get up, hug it out, man. Congrats, dude. Well played. Much deserved to Tiago as well. And then just like that, continue your imagination, transition, and we are back at the Lore Keepers Inn. And Katie, there was a lot of tension in that matchup. Did you get a chance to see?
I kept doing that thing. When there's a tense match, I tend to look away.
Me too. That's
because
scary.
it's just, and that we talked about this. Like, why do people not like paying dogs? I think it's because of that game we saw. Like, the mirrors are just so. Please, do you have it? Do you have it? And I think that can feel not good, because I think in some matchups you feel like there's a little bit more back and forth, but I think specifically in the dog's mirror, it is the most punishing, I think, because it really, we saw it, the game over, done.
And there was Zingless did have a sign of life there. Had he been able to find his own copy of Under the Sea and maybe put some pressure on Tiago, the game is a little bit different. So it is just one of those inches and miles. It's not always that way, but it can be that way sometimes, and it is just a hard pill to swallow. So I know Zingless is going to be upset for a little while. Logan, just really trying to work at keeping your head held high and understanding what has occurred and where you've been and all those types of things, because it's not over for you. There's still chances for you to make your goals, but we're in the final.
He's seated right now playing in round 2 of the next tournament. They sat him down. They said, you get one bye, sit down, and he's playing Habibi.
Look at that.
So
okay.
he is, if anybody wants the bracket, or not the bracket, but the tournament, and you want to follow along at home, the tournament for Sunday that we'll be switching to after this round, the finals, you can go ahead and see how your friends and family are doing in the link pinned in the chat. But, like you said, we're not there yet. We are now about to, there's a few things. This is a set champ. It's a set champ, so one of these two players is going to get a Woody playmat. Both of these players are going to get a Woody set champ card worth $4 million, which is so exciting. And then, now, as far as the CCQ invite, this is the best part.
Yeah.
We're good. We don't have to talk about that as a stressful element anymore.
And because both of them already got it.
Yeah,
shout out
it
to
is
Ben for
chill.
I really like the gatekeepers. Okay, I like Ben. He's already qualified. He's like, let's just keep it going. Let's just keep playing. That's just an indicator that I really like the game. I want to keep my blade sharp. I want to keep my edge, and I want to continue to not rest on my laurels and keep playing and show you guys that I'm the best. And we need players like that, because sometimes you're like, all right, I got my invite. Let me go be lethargic. Let me sit on the couch and eat my Cheetos and not worry about staying in shape. And that's what I really appreciate for players like that, to be able to pass those invites down.
And I mean, it is an endurance sport. I do think that that's something that, as a card player, I played cards, but not like this. That was something that was jumping into the deep end of the pool. It's fun to play games, but playing games for hours, 2 days in a row, is something very, very different than playing on, league night. So these are players that you gotta work that muscle. But I don't think there's two players you could say that are more built, stacked, fit. They're physically fit for this, because they are in the gym every single time we're at tournaments, out there flexing. And it's Tiago on his Amber Emerald Dogs build versus Ben Gibson on Ruby Sapphire Actions with a couple items.
And then Ben has been running Rapshaw through these dogs all day long. He has just been sending them to the pound left and right. He's been running through the entire top cut. He's just been slaying dogs on his way to this finals. And also yesterday, he was undefeated in this tournament. He has not lost a single match yet, and he's going to be going up against Tiago. And Tiago says he might have a little bit of a disadvantage in this matchup playing against Ben on this Ruby and Sapphire dog strategy. So dogs converted at over 60%. This is not a drill. 9 dogs players showed up. 8 of them made it into, or excuse me, 6 of them made it into the top 8.
Yeah.
And now here's one in the finals against the one of Shark player that was in the tournament, converted 100%.
Yeah, I went through during the break and I counted I went through every single deck list. Did you see me over there? I took every single deck
I
list
saw it.
submitted and I stacked them and I looked at like who was in there. And Ruby Sapphire is the second most popular deck in the room. We see Tiago on the third most popular. So despite all the science and technology
Yeah.
we know, it is still not the most popular deck in the room. And we might see why. We might see that dogs have a weakness,
But,
and it's
yeah,
one shark smell of blood in the water.
Out of all those Ruby Sapphires, I know I don't. Obviously, the work ethic that you put behind it, you guys don't deserve Katie, by the way.
Uh-oh.
She.
That was a
one of-
nice. Is
no,
this
no,
not
no,
a compliment
no,
sandwich?
No, it's not a compliment sandwich. It's good. It's just those Ruby Sapphires. There's only one of them playing Shark.
So he's, 1-on-1 here.
He's a 1 of 1. The other ones are playing the Oswald item
Yeah.
version that's been
I
having
did
a
see
ton
a
of
lot
success
of Oswalds on those lists.
over
I was
the
like,
over the
get
past
out.
few weeks. So he's the 1 of 1 on Shark, and maybe that's an indicator of what you guys will see in Indianapolis next week. Maybe Ruby Sapphire Sharks is back potentially. Maybe the dogs are back. I don't know what to think, as anything is possible here in the Infinity format.
And I think what I was talking about this last week, that it's two things. You have to bring a deck that can get you to the top cut, which means you might not see dogs, but then you have to have a deck that can beat dogs in the top cut. And looking at Ben Gibson's list, it is teched for dogs. We see the Liquidator that does such a good job at keeping early aggression in check. We also have the Hideaway. So if you're doing snow forts, get out. We're not doing that today. And then we also have Grammatella, which is an interesting include here because normally you don't need a Grammatella. There's cooler ways to look at a card and put one on the bottom and keep one. But Grammatella, she's a 3/3, so she hangs around and she can sing. I think,
How far I'll go. We have that there as well.
So there's synergy there, and he's basically saying, I'm going to have 2 phases of my game. I'm going to have presence in the beginning. I'm going to put something down to scare you. Then I'm going to transition to the part of the game where I'm ramping, and then it's the beatdown. And we saw that very, very, very high in that top 8 match we saw earlier. It's just once you get to this end, it feels very bad.
And it's continued to start piling on that removal. What do you think about Ben's card inclusion there? I was talking to J-Bone about it. I heard you guys talking about it as well. I'm throwing him out of the tournament if I saw that FMTO. You're done. You're dropped immediately.
Oh, I had words about it. You're
Okay.
on 8 cost Isu.
We're
I'm
not
sorry.
doing
If
that.
you don't know the difference between an empowered sibling or emboldened warrior,
Disrespect.
daring visitor much?
Have some respect. That's all I'm saying. Just a little bit of respect.
Yeah, I saw that on a few deck lists. Someone
yeah.
just put 3 Mulan.
Yeah, Maui 5 cost. And
I
it's saying the
appreci-
word 5 and cost is on the deck
It
list.
does say 5 cost.
If you
Or
don't-
I thought it said Maui Scott. I was like, Maui Scott. So, yes, when you do your deck list, and I mean, to be fair, the ones that I saw, they had asterisk, like, write it out, because I saw one that quite literally said, I have Rapunzel.
Yeah,
Tell me
which one?
Because there are
Yeah.
other Rapunzels. There's
And
ones.
Amber in there was a
Ready
Rapunzel with
for
2 Ambers in the
adventure.
deck. And this has 2 Maui. Yeah, Maui 5 cost, Maui Shark.
Yes.
Banned.
He said Maui Shark. I don't know how much that one costs.
We do not do that here.
Who knows what that one, how much that one
we
costs.
do not do that here.
And it's technically, he put Grandma. You can probably hear us. He's like, that's not nice.
You're banned.
But,
Oh, yeah.
But here we got Tiago with Thomas, wide-eyed, hyphenated recruit. So
He's nailing it. I
you're
think
not-
that's right.
Yeah,
Rapunzel.
Oh, I like this. He's like, I had to switch. I don't have knowledge. It's freaking Thomas, dude. But this is some interesting things. I mean, you've already talked about it. This is my first time seeing it. I'm fascinated by that friendly pooch. We know for a fact that Tiago, it needs to be lightning fast in this, but also reserved and like keeping his head in the game for the long game, because these are going to be. If Ben has his way, it's going to be a long game. He's not able to put a lot of lore on the board early, but I can't belabor this enough. We are in the green and gold stadium. Emerald should have an advantage just from that perspective, but I will say Tiago, lower seed. So that's another disadvantage.
Yeah, Ben is undefeated. He has not dropped a game so far. Let me see if I can update these records. I believe Ben should be 7-0-2, I want to say, and I think Tiago actually might be there as well. Let me see if I can pull this up to make sure.
After the top 4, we had, so Ben Gibson should be 7-0-2, yeah, and Tiago would be 7-0-2.
All right, so 2 undefeated powerhouses here. Both of these Lumineers are already qualified to the national tournament, and now we are here at the final table. We're just doing our cursory deck checks here to make sure that everything is everything. We have the Lumineers are just kind of staring at their bills to make sure we know that what is happening on who has what cards and when, and we should be getting this party train underway here very soon. Whenever they're ready to start, I think we can do that if they're ready.
Yeah, because after this, hold on, there's more Disney Lorcana. And I think it's very important. This is a time you want to watch. I know that sometimes you might say, but I'm not playing this deck. But these are things you are going to probably play one of these decks at, you are going to play one of these decks, these ink combos at DLC, the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Indianapolis. So it is very important you pay attention. Pay attention to the tech options. I think that's going to be a big topic over the next week is how do you tech your deck? What is the cool cards to put in here? I mean, Ben had to make some calls here. He included one Vitalosphere because he's like, listen, that rush might come into play. He elected to have Firefly Swarm and Hideaway. Not every deck are running these.
Right.
And Tiago did the same thing, putting in his Dale. Not everyone is running Dale. So I'm fascinated by that aspect of it. For people who are wondering, these are both two people who are going to be qualified for nationals because Ben's generously said, I already got one. You can have this. You can have a hand-me-down. And then, let's see, lists. Usually they're posted online by the judge staff. The top 8 are usually going to be online. And I would take a look at those because one that was very, very interesting we didn't get to see. It was a top 4 deck by Not a Clue, a member of, her name's Allison of Lords of Lore. That list is very interesting. 2, the Queens, Commanding Presence, and the other one that I just forgot.
The Regal Monarch.
Oh, wait. Regal Monarch and Commanding Presence?
Yeah, she had both of them.
Dang, yeah.
So I thought it was the Emerald Queen.
Yes, I thought it was Emerald Queen
It's
too.
not the Emerald Queen. It's the 2 Amber Queens.
Oh, so there's no Emerald Queen
There's
at all.
no Emerald Queen. My stock of Emerald Queens are sitting there collecting dust again. I thought we were so back because I saw another deck. Someone else was playing the Emerald Queen.
Oh, so it's the shift.
It's the shift. It's the 1 cost and the shift on 2, which I think is really cool because now you can sing Under the Sea even earlier.
That is
because
actually
you play
really
1
cool.
and now you play a 3 cost, maybe your Willow into something, and then now you can shift and sing Under the Sea.
And discount from Aurora.
There you go.
She's a queen, and Aurora loves queens and princesses, and don't we all?
Yeah.
But we have 2 of our own regal presences. They are shuffling up, looking at each other, saying, how cool is it to be qualified? They're just it's kind of funny. They're both showing pictures of Mickey Mouse to each other and being like, I like Mickey Mouse.
I think that's what it is. I think they're just like having they're trading Tamagotchis right now, actually.
Yeah.
They're just having a nice little hangout session, and I'm not sure if they're just discussing what the decks are or what, but I don't want to show the screen.
Yeah, because if they take out their phone, because that's actually a thing is people will pull out their phone and like, what if they're texting like, Mom, I stole $40 last night from Robert or something. I don't know. What are people up to on their phones? But we have people in the chat. We have Mo Shamblin saying,
Yo.
I am hype. Sad to see Logan miss it today, but I thought Tiago already had this. And that's the thing. Tiago has a way of making you think he's won everything already, but there's still
because he's on the road, dude. He's
Yes.
out here traveling. He's traveling the whole galaxy. If there was a CCQ in Neptune, he's probably going to be there.
tired. He'll
in
be
the-
there
in
with
the
like a
top 8.
Walmart bag and like kind of like, hey guys.
I'm so tired. What is going on? I've been in the Milky Way galaxy for 6 months. I can't believe I made it here. Oh my goodness! And he's still top 8 thing, and probably
That's why we
wins.
love Tiago, but we also love Zenulus. That was one of those matches where you can't tie. You really can't, especially once you start playing. Then at that point, you've put your like sometimes people will ID and they're like, I can't. It's too much. But in this case, too much was on the line, and they're 2 Illumineers, like you said. They cross paths all the time. They are colleagues and pals, and it looks like we have 2 pals here as well. They're just kind of hanging out, showing their favorite memes to each other.
Yeah.
But I am excited for this match because it will say once and for all, has Ben found the antidote? Not once and for all, but at least start the conversation. Has Ben found the antidote to dogs, or are dogs here to stay? And I'm kind of scared because I really do feel like if Ben wins, people will go, dogs aren't a problem. And I don't know if that's the answer.
I'm people.
You're people?
I'm people. I am that person who makes those takes, and I understand they can be very frustrating to have a take like, oh, well, dogs didn't win. It must not be that good. But that's my take. I have that take.
It's valid
And,
because people tend to go, well, Amber Steel, guess what? Amber Steel today, there was 20 people in this tournament that we're ending right now, the CCQ, that brought Amber Steel. Want to know the conversion rate? I'll tell you, it was 0.
0%?
So Amber Steel, people are like, it's the best deck. But shout out to everyone in the chat. Everybody say who you are supporting. We have a lot of people shouting out Ben, but I think Tiago probably has a few fans in there as well. I don't think Ben is associated with the team or anything. It's just Ben.
He's not here. Ben?
Just Ben.
Most people would turn you away. I won't listen to
I've
a
been
word
winning.
they say. They don't see you like I do. I wish they would try to. You never heard that song before? I think Frank Sinatra sang it. I believe Michael Jackson of the Jackson 5 also sang it.
Of the Jackson 5. Thank you for doing that.
As a Ben? Ben, most people would turn you away. me.
If they don't start,
I
then we're
won't
going to sing
listen
for the rest of
to
it.
a word they
Bad Vegas said shout out to
say.
JDZ and Katie.
They
He's going to take it back.
don't see you like I do.
Yeah, he took it back.
I
He
wish
said,
they
"No more
would
high."
try to. I'm sure they'd think again if you had a friend like Ben.
But he could be an enemy because he's playing a shark deck, and you can't trust sharks. And he's not a shark; he's playing shark. And it's so funny. Shark was so ubiquitous. There was a time where it was like Shark was worth $1 million because all you had to do is put Shark on the board and you won. It was a very bespoke moment in time during nationals. I played against a Shark deck and 3 times my opponent had to say he has evasive because my brain couldn't comprehend a card like that he's giant, he's evasive, he's getting lore, he's getting action backs, he's making me fear for my life. So it's a very powerful card, but it's not now. People just don't think about it anymore.
Ebbs and flows come and goes. There was a timeline where it was like, dude, Maui Shark might have to get banned. Like, this dude is too much. He's doing the most. He's getting his stuff back. He's got 7 string, 5 willpower. He's evasive. He's getting actions back. He's winning games. Ban Shark, ban Shark, ban Shark. Dude fell off of an absolute cliff. But now I'm glad to see that he's back in promise
Weird,
in
right?
the Infinity
I'm
format.
like, hey, Maui Shark, half Shark, half Shark.
I want to wait. There could be a world in the future of Infinity where Tramp is like, oh, this card's unplayable. What are you guys thinking?
I
It's
can't
no good.
wait. We will all dance. It'll be like the Ewoks at the end of Return of the
That's
Jedi.
me.
We're like,
That's
oh, I don't know. Another thing that's kind of fun about this deck is you look at Shark, and one of the reasons people say Shark not good is because of the prevalence of Amber Steel. They're like, oh, he's going to be gone on site. There was 20 Amber Steels in the room, and Ben said, where? So he navigated the room quite well. He was able to navigate a world where there was not a non-zero amount of steel. There was no Emerald Steel in the room yesterday.
Actually insane.
And if they were very private about it. I couldn't find 2 lists. But
I don't know what's going on with these tournaments. I will never, Katie, I'll never figure it out. As we have Purple Meeseeks in the chat saying, everyone hold hands, give your energy to Ben.
Purple Meeseeks.
Right beneath that comment, we have Ed Lorcana, 2-time DLC champion, North American Continental champion as well. Worlds qualified this year, says, everyone hold hands and give your energy to Tiago. That's a lot of juxtaposition there happening in the chat as we have everyone holding hands for different reasons.
It's a lot of dark arts going on. But, I thought when you read that, I was like, do you call Ed Purple Meeseeks?
No.
I was like, but then I read up. But I was like, oh, yeah, me and Ed, I call him Purple Meeseeks.
Yeah, we go way back.
Oh, my gosh.
That's purple. You don't go with Purple Meeseeks there.
But yeah, so shout out to Ed and Purple Meeseeks. And I can see why Ed is rooting for Tiago. Tiago is a teammate, and I'm sure friend.
And friend.
I'm sure they've shared hotel rooms and many nights going, I'm really tired.
They've traveled their energy all over the world. As Bad Vegas says, everyone hold hands and give your energy to JDZ.
Yes.
I appreciate that. And
I'll
everyone
hold
hold your hands.
Mickey's
Let's hold Mickey's hand.
Yes.
Right there.
There we go. This is nice.
There you go. And we'll send it back. There it is. All right, right here. Oh, hey, Mickey. Hey, Mickey, who do you think is going to win? Well, it's not going to be me. I'm in the booth with you guys.
I'm rich.
I've already won at life. You see this outfit I'm wearing?
He's qualified for every Worlds. Mickey Mouse will be there. So, and shout out to the Packers Pro Shop for having this Mickey Mouse that came with a towel.
Look at that.
So, yeah.
A terrible towel.
Everybody hold hands and vibe. So I think at this point, just hold hands. Okay. Thank you. Somebody said to give energy, or yesterday's tomorrow said you can give energy to me. So at this point, the energy has been balanced out. Everybody has the fair amount of balance. The players are still kind of, discussing.
The meandering.
Tiago,
They're in the finals. They got to hit the gas pedal here. I'm ready to get some action here.
I think they're trying to get 3 buys in that tournament. Maybe they're like they said a max of 2, and they said, "Well, can I get a little 3
if I
here?"
can just wait a little bit, maybe we can make this thing happen. No, we're just taking a little bit of time. I love the energy that is with these players. It's never really any grumpy Gus's or Gusinas out there. Everyone is just having a good time and laughing and smiling. Maybe there will be a day where people get a little bit chippy at these tables at these top tournaments or whatever, but that has just not been the case here in Disney Lorcana so far, and hopefully that is maintained.
There was, I would say, so I'm sitting like a few feet away from the table, and then in a room that's kind of adjoining to ours is where the featured match is. And I was surprised about how many happy giggles I heard in Tiago and Zenulus of hee. I'm like, that's not hee behavior. I'm looking up, I'm like, that's cry behavior. But shout out to First for making a really kind of spooky Ed.
Little Ed doing the wave there.
A cryptid
I see
Ed.
it, like one of these.
Yeah,
He's doing that.
Ed the cryptid.
Like that.
And he is kind
Boom.
of like a cryptid because you really never know what tournament he's at until he walks past you and you go,
He'll just show up. Like,
Was
oh,
that-
Ed, where are
was
you
that-
here?
because Ed has won a total of, he won Fort Worth, he won Hong Kong.
I believe it was it Hong Kong?
I don't know.
Was it? But no, it wasn't.
Taipei. Here's the thing.
Taipei. It was Taipei. It was Taipei.
Okay, it's Taipei. So he's won 2 DLCs, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and he was runner-up at Worlds. He's an up-and-coming player. We
He's
hope
pretty
to
good.
see more from him.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
And he has his own sticker.
Even though he's got to lock in though. I mean, you can't rest on yours. You got to keep it going. You can't be on top forever. You got to keep it going.
Oh, did you guys announce who's in that tournament over there? That wasn't yesterday.
I have not. Please break the news.
He is German.
Okay.
He is a fan of one of the ink pairings in this final.
Okay.
His name is 3 letters. Who do you think it is?
It is. I know the answer.
Okay, yeah, right. You're trying to think of a funny bit.
I was trying to think of a bit.
You're going to be like,
It is JDV90.
Yeah, JDV90, step on up.
No, it is the world champion. The current and reigning Digital Lorcana Challenge world champion is in the dojo right now, getting those quality reps in before the Digital Lorcana Challenge in Indianapolis next week. He is world-class cards finest, and he's over there getting active in that tournament. And these players can play whenever they are ready to begin. See, the Thiago now.
I think it's now they won't play. Like, I think it was like they can play, but now they're in like, I don't really want to play. I think they moved on to like a different.
That's another 60 milliliters of caffeine this Luminaire has just put down.
Oh my gosh! And then he says I asked him. I said, hey Thiago, you took a lot of bathroom breaks. Not that like we monitor these things, but it was a lot. And he said, I never drink water. And this is the weekend I'm doing it. So it's kind of like a camel situation. He's drinking, so by DLC Indianapolis, he won't need to drink water anymore.
That's a nice little completion of that story arc. I'm glad this Luminaire is finding H2O is important.
It is.
And you should all be
If you're
drinking
at home,
water,
drink
myself
water.
included.
Yeah.
Let's all participate in
this.
solidarity. Even though my bladder is going to explode here soon if I don't
I do appreciate less talking, more playing those cards. We have no power here. This is the talent. But here we go. We are going to go ahead and switch to them. We have drank water. They have drank water. They are just living in a sunlit bathed room of a mahogany lined room here at Lambeau Field in Green Bay, Wisconsin, ready for the finals of the world class cards CCQ. Sachin.
The time is now, and I believe, Katie, we might be untimed. I'll run the timer just for the vibe, but I'm fairly confident that this will end between the lines. There will be no time. There will be no draws. No quarters will be given as Ben is taking a nice, healthy altar, potentially looking for that ramp on 2. Still quite critical in this version of this deck where the items don't need it as much. The Ruby Sapphire Shark strategy still is going to require that T-Bar, that Cell, the Azurite Sea. Looking at Thiago's board on the play, sending maybe 3, indicated that you have that Grandmother Willow on 2. Very powerful. 1 cost Grandmother Willow, 1 cost set up the Eleanor renowned diplomat and maybe get an early tramp in and hope for the best. So you're trying to get aggressive as Ben is trying to play control and see if he can outlast the aggression of Amber and Emerald.
I did hear you and J-Bomb discussing that when you shuffle, you should do it while looking away. As a person that is absolutely disastrous at dexterity, I'll take a little cheeky look, but I'll apologize. I'll be like, look, I'm sorry.
Right. But that's one of those. You just make sure you're just not looking at your cards.
Okay, so I'm just looking at the vibes of it.
You can kind of get a little sneak peek.
I make sure to turn it so like I can't see the bottom.
And also making sure your opponent can't see your deck while you're shuffling. That's a mistake that I see a lot of players make, and a lot of new players specifically. They'll shuffle their cards with their deck facing their opponent. Did you hear that?
Yeah,
smack?
That was an audible hand. I've never seen that before.
Huge dap moment coming in from Thiago. Really just shook me to my core. That was a very loud smack. But yeah, people show their entire deck sometimes while they're inking or while they're shuffling their deck as Tipo now into the inkwheel, followed by the popsicle, indicating that you have some auxiliary ramp on too.
Very important to be getting these popsicles out because card draw is not as easy as it used to be in this ink pairing, so he needs to make sure he keeps that hand nice and healthy, and that popsicle may be important later. But we have a Pluto-friendly Pooch coming in. Not a card you see in every dog's deck, which he is a dog, so it makes sense. But he is going to provide a little bit of a discount, similar to Aurora, but this one's for anyone if you exert him, but you don't get a quest. So it's a little bit different. It's uninkable, but it makes me believe that he really values this card if you put this uninkable card in his deck.
Oh, for sure. Valuing that effect as well. I mean, it helps your getting when you're in these very Eleanor specific focused builds, having a character that can get Eleanor out even sooner. If you can go for the friendly Pooch and the Aurora together, you can get her out, and also reserving that ink in your hand. You much rather be playing these characters. And this line right here is super powerful. Like I said, only at 1 ink, you now have 4 ink worth of characters in play. You ramp, I ramp, we ramp, says Thiago. So showing the power of that powerful friendly Pooch right there on turn number 2.
And I think that has been the big shift in the color identity of Amber is that it is now all about discounts. It used to be Sapphire, doing cool things sooner, but Amber wants to do big things sooner as well now. And we see that Eleanor in hand. Shout out to Tiago for holding his hand. Just like, really, that's a elegant way to hold your hand. And he has a few options here, but he will go ahead and elect.
It almost looks like Tiago's about to start crying there. I'm not certain about the grimace there coming in from the newly minted, nationally qualified Lumineer. I'm trying to figure out why they are so upset. Maybe thinking about what they want to discard with this Bobby Zimmerowski. Hand must be super tight in this spot as we will elect to send the Renowned Diplomat out to the discard pile.
Ink and Nanani. One more for the road? Yeah, let's get Aurora out here. We've seen the power of Eleanor. She is pretty good in the dog's mirror in a lot of other matches, but maybe not the most important thing. He has this window right now to go pretty wide as far as he can before sharks, before Sisus, before Be Prepared. So he needs to take advantage of that wideness, and Eleanor does take up a lot of ink real estate.
And it looks like Ben is electing to go for this super Omega Turbo Hyper Ramp approach, it seems, as we have the option to go for another rendition of Sail the Azurite Sea, just trying to get yourself up to that very early Be Prepared turn or a very early Sisu, the empowered sibling turn, so you can clear this board. That's basically what needs to happen for the Ruby and Sapphire player to win. They can't match wits with these very aggressive decks, so they need to put themselves in a spot where they can increase the inkwell, get to one of these board wipes, and then you can restabilize and hope you've gotten there soon enough.
And the stabilization is really important because both these Lumineers need to be so careful about timing. We talked about it earlier this morning that we were drawing kind of like graphs of this is the trajectory of one deck, this is the trajectory of the other. And so Tiago is hoping that he ramps or he gets his value of his lore as high as possible before that ever depressing Olaf. More and more actions are going in that discount. Every time we see an action, just think about it because that is an Olaf discount. And so now that Olaf, if he chooses to come in, is discounted by 4. That will lower the lore. That's not important right now, but it will definitely be important later. And also that's going to be something he can get back if Shark starts going on the attack mode.
And look at that. That's 3 Sail the Azurite Seas played, and we are 1 ink away from a Be Prepared right now. I believe you can play that very powerful action as soon as next turn. Tiago might be convinced to throw an Ursula down, and there she is. The deceiver has been deceived, and you, Tiago, are the one deceived overall, as it is, in fact, the Sisu who is in play. Unfortunately for you, Ursula cannot grab the empowered sibling, but you can look at what's going to happen to you in a few short turns, as we have some ink available for that Sisu as well. We also have the Tamatoa to bring these popsicles back next turn to keep the engine rolling.
So now we have, as far as discounts used, he was able to play that Ursula using the Grandmother Willow and 1 ink. So now, in theory, if there is a princess coming, he could discount something by 2. It looks like he is choosing to get a quest in here. The board is open, and he's feeling not too scared. He didn't see anything with Rush yet. Now there is, I believe, a Maui Hero Doll in the deck, but he knows it's not there yet. So now it's just an issue of, do I want to give away my board right now? It could be long. It might not be long for this world because we know every time he draws a card, it could be a Be Prepared. It could be a Maui, and he just has to be very, very careful. Anything he turns sideways, it is not protected.
Yeah, I think this is one of those turns where you want to just get as much lore out of this board as possible before the Sisu engages in play. You also have that Tamatoa Happy as a Clam in hand that you know is coming your way, and you also have the Maui Half Shark that is in hand as well. So you have a ton of options. This deck plays a significantly low amount of uninkables, so you're fairly confident that there will be some ink happening. And Tiago says, you ain't got it. I'm going to check raise. We're all in, says this Illuminaires. We're going to try to put a clock onto Ben, and maybe, Katie, can we get underneath in time with this Muan now involved?
I do love the make 'em have it, but I hate it because often they have it. Because we know that Ben is also running that, I believe, Visions of the Future. So if he is in the mood to go shopping, now the good news, Visions of the Future, not a song, doesn't have any characters, and it would not help him get to Be Prepared. But that Sisu, he's feeling pretty good, I guess, because he knows that he doesn't have that Sisu Daring Visitor. He doesn't have the ability to do Be Prepared and something else. So really the only punish here would be off the top. So he does have to take advantage of this fact that this is one turn that things are going to be pretty chill. But that clock is going. But he has a nice commanding board presence. And that Mulan could be very, very, very helpful if he plays his cards right.
And shout out to Tiago for having so much experience there from playing these feature matches for so much, realizing that the tape is on the mats to show where the game board is and where it cannot be seen for the viewers at home, electing to slide his double row of characters over. And we will take this Tamatoa approach. Very interesting. I thought we would take the Maui approach here to kind of stifle some of this questing capability, but we're going to elect to go for the Tamatoa to find some quality ink. And now we have the ink. We have the meats. Shout out to Arby's, and we are holding out hope. Maybe, I don't know what you can do if you Tiago. I think you just have to hope and pray that you can find a way to stop this from happening. Maybe you can find a Nani to help rebuild, but you're going to build a huge bit of lore here and hope that's going to be good enough.
I think, yeah, he is going shopping right now for a disaster recovery plan. Like we mentioned, he doesn't have he doesn't have a way to interact with Ben's hand. This is not a discard deck. He can do nothing about the Sisufication that is coming his way. So he does play that Tramp, I think looking for a Tramp Enterprising Dog, hoping to get something off that Mulan before she is taken into the banish pile. So I don't know. This is not a favorable position to be in. He is quite literally, he has a vision of the future, and it's just a board wipe. So he's going to go ahead and show the discard. He had to go ahead, discard 7 cards off that Tramp.
Look, Kate, we have double Lilo in the discard pile as well.
Ooh,
so that is a nice little treat that we can play. And the Nani will also be deployed for 2 ink. Notably, that Friendly Pooch is able to reduce the cost of all characters, not just princesses or dogs or anything like that. Just everybody gets a little discount from the Friendly Pooch, who is helping. And we are looking for that Tramp. I believe you still could potentially deploy the Tramp. No, you don't have a lady in play, and you've already used all your resources there. So we are going to just grab that Grandmother Willow, and maybe we can hope for the Willow Lilo to get you out of this. But that Maui Half Shark is going to help you do that as well.
And I think it's important that we talk about all these things Tiago's doing. Tiago's able to do a lot of things per turn. Ben is not able to do as many things per turn as Tiago. So yes, there is a Sisu. Yes, there is Maui Shark that can feast upon Lilos. But it's kind of, can you still outvalue Ben? Are you going to be able to do 4 or 5 things per turn while Ben's just doing 1 cool thing per turn? That'll be the question of the day. Here we go, having the Popsicle redeploy off of this Tamatoa. It is kind of crazy that Popsicle, you don't have to meet any conditions. You can just say, I choose to put it in my discard. I redeem it from my discard. But there we go, a Vitalis Sphere going down, and there it is. He had to ink it to get to that Sisu, wiping that beautiful board, and Nani stands alone.
So many cards, so much cheated ink, so much cheated lore. Tiago now hard stuck at 2 ink and a dream. We are going to go for this Grandmother Willow inking the Ursula. No questing happened, so Ben has achieved the goal that you want, getting that initial first board wipe, and now you're putting yourself in a position where Tamatoa is continuing to quest for free using one of his unique abilities to be able to play that item for free as well, drawing a card with his Popsicle. This is looking like Ben is now firmly nestled in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and that's, as we talked about, it's the, when is your deck firing on all cylinders? That time has ended for Tiago. His deck is not firing on all cylinders, and now Ben, it is like you are a drag race, and you're just hearing,
Oh, no.
because there we go. We have a ice form coming in, easily taking out that Nani.
And now the Olaf, just for good measure,
Yeah,
is
why
just
not?
going to Snowman of Action, reduce your strength, or reduce your lore by 2. And this is just getting very brutal. Rapunzel off the tizzy, and that is just going to be a GG. See you next time. Going into game number 2. Ben takes that one down quite quickly. That was a huge ramping gambit that pushed it all the way in.
Oh, this is what they were given. I thought Tiago would be like, well, look what I got on my last DLC. It's like, this is like, yeah, I might have lost that game, but have you seen this? But no, since this is a CCQ, there are non-foil Elsa Ice Maker and Simba Pride
That's correct.
that are given out to people for hanging out and playing and doing well. So they are just saying, listen, I don't think they feel bad, because at the end of the day, yes, money's on the line. We don't know. Sometimes they split, but I did hear the top 8 did not split. So I think they are playing for, a few $100 extra here, possibly up to $1,000. But I think the vibes are good.
Yeah, I think the vibes are fine. I think if I'm Tiago, I'm just as elated. I don't mind anymore. I'm playing on borrowed money. I have achieved my goals. I've made it to the national tournament. I'm just here so I can finish the drill. And I'm glad they're even playing for the stream for everyone at home so we can have a nice little conclusion to this wonderful tournament that we have had all weekend. It has been nothing less than stellar. Both of these Luminators are having a good time. But when you go, I think I love that line of sail, sail, sail. Sail the other Red Sea, sail the other Red Sea, sail the other Red Sea on the draw, and run into a Sisu and miss the Ursula. It was just a really, really good chain of events for Ben here. But what does Tiago need to do? How can he win? How can Tiago force a game number 3?
And as Wochuck in the chat, who is an Amber Steel extraordinaire from Florida, he said, I think the Red Blues have solved this matchup to a degree. And I agree. I mean, that he is able to answer so many all the cool things that Tiago's able to do. He has built a fun little way to say, but the way that he's able to capitalize on the actions end up being very similar to the tramp discount. You're using that discount to get out a big Olaf. You have your shark to go ahead and get things back, get lore. And then it's so important that he has an early game with this liquidator. That liquidator just looks at anything on the other side of the board and says, yeah, you sure about that, pal?
Yeah, and it'll save. How much lore can that liquidator just save? Like, you can stop those ladies from being able to quest so freely. Sometimes those ladies can grab you 3 and sometimes 6 lore sometimes, and the Grandmother Willows getting those early quests in, and that 4 or 5 lore can be the difference. You can stun them at 14, but it's really hard to kind of stop them from winning when they get up to that 18 and 19 threshold. So I love the inclusion of liquidator in this deck. Maybe we'll see a hard altar for Ben to seek it out, but Ruby Sapphire seems like it is a competent and capable pick. It has great matchup spreads, and I'm just shocked that this deck's not played more. I think the items might be gone, and the actions might be back.
Yeah, we've seen that it's just able to capitalize so much. But Tiago built his deck to capitalize on some other synergies. And I will always say this, and it's probably something that's like, Katie, is this a soundboard? No, it's just how I feel, that I want both players to say, hey, I brought this deck for a reason. Tiago has also had a very good day. He secured his continental invite. So I want to see Tiago kind of show off how cool his deck can be. Now, Ben seems to not be in the mood to let any dog's deck do anything today, and if that's his story, he can do it. But I would love to see a game 3, and we will see Tiago on the play. And if Ben doesn't get those popsicles, I mean, it's important to note that having those popsicles, it kept his hand full. If you get to a point where Ben only has 1 or 2 cards per hand and it's not good, it's a very different game. But we are starting now, Dale down into the Inkwell, Aurora Hoarding Court on the board, and now on to Ben. Does he have a turn 1 popsicle? Better than that.
Let's see if we can get to it as we are. If you guys are just tuning in, this is the finals. This is the World Class Cards 5K. Ben is up a game. Liquidator now with that underdog ability. Tiago hand firmly placed on forehead. Hates to see that Liquidator because now your Aurora Holding Court being able to quest and cheat some extra princesses and queen is a bit early. You hate to see it now, but we do have that Grandmother Willow on 2, followed by a 1-cost character, potentially still a super strong turn for the Amber Emerald Dog strategy.
Yeah, it does. I mean, the Liquidator keeps it in check. The lady hates to see the Liquidator coming, but in this case, we're just going to be patient. The Liquidator can do some liquidation, but he is only 1 man. So it is going to be an question of, will he have a Tipo? It's very funny to know that Tipo can enter the battlefield if he does decide to, but he can't really take down anything, so I think he'd probably... Oh, this is interesting. We just hit a vision of the future on turn 2.
Ooh.
You might say, Katie, that's not that interesting, but that's not the script. I read the script beforehand. It said
real.
something else was supposed to happen.
It's getting real. You got a lot of ramp on the previous game, and now your deck is going to say, I gave you more than you needed on game number 1. Now I'm giving you less than what you can use in game number 2. And this Liquidator is going to have to do some heavy lifting to stop Tiago's rampage here, as you now they got to do it the slow way. Liquidator, obviously, notably, is also a dog. A lot of dogs here. He's a liquid dog.
He's an elemental dog, as people might not be aware of. But here we go. He's actually from the show Liquid and Stitch. Liquid and Stitch. I'm out of here.
Liquid and Stitch?
Go.
Is he from Lilo and Stitch?
I think so. He's one of the experiments.
Is he? No chance. I think he's from DuckTales.
Ooh, all right. There we go. We have Eleanor coming on. We have an Eleanor just...
Not DuckTales. He's from Darkwing Duck. That's what
All
it is.
right.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Fake
I
fans,
just
both
don't.
of us.
Yeah, and that's okay because Eleanor's coming in and dealing 50% of the damage needed to liquidate the liquidator. And this is why Eleanor is feared by all. She's a diplomat, but she scares people. That's how she does her diplomacy. Tiago's able to get the benefit of a card. Yes, liquidator will probably liquidate something, but now it'll be a lethal liquidation. So now we sail. We hit the ramp on 3. That's not the script, but you are allowed to do it. Better late than never. Inking another liquidator and seeing, do you have a popsicle? Something, because he has to get as much value as he can because Tiago is absolutely having his fun in the sun. We saw hyper ramp last game. This is hypo ramp.
Hyper hold the line. And speaking of lines, I love this Eleanor line and seeing some great dogs players. It seems as if they had this very aggressive tramp line that they would be almost married to and they would just do it every single time. Now it seems as if some of the really elite dog players are almost favoring this Eleanor line over that when you can get these double grandmother willows out and get the Eleanor down super cheap and just start to replenish your hand while maintaining a board, as this liquidator does have to liquidate. He does have reckless is the key word that is associated with this glimmer, so he has to challenge and he will succumb on the following turn as the Ursula Deceiver will deceive this time, taking the be prepared, but you see that Sisu is still hanging out in the hand. We might go for a T-Po next turn.
Yeah, not the scariest Sisu, because a lot of times people put in that Daring Visitor just because you want to get that down so early against dogs. And this is why, because Mr. Tiago over here, is able to do a lot on his turn. He is questing out, he's getting lore, he's dealing damage, liquidating the liquidator. We're done with that joke, but it was so fun.
It's a fun joke. It's never done. Please don't ban the liquidator joke. It's a really,
we don't get it all the time.
I mean, having a
He's
verb.
from our favorite show,
it's just-
Darkwing Duck.
It's perfect, man. Having the verb being the guy's name is just 10 out of 10. You can't miss with the liquidate the liquidator. Come on, it's just perfect.
Wow, and he scoops because, I mean, people in the chat, he has Sisu, but yeah, Sisu's 3 turns away, and he didn't get the ramp on turn 2. He doesn't have the shift, so there is a little bit of proof that he bleeds.
Yeah, he will. Now he shows that that's probably the first loss he's suffered to the dogs all weekend. He has been absolute. Oh, my bad.
Oh, I'm looking for your food order.
I'm so sorry. My bad. A little misclick there. My fault.
I just wanted to show that Katie.
Things that happen in the booth when it's not time to be in the booth. Anything goes. There's anything that happens here.
Yeah.
But there is, in that game, you were able to see some of the vulnerabilities of any time you play Sapphire. You're going to need certain things to happen. You're going to need to ramp on 2. You're going to need to accelerate your inkwell. You're going to need to do all these types of things. Your Sapphire cards have to do their part. They're never going to shine. I mean, Tamatoa literally is so shiny and happy as a clam and all those types of things. But your Sapphire cards are really going to be more of your supporting roles. They're the setting pieces, the filigree. You need them to do their jobs, man, and you need to be ramping on 2. You need to be ramping on 4 sometimes. You need to be doing your work to set up your very powerful Ruby cards, and they just did not carry the water that time. While Tiago there hit the super duper gas pedal and got super active and made it happen.
And I think it's very interesting to see decks that have notes that they're like, if I don't hit this note, it's over for me. And I feel like in this matchup specifically, that ramp is, like you said, it's very, very important. Tiago has a little bit more flexibility. He can be more of a jazz artist, I think, with his deck. He really is just saying, as long as I get some of my discount cards, get some of my cool mid-range stuff, we are good. I think in this matchup, he's like, Dale, you're ink, buddy. He doesn't really have a lot of plans for that.
Rapunzel also, like, what are you going to do with Rapunzel? She's out of here.
You're out. You're ink. You're very inkable.
You're inkable. Get into the inkwell and keep it moving. So coming into the chat, we have a ton of wonderful Illuminators from all over the community. Shout out to Sailor, Ruby and Sapphire Icon, living still in the building, talking about Ruby and Sapphire. We have Sisu, not playing Sisu,
no,
notably. Dog enjoyer.
Jersey, Florida, Sisu.
Also qualified for the national event. Mr. Sisu is out there. Congratulations to you on your national event qualification as well. Mike Double O Voice is there, along with Bobby McWho is in the building, showing up. Lorebot's finest is out there getting
the
active.
Father of Lord.
we have so many great people. Fumbles out there trying to do his best subversion techniques. He won a set champ again, playing dogs.
Fumbles will never fumble a set champ.
And he's trying to get people off of Ruby Sapphire. I'm not sure if he is trying to sell fake information or what the tactics are there, but there is a lot of cool things. Izzy B, love some shout outs. You got one now.
Yeah,
Izzy D, shout out to you.
I love shout outs. Guess what? Shout outs to people who love shout outs, but also shout out to the altar phase. And this is going to be the final altar of the CCQ, not of the day. We have 3 more exciting rounds of Disney Lorcana after this altar. But it is now time to say, all right, we have seen that Tiago can come fast. We can see that Ben can respond. But if you don't hit those cards, you don't hit them. And he will start with that popsicle. That worked out quite well for him in game 1.
And it did. And we did start with the liquidator going down to the inkwell, and your hand looks very flavorful this time. We saw you sailed a lot the previous turn, and now you're back at it with more sail the Azurite Seas. So maybe you'll take that approach again. We had a triple sail off in round number 1. You did not ramp on 2 in round number 2, and now here we are in game number 3. You got another double sailing available to you as Tiago now staring at the hand. I'm not seeing an uninkable 2-cost rooted tree there. So that might slow down your opportunities here for the Tiago.
And Tiago's doing a little bit of, all right, ladies, let's get in formation. I do like the option of a lady decisive dog, and that is because Lady Miss Park Avenue is in this deck. So if Tiago believes he's in a world where he is getting absolutely decimated by challenging and board wipes, a lady isn't the worst thing. He says, I'm not doing that. I'm playing Aurora because that can also get a discount. Like we said, he still has a chance to get a Willow. And that is not over yet, but that Aurora holding court gives some options, and she's pretty safe for a while sitting upright like that.
And maybe there's a world you can get this Mulan resourceful recruit set up early, and maybe you can get into a Tramp Enterprising dog, increase the strength, and get some early lore in. You got to just get very aggressive with this deck. I know a lot of the Amber Emerald Dogs decks have removed Daisy Duck as we find that Grandmother Willow now on 2. Maybe that might change the play a little bit as you have to evaluate those cards. But they don't have cards like Daisy Duck or those early 2 questing characters, so it's very difficult to get as aggressive as they used to. Still a very aggressive deck, but it just doesn't have that early questing power as we are going for Aurora, maybe into Tree into a 1-cost. That's a powerful start.
It is, and I mean, it is the opposite of the start that Ben can have. Ben can just have a on-script start, but he can have good draws. But this is where Tiago needs to have explosive energy and a good foundation. It is very unfortunate, this entire deck. You know, we see things like Sapphire Coil because we're like, we need to shrink things. And he's like, no, my things come pre-shrunk. I am absolutely at the proper size for a Sisu empowered sibling to come down and get all the value and just leave Nani there hanging out by herself. So that is important to note. Also, Eleanor, I guess, doesn't really care. But all that to say, it just shows that in a dog's deck, you don't really need to shrink. They're little strength anyway. So here he goes. He is counting out, probably mapping out his curve. I think he's debating whether he wants to go ahead.
He's got to be thinking about the ink. Maybe that's what it is. This is interesting. Interesting indeed. We are going to set up the Mulan. He's trying to think about what to put into the inkwell and trying to keep your hand healthy enough to make it to deep terrain. And if you can get there in time before this second ramping option of how far I'll go, Grandmother Tala finds her way into the inkwell, and for her granddaughter, Moana, to sing How Far I'll Go, to play that ballad. I think that's a little bit of flavor there, as her using her ink to
supporting her progeny.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool.
And that's kind of what she does in the movie. She's like, I'm none, but you can do stuff now.
That's pretty good.
And so here we have
accurate.
So this is the card that he probably doesn't care too much about. But now we can go ahead and do some pretty cool stuff, because I think I see a Grandmother Willow. He has a Tramp. He can go pretty wide here. We're keeping count at home. That was a free Aurora. Then we paid 2 ink for this Grandmother Willow, and there we go. We only have to pay 1 ink, which is free.
And that is a lot of lore, because now you trigger the lady, I believe, since you played 3 characters, and you trigger the Mulan for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and plus her 1. That's a total max out of 6, I believe.
That explains why he was looking at his hand, because he's like, I'm doing so much math.
Mathematics. Calculations.
Computer, tell me how much lore this is.
Calculation. AI, please give me lore updates. I don't know. I can't play this deck. It's too. My brain is busted. But that was a powerful start, and you have so much lore pressure available, and we're still far away from a potential board wipe coming in from Ben. Maybe you can get down an early Olaf, but I still don't think you have the ink or action requirement to do that either. As we are going to bring out the Maui. That is a good card to be able to take out this Mulan. So another Tramp off the top. Can't finish you off here in this position. We'll heal the Maui and pass back on over to Tiago.
Tiago retaining most of his board because Maui, he's a hero at all, but he's just one guy. But I think he has an Ursula Deceiver in hand, and if he does, that would be the most important card to have. I don't think he does actually, based on what he just did, but he would want that Ursula Deceiver. I think he's trying to do the math of like, okay, how much ink, how much discount. We can go ahead and discount Tramp by 5 plus, so for 6. But I don't know how many cards he has in hand in order to keep and play it, because ultimately he wants to make sure that the board wipe doesn't come down next turn.
You have to dodge, be prepared here if you want to go for that victorious win. Granted, both of these Illuminators are already invited to the national tournament for everyone who's tuning in, but at the same time, you want to just push it all the way to the limit and get that victory and represent your organization well as well. Being one of the lone world-class cards members in the actual tournament, having great success and winning on your home turf could be quite cool, as this is coming down to the final moments of it. Whoever comes out on top, the game will be ending here very soon. Maybe you can find another Tramp as well if you're interested in singing and hitting it to this Maui, but I don't know if that's even on your radar of plays you want to make.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about points you have to pit, and I was like, oh yeah, Tiago, he's got a lot of flexibility. And Tramp does provide a lot of flexibility, but if it's not in those 6 cards, or in this case 5 cards, it can be very difficult. Another thing to mention is Dogs is kind of a weird dichotomy. If you want to go wide to get Tramp value, but you don't want to go so wide that when you get to Tramp, you can't keep enough cards to do cool stuff. Because, I mean, if he draws anything that costs more than 1, he can't take advantage of playing it. So it's just one of those very, very, very tiring decks because it is all about balance. If you go too wide, you get punished.
There's a lot of mathematics too,
yes.
And I don't think my brain can fire on that, especially in high pressure, high tense situations. And you're trying to do some deep mathematics of what you can play, and you're adding strength, and you're discounting characters, and you're trying to get the most value out of your cards, and you're running odds and statistics. And if I dig this much, how much will I see? What have I already seen? And what does my opponent have? It's just too much mathematics, and I'm not feeling it, as we are going to take a nice healthy discard here, kicking out another Mulan and an Under the Sea. And I believe there was no Lilos to be present there, and we're just going to get those glimmers moving. Exertion is the way to win, as Tiago is sending game in play, and we're sending the Eleanor as well, putting another lore on the board.
And that feels like it's just truly to draw a card, because if he has Be Prepared, he's at 17 lore. So, I mean, that is good. But, man, that is putting a lot of faith into the future of his next draws and hoping that he doesn't have Be Prepared. The good news is there's no tell. It's just going to happen, because Maui has nothing else to do with his free time. Maybe he'll think how far go.
They never have it. I mean, you're fake. You don't got it, says Tiago. Check raise, all in, says Tiago. And we definitely got it. And it is the Sisu, and it was definitely never not a Sisu. You always had it there.
Yeah.
And we're going to take out a large bulk of that board. But like you said, Katie, 17 is very difficult to stop someone. We saw the Pirate's Life, unfortunately, had to go down to the Inkwell as well. That Olaf Snowman of Action also is live and active next turn as well, for sure. So I ain't heard no bell. This thing is far from over.
But I am hearing a silent alarm going off of boop, boop. And the reason I say that is because this Ruby Sapphire deck is known for taking away huge leads, and it can take it just a little bit at a time. We've been watching him play actions, and here we go. He says, what else? What do you got going on in there? And there's one of the 2 cards I talked about that can take it, and then some other pain-delivering card with that Firefly Storm. He can't take either, but he knows what's in store for him, and it's feeling not good.
Yeah, that is a terrible turn of events. You see the Firefly Storm, we could take another lore off the board, and we also see that Olaf Snowman of Action, which can actually negative reduce lore as well. So we will storm on the Ursula, and I don't believe my eyes for 10 million Fireflies flying all around. There's probably about 10 million Fireflies on that card art there, as Olaf Snowman of Action going to reduce Iago back to 15, which might as well be 0 sometimes at this state of the game, as Ben now has put himself in a nice position. Maui there holding court himself there on the other side of the board.
And now it becomes this very, very frustrating math problem again. It's been a math all day where he has this Eleanor, but she's scared. There's a Maui saying, you sure about that, pal? Bobby Zamaruski will allow him to draw and go ahead and discard here. But then it's like we see this Rapunzel, and we talked about that being not cool in this matchup. And now he just has to keep things upright and truly hope. No Pirate's Life, no Be Prepared. Which Be Prepared I'm not too afraid of, because I don't think Ben would want to wipe his board. But he just needs to keep his cards upright. and no more lore
I
drain.
mean, there could be a situation where you get to a spot and Tiago is representing 5 lore in play. You don't have the ability to engage with those ready characters, and you might have to sing this Be Prepared with this Olaf after questing for 3 with that Sisu, and maybe you can take over the initiative by reestablishing and maybe get a Tamatoa down, get those popsicles moving. So we have a lot of game left. As we are just getting those glimmers of moving. Sisu quest for 3, so that's a 5-piece being added on to Ben, who is slowly starting to leg back into this thing. 2 more lore being represented for Tiago on the opposition side. Hand on chin. Can he get there? Will he win the race? This Maui is reckless, so we will be able to take down whatever exerts next turn.
Now, a thought floating through your head might be, is there a go-go? No. We always say you have to respect go-go, but you don't if you've already seen the deck list and you know she is not in there. So we get a Thomas who's sitting there being like, remember me, guys, I'm a 0-4. He is just here. He is just here to be a lore, and he's here to hang out. And it's brutal because this Firefly Storm said, Thomas, nobody remembers you from that movie. Get out of here.
And
in
you
that
had to do it,
discard
though.
pile.
You had to do it because if that was 4 lore technically being generated and the Snowman of Action will send more lore the opposite direction. And again, you might as well be at negative 13 as both of these Lumineers are all knotted up at 13. We have game in play, and Tiago issues the handshake, and
Wow.
Ben gets it done. And he is your winner of the World Class Cards Infinity Weekend 5K. Congratulations and well played, sir, to you, as Ruby Sapphire is back.
It's back, and I don't call it a comeback. It's been here for years. I don't know. I will note, earlier this morning, I said, J-Bomb, I'm thinking we should get Ben on stream. And he said, I don't think Ben's playing today. And I said, what? Why? And he said, Ben just wants to be in the next 5K because then it's like, who cares? He already has the invite. So that'd be something to interview about him, JD, is be like, were you really thinking about not playing today? Because I think he just won it.
He just won it.
He won the set champ CCQ.
I think we're going to get J-Bomb might be here in the interview as well, because I did speak to Ben earlier, and if he's not here, I will definitely love to talk to this Luminary and hear what he has to say about his stellar performance and how he feels about this strategy, because this should have, granted this isn't the largest tournament that we've ever had in the world. There were 62 Luminaries who came out on day number 1, but to play all these rounds against some of the best players, these players are not bad players, and to go completely undefeated, you did not lose a single match all weekend.
No interview because he has to go play?
Okay, no
All right.
interview? Well,
we'll just pretend I'll be him. All right, ask me.
hey, Ben, so congratulations to you for winning the CCQ here at World Class Cards. We're in Lambeau Stadium. You got it done. You already had the invite, but talk to us about that win. How are you feeling, Ben?
The dog days are done.
The dog days are done. You think the dogs are cooked? I mean, you were undefeated, and you actually waylaid dog player after dog player after dog player all the way through the finals, on your way to the top cut, all the way to your championship, to include Tiago, who's one of the best players in the world. You took him out as well. What is your secret? How are you beating dogs so freely?
Liquidate them.
Liquidate them?
Liquidate them. Fires by them. Do anything you can. Let them think they have a chance. Let them think they can, and then watch them. Look at them in the eyes as you play Olaf. Pirate's life. Just nod.
boom.
And shout out, because that is exactly what Ben did. He went ahead and said, this list is made to do it all. It has the top end punishing. There's Maleficent dragons in here, guys. You guys didn't get to see it because we didn't have time. There's Merlin's carpet bag. He built his deck to say, I know the room's going to be weird. My deck's ready for it. He knew, like I said, the 2 things your deck has to do to win in Infinity is it has to be well suited in a big room, and then it's got to be able to play dogs, because dogs are going to make up 30 to 50%
of the top cut.
75% sometimes.
Of the top cut. The dogs, no matter how many dogs, I think that's a new theory. I have 2 theories, and one of them is if you play dogs more in Swiss, it will convert less, and if you play dogs less, it will convert more.
Yeah.
So either way, the dogs will for sure be there in the top cut of your tournament. So you need to have a way, if you plan on winning the event, to either beat dogs, maybe you're playing dogs to beat dogs or something like that, and Ben had that technology and the strategy.
And I love that. It's okay. I do feel bad because me and JD in the back of our head were like, and the reason that it's hard is because if you look at the headline, dogs beaten, Ruby, Sapphire win, and you go, okay, but it's a very specific list. I don't think because I mean, I actually counted how many Ruby Sapphires were here. There were 13 Ruby Sapphires in the 60-person tournament. Only 1 made it in the top 10, 1 won. So he had a great time, but like you said, he was a 1 of 1. He was the only person doing this shark business. So it's something where you have to pay attention, and also note that the other part of the headline was 75% of the top 8 were dogs. So we are now, We gotta keep moving and grooving. We didn't have time for interview, not because we're like, hey, we're packing up. No, it's because they are shuffling up for round.
Me personally, Katie, I got to tell you, I know they're shuffling up. They're about to play the next round, but we got to get a little bit more showmanship. I mean, we got to present some
I
trophies or
know,
something.
I
He's
was
like, you're
like-
done. Get over here, and we're
They
we're
literally
done.
they walked over and said, "Get down,
It's over. We didn't
Play
get
some
it. There
freaking
was
Disney
no,
Lorcana
there was
right
no,
now.
there was no segue. So much so that I will be bumped out by J-Bum. Are you good? Do you need a break?
No, I don't think so. Is food coming?
No.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, that's terrible news.
We're gonna have to send JDZ probably this round to
Okay,
get your order.
okay,
Okay.
so you're on the
I'm on food duty. We'll make that happen.
Okay.
Can you do the wheels of steel? Can you do this? All right, so we're going to bump out myself, and J-Bond will be joining you guys for round number. I don't even know what's happening.
This is round 3. It's round 3.
Round 3.
Of
So
5.
let me set that up really quickly
I'll
for you guys.
orientate them. Nobody worry. I'm going to tell you guys so much, and you're going to be like, I feel like I knew everything now. So while we're getting everything set up, what is going on is the reason that they were ushered over, they literally they're like, hey, where's my trophy? And they said, get out of there. Is because you were only around 2 buys in this tournament, and the way it worked out, to be fair, they were having a lot of pregame chit chat, so that might be a little bit. You rob Peter to pay Paul, rob Tiago to pay. Playing in the next round, so they are now in the other room playing the 5-round 5K tournament, which is kind of a funky little tournament actually. We actually saw the winner of my brain is reshorting, so I am sorry, but. The tournament is a 5K, but they're only going to be doing 5 rounds today. And then I think they're just like, we're good. And then you know how sometimes they vote to split the top? I don't think there's a vote. I think they just are saying after 5 rounds, we're done. Is that true?
That is true.
Okay, so it's basically you have pre-consented to a top 5 cut. There is a total of 49 players in there. It is also a set champ, and it is also a loaded room. If it wasn't bad enough yesterday, this day, they added a world champion of DKP.
Yeah, you may be wondering, why wasn't DKP playing yesterday? Why is he playing today? DKP wasn't here yesterday. He was down in Dallas and made it up today just to play in the 5K. He's hanging out with world-class cards until Thursday night's Enchanted Evening, which if you haven't signed up for or heard for, world-class cards before Indianapolis. In Indianapolis, they're throwing a nice party, and it's actually super fun. I lost a breakdancing battle to JDZ, and their whole table won Enchanteds because he beat me in a breakdance. Where else are you going to see that? Come on down to the Enchanted Evening. There's still tickets available.
I have a video of it.
Yeah.
I watch it once a year to be like, man, I got to work on my dancing because J-Bomb's going to freaking out dance me if he ever challenges me to a challenge.
Yeah, Yeah, we got Buster on stream, who is our event coordinator. So that is going to be awesome. He actually helped set up this whole thing. It was his
Buster on
idea.
stream? Oh, he's playing today?
Yeah.
This is okay. So for guys, I mean, have you guys been leading up the Buster? We have. Okay. He does it all.
Yeah.
And now I hope he wins this tournament. I hope he day 1, and then day 2 he's like, I'm the ops. So that is very, very cool. Buster is an employee here at Lambeau Field, an event extraordinaire. I'm very excited. I love booster packs, but Buster helping us pack up this event has been also delightful. I mean, he's playing against somebody that is familiar. We have seen him on the stream. He's on Lords of Lore. I cannot remember his name, so this is going to be.
We still gotta go back and forth on what the enunciation is, but it's either De Thomas or De Thomas.
Thomas. Thomas.
And I asked him at dinner yesterday what he preferred, and he said whatever you want.
I'm going to say wrong. Next. But now we're done saying, Buster, this is Afro. Yeah, okay, yes. I was trying to pronounce the PH, but that is how it's pronounced. So we are looking at 2 people who have different records. One is 1-1, meaning one of their rounds likely went to time. Yeah. And Thomas is here at 2-0, so he very much wants to win this. Both of them do, but Thomas definitely wants to because he is undefeated. Alfaro kind of has to win it to make sure he gets the points here that he needs. I believe Thomas is on Amber Emerald discard.
Yeah.
So this is 2 Amber Emeralds of 2 different builds.
Very, very different decks for the same color combos. We're not going to see a lot of similar cards. And we are going to start off by seeing the Diablo. Thomas is running it back from yesterday. And Diablo, one of the best cards in times of old, has not been as good lately, except for we did see it in Dortmund win. But Diablo is just such a powerhouse, and it's going to be very, very hard for Afro's Dogs deck to answer an early Diablo, and that Diablo is going to draw quite a lot of cards.
Yeah, and that is one of the problems of this deck is What do you have to deal with the evasive Diablo? And at the beginning of the meta, we saw some of these dog decks teching in things like Horseman Strike specifically for their fear of Diablos and other evasive things, but they stopped. They said, I'll just go faster. But this Amber Emerald build is just a little bit more gritty, I think, than I think you have to be concerned as a dogs player because of all the discard decks. This is the one that can sing Under the Sea.
Yeah, and Cinderella here, you might not have seen this in a lot of discard decks, but with Akud, Thomas likes to do some crazy stuff, play the Akud, maybe get the Muses out a little earlier and cheat out some other cards. If he didn't get the Shift Diablo, maybe get that out on turn 2 without exerting it and just having it out. But he did miss the Diablo this turn, and Mowgli going to be all the important card in this matchup. And he says, oh, who cares about your Mowgli? I got another Under the Sea. And so once he plays this aerial next turn, he's already going to be in Under the Sea range. So Buster here is going to be in a lot of trouble already out of the gate if he does not have exactly another Ursula or Mowgli as early as turn 4. This Under the Sea is going to come down and eliminate his entire board.
Now, I will note the only thing looking not so scary for Afro is the fact that we don't have a draw engine online yet. So with that Diablo, that's why he's so important in this deck, is because you're basically keeping your hand full. He has 3 cards, but I mean, if he is going towards that Under the Sea line, it does kind of eat up resources without any kind of upside. So if Afro kind of stays on a kind of more reserved play line, he might be able to. It's hard. He's putting off the inevitable of an Under the Sea. So it's kind of what's the right way, and does he have anything that he can do to deal with this other board while he's waiting? And the answer is not easily. They're not exerted, so he really can't do much.
Got it. Yeah, and so he's just going to quest, and he realizes, oh goodness, this Under the Sea is coming next turn. So even if I add more characters to the board, they're just going to be sent to the bottom of the deck courtesy of the Under the Sea. So he says, you know what, let's have you play that, and I'm going to just refill afterward. But I don't know, Katie, this might not even be enough characters to warrant Thomas playing the Under the Sea, but also that puts him in a position where if Buster draws the Ursula or the Mowgli, then that Under the Sea will be eliminated from the hand and discarded to the discard pile. So it's a very, very tough decision and problematic area for Buster to be in at this point.
It is. It kind of feels like you are tempting. Both of them are tempting each other. Like, okay, you're playing into my hand by not going too wide. But he could also, Afro could be saying, you're playing into my hand because I'm absolutely taking that song. But it'll be very interesting to see because Ursula, you are allowed to pick which song. Now we are down to 1. Or no, he still has 3. He has Sun and Chill, Under the Sea. And it looks like those are the 2. But he does go ahead, discards one of the Sun and Chill to shift that Diablo. Now he has 1 card in hand. So if he is able, this is the time. His board is narrow, but he has cards in hand. And this could go ahead and get him back in the game if he plays things right and Thomas doesn't get any more evil cards.
And Buster did draw that Ursula, so he is going to take away that Under the Sea and put himself in a position to get back in this game. But unfortunately, Thomas did play that Diablo and has started saying, when you draw, I draw, just like that. And we are going to snipe that Under the Sea, putting Thomas down to just 1 aerial. Now, the problem with that is there's so many songs in this deck, and all of the songs are very good, and Thomas already has the Prince John and Diablo out. He is in such a commanding position that any song will be okay. If we're discarding the hand, it's great. If we get an Under the Sea, eliminating both these characters is great. We're in just a very, very strong position at this moment.
Yeah, it is a very, very interesting dance they're doing because it is a situation of I know what you're doing, but do you know what I'm going to do? And I would say that Afro has to make sure his deck behaves like a control deck now a little bit because, I mean, he does have access, I think, to Under the Sea, but he has to get to the point where he can sing it. And like you said, Ariel is going to be doing her best to go ahead and get it. We've seen 2 Under the Seas discarded, but there's probably 2 more where that came from.
Yep.
But going along with an Alanwi.
Alanwi, yes. And so let's see. We're almost certainly going to play this Ariel and see what she has to sing. And we're going to look at these top 4 cards, pick whichever song we want, and he shakes his head, quickly sends them to the bottom, doesn't even care what order, and says, uh-oh, SpaghettiOs, we have missed. Gives it a little chuckle, but have no fear, Diablo is here to draw us more cards.
And I think, I mean, you might have touched on this. One of my favorite interactions in this matchup is the fact that Tramp Sweet Part Dog, best card in the game, unless you have a Prince John and a Diablo on board. Because if you draw 4 cards and then you discard 4 cards, you have let your opponent draw 8 cards.
Yeah.
So it's a very, very funny interaction that turns the most powerful card into the deck to the most liability.
The first time I played Tramp when it came out, I did that against Shadox while he had a Prince John out, and he started drawing a bunch of cards, and I was like, what are you doing? He goes, you discard them all. And I said, huh, I probably shouldn't do that, should
Yeah,
I?
and it's very anti-intuitive, right? Because it's just like, oh, it's part of the card. But
Yeah.
it says, because there's times you, like, for example, for Ariel, you are not drawing. You are looking at the top 4 of your cards and picking a song and putting the rest back. So you're never drawing, you're never discarding. But Tramp, you are physically drawing and then physically discarding. So it's so important to read these and know these interactions. You will see discard decks at DLC Indianapolis, so you really, really need to be mindful of these interactions moving into that weekend because
Yeah.
that's a tough one. And information's gained, too, so that'd be a tough one for a take back. But there we go. A coup Enemy, like you promised, able to cheat in some valuable targets here, going wider and saying, Ursula, get in here.
Oh, and off the table that Ursula goes.
Oh.
Andy did have the Under the Sea, which is one of the only ways he can get back in the game. And you know, he had exactly enough to swing it, so that is going to be painful because that would have just turned this game exactly on its head. So Ursula coming in at the exact moment, always on time, never late, and basically icing Buster out of this game.
Yeah, I feel if I'm Avro, I'm going. It's so terrible when you're like, all right, you do the Doctor Strange thing. You're like, these are the things I need to do to win. I need exactly that. And then you have it in hand. You actually find the thing, and then it's gone. So I'm not feeling, oh my
God,
gosh.
he drew another
He
one.
had his Under the
Another
Sea.
one.
He said, I did them at Doctor Strange calculation. Turns out there were 2 pass forward. So he goes ahead, wipes the Thomas's board
my
clean.
goodness. I thought it was all but over, but he drew it 2 turns in a row, and that is going to be a tough spot for Thomas to come back from. Now, luckily, Buster is only at 2 lore, and Thomas has quite a full group of cards in his hand, and so he's just going to start by playing Prince John. Buster, no cards in hand, so this is quite a weak turn from Thomas, as this doesn't do any fighting on the board, and you really don't want to trade into that Elanwi. And so Buster's going to just say, hey, I'm here to draw a bunch, or sorry, I'm just going to quest out with everything and start marching toward 20, and I'm only about 2 turns away at this point.
Yeah, he gets to know that fear of Under the Sea is a lot less because, I mean, Prince John, he can do a lot, but he is not known to sing a whole choir. But this will help. Muses can definitely help because Muses is going to provide the ability to go ahead every time a song is sung to go ahead and return a character to someone's hand. It could be Thomas's or Afro. But it's just he's played a ton of cards so far in this game. His card engine or his card draw engine's offline. So do you even have the luxury to do such a thing at this moment?
Yeah, and to remind the audience, Thomas actually won the last 5K here last year in the triple deck tournament. So he's just going to end up passing the turn and takes a big sigh saying, I cannot believe you topped that Under the Sea right after I discard it. Oh, woe is me. What has happened? I'm running out of time here. And so he opts to just pass. Probably smart, leaving that Prince John upright. And hopefully he's thinking, I'm going to draw and have a very powerful turn. But I am running out of time.
He is, and even if he draws, a bunch of songs. I mean, the Muses can sing a song. Prince John can technically sing a song. He can pay for a song, but there we go. We have another Muses online. Now, the Muses does have a condition. It has to be a character with 2 strength or less. The good news is that condition is easily met with the board we have here. Everybody meets that application, but he's doing the math of, okay, I have to get rid of that Lilo for sure, Rapunzel, but then those are 2 cards you don't necessarily want to send back because if you turn any of these cards sideways, you could have a Rapunzel trap, and you're just in this very big mess of it's delaying, but it's certainly not game winning.
Yeah, I'm certainly not bouncing that Rapunzel back ever because of that, exactly as you said it with the Rapunzel trap, and going to be just drawing an infinite amount of cards there and bringing it to the brink of destruction and letting Thomas basically win the game. So that one's going to be out of the question. Likely to be bouncing the Lilo off of this Della's Moon Lullaby in addition to another character, perhaps the Willow is what I'm leaning towards. Maybe the Elanwi that is unexerted could also be a good option. But then we could also trade into the smaller characters with these Muses that don't sing.
And I feel like one thing that I've said before is that I do think Amber Emerald is one of the most powerful discard decks because it has a board wipe. But every discard deck has the same vulnerability as if you invest so much time into building the draw engine and all that.
Oh my goodness.
but
He
we do
actually opted to send the Rapunzel back. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
you
so
there.
he took the trap.
Yeah.
And that's so.
Oh, okay, because he's not exerting. Okay, so that makes sense then.
Yeah, he said it's a trap, but I'm not afraid. But it is still something that quest for two. He did go ahead and get rid of. Let's see here. He still has that Willow on the
Yeah, it
board.
was Lilo and Rapunzel.
Okay, so the Willow's still on the board to on the discount. He puts it back out there because it is still a nice body, and he says you can keep doing that if you want to. I will go ahead and keep playing my cards, going as wide as I can, questing up here to a nice clean 18, and now he has to get that board wipe or a couple of songs, and that is very hard to do with one card in hand.
Yeah, and this is such a scary spot for Thomas because Amber Emerald is very good at answering a lot of things, but it's not good at answering everything in perpetuity for the rest of the game. And with Buster being at 18, Thomas is going to have to do just that and answer every single character for the rest of the game. But he's down to minimal resources, and we're going to look back at this game where it was just basically one card draw, sealed the entire game for that Buster, and that was the Under the Sea off the hizzy to take out Thomas's excruciatingly strong board.
It was. I mean, he had everything he needed. He had the Diablo, he had the Prince John. Every puzzle piece was there, but he still has some puzzle pieces left. Like I said, these muses can keep generating value. We have two muses, two muse triggers. Once again, Lilo and Rapunzel, the two heavier questers here. Now the muses can engage in challenges. The problem is the math is not in his favor. Prince John is not going to be able to do a ton on his own. The muses, are they better used at singing? That only matters if he has songs. So it's just not a great situation to be. Ooh, but this changes the math. Oh, no, it doesn't. I was like, this changes the math. I saw a Cricky. So he
Cricky does help.
Yeah, so Cricky changes the math because he will go ahead and provide a challenging. It's really, Cricky is very shy. And here we go. Before we do that, we'll go ahead and have him sing Sudden
Okay,
Chill.
'cause that'll bounce two characters.
Yeah, seeing what cards he gets, because that discard does allow him to draw a card. I think he's just seeing, do I really want to commit this route and expose? He knows there's a Rapunzel in hand, so he's kind of saying, okay, I'm going to be feeding you here after this challenge. So there we go. There is that Cricky jumping on in here, the Lucky Cricket, increasing the strength for the challenge.
Surprisingly strong turn from Thomas. He has cleared the board fully, and Buster is going to be in this situation against these two muses where as long as Thomas keeps cycling and drawing songs, he is going to just be able to bounce everything that Buster has. Buster is going to be looking to try and find a character that is higher than 2 strength to avoid those pesky, pesky muses. And
he responds with the Queen.
With the Queen.
We've seen so many queens this weekend. And this one specifically is the conceded ruler. She's got support, so we've seen support, and royal support is having a big moment right now, thanks to Ilanwi, or rather, thanks to Aurora and Eleanor. But this is one at the start of your turn. You may choose and discard a princess or queen to return a card from your discard to your hand. But she has support. She's a 2/4, so she is unfortunately very, very, very susceptible to the bounce shenanigans.
That she is.
But she is a character, and at the end of the day, Thomas can't have infinite cards, can he?
Oh, that's the beauty of Amber Emerald. It can have infinite cards because of this Prince John and all the songs, and eventually getting these Muse bounce locks going with an Ariel. So Thomas really wants to find an Ariel so he can just keep searching and finding these songs and just never let Buster ever have more than a character out. And he's going to play You Have Forgotten Me to discard just the Rapunzel in the hand, draw one card, and unfortunately, that is going to be the game.
And that was so beautifully done by Afro on the right or left here, because we saw it was game over, lights out, because I mean getting that Under the Sea discarded, that was the card he needed. However, sometimes your deck says, I'm not going to do the thing that people always say, brick, not me, I'm a brick house. And I will go ahead and give you exactly the card you need. Now, Thomas did show why his deck is menacing. He was able to keep crawling forward. Those muses were very, very powerful. But it's just one of those things where if you are gaining, if he's gaining 3 for every one thing you get, then Afro will just outpace you. And that's what happened here.
Yeah, and so going into this game too, Thomas is just shaking his head like, why did you have to draw that Under the Sea? I was in such good shape. And that's kind of the problem with this deck is you develop these boards that are so strong, but if they have one board clear, you simply lose it all, and all of your investment has gone up in smoke, and you pretty much don't have a lot of gas left in the tank. And so it's just a tough stance to be in and problematic area. So Buster going to feel real good about stealing that one from Thomas. And so going into game 2, Thomas is going to be on the play, hoping for that Diablo shift.
Yeah, now somebody said, what is this tournament? This isn't a backup tournament. It's a double. It's a 10K weekend. So the only difference between today's tournament and yesterday is the CCQ invite, which is a big deal. The CCQ invite was a lot, but other than that, the same prizes are on the line. We're looking at a $5,000 prize pool, and we are looking at 8 Woody Jungle Explorer or Jungle Guide set champ promos and the Woody playmat. So this is basically, it's not a backup, it is a redo. We have a lot of the players who made the top 8 are now just over there playing again. Some of them got 1 bye, some of them got 2. So it is a very stacked room. DKP is in the room. A lot of the Eliminators that we saw yesterday are also playing. Habibi, Sky. I think Tiago, I saw him walk away. That was the opposite direction. So he might not be playing. But good for him because he played a lot today.
I was surprised. There's actually 49 people, which is only 13 less than yesterday. So everyone stuck around to play this because they had such a good time yesterday. Just a few people went down. We had a couple new people in DKP. But overall, pretty good turnout for in comparison to the numbers yesterday. And so going through the mulligans here, getting shuffled up, and about to start this game too, where Thomas is going to really want to get that one back.
Now, for people who are like, Zen is friend, and we love Zen. Zen and the others, one of the things I was a little stressed out about is Zen literally, he did lose his round. That was for the invite that Tiago won. And I was like, he's out there, he's playing. And I was kind of scared, right? Because, I mean, sometimes, like, after something like that, it can be frazzling. But it powered him up because then went in, was matched up to Habibi, who is no joker. This is a man who is very, very good at Amber Steel, very good at Lorcana. And Zen said, I will show you the power of dogs.
And let me tell you, I watched that match, and he did what Tiago did to him in game 2 and just played 3 Eleanors, and then the game was over.
He's like, I just learned.
And Habibi was like, bro, what?
He said, I don't like it. And Zen's like, tell me about it.
Yeah.
So shout out to Zenulus and shout out to these players that have so much resiliency. That's the number one thing you see in these top players that are the difference between a top player and just your average player is resiliency. They play week to week, they play tournament to tournament, and they say, take the L and then shuffle back in. And there we go. We are in game 2. We have Ursula Deceiver into Diablo, who's going to do a little bit of spying here and say, what's in the cards for me? And the answer is a lot of problems. We saw Snowfort. We saw Grandmother Willow. We saw, I don't know what kind of 1 cost we saw. That's pretty important.
That was a very, very quick look at the hand. For me, I need at least
I
a full
need more time
minute
than
and start to memorize via mnemonics and just repeating myself like a Gregorian chant.
Yes.
And so he is going to have this Shift Diablo this time, which is going to get at least 3 cards, I would say minimum, unless there is a Finnick in Buster's deck, which we haven't seen a lot of Finnicks this weekend. So that Diablo is going to quest Thomas into the first lore and activate the when you draw, I draw, just like that.
And I think he has a Finnick. I think Afro had a Finnick in hand, if I was not mistaken, which that can't be true. Because if he does, that would be pretty silly. Okay, no, Grandmother Willow. But yeah, Finnick would be absolutely devastating. But like you said, when I draw, you draw, just like that. And so he doesn't want to draw. He wants to get that Grandmother Willow. The 1 cost pain keeps going. 1 costs are so important in this deck because that swarming ability that you're able to do matters so much. But we saw last game, you know, if you're not, you can't have Under the Sea hurt you. Is it the Diablo?
The double Diablo, so when you draw, I draw more.
Yes.
Not yet, though. We got to turn before we can exert this Diablo. And so Buster has had a pretty atrocious start by missing 1 drop and then missing the draw the 1 drop. But he does have the Finnick, and he is going to bounce that Diablo. Now, I would probably prefer to bounce the 1 without the shift because
you just gave him a little bit.
You just gave him an unnecessary Diablo there. So, unfortunately, that we kind of get blinded sometimes when we do see the exerted one. We want to take that one out because it's drawing cards, but we weren't going to draw any more cards, and so we could have just taken the one that didn't have a shift on it back to the hand.
And it really, I mean, this matters for shifted and boost. You always want to be very cognizant of, well, what's really going into think, well, what's really going back into the hand. Will it matter? Maybe not, but I mean, at the very least, having a shift target is quite nice. And then also having the ink if he decides that he's like, I'm good, because he does have a pretty healthy hand size now where he probably isn't as stressed about card draw. He can say, well, thank you. I will go ahead and ink that, and now I don't have to stress out. So it is a very, very stressful or a quick decision, but it is one to be mindful of. But Ariel gave him the decision of what song would you like to keep, and he kept Akud Edamudi, which will keep the value engine going and also be very, very good if he deploy Muses later. And he plays another one.
Yeah, and there Thomas inks that Diablo, says, thank you for that ink. I will use it to play the Diablo back immediately and then go back to draw another card. And there's nothing scarier than a discard deck with a full grip hand, because they can just start annihilating your hand and your resources and just whittle you down to nothing. And without a full board, it's going to be very hard for Buster to have the resources to sing Under the Sea like he did last game, because he did miss all of those 1-drops. And so Buster is going to finally draw a 1-drop in that Aurora, and we're going to see if he ends up playing that or if he's going to opt for something else, because he does have that Willow, which puts online his Eleanor should he want to play it. I believe I see one in that hand. But we're going to go ahead and we are going to play.
I don't know. He's got the
drum roll, please. Oh, nope. We're thinking about it a little further.
He says, no, I do like when they exert the ink and then ready it again. But like you mentioned, I mean, he had no 1-drops or later. And so he is living in a world of 2 costs or more.
Yep.
We'll get that Eleanor out here. And hopefully she'll be here to stay, because we have seen that this Eleanor can do a lot of work. She's not doing anything yet. But now things are looking a little dicey here, because we do have the Muses out, and she can target either of those Grandmother Willows or the Finnick if. Oh, yeah, 3 costs or less. I thought it was 2, but that's Sisu, so it is 3 strength or less. So that Eleanor that he just paid 3 ink, that's a huge amount of resources for him, went back to hand. And then we don't talk about Bruno.
We're talking about it here because it is going to discard a card, and it does hit the Eleanor.
That is brutal. She said, Eleanor, you got to get out of here. So now Eleanor is out of the board, and he just keeps the party going. Thomas said, I want to show you the true meaning of pain here with this ballroom sensation who can sing more songs, really help the party going. We have 2 singers next to 2 Diablos, next to the Muses. That's all you could really ask for. Maybe get a Prince John out here next turn to really do Pain Incarnate. But Afro is not having a fun time right now.
He is not having a fun time at all. And this one, he does not have the comeback mechanic of having a Singer 8 in board to open up the Under the Sea to possibly winning. And so Thomas is going to be feeling in a great spot. He was feeling in a great spot last game too, but we're going to go ahead and probably wrap this one up here in a couple turns, as these Diablos are just going to keep eating and drawing cards for Thomas and keep his hand extremely healthy, even if that Under the Sea were to come out, which I don't think it's going to be able to happen this game, because Thomas just has way too many cards from those Diablos, and he's got the Muses to bounce any threats to make sure that Buster never gets to Singer 8 on board.
Now, we did see some fun new tech. We had Nani going on a little bit of a stage manager casting call, seeing that Rapunzel Ready for Adventure was available to be taken. Now, that Rapunzel Ready for Adventure does 2 things, adds with the support, and then also makes it where you have the ability to protect it from the first time they would take damage. Support really doesn't care about Under the Sea, so I'm a little bit nervous there for him. But here we go. That was Lady Tremaine with set 1. That was set 1, Lady Tremaine, with the ability of do it again, basically built back into it. He's doing so much right now that I am dizzy with what's all happening all of a sudden. But okay, so he went ahead. I think saying Under the Sea. The discard's off screen. I saw him go ahead and take Lady Tremaine, which is freaking me out because I have not seen that since that one. She's a 6 cost, and yeah, when you play this, you return an action card from your discard to your hand. So Thomas is cooking the dinner, and he is eating so good in the neighborhood.
Yeah, and this Lady Tremaine, it does not do a lot until it does everything. And you can get in this situation where, especially with the new Buzz out, people often say, why wouldn't you play Buzz? It can do more and it's a bigger body. Well, because it is 1 strength, you can continuously bounce it with the Muses and then take whatever card you want every turn for the rest of the game, basically. And Buster's going to say, I'm going to play this lady, bring some cards back to my hand, and then Thomas is going to start the loop. He's going to take the Bruno back, sing the Bruno, discard a card, and then he's going to bounce the lady, and forevermore, Buster will lose everything, and this game is all but over.
And I never want to say you have to scoop. You never do. But I emotionally, at this point, I've emotionally scooped because he is punishing him on all fronts. It's an all-out assault where he's losing his board, he's losing cards, he's losing time and energy. He says, all right, let me go ahead and look. We saw Lady Miss Park Avenue played, but she couldn't do anything cool because she's supposed to be able to bring back 2 cost or less characters, but you can't if there's none in the discard because they're all at the bottom of your deck. And that is why these cards synergize so well together. That's a sign it's a really great deck when the cards work together in ways that it is able to just do a synergistic explosion. And he says,
he says, I don't want to play anymore.
Yeah, so shout out to, now both players have shown. Also, shout out to my mom. My mom's in the chat. She said, hi, Katie. So she's watching. She's a huge Amber Emerald discard fan. So she is rooting big for the Thomas, and she is up big because the Thomas kind of showed that, yeah, Amber Emerald, they really, really benefited from Infinity. There were so many
Yeah.
cards in his deck that you couldn't play. And then the minute Infinity came, it was like you could hear ghosts coming from the attic, and it was all these cards coming out to play. Very surprised by that Lady Tremaine, the wicked stepmother. And wicked as she is, because, yeah, she, like you said, she's useless. Not useless. She's just kind of a bummer until she starts this engine that makes it very, very scary.
Yeah, it's one of the scariest one-ofs in a deck because it just lets you do it all because you've already done it before. And so you just get to take whatever you want from the discard and replay it and replay it. And the Muses is such a unique card because it just kind of sits there like a turret, just amassing resources and like the ability to bounce your own characters like Ariel and dig for more song, or Tremaine and take whatever songs you want, allows you to just go and just take absolute control of the game and easily like ride that to victory. And so over here, Buster's going to try and want to get a fast start and not let Thomas set up enough singers to fight back and get that early board stake. Because the weakness of this Emerald discard deck is it takes a while to get going. All of its characters are really weak and very susceptible to Under the Sea. So if Buster can get the early game going, tramp into an Under the Sea, he can just wipe Thomas off of the board, and Thomas is not going to be able to do much to get back because there's really no comeback mechanic in this Amber Emerald discard. It takes a long time to set up, and they're going to be using a Coods, getting out a bunch of 2/3s, getting a bunch of these characters that really can't fight the board, except for if we have a Cricky later. But unfortunately, that is just kind of how the deck is. But once it gets going, though, it gets going like a steam engine, and it's just going to be the engine that could and just continuously steal Buster's resources and build Thomas's resources.
Thomas the Tank Engine. I don't know.
I should have worked that in.
I honestly, like, I should have done something before just saying it. I was like, that's the punchline that I was going for. But, you know, sometimes time is of the essence. And time is of the essence for these two players. I'm not sure if that timer is correct. I'm looking at the round. It should be about 20 minutes left. So I think they have.
Yeah, and then they started a little bit late
Yeah.
because we needed to get a feature match going. And so I think there's at least 15 minutes extra from when that happened.
We have lots of time for these two Illuminaries. We are going to get a little peek, a little cheeky peek. And this time he's taking a little longer peek because now he's like, all right, you got some weird stuff. We've seen the Queen. We have seen Rapunzel looking for adventure. So let's just take a moment, take a pause. But then we just have Eilonwy hanging out by herself. And now Afar needs to be a little bit cautious because, as we know, if that Diablo gets online, it can be a very down-tempo thing. That Finnick takes a lot of energy just to get rid of it one Diablo. And if you have two, then it's basically a waste of your time. So we will go ahead and invest in ourselves and get that Grandmother Willow. But once again, he's short on one cost. Kind of feels bad here.
Yeah, definitely. You want to be using that Willow every turn, and leaving that on the table really defeats the purpose of playing the Willow. So the good news is he does have that Rapunzel and Eilonwy active. So if Eilonwy uses the support, it's going to add Rapunzel's shield bubble to whatever character he prefers, allowing more favorable quests should he want to do that. But we are going to discard an Under the Sea and bring Diablo back to action and start a questin. And because we are questin, we are exerting, and that is going to activate Diablo's special power where whenever Buster draws, I get to draw two, which is still, to me, one of the most broken aspects of the game, and it's just especially because you can shift it for free. So it's one of those cards that if just unanswered early, it just spirals out of control because it's going to draw so many cards. It's just such an easy way for card advantage, and card advantage is the name of the game in this Amber Emerald discard.
And I think you did say it's shift for free. He had a pretty expensive cost.
Yeah.
He discarded an Under the Sea, which is a pretty powerful card, especially looking at Afro's board. So, you know, with all magic comes a price, and so his price was Under the Sea. But if I see that I always think, well, it's because he has another one. I don't see one in hand, Under the Sea one in his hand, if you will.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have the ability to sing it for a while, so it's not the end of the world. But all that to be say is, yeah, it's a ton of value for not that big of a downside. And spoiler alert for people at home who are like, well, maybe Afro has a evasive. No, they usually don't. Amber Emeralds generally don't, especially the Dogs build, just don't have evasives except for maybe Go-Go, and that's not what she's there for.
And like a lot of people this weekend, they are reading that Rapunzel just to make sure I fully understand what it does. Thomas also was counting the total singer availability for Buster, noting that there was 7, so he still cannot do Under the Sea on the next turn and doesn't have any shift characters that can go onto the characters on the board. So Thomas is safe from the Under the Sea one more turn, so is not forced to play the Ursula just yet. He can wait and be patient one more turn should he need to. So he is free to develop the board as he pleases here, and we will likely see just that. I'm guessing an aerial will be coming out relatively soon, unless there is a area for need for Prince John, but if we don't have the discard, it might not be as good. And so there she is, the aerial spectacular singer, coming to lend her hand to, or lend her voice, I should say, to get a song. And there is the Sudden Chill, which is going to start depleting Buster's resources. And if Thomas does not have the Ursula, he can just discard the full hand and say, no, Under the Sea for you. And so this is going to be an important decision for Buster on what he wants to do. It appears he has the Tramp Street Smart Dog, and I just can't make out the other card. It was Eleanor, so he is opting to keep the Tramp Street Smart Dog. And unfortunately, though, I'm always nervous to play the Tramp Street Smart Dog because with Diablo out, they get to draw all those cards, Katie, and so that gets really, really scary.
Yeah, and he says, I don't care. So it's only 4. So that is something that the Thomas is very well aware of. That was my first thing. Is maybe he doesn't know. But yeah, and that is something where, so here's something fun. The Thomas, he's keeping those 4.
Yeah.
He does not need to discard. So that is, like you said, like that's a crazy thing, not crazy thing to do, but watching how the Thomas is playing, knowing that he discarded a Under the Sea. He inked we don't talk about Bruno, I think, and then I think that Ariel was able to get not the greatest song. I feel like he's like kind of deprived for songs that he wanted, and now he is going to be very, very, very happy because he has a buffet of songs probably, because that is how his deck is built. And Alfaro Better, I hope he has some good cards that he was able to get off of that Tramp. He only had 1 card in hand, so he only got to keep 1.
Yeah, and now Buster is going to just be boost in that Mulan to get all the lore, and he says, I just want to race, so I'm going to race, and I'm going to give that Mulan a bubble, and I'm going to give another character a bubble. I didn't see which one. It might have been the Willow if we're going to quest it, or it might have been the Rapunzel herself. So we will see. Unfortunately, when we're in the booth here, we don't always get to see without the clearest of hand motions on which of these effects they are putting on these different characters and the different choices they make. So we are going to pass with a lot of lore. I believe it's going to be 6 from the Mulan, 7, and then 8 from the Alani. No, it is just going to be 6 total. So we are going to just sing Under the Sea, and that, like a daytime soap opera, is likely going to be all she wrote.
And you mentioned the bubble, and I mean that's at that bubble of like challenging, but to Thomas, he's like, I'm not doing challenging.
Yeah.
I built my deck so I literally never have to challenge you. Under the Sea is such a great tool. He put it in his discard, not under his deck.
Yeah.
And that matters because he runs Lady Miss Park Avenue, so I don't know if we want to do a judge call there. He did put his cards not in his discard, not under the deck.
Yeah.
And that matters only because of the fact that, like, let's say there was a Lilo, but in this case, we know there's a Lady Miss Park Avenue. It matters. And that's the thing that is a little tricky about, and why Under the Sea hurts. Oh, so he did put it. Oh. His discard just looked very similar.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Sorry, JD.
Yeah, it just looked like the same cards. I was with you, Katie.
Yeah. It's the exact same cards in his discard were the ones that were on the bottom of his deck.
Oh, because he just discarded them with Tramp. That's why.
Oh.
Yeah. And it just happened to be
Okay.
what a coinkydink, as they call it.
And
Well done.
Afro says, I would literally never. I literally am at work or where I work. Do you think I'm going to be doing
I
that?
set this whole thing up.
Yeah, but no, you were right. He played that Tramp. Now, I think that Tramp was probably the moment of the game. We talk about the moment that kind of turns things.
Yeah.
I think that really was because that Tramp fed to Thomas so many answers. And we don't know if he had Under the Sea before, but we certainly know he had it when he needed it. And now he's just playing cards to play him. He's playing Mowgli. Mowgli's like, look at what exactly? And so now it is top deck mode. If I am Afro, I am feeling not great because the Thomas has everything he needs to do to win. He's inking that Tramp. I don't think he's gonna. He doesn't need to concede yet, but it is very, very painful. This is the power of Under the Sea and why one-sided board wipes are one of the most hated things in the game because it feels so sad.
Yeah, and while Thomas is going to take the victory here, the real victor goes to Buster for basically being the whole reason this event happened, because Buster works here at Lambeau Stadium, and he suggested to Robert, the owner of WCC, World Class Cards, hey, you should have an event here. I'm the event coordinator. We can work together, and I'll help organize it, and he has been great. He's helped us set up, and actually when I got in here, I did not know he was a Lorcana player, and so he was asking, he's like, yeah, the feature match table is going to go over here. I was like, you know what all this means? This is great. And
He's
like,
he's like, I'm a fast
yeah,
learner. He's like,
yeah.
no, I'm about to come in here and go ahead and put my hat in the ring. And so there we go. I think they are doing the final calculation here of saying, I think the writing's on the wall. So Thomas will win this round, but Afro had an amazing game number 2 where we were able to see that his deck has legs. I wish I could have seen a mirror match, a true one, because I would have loved to see the support mechanics pay off, especially with that queen. And by the queen, we were talking about the queen, Amber, not commanding presence, not Regal Monarch. This is conceded ruler. So we'll go ahead. We'll switch it back to the booth, and then we may have time for an interview. We will see if Thomas wants to come in and talk about how he has been getting the dubs here. So, yep, there we go. We're here.
All right, and that was my first booth cam click. I'm learning here on the spot. It's been
the whole
great.
thing blows up. What?
That's my biggest fear. Don't do that.
Yeah.
We'll get Thomas back in here representing the Lords of Lore. Lords of Lore put up a good performance here. Glad to see them always turn up to these WCC events, and Allison made top 4 almost to getting an invite. Was taken out by the eventual winner, Ben Gibson, but Thomas is back at 3-0 here. He had a pretty good showing yesterday, finishing X and 2, so very close, but just slightly off. And we're going to go into an interview here shortly once JDZ's just working on that. And this has been just such a great weekend, Katie. Very, very glad to be here with you and JDZ casting. It's just a lot of fun here, especially you are a Packer fan. Correct me if I'm wrong.
So here's the thing. I am a socialization and snack fan. So I
they do cheese well.
Yes. And so I think they're like one of those teams where I'm like, there's no downsides really. And honestly, I was in the gift store and I was like, maybe I'll get this. Yeah. But I certainly am not a fan of any. I sometimes like the Cleveland Browns because I think that's funny. That's a funny team. Their logo or their mascot
Brownie,
is a little fairy.
A little elf.
Yeah, little elf.
Brownie the elf.
That's just whimsical as heck, and I'm always going to support that. But yeah, this has been an amazing tournament. For you guys watching, you're probably saying, what's going on? What happened? I thought there was winners. I need you guys to know Tiago is in the other room right now. Ben is in the other room right now. They are in the middle of round 3. That's what we were just watching. And Tiago, he won. So I think Tiago's on his tear for a comeback here. Unfortunately, Ben Gibson, he did take a loss against Beefcake.
His first loss of the whole weekend. Beefcake got him.
Beefcake's not on dogs. So.
Yeah, he's showing the power of items against the traditional shark, where items is just going to be a little higher. And that's actually what happened to DKP last week at Dortmund. He brought the shark, but was taken out by a couple items early and never recovered.
And such an interesting thing that we talk about decks that do well, and I think it's so important to note, and that's why it's important to look at tournaments week to week and the overall bigger picture. Don't just look at one, look at multiple, is because it just sometimes you get paired and you're like, did something happen? Was this a script? And the answer is it's just the way it works. And so sometimes you lose every die roll, sometimes you win all the die rolls, sometimes you get your literal worst matchup every round. But for Thomas, he says, I will write my own fate. And so we're going to get him. We're going to do a quick little be right back screen, and then we will go ahead and get him in here for a little bit of an interview.
And we are back after some round number 3 action of the makeup event for those who didn't do well. The rebuttal, the rebuttal event. We got the Thomas back at it again, playing that filthy, nasty, stinky Limburger cheese, Amber Emerald discard, making people cry. I was rooting for Buster. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
No, I was too. He's a good guy.
He's a great guy, and without Buster, we probably wouldn't have this whole tournament happening here. But you're still on that Amber Emerald. How did your day end yesterday, and did you make any changes between yesterday and today?
No, yeah, playing the same deck. Yesterday I ended 3-2-1. I paired into my teammate Allison, who made top 4 actually.
Oh, nice.
But like we drew because I thought we were still doing top 16 on day 2, so we drew. And that draw actually made it so only one of us had a chance.
Gotcha.
To make it in if we won our last round. But I didn't win my last round. She won her last round. The stars aligned. She made it an 8th seed. So
right on. There you go. That's why you can't.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just can't draw. But playing against your own teammates when you're both trying to get to the same spot, it will cause some a bit of a conflict there, though. So you're back at it again here in the Redemption tournament, and you took out the Dogs strategy piloted by Buster there. What are some cards you're leaning on? I mean, we saw the Under the Sea was very powerful in that game.
Akud. That's a good card. There's been a game versus Dogs where I turn 1 Cinderella, sing Akud. Oh, yeah, turn 1 and then turn 2 sing Akud and then play Muses, which is really good against Dogs. So that's like the only new card I'm running, and I added Cinderella from like the older list version of the deck. So Akud is the win condition there. We also saw another. You say you're playing not that many new cards, but you are playing a ton of old cards, all the way going back to set number 1. And you set up what a play I like to call the endless Tsukiyomi, is when you have that Lady Tremaine is in your deck. You're able to establish Lady Tremaine. You're able to bounce back with the Muses and redeploy the Lady Tremaine with the Singer set up. And if they're low resource, the game literally just ends right there. Like, can you just talk about that play? How many Lady Tremaines are you playing? I'm just playing 1.
Okay.
You know, there's a lot of draw in the deck, so you can get to it.
A nice little funky, fun, nice little fun of.
It's nasty when it pops off like that. It's so nasty.
Especially with Bruno and Ariel, it's just a mess. That was actually grotesque. I was feeling bad for Buster in that match. But you got something also that's quite special here. I'm looking at this deck box, and this is the weirdest contraption of a deck box I've ever seen. For anyone tuning at home, what's going on here? Can you just give us a quick demonstration? And how many cards have you destroyed with this vice contraption you got here?
I actually destroyed the device trying to flatten my enchantments. But it's just like an extra protection thing, like other than humidity packs, you know, trying to make sure your enchants are flat, so they're not, not getting calls. Just put your deck in here, and then a little 3D printed thing.
Oh, look at that, man! Does it actually work?
Honestly, no.
It doesn't. Okay, man. I thought
it's just for show now. Honestly, like I throw it in here, it kind of works. Not really.
Okay, it's got a little bit of tension on there. I mean, I can see the vision.
Yeah, it gets really tight. I did crack it already, but
okay.
Shout out to Tim.
Well, shout out Tim, by the way. I think that's actually quite cool, man. So you are in this Infinity Rebuttal event. You're on your way. You are still undefeated, correct?
Yes, 3-0.
And you have 2 more rounds. You could potentially either get your. I think with the amount of players that we have, there will only be one undefeated player at the end, and that is the person that will win it all. So you still have an option to get there unless there is some splits or something down the stretch. But you're in a good spot. Is there anybody in the room that you're not looking forward to facing off against?
Dogs players.
you just kind of just smash a Dogs player right there. You got Diablo on your deck.
First Under the Sea wins, and if I don't see Shift Diablo, it's kind of real rough.
Yeah. That's kind of tough. Okay. Anybody you're looking forward to farming? Who are you trying to play?
The LFG and Lost Boys.
All
the other local teams.
Oh man, hold up, one more time. I like that. Give me a sec. We got to do that again. We got to do that one more time here as we're calling shots to any of the opposition who may be out here and active.
We want all the smoke.
Anybody who may be out here up and active. Wait, hold up. It's gonna take me a little bit more time. I can't do this. Never mind. We're gonna do this. We're gonna get this done, and maybe I can do this. And maybe I could do a little bit of this. Maybe I could do a little bit of this. Maybe I can do a little bit of this. Taking shots. Lost Boys, we're looking at you.
Yeah.
Wait, it didn't work. Hold up. I forgot I'm hooked up to the Crestron. I just sent a gunshot over to the. Oh no! I just sent the gunshot out to the.
So Buster's about to bust in here.
No! I just hit it. Oh no! I'm about to get kicked out of here. I just sent the soundboard out to the Megatron dude across the dojo. No. Okay. Let's try this one more time. Here we go. We fixed it.
Kristen.
There it is.
There it is.
Guns up
There
to
it
everybody
is,
out there.
yes. All the other
Lords
local
of Lore
teams
are
who
taking
want
names out here.
Yep.
Right on to Thomas. Well, I'll let you go so you can get ready as we are setting up for the 4th round. We have 2 more rounds of the redemption event. The secondary event. Thank you to Thomas for demonstrating your ability and playing a really interesting deck, a deck that I think is quite well positioned. Did that sound go off out there? Yeah. I'm sorry. Is it already pissed? How bad are they mad? Okay, cool. No. Oh, no. I'm going to get thrown out of here, bro. I'm going to get banned for life from the Green Bay Stadium. But J-Bomb, we might have to do a little bit of J-Bomb close-up magic while I go over there and devour this sandwich I got lined up over there. I see it.
Yeah.
I see production, and I see Katie over there getting active with those sandos, and I might have to get over there and sando up myself.
You can go eat. I'll narrate and say, Katie goes in for another bite.
Oh,
we'll see if she
you're
can
going to
hold it off there.
commentate
No.
production versus Katie in a sandwich eat-off, dude?
Yeah. The fry is looking mighty dangerous, but the ketchup near has no chance.
Man, those Cokes look so
dip?
nice. Oh, Katie's going fork here. Fork with fries, I think, is dangerous. I don't know about that.
Oh,
it's pasta. Oh, I thought she was fries over there.
Too. It looked like fries.
It looked like fries there.
Yeah.
But
food here is incredible. The restaurant's actually called 1919, which is the year the Packers became a team in the NFL. And so we've got some nice, delicious lunch coming in. I luckily got to eat a little earlier, but man, is that a cherry tomato on top of the bun?
That's it looks so
fancy.
elegant. It looks elegant.
Bring that in here. Let's get that on camera.
And I might have to get over there and devour some of this cuisine.
All
No,
right.
I'm cool. I'm a professional. Okay, we will wait until the post credits and we will get that cuisine taking place. But man, J Bomb, what an incredible weekend of Disney Lorcana that we've had up until this moment. We have already seen our winner of this event, Ben, who is going to pass down the invitation to Tiago. So 2 invitations going out today from this. Actually, 1 invitation going out via pass down to Tiago. So right now we're just in the redemption tournament that is going to be going into the 4th round. We're doing 5 rounds of Swiss, and then we're just going to have a winner after that, and that will be it for today. So we're just a little bonus feature match for everyone here who is just kind of hanging out with the stream, having a good time. Maybe take my blazer off and kind of let the hair down a little bit and just let's vibrate with the community as we are just having a little blast here in Lambeau. Don't want to say goodbye, so we're going to keep it going.
Yeah, just a couple more rounds until the end of the weekend, which is quite sad because it's been extremely fun. And it's just been nonstop, and the game's been going. Oh, I love that. Unfortunately, we couldn't get that interview with Ben. Maybe we can try and get him back in here and talk about his win and his deck. But he had to go start that round 3 literally as soon as they finished because the round had already been going for about 5 minutes. So
that's wild.
They were like, no interview. You guys got to go
No,
play.
nothing.
So
No, there was no fanfare. There was no filigree. There was no, confetti. There was no I'm going to Disneyland moment. None of that. Get your butt right back into this next bracket and keep playing, huh?
Yeah. And Tiago came out and played against Cameron, one of our fringe WCC. He works for the team, not actually on the team, but he helps us out and goes to all the DLCs as well. So Tiago had to come off of losing the finals and fight Cameron and take him out, unfortunately, as the kryptonite of Cameron is just losing to all the WCC players.
Brutal for Cameron, man. And I think he just, and honestly, from what I heard, so here's the scuttlebutt, the little rumor from around the venue is that Tiago borrowed some of Sky's cards to play dogs for that event.
He didn't bring a dog's deck.
He didn't.
So
he was playing Sky's cards. Sky's like, I'm running back on this tournament today. Ruby Steel, we're gonna keep that into the backpack today. I'm playing dogs. So Tiago, I'm taking it back. I need my cards, dude. Sorry. I'm sorry, pal. I need my cards. So now Tiago has to borrow cards from, guess who? Cameron. He takes Cameron's cards and then beats Cameron. I'm like, look, dude, from now on, if you ever borrow cards from me, you're never allowed to beat me. I don't care. I will, before you can make that final quest, I will redeem my cards. I'm taking them back, and you're going to be like, nope, sorry. I call the police. These are mine. This is my property. I want it back now.
Yeah, I've had someone ask me, they're like, I've borrowed cards before, and then they beat me in the final round and I don't make top cut, should they be giving me the win? And I was like, no. I mean, you guys are all helping each other to play the decks you want.
Nope.
If you're borrowing cards, I think you shouldn't have to give the win to that person. You should be able to play. Now, my luck when I borrow cards is I just go to Brick City and I lose to that person anyway. So it's basically like I'm giving them the win. But
No, I'm totally joking. By the way, I have issued my cards out to a ton of people who have then turned around and beat me with those cards. But inside of me, there is a part of me that says, these are my cards, and if you're playing against me, I will take my cards back before I let you beat me. Sorry, I don't care for friends. That's just how it is. But that just goes about. It just says about the community spirit of Lorcana. I was talking to some of the lore guides between the rounds during the break, and they had some of the same things to say. Like, it was very different to see the level of camaraderie that is throughout the community. Even at the top tables, you have they're playing for all these high stakes, and everyone is still very jovial. They're having good attitudes. They're having good spirit, and I think that is the Disney Lorcana spirit that I like. It is a very big stark contrast from other trading card games that you can experience. I've seen people, be very surly and very spiteful in those types of positions, and you're just trying to do everything you can. You're angle shooting and you're sharking and you're doing all these types of things. You're really making the experience just poor overall, and I'm glad that energy doesn't really exist in our game, and hopefully it doesn't, as our game is still fairly new, and I'm afraid more people might come in and change that energy a little bit.
Yeah, and that's the best part of Lorcana is the community around the game and just how great it is to be here. There's people who this is their first big Lorcana event that I've been talking to, and they may not have been doing the best in the tournament, but they're having a lot of fun, and they kept saying they just love the people. I got to sit with them and chat with them at the dinner last night, and they were just very excited to be there. And then they were talking about how they pulled the iconic Buzz, and I was like, you know what they didn't pull it here, but they said they had one. And I was like, you know how rare that thing is, right? And then they had no idea. They were like kind of that new. So
no chance.
It's just very incredible to like explain like you hit it, man. You got it.
Like, man, that card is actually kind of stinky. Would you rather trade? Here's Ariel. Here you go. Yeah. Here's the trade I'll make for. No, I'm kidding. That is really, really cool. And those, I get so salty, J-Bomb. I got to lock in, man. I need to go talk to somebody. I get so salty if I'm sitting over there seeing these. I'm like, man, that could be me. Come on, man. Where's my shot? Yeah. Give it to me. I'll take it. No.
Yeah, I've got a fun little story. My mom got my brother and I a Chapter 1 box for Christmas a couple years back. Opened my box. No enchanteds. Brother opens the box. Guess how many enchanteds he gets, JDZ, in one box?
I think I know, but just for everyone who doesn't know, please tell me.
He got 3 enchanteds in this box, and this isn't even the luckiest he's been. He also, the first time he ever bought a trove, I was explaining to him the game, and I was explaining, he was asking what the rarest card was, and I said it's Elsa. It's got like no border. It's just really shiny. And he's opening a pack and he goes, "Is it this?" And
like
I go,
this one?
This one? And he goes, "Yeah, that is the Elsa Spirit of Winter enchanted you just pulled." And he goes, "Oh, cool." And then so I'm still chatting with him on FaceTime as he's opening his first trove of Disney Lorcana ever. And then he goes, "Hey, look, I got another one. These must not be that rare."
Oh.
And so in his one trove, the first 8 packs he ever opened, he pulled 2 Elsa Spirits of Winter, and then my mom gets us each a box, and he gets 3 enchanted. So I think in less than 200 packs he's opened, because he's one of the casual. He's not playing the game. He'll buy a pack here and there. He's opened at least 15 enchanteds in less than 200 packs. And so recently I was talking to him about like, oh, this Winnie the Pooh price, the enchanted here, the price is going to the moon right now. And he goes, oh, I've got one of those. And I was like, when did you get one of those? He goes, I bought a pack at Target and I got it.
Oh,
and
my
I was just
goodness.
like, the luck you have, man.
Must be nice. Better be lucky than good. I promise
Yeah.
you, man. I love that kind of luck. I just wish I had a little bit of that for myself. I would have loved to be that lucky, man. I pull some. I've had a pretty decent amount of good pulls, but not that consistently. And I've been searching everywhere I go. Every city I go to, I make my first stop at the Target. I'm going to the Barnes and Nobles. I'm going to Hot Topic. I told that story yesterday. We went to like 6 or 7 stores just to try to find as many Wild Unknown boost packs as we could, just to get a chance, because I know he's out there. Buzz, I'm looking for you, Buzz. I'm looking for you, Merritt. I know you guys are out there. Heed my call and just come to me, and I will take care of you forever. I don't know if I would even sell the Buzz if I were to pull one. Maybe I don't know. I don't think I would sell it. I'll just hang on to it.
Yeah, it's one of those cards that it's just so beautiful that you really do want to hang on to it, because it's Buzz, man. That's like one of the first movies that I saw and remember like in theaters. I was 5 when that movie came out, and I remember leaving the theater, like that ending scene where they're driving on the RC car and they're getting at the end of the trailer, like that's just one of my favorite scenes.
When they're landing and he's like, Buzz, you're gonna miss the truck.
Yeah.
We're not aiming for the truck. I love that, dude.
Yeah.
I'm not going for the truck. We're going for the car. That's just motivation, You think at the finish line, you always keep your expectations high.
Yeah, that's such a good like life lesson too.
Yeah.
It's like you're setting your goal here. No, we're going all the way. That's
going-
the heights.
we're going to
Buzz
infinity.
is skipping set champs, and he's going to Worlds.
Yeah, they go. We're not worried about that. We're worried about the next landing spot. So that's really,
Yeah.
really cool. I can't wait to get over there and check out that film here in a few short days. That movie should be
Yeah.
coming out. Toy Story number 5. I already got my tickets. Hopefully, you guys got tickets to get out there and check out that film, Toy Story 5. I can't wait
I'm
to see
worried
what
though,
they take.
JDZ, because that fourth one, that one broke me. That was one
Yeah.
of the saddest movies at the end.
Dude,
It's
that
a
was-
great movie. Don't get me wrong. But man, the waterworks were a pumping the entire car ride home after that movie. I could not stop. My wife's like, "What happened?" I was like, "It was just so sad."
That was me in the third one.
The
I was
third
quite
one was
sad in the third
sad
one.
too, and that one got me. But I don't know, something in the fourth one. For those who haven't seen it, I don't want to spoil it. But
I mean, the movie's old enough. I think
Yeah,
at this
yeah.
point, if you've seen
yeah,
it.
it is.
So for featured matches,
Yeah.
we have the option of Sly versus Vo, Beefcake versus Sky, Yensid versus Hyaga, that's out, and then Christian versus Kyle S.
Is there anybody not playing exactly a dog's mirror? I think we can.
Beefcake, I don't think is
Beefcake is on items, so we could see him.
Yeah, we can do that. Beefcake versus Beefcake v Sky.
Yeah, that's items versus dogs, so that might be a quick one if it goes in the favor of the Sky Dogs.
Yeah. So what we can do, J Bomb, we can unless we can do like I don't want to do like a mukbang stream. We can turn this thing to a mukbang stream, and I can just eat here. But we might just throw it to a quick break. I will set up that feature match, and I'll go over there, devour this food. Unless you just want to stay here by yourself.
But I can sit here and chat. We can just go around and we'll answer questions and whatnot. I
Okay,
can
if
chat,
you want to
so
do that,
yeah,
or
let's rock and roll.
if you want to take a break while.
I'm good. Let's
all right.
Let's lock
All right,
it
so you
in.
guys are about to lock into the
We're
J Bomb
locked in.
Power Hour.
All right, guys, you're mine now.
All right, you're in here with me.
You're in
it's
here with me.
It's
All
24
right,
hours
chat.
of J Bomb playtime. All right,
Yeah.
questions in for J Bomb.
Questions in the chat. We're going through. I'll answer whatever you got. We
Money market questions. I mean, he's really
Yeah.
good at that stuff or anything like that. So J Bomb coming in. I'm gonna go over devour
Yeah,
this
go
sandwich.
get-
I'll
go
bring
get
it
the
over here and
sandwich.
listen
Yeah,
to
what do you got though? What'd you order?
I got a burger.
Oh, burger. Okay. We got Mike in here. Mike, always in every Disney Lorcana chat that there is. So always excited to see him in the chat. Got to see him cast a few times in the ICL, and I love the energy he brings. He is pure chaos whenever he casts, and it's real fun. I got to see him with color in the ICL a couple weeks ago, and it was a riot. Good guy. It's not all mirrors right now. We got a couple different ones. So going through table 1, we've got De Thomas, who we just saw last, versus looking for group. Hey, hi, hello. It's Kristen. We've got Beefcake versus Sky, which I believe is items versus dogs. We've got Sly, not to be confused with Sky, who's also undefeated, versus Vo. And I am not sure what they are on, but Vo yesterday was on items as well. We've got Yensid versus Tiago. Not sure what Yensid's on. Tiago, of course, on the dogs. Kyle S. versus Christian. And then Ben Gibson versus Kazi, which is going to be green, purple, and shark. So we have Houston. We have a problem. Clipped by Mike. Uh-oh. Chaos casting for the win. Color knows exactly what I'm talking about. Glad to see you in the chat, Color. And always good to hear when you cast, too. So big fan of that. This, for those just tuning in, too, we've been at Lambeau all weekend in one of the most beautiful Lorcana events I have ever been to, and we got a great time here. You get to see the field if you walk 40 feet away, as JDZ said earlier. And unfortunately, though, I am a Bears fan, but this stadium is pretty awesome, and I'm quite jealous. So it's a good thing we are going to be building a new stadium for the Bears shortly, because this one is super nice, and the event staff here has been great. The whole Lorcana community has been great. There was a lot of people that were only going to stay yesterday, but they had such a good time. Shout out you, Peoria crew. They stayed for the entire weekend and are back at it again today. The Indiana Bears, yep, Adam from Lords of Lore. Your team, Adam, has been doing great this weekend. We would have loved to have you up here. I know you're closer than most to Green Bay. I know it's in Illinois. It's not that big of a difference, but you're like 20 minutes closer than most of us in the drive. So sad you weren't here, but we'll see you next time in Indy, I know. So we'll get to see you next week and have most of the Lords of Lore there. They've been showed up in droves this weekend. They were probably the biggest team here with, I want to say, at least 10 to 15, if I can count right. We had, of course, Nick and Kaylee. Kaylee, I believe she is 11 or 12 at this point. It's been a couple years of her beating me with hyper aggro, and so she's always a joy. We tried to get her on feature match, but she did not want to, and we respectfully accepted that. But she is a great player and has been doing really well in tournaments, and very excited to see how she continues to grow as a player and continue to dominate the meta. You might have seen her on the Illumiteers episode last year after the Triple Deck tournament, where she was one win away from top 8 in that Triple Deck tournament that Dud Thomas, we just saw last round, won the 5K of last year. X1 should make top 8 here. It is only 5 rounds. There's 49 people, and so it is 1 round shorter than I believe most Swiss tournaments would be there. So X1 might not actually make top cut in that situation. So it is going to be interesting how it all plays out with 5 rounds. Ooh, that burger does smell quite nice. That burger is going crazy. Yeah. Okay, so Adam will not be at Indy next week, but Gen Con will be fun. I know you do love your Gen Con. So Bear season, Packer season is going to be upon us soon, but next week we're going to be at Lucas Oil for the Indianapolis DLC. All right, and going down the tables, Ben Gibson is against Kazi. That's where we stop. That is Shark versus Green Purple. We've got Scamron, representative of WCC, against Daniel Q. Daniel Q, you may know from topping basically every DLC that he goes to in the last 2 months. I think he's at 4 or 5, topping Brazil, Singapore, I want to say. No, it was Taipei, Dortmund. He's everywhere. He's an Amber Steel guru. He's been doing really well. Wasn't his day yesterday, but he is at table 7, X and 1 currently against Cameron. So that's going to be Blorple versus Amber Steel. And he got knocked out by Blorple last week at Dortmund in the round of 32. We've got Rabid Dog, who he finally adopted the dogs, and his name has been Rabid Dog for a very long time, and he was not playing dog, but he finally picked it up. He had a pretty good day, finished X2. He's back at X1 again today. He's against LFG Carsofel. I do not know that person, unfortunately. And then we got table 9 is Lords of Lore, Nick versus Spectre, who we saw yesterday, and I believe if they're playing the same deck as yesterday, they're both on Amber Steel. But Nick did not do so well, so he might have pivoted and gone back to his comfort pick of Borple, but that'll be interesting. And then we got table 10, Habibi versus Lorcana Pope. Habibi on Amber Steel, I know, because he did lose to Logan Taylor, a.k.a. Zenulus. And now Zenulus must have lost round 3 because I'm not seeing him. Yeah, but there he is at table 11, so he must have lost round 3. And then we've got you-know-who is fresh off the top 8 appearance, losing to Tiago in top 8. And he is qualified for China already, so doing well at X1. And did we grab a feature match for this? Oh, we did. Okay, so I'm being told the feature match is coming up. Who have we picked?
It's going to be Sky versus Beefcake.
Oh, we got Sky versus Beefcake, a.k.a. the dogs versus items. We'll see if Beefcake knows what Sky's on or if he thinks he's going to be on that Ruby Steel spice we saw yesterday. Now, I had the pleasure last night, me and Beefcake and Habibi got to go hang out after the dinner and watch the NBA Finals game and just chat for a while. And Beefcake, just a really, really pleasure to be around. Joyous person, just extremely, extremely funny dude. So
yeah, he's very kind as well.
Yeah, very kind. Yeah, you know when you see a guy with that big of muscles, like
right, you're gonna make some natural assumptions seeing Beefcake's physique, but he's a super humble, super kind sweetheart at heart.
Yeah.
He's a loving guy, so everyone loves some Beefcake as a nice avid community member. He's definitely a Lumineer that you need to keep on your radar as well. He's someone who I think it's time for him to go ahead and secure a victory as well. I got a little bit of indigestion from smashing that burger so aggressively.
And Beefcake has one of the strongest starts with the Sapphire Coil. Now you may say, but what about ramp? This deck does not have the ramp. There is no Tipo. There is no sail. Their ramp is Fishbone, Quill, and that is about it. And so we're going to be playing this Sapphire Coil, and that is going to give us the ability to, whenever we ink, lower the strength of any character we so choose on our opponent's side of the board by 2, which notably puts us in range to take out just about anything in Sky's deck with a small 3-cost Sisu. And the 3-cost Sisu, if if left alone, will allow us to shift Sisu at 6 ink and take out basically everything Sky can throw at us.
And that's kind of what you need to have happen in this Ruby and Sapphire strategy. You got to get there. I think the board wipe, we talked about that in the previous round in the finals, where Ben had to get to that board wipe, either be prepared or the Sisu shift Sisu, because his Amber Emerald strategy is going to get beneath you. It's going to get underneath you relatively consistently, as we have this double Aurora and also the Willow and Lady in play. Third ink turn, it's the Sapphire Coil. You're setting up, but again, you have no presence, no liquidator that was so effective in that Ben strategy.
Yeah, and the workshop here is just going to allow us to set up our engine that is going to keep our hand good and healthy, but it's at the cost of time. So basically what we're doing is we're playing this workshop and we're giving Sky a little bit of lore, and that in exchange for some card advantage. And so as a control deck, we are allowed to give up a little bit of lore to get a few cards, and so we can always use lore as a resource to help us generate our game plan, but to a certain point, because eventually they are going to have to get to 20, and we're going to have to stop them from getting lore, so that extension is only available for so long.
And that is a very solid point. And right now, you don't have that Sisu up, so you're not even threatening any type of shift, even though you're still far away in that ink setup for that. Maybe there's a world you could have had a Fishbone Quill on that turn. It would have burned a little bit more of your hand resources, but it would have got you closer to your ultimate win condition, which will require you to clear this board. Sky now has a lot of momentum on this Amber and Emerald Dogs deck, and I think this is a tale, okay? This is a tale as old as time. When you see a player like Sky going to Dogs, okay, that might be an indicator of where we are metagamically speaking, because typically this Eliminator is going to be one of those guys who's going to do everything they can to play something that is against the grain.
Exactly.
But when you see them going with the grain, it might be time to jump on that grain yourself.
Yeah, basically Sky said, you know what, it's only 5 rounds. I don't want to just like lose to a brick like I did yesterday with the Ruby Steel deck, and I just want to get the 5-0 and just play the best deck and just draw, and beat these players up with these dogs.
Yeah, and the Aurora and the Eleanor, that deck has just been so critical at keeping so many. It can attack you in so many different ways. The Under the Sea stuff is available. You can get very aggressive with the Mulan, and you can also play this Tramp line, which we are doing here for a very reduced cost of Tramp entering to play for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
and
6.
Yeah.
So for free, basically, you got a reduction with this Grandmother Willow, or yeah, you get a reduction here. So a nice Tramp. What are we looking for here, though, J-Bon?
Notably, we did quest with these 2 Auroras, and so we could potentially play another character, unless I missed them playing the Mulan for free, which could have very well happened there.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it looks like they probably did play the Mulan for free, so scratch that. That's already been done.
No, this Mulan has been on board already.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to go for the Tramp, and maybe we're looking for at least another one-cost character that we could have found to potentially boost maybe we did play these 2 characters and the Tramp. That's the 3 required to boost this Lady. So you might be correct overall, J-Bomb, as we did go up a substantial amount of lore in that turn. Now Beefcake back firmly placed against the wall. Certainly there's lines you can find to help slow down this dog strategy a little bit. You need to get to them quickly, or you will be out of luck here. As Ruby and Sapphire items, I think this format has been rotating week after week after week, and I think based on what I've seen, Ruby Sapphire items has looked poor in this installment of Infinity format this week. Maybe next week it'll change again.
Yeah, and Beefcake, he got by the dogs, but notably last round he beat the tournament winner from yesterday, Ben Gibson, because items is just a little higher end than Shark, but also it is a little weaker against the dogs than the Shark deck is. And we saw Ben beat up on a lot of dogs. Beefcake's 2 losses yesterday were against dogs. He lost to Allison, actually, in round 1. Allison went on to make top 4. And I don't remember who the other dog player he lost to, but another dog player did get him. And so we are going to see the Fishbone Quill come down. And so Beefcake is going to continue to use those cards to his advantage, and because he played the workshop before the Fishbone Quill, he's able to draw a card, which is why he paid 4 ink, 3 for the Fishbone, 1 extra to draw the card, and so now we're going to inch ever closer to Be Prepared and or the dreaded Sisu.
And we did go for a big Tramp last turn, so Sky was able to cycle a ton of cards you were able to keep in that scenario. So potentially there is a world where there's a Ursula Deceiver in the hand, and I think you have it. It's time to find it. But this Mulan is questing for full value, and you are getting to the lore. And is the game over? The game is over.
Yeah.
Wow, man, good grief.
Yikes.
And we had Eleanor as well as a little follow up just in case for an additional piece of lore. So no Ursula required, and Mulan hits the straight up gas pedal. If you guys are just tuning in, we have this Mulan resourceful recruit coming in from Winterspell. She has a very unique ability that for every strength that she has, she will gain a lore for that strength as well. And we played the Tramp, the enterprising dog, to increase her strength. Wombo combos all around, and Mulan is going to get this thing done. Questing for 6 in that spot.
Yeah, and Sky won on turn 5. Beefcake never interacted with the board, never did anything to any opposing character, and Sky was able to generate 20 lore in exactly 5 turns from just having no interaction from Beefcake's side. And that is still very, very impressive. Most decks cannot do that by turn 5, and so that just shows you the power of what discounting and that Mulan can do if drawn in the right order.
Yeah, that was a powerful display of just the different approaches that this deck can have, the different lines of play, the different game outlines that this deck can follow. Sometimes it needs to assume more control responsibilities. It can do that. Sometimes it needs to get very aggressive, as demonstrated. It can do that. Sometimes it needs to challenge and get into these weird board battles and board fights. Now that you are armed with this Nani stage manager and all the tramps and all these different things, you can also do that. Oh, and by the way, let's sprinkle a little bit of Eleanor in there for a bit more consistency and confusion. Like, this deck is hitting on all cylinders, and it's one of those things is why people are saying, hey, this deck might have to get up out of here. Like, this deck is doing the absolute most, and it's very hard to counteract this strategy. So you got to have a very good reason not to play it. Still shocked that more people don't elect to use this strategy.
Yeah, having a deck that can control and gain resources like this dog deck, having the ability to win on turn 5 is actually pretty crazy, because historically, if you're an aggro deck, you run out of resources, and sure, you can win by turn 5, but it's at the cost of not being able to draw cards. Well, this deck can draw more cards than most other decks.
Yeah.
Basically, Shark and Items are the only 2 decks that can draw more cards. Maybe sometimes in the Diablo matches they can draw more cards, but it's up there with the best of them in terms of how many cards you can draw. And when you draw a bunch of cards, it allows you to play more toolboxy cards and more singleton answers, and allows you to be more diverse and change your stuff. And so this deck just does it all. It can play aggressive, it can play tempo, it can play control. It just does exactly what it needs to do in every specific matchup, and it's the adaptability that this Dogs has that makes it so dangerous. And it's not really, in my opinion, just one card that causes the issue. Sure, Tramp allows you to cycle and everything, but it's the Tramp into the Ursula to take their, if you're playing against Green-Blue, you take their board wipe, you take Red-Blue's board wipe with the Ursula, with the Mowgli, you take their workshop or something, and then or you can take the 2-cost Tramp, boost up your Mulan, and then just win the game like we saw Sky do by getting 6 lore. And so it's just, there's a plethora of options for you and what you're looking for to just get you over the finish line in every situation.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what the remedy would be to even fix it. Like, I don't even think a banning of Tramp would necessarily get it done, because I've seen these Dogs players, they have now moved away from the Tramp line as their primary action. Tramp is obviously a really powerful card and can do some really powerful things, but it's not the primary choice. You're going for these Eleanor plays, these Grandmother Willow plays, and it just becomes very obnoxious. We're starting Ink Nala play Lady into a double popsicle turn again from the Beef, who is just expanding these items, getting active as it may be. Scrooge now into the Inkwell for a 3rd popsicle. So maybe there's another Scrooge coming up.
Yeah, interesting to see the Scrooge ink with 3 pops, because we could be playing a free Scrooge as early as turn 3, which is pretty incredible. We are indeed popping off. We love to see the popsicles early. It is one of the detriments of this deck when you don't see pops early. Those are some of your best cards to be popping to the discard and taking back with Tamatoa and such. And so these are cards you do want to see and just have available for later in the recursion.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about ban lists, I think Popsicle might have one of those cards that would also be very, very high up on my list of cards I would like to get removed from the Infinity format. It's just so good, very versatile. Yeah. And now seeing that Scrooge go into the Inkwell, I think Sky might have to make a special note of that. Scrooge is a competent and capable, challenging and questing character as well, and he can also help you plus from your deck by drawing, by finding more items. So it's a solid card in this strategy, and I'm surprised to see that going down to an Inkwell. Maybe that's telling a tale of Beefcake's hand. Maybe you are kind of ink deprived, ink starved, and you just don't have the ability to do so. As the Lady now getting her full value quest in for 3.
Sky realizing that he is a very hyper aggressive dog player in this specific matchup, and we see him do one of the strongest starts, which is the Lady 1 on 1, allowing him to quest for 3 on turn 2, and we are going to see him having another Scrooge. You called it perfectly, JDZ, and he's going to play that Scrooge for free, taking the Ink Runner, which is going to allow him, similar to Popsicle, to cycle it and draw another card, but notably, it allows him to get into hitting evasives. Sky is not going to be playing evasives other than maybe 1 or 2 go-go if he has opted to include them. So the Ink Runner is going to be more for a cycle and a way to get more items on the board and using it as a draw engine and filter engine. And so, or as ink, as sometimes happen. And the Vitalisphere going to go in, notably using it to play this creature free and then challenge in and take out that lady. So great, strong turn for Beefcake.
Yeah, I don't hate that turn at all. I think Beefcake needed a turn like that to slow down Sky a little bit. Now you have this robust challenger in play, and he can turn around and sing How Far I'll Go if that's something you've included in your deck. I know a lot of the item strategies have reduced a lot of the songs, especially if you're playing Oswald, and I have had the opportunity to talk to Beefcake a bit, and I know he's a big fan of Oswald and his unique effects, so we are just going to play this Lilo now in an Aurora Holding Court to just reestablish another board with this Scrooge, the resourceful miser in play, trying to hold down as best as he can.
And I don't want to rain on your parade, but I was talking to Beefcake yesterday, and I think he might have cut the Oswalds for today.
You're kidding.
Yeah, he said that they were just taken out every time, and even with 30 items, he was missing too often, and when they miss, it was just too much reliability, and with it being uninkable, he was just finding himself a lot of the time, so he wanted to just build a little more consistent. And I think
Are we going Chicha?
I think he replaced him with Brawls.
Wow, that's a very interesting technique. I mean, usually you got to have some type of resource engine in there, so it's interesting to see that the Brawls are replacing the Oswald. I've seen Chicha come in and replace those Oswalds from time to time as they can Fishbone, Quill, and Chicha just to help accelerate some way and gain you some type of resource advantage. But Brawl's going to go 1 for 1 at best, and going 1 for 1 versus a Lilo or a Grandmother Willow after they've already got their reduction, it doesn't feel as good. And speaking of, never mind, that's the Sisu who's going to take out that Grandmother Willow to the discard pile.
Yeah, and we see Hidden Trap go to the Inkwell. It's going to be not at its prime use in this matchup. It basically just has a one-time use of a Sapphire Coil if we so want to, or taking out an item. And in this case, Sky is not going to be playing items unless he has 1 or 2 Snowforts in, but I believe Sky has opted to eliminate Snowfort if he's playing his list similar to his teammate of Maelstrom, Zenulus. And so Sky just developing Lilos, which are really strong in this matchup because Beefcake, he plays the Sisu, which is one of his answers, but notably when you take out these Lilos, you can pay 2 at the start of your turn and bring them back. And so all of a sudden, now you're just going to bring these characters back. Oh, he did. I am mistaken. He was talking about it. He decided to keep him in. So
all right, got a little bit of triggeration coming in from the Big Beef as the Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, beautiful D23 box set promo Oswald version. I think that card is quite beautiful.
Yeah, it is one of my favorites.
But we got to see if this bad boy can do what you pay him to do. We put him in the deck. We're inking the Fishbone Quill, which is also incredibly interesting coming from Beefcake. He hit 1 too, never punish.
Yeah.
Gotta love to see that.
Sky gives a little grimace of, oh man, he inked the Fishbone to hit the Fishbone.
And you played it in time, and there is that patent pending Brawl. We are going to put it onto the Lilo so she can return, but at what cost? Keeping that 2 lore off the board is going to be value town for you, as that resourceful miser going to get a little challenge in as well. Did we challenge there, or did we get a quest in with that resourceful miser? We challenged to take down the other Lilo, correct? Okay.
So we were just searching for one of the dice. Nice Beefcake on the red dice. Sky, of course, on the blue dice, giving a nice clear, visible dice, always good to help on these feature matches. And Sky is going to be starting to lose the board, and if he hits Eleanor, things are going to be all right because he can take out that dreadful Oswald. And so people like to reveal that they have the Eleanor when they exert first, but Sky just has pretty much nothing.
And he didn't have it, so no Eleanor in there. Eleanor would have been a pretty nice punish, especially with the Aurora Holding Courts, to be able to reduce her cost and get her into play a bit cheaper. And shout out to the people watching the chat for those dice. That is definitely a recommendation that people have given to me. And I heard the recommendation is the dice that we bought, a nice little red and blue dice, easy to read. So please, if you have any more suggestions about the stream or about the production at all, let us know, and I'll be more than eager to take that feedback and keep making the program as good as possible for all of you, because you guys deserve this, and I am trying to do everything I can to make sure that Lorcana is accessible and available to watch for everyone, because I love this game so much, and I love to watch this game so much, and I want to be a part of this experience. So it starts with you. So you have a voice in the Quest world, and thank you guys all for being here as well and joining us all weekend. We're having a redemption event as Beefcake now has the ability to shift this Sisu, and he didn't get it. That's got to be a big sigh of relief for Sky.
Yeah, Beefcake on the redemption arc today, as he hit a tough run yesterday, but he's bounced back, taking out the winner in Ben Gibson and fighting Sky now, one of the best players in Lorcana and one of the greatest deck builders I know personally. So there's the brawl. Sky gives the the hand twirl saying miss.
He give a little fist bump, like you love to
bump.
see it, seeing that Oswald not do his job.
I do love when people do some camera work. Our boy Howdy yesterday did the after he won game 1, he looked at the camera and did like the eye wink and smile, and I was like, oh man. I haven't seen somebody have this much camera work since RMB at one of the last events I saw him on feature with. So
I like it. A little bit of gamesmanship, but it looks like this Oswald might have to get active, as the Scrooge, the resourceful miser, is doing exactly what you pay him to do. The Scrooge has looked remarkable in this matchup, coming in for free very early and getting a find on his ability and being able to take down multiple characters in challenge over challenge over challenge. So this guy has been actually punching the clock, put it to good use, used that quite well, and Fortune Hunter all paying dividends for the resourceful miser. I think he's the backbone of the strategy.
Yeah, and the Scrooge, he's just one of those characters that he's barely understated if you just play him at his normal cost, and so the ability to have him for free just makes him quite a strong contender in this deck, and having the aerial effect but for items makes him so he just replaces himself. So toward the end, the middle of the game, once you get those 4 items online, he's just a very, very strong way to keep your resources up while developing board presence as he goes 1 for 1, assuming you hit that item. When he misses in this deck, you feel awful because he has a much higher chance than Ariel, because you're at like usually around 30 items, as Beefcake was explaining to me yesterday.
Yeah, seeing any Ariel and Scrooge missing should be illegal, but also not shifting the Sisu at this point also feels pretty bad for the Beef, as it's just a matter of time before we get to this Eleanor renowned diplomat. And when we find Eleanor, that Sisu is going to get vaporized. The Oswald is also going to start taking some hits, and then we can start maybe even making a game plan to get after this resourceful miser. We do have a plethora and a whole icebox filled with popsicles, so we can continue to heal this resourceful miser. So Sky now in a position where you have to really consider how you're going to exert these characters, and we're just going to go on a quest. You'll love to see it. The aggression coming in from Maelstrom's finest, Sky.
Yeah, and Beefcake here, he's going to be, as you said, looking for the Sisu, and he just probably has missed at this point because he would have loved to shift it long ago. But sometimes these item deck, they don't have a ton of board removals, and sometimes you just don't draw the Sisu, and you just sort of lose. And that's the problem with the control deck sometimes, is sometimes you just don't draw the cards you need in the board wipes when you need them, and you just sort of falter. And so we're going to play this Scrooge for free, hoping to hit an item, and we have enough ink where maybe we can play 1 item and a draw and then still shift that Sisu, and that's what we're going to be looking for. Luckily, we don't hit the Sisu here. We get the magnifying glass, which is going to allow us to continuously find more items and more fuel with that workshop already online. And the problem is we're just running out of time, and our hand is 3 useless items for trying to solve board state. Not 100% useless with the Vitalis but useless in the sense that we're not cleaning the entirety of the board.
Yeah, you're so glad if you're Big Beef that you didn't send any Beef Repairs or any Sisu, the empowered sibling, to the bottom of the deck in that situation, because that would have just been brutal. As we are going to go and deploy another item here just to trigger our Maurice's Workshop. It doesn't matter that it's exerted. You still can use that unique ability. Now let's get the Oswalds popping, says the Big Beef, as Beefcake now is flipping for Oswald, who is not hitting again. Oswald is not doing what you pay him to do. We are going to play the Vitalis Sphere. We are going to get another draw with our workshop as we pay an additional ink to do so. Triggering the Vitalis Sphere, it looks like we're popping.
Yeah, we are popping the Vitalis Sphere. Now we're going to be going into dangerous territory. Sky is already at notably 13 lowers, so without a board wipe this turn, anything Sky has is going to threaten his ability to win the game. And so with that Mulan on, it's even scarier. He could just end the game on the spot with another tramp, similar to how we saw game 1 end on turn 5. This game's going a little bit longer, as Beefcake was on the play and has played characters this turn and interacted with Sky a little bit. So Sky didn't get to just freely go to 20 without any interaction, but now we're doing as we do, and we like to set up the trades, make sure we see everything before going in, and we're going to take out everything here, use the Vitalisphere on that Sisu just to finish off that Aurora, and that's going to leave Sky with total of 2 lore, but potentially more because of that Mulan. So I don't believe Sky will have the ability to win on his next turn, but he is inching ever closer to that 2-0 victory.
Yeah, we didn't even have a Sapphire Coil in play, so you had to take some very unfavorable trades in that scenario, kicking off your Oswald and also your Sisu, the Daring Visitor. So huge swing of momentum there as Sky still has to feel very confident and comfortable in this spot. Lilo now returning back from the discard pile for 2 costs before turn. Bobby Zimborowski, the board is getting wider and wider again. Beefcake has to hate to see it. We are going to get rid of the brick in our hand. The Under the Sea no longer required because of the Sisu and the Oswald going down to the discard pile. But man, this is looking incredible for Sky. 5 lore away.
Yeah.
You are presenting Beefcake now. Can you get to the Sisu? Can you get to the Be Prepared?
And the big difference, JDZ, in this matchup with Items and Shark is why Shark is a little more favored, is Shark has an ability to take lore away from Sky. Items does not. So once Sky earns that lore is not going away. And so Sky is going to just be inching ever closer and threatening to win the game with every card from here on out. But Big Beefcake is going to be playing the Vitalisphere on this big Tamatoa, and with that many items, Tamatoa sets him up on a 2-turn clock of his own. So if he just keeps fighting for board, this game might be over very quickly.
And yeah, we have a pretty big threat in play, and we are going to get back that Vitalisphere, giving our big Tamatoa rush. And I'm telling you right now, I haven't seen a Tamatoa challenge in literal years. That's the first Tamatoa challenge I've seen in such a long time. As happy as Mr. Bling Bling himself, Tamatoa is so shiny. He usually is coming out as the bringer of the end of the game. Give me the lucky diamond, let's get up out of here. But now we have this bad boy engaging in fisticuffs, and I'm completely here for it. As now Sky has 1 character in play. It is the Bobby Zimborowski, and that is a substantial clock for Beefcake. Fortunately for Sky, though, Beefcake is rubbing hands together, and this Tamatoa will give you some draws next turn, so the urgency is now leaning towards the Amber Emerald player.
Yeah, and I love the history of this Tamatoa So Shiny, because in set 1, he wasn't really played because there wasn't enough items. Like he was good enough if there would have been items, because the game was in a slow enough state where you had the time to get to that ink, you had the time to play him, you had the time to recur items. There was just nothing. And then Popsicle arrived, and then all of a sudden he became quite good. And I still believe Red Blue was one of the best decks in set 2, the Grand Pabby OTK. We fought well into a lot of decks. Sky, big fan of Blue Steel in that era, but and won quite a number of tournaments. And Sky's been around since the beginning, just winning tournaments, and is one of the scariest players you'll ever encounter in Top Cut, as he just can't ever stop winning and has taken a lot of first places in these big tournaments. And so back to Sky, he has played the Lady and debating if he wants to play this other card. He's going to quest to 16, and notably, that Lady, if it survives to see another turn from Sky, would only get him to 19, even if he were able to pump it up. So this game is not looking good for Sky. But here we go.
We hold
2. So now we are going to need a way to get that Lady up. So if Beefcake can't answer the Lady and can't answer the Aurora, and we draw the Tramp, we have set ourselves up to get to exactly 20, limping there. And so Sky has seen exactly what he needs to do. It's just down to his deck on if he can make it or if Beefcake can answer anything. It's not looking good for Sky, though, but he has.
I mean, he's got time, man. He's got a little bit of time. He's just holding off hope. Oh, never mind. The time just completely runs out here as the shift Sisu, the Emboldened Warrior, the card that we have, the Empowered Sibling, the card that we've been waiting on for the entire time. And I think this might just be the end of this match as Beefcake gets it done. The Tamatoa, happy as a clam, gets loose and knocks these dogs down a peg or 2. So you get your rebuttal, but now you're going to be back on the draw. Can you do it again going second? It's going to be very difficult to do that.
Yeah, Beefcake got a lot of what he needed there. Missed the CCQ for a while, but eventually got it on the turn. He really wanted it. I think he was set up pretty safe as long as Sky didn't have that, but we see Sky doing the pile shuffle. I don't actually think that's legal, JDZ. I don't think you're supposed to be doing that after other than the start of game 1.
I don't know, man. I think it's
Yeah.
fine. I think I like a little pile, especially if my
Yeah.
deck's not if my deck is failing to function. We'll pile it up. Dude, we're getting loose.
Yeah.
We're getting that pile active. A little feature match pile
Yeah.
is something that is rare and indigenous. There, as Beefcake is looking to go with the hand over hand method. I kind of like a little bit of hand over hand. I don't mind. I think piles really. A lot of people say if you say pile shuffle, they kind of get upset because it's not really shuffling. It's more of just like a counting, stacking thing. I personally think it gets all the voodoo out of there. All the heebie-jeebies are now out of my deck when I pile up. I don't know if it's if that's technical or what, but I like to just mix it up a little bit, do a little bit of pile myself.
Yeah. There we go. And as long as you do a bunch of good shuffles afterward, it's always okay. So he did do that, and Sky going to draw his 7 cards to start, and we're going to see how the altar phase goes. Looking around and I see a lot of inkables there. So Beefcake starting strong. He's got the pop. He's got the Sisu. He's got the coil. He's keeping those 3, and he's sending the rest back, going for 4. And that is the exact curve that Beefcake, I believe, wants to start with.
Yeah, I like if he's got Sapphire Coil into Sisu, I'm with it. I think that's the play. And we also have a Maurice's Workshop, so you can begin to reestablish and draw some more cards. And I think that might be the curve that Beef is looking for. Maybe you just want some quality ink that you can help accelerate you to those lines. But here it is, round number 4. We have the Sky. That's right, the Sky is in the building versus Beefcake. Okay, I think this is not a bench pressing competition. If it was, I'd probably put my money on Beefcake there.
I would as well.
I probably put my money on Beefcake, but this is a Disney Lorcana tournament, and I think Sky on the play, I think, has a little bit of the advantage here. Beefcake's going to be walking uphill this entire time.
But unfortunately for Sky, he's going to be very low in resources because he has drawn at least 1 under the sea in his opening hand. And when you're on the play, that means you're going to be playing this game with basically 6 cards unless you have that Bobby. So that Bobby is going to be a very important early draw.
Yeah, Bob, to clean up that hand a little bit. Under the Sea really doesn't have the most value in this strategy. I have seen curves where you can set up your Singer 8 a bit early, and then maybe you can hit the Oswald and you hit like a shift or a Daring Visitor and just get some value out of that Under the Sea. But more likely than not, that Under the Sea will rot on the vine there, as we are going to start Aurora into a started Popsicle as the players are playing with a little bit of speed and vigor in these early turns. It'll slow down a little bit when these turns get a bit more complex, as that might be right now, as we're thinking about if we want to use this Aurora to play something sooner.
And there is the Bobby off of turn 2, and we are going to pitch that Under the Sea. So exactly as in the plan, get rid of it. So now we're back to full resources. Under the Sea, notably horrendous in this matchup. It can basically take out just the Sisu. And so we saw Beefcake ink the Hidden Trap. Similarly, that card not very good in this matchup, not what it's for. It is an item, so if workshops are online and you have the time, you can draw off it. But early on, we're just going to send that to the Inkwell, use our Aurora, bring out this Mulan, and on turn 2, we have 4 ink worth of character. Not the fastest start, but we have been able to clean up our hand due to that Bobby, and we are going to play that Liquidator 1 turn late.
But this still is not a bad Liquidator at all. It will force Sky into a position to where he might have to make a decision if we're going to exert some of these characters and keep. If you just keep a little bit of lore pressure off of yourself, Liquidator can do a great job at that. So good curve coming in from the Beefcake. You don't really have that Sapphire Coil set up, but against these dog strategies, you don't really need it too often as long as you can get that Sisu down on turn number 3. There's not a lot of evasive answers to what a Daring Visitor can do from the dog strategy unless it's that Eleanor. And you really don't want to finick that character back to the hand and have it be redeployed on you again. So you got time there if you are Beefcake, if you can find that Sisu.
Yeah, and Eleanor would be basically a snap play here. So Sky taking a bit of time here. I assume he does not have it, and he is going to opt to play the Willow to discount a character. And with that Willow, he is going to play this. And notably, the Willow is discounting at 1. He doesn't have a lady, so the Tramp is going to be played at full cost. And he's going to boost that Mulan by 4 and getting 5 lore from the Mulan, 1 lore from the Aurora, and 1 lore from the Bobby. Going up to 8
we'll take
as
it.
early as turn 3.
That is wild. We will take a little 8 piece. We'll take 8 lore if you're going to be giving me 8 lore.
Yeah.
But there is the Sisu, Daring Visitor, coming in and being able to banish 1 character with 1 strength or less. And Mulan does fit that bill.
Yeah.
And also the Liquidator now getting loose, being able to take down this Aurora holding court quite easily as the Liquidator is getting active. The underdog 4-2 willpower with Reckless is on the board.
Yeah, and we are going to heal that Liquidator, not wanting it to be taken out by that Bobby on a crackback. And Sky is actually kind of going to be running low on resources here. Beefcake has done about as good as he can at answering the board early. That Sisu taking out that Mulan. Sky put in a pretty strong haymaker by getting to 8 lore by turn 3. And after this, it's just going to be what can we do to keep up the pressure. Nala is going to start coming out for free due to that discounting from the Willow. And we're going to go in and play the Tramp. If that Mulan had survived to see another day, this game would be all but over, JDZ.
Oh,
but
for sure.
luckily, Beefcake had that Sisu to take out that Mulan, and we are going to see, even though that Popsicle healed that Liquidator, Sky still opts to take it out with the Bobby due to the Tramp boosting, as opposed to the Liquidator going in and taking out 2 more characters over the course of 2 turns. And we'll see the Sisu unable to challenge into everything, so that Bobby may have traded in. We didn't get that lore this turn, but Sky feels it's gonna be worth more than that 1 lore over the next 2 turns.
Yeah, and I think that's the correct decision to be made by Sky, who's already switched on. Probably thinking about what's going to be happening in the following turns. Oswald now back on play, getting another trigger, and you hate to see it if you're Beefcakes. That
love
stings.
to see it if you're Sky, though.
That
You can see him
stings,
smile.
man. That hurt me. And I'm not even playing that. Sky has a cheeky little grin there, picking up the pace on that gumshoe and seeing that shift cease to go to the bottom of that deck with that Oswald. I'm ripping that car into confetti and tossing it across this venue. You better believe it. That thing's going to be on the 50-yard line with Brett Favre and Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers, whoever's over there. That thing is gone.
Yeah, and Sky, out of cards, only has the one he drew for turn, still has a way to just quest to go to 14, and Beefcake not at enough ink to play a Sisu next turn, but he is 2 turns away from the board wipe, so Sky is just going to try to get as much lore as he can in the next 2 turns, but unfortunately, this Liquidator is there to cause him some trouble. Oswald could even cause some trouble and take some lore off the board, which I think Beefcake would be happy to exchange taking off the Oswald.
He'd be more than willing to do it. And I think Sky has to kind of gamble a little bit there. He is low resource as well, but there is a universe where you can find an Eleanor here and really puts the kibosh to a lot of the energy that Beefcake has. You hate to see it. We're going to our 5 ink turn. Maybe you're playing a Tech Maui here to help clear some of this residual lore off the board, but you're about to get active with all these glimmers you have, and it will cost you your Oswald again. Maybe you can ink before. It might be setting up a double Oswald ink play. Is that good enough? That's a lot of lore that you might be giving up, and you might have to tribute your Oswald in the interim.
I think we're tributing this Oswald in the interim, JDZ.
We might have to.
I think so. Based on the hand, I think we are going to probably play this other Oswald. Maybe go for an ink and get 2 flips, but he's opting to reconsider and unexert, and we've got the take back rule, and that wasn't even a full take back, so we haven't even played the card yet. So it's just revealing that we do have a 2-cost card, and Sky's obviously taking that information, but Beefcake is going to go and head and play that second Oswald, and we are going to ink the Sapphire Coil and go double Oswald trigger. First one is another Sisu.
Oh my gosh!
Second
Oh
one
no!
is an ink runner, which is going to allow us to draw a card.
If I'm Beefcake, I'm very surprised that Beefcake is not tilting all the way into the locker rooms right now, because that's 2 copies of Sisu. The empowered sibling is now down at the bottom of the deck, never to be seen again. And you have that shift Sisu available, and even if you do get to a point where you can find it.
Sisu, and now he gave it
No,
a
he
look at
didn't.
the camera, and
That's insane.
That's the one where he
Yeah,
missed with both
we're
Oswald
done.
triggers, and now Beefcake has got the face of regret there. So not going well for Beefcake's Oswalds, and he's having exactly what he was talking about last night, why he didn't want to play Oswald anymore, because it's been doing stuff like this. Even with 30%, he's gone 1 for 4, hitting a simple ink runner and 4 Oswald triggers this turn.
Yeah, we're Cheetah gamers now. We are no longer Oswald. Oswald is no longer my friend. Okay, he's gone. We are going straight Cheetah mode, as Cheetah would have given you cards at least in your hand that you can use to do something with. Maybe give somebody support to take out these 4 willpower characters. I think Cheetah's just better card. Oswald, I've seen enough. You're done. Your time is up. As we are going to keep the hope alive. You do play 4 copies of Shift Sisu. You have 3 of them literally as the last 3 cards in your deck right now. So clearly there's only one that is floating for you. Maybe you can find that card in time. But man, Oswald has completely failed you here.
Yeah, we're going to the wire here where Beefcake is just doesn't have the resources to fight this board and stop Sky from getting any more characters on board and getting any more lore. He's going to have to start answering every character in perpetuity, which this deck just cannot do, especially with 3 Sisus on the bottom of the deck.
Yeah,
This is going to be very, very tough situation. We're going to start using our Oswald. Hopefully we can hit something here. We do have the workshop to get some more cards, but unfortunately that is the 5th miss in 2 turns, and that is going to be about all she wrote for Beefcake here, and he's going to have to go in with that Oswald, taking out that Bobby, and then that is going to be it. And
GG's.
we're going to quest with 3 tramps for the game.
And well played by both of these Illuminaires, as Sky is going to go on undefeated. Beefcake is going to fall there, and that is actually the story of the day right there, as you had 3 beautiful and enchanted. Sisu, the empowered sibling, is going to be at the bottom of the deck via a Oswald trigger. You actually hate to see it, but it is what it is. And if you roll the dice, sometimes you're going to come up snake eyes, as it is time to sometimes you got to gamble, and your gamble comes up short, and I'm sure Beefcake has to be miffed at that. I'm looking at Chicha. I'm looking at Oswald, and I'm like, what are you doing? What have you done for me lately, pal?
Oswald betrayed Beefcake and said, Sky, I got you here. I'm going to help you out. I'm going to put your least favorite card here in this matchup on the bottom of the deck. Not once, not twice, but
3
thrice.
times. I'm done with him. I think Oswald is out. Okay, so we got DLC in Indianapolis. It's literally next weekend. Okay, this is probably one of the last Infinity spectacles you're going to have. These are some of the last Infinity matches you're going to see before you get to that tournament in high contested competitive tournament play. So there's a lot of information to be garnered from this. Beefcake is a phenomenal player. Sky's obviously one of the best players in the history of this entire game. So obviously there's things that you can take away from that matchup. One thing I'm taking away, Oswald, you're out.
Yeah.
Can't have it. I can't have that. I can't have that on my conscience going all day having that happen to me. So I think there might be other strategies or other cards you can deploy to ensure that you don't have that be your reality. But maybe we can get Sky in here and see what he has to say about switching his strategies and going into the dogs. So we can probably ask Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn to go track down Sky and see if we can get that Illuminaire over into the booth for happen.
And interestingly, JDZ, the China Continental is going to be Infinity with Attack of the Vine included. So a lot of the players in NA and EU aren't going to have to worry about testing for that because they aren't qualified. But there are some people who they're basically going to be the only people in the world besides the testing for that tournament, because we don't really have that Infinity with Attack of the Vine around here. So I'm assuming it's just going to be dogs unless there's a lot of new cards. But that is going to be an interesting tournament to follow. And we'll get Sky in here real quick, and we're going to go to the Be Right Back screen, and we'll be right there with Katie and Sky. Please enjoy.
And welcome back. I am here again with Skylar, who is the winner of this last round. And it's very cool because I heard you're playing Ruby Steel, and that is so exciting to see. Wait, I just got this in. You were playing Amber Emerald. And I think this is important. We talked about it. You're a little bit like, oh, I'm going to have to talk to people about this. But I think it's important because this is a real thing that happens to real players is they start playing Amber Emerald. So share with us a little bit about like what that thought process was for you of why you're like, okay, there's one deck that's good, but there's one deck that might be better.
I actually felt bad playing, Ruby Steel and doing all those unfair things. So I said,
Yes.
I'll bring the deck that I beat on stream, and maybe this is a little bit more fair. But no, the deck actually stopped performing for me. The whole New Worlds were all on the bottom, 30 cards. Couldn't find the first one to kick it off, and it was very sad. So I was like, I don't want to do that again. I still think it's a pretty good deck. I still have a lot of success with it in playtesting, pretty high win rates. But I just didn't want to do it 2 days in a row. I got to take a break from it, and then maybe we'll come back to it after playing a deck that never misses, which is why Dogs is so good.
Yeah, and we did talk about this a lot during the first 5K, and also, I mean, throughout this, is that there's different ways to build dogs. So share with me a little bit of how you landed on your particular build of dogs and what you like about it versus, Snow Forts, Dales, other things that people put in their lists.
Well, I am playing daily. We just didn't see
Ooh.
it.
We didn't see it. He's hiding.
I'm not playing forts. I don't think fort is super necessary. I don't know if it was ever super necessary. I just think it was like a substitute for tramp when people were playing that and they weren't playing Lilos. It was kind of a way that you could be a little bit more grindy in certain matchups. But the list is very, very stock. It's not really mine. I pretty much just talked to Tiago and a couple of other people and just thought about it a little bit and was like, yeah, this is fine. I'm not gonna think about this too hard. I get too like metagaming with it. But Eleanor's really insane card. I definitely want to play Aurora. Aurora's also like one of my favorite cards from playing Amber Steel. I can do quad 1-drop openers just like in the old Amber Steel Tiana days. And the deck is just crazy. Any deck that, even if you don't have like crazy high rolls, if you can just put most of your hand down fast, your bad draws are going to beat their bad draws. So like it doesn't really matter if you don't have the perfect Eleanor finish or the perfect tramp into your perfect 2 cards to finish. Yeah, like being the deck that can be proactive like that, a lot of times it does not matter, and it does have high rolls. So like having a deck that has high rolls and it just can not do much and still get there, it's like a good place to be.
Yeah, it's as we saw, dog players statistically have a better day at tournaments in this meta. It just feels like, and you are currently 4-0 headed into that last round. I think that means you're probably secured in the top 8, I hope.
I think I got the Woody.
Yes,
so
and
at
that
least
is
the Woody. We'll take it.
Yeah, because this is a set champ. So you were only able to do this weekend set champ. So congratulations on finally, taking that home. But I guess we'll let you. You have a burger sitting right over there,
Yes,
so
I
I'll
do.
cut it a little bit short so you can get to that coveted burger. But before we do, any shout-outs? You had shout-outs yesterday. Run it back.
Run the same shout-outs. Shout out to you, all the casters, to WCC for putting this on. It was a really fun event. Shout out to my family and my team, Team Elstrom. So
Yeah. Cool. All right. Well, we will release you into the Burgerverse. Out there, I took a picture of all the TVs playing your match, and I said it's the Skyderverse. So
I like that.
That was
That's
fun.
nice.
That was
Anyone can wear the mask. Anyone can wear the dog mask. If you're been like me, stubborn, not putting it on, you can put it on. All right?
Yeah.
It'll probably win you some games.
But with great power becomes great responsibility. So you will go forth, eat your burger, figure out whether you're going to play the next round. But thank you so much. I don't have anything cool. You're just going to have to stand up, and then it's going to be Katie Jazz.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to get the burger.
All right, get that burger. Get that burger. I could probably go to a Be Right Back, but I like this because honestly, I have access to 146 viewers, and here's what I'm gonna say. You might think about, I don't know. I was hoping I would make JD nervous, but he trusts me too much to ruin the stream.
You were the chosen one. You were supposed to defeat them,
No,
not join them.
he's showing that anybody can succumb. It's like the ring. Well, after all, why shouldn't I?
The
Why,
power
yeah, after
was
all,
to
why
the
shouldn't I wear
temptation.
this? But I don't think, is anybody being mean in here? Blah, 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 blah. No, everybody's really nice.
Everyone's chilling, man. We're chilling out here in the.
Oh,
in the
you were
Westworld.
supposed to bring Brownless in the forest, blah, 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 blah,
yeah.
blah. Sky, what have you done? Sad
Yeah.
face. Here, I don't think at this point I know of any like top level player that hasn't dabbled with a little dog.
You got a dog, a little dabble, do
A
you?
little
Because
dabble
I think
dog.
I think it's because in our game we have heroes and we have villains. We have like the good guy wins, the bad guy. That's just kind of
You
some
have
of the
to.
narrative
It's a
through
plot.
lines that we have of our community. And just on the history of the game, as famous as Sky is, he's one of the most famous players as well. He's always been the hero, the person that you can root for. And now in this stage of the Infinity format, the Amber and Emerald strategy has become the villain. Even though they don't even have any villains. They have Ursula's in the deck, and that's it.
But like any good movie, you want to see a hero have a moment
Yeah.
where you want to see the weakness, and that brings intrigue. And I don't know. I think, to his point, if you get your whole day kicked in playing Ruby Steel, like I can't think of like last night. I did say I was like, well, can you handle another?
You can't beat them.
Yeah,
Join 'em.
and I see why, because I mean we talk about like if you are wanting to have a good day, and this tournament specifically, it was about making the top 8, because after that they're just like, all right, here, cut it up, let's go.
Yeah.
If you're just trying to make the top 8, then that is the right choice. I mean, statistically
sure.
speaking, if your goal is to just get into the top cut, dogs is the choice, and I don't think anybody can debate against me.
I think that would be a losing argument. It is probably the best converting deck in the history of this entire game.
Yes.
I mean, mathematically, I'm not a numbers person. I know you've been really in deep in the numbers. That's what you do as a statistician, as the lore keepers in. You have the numbers, you have the data, you've done the research. I'm on vibes here, and I think basically it's one of the best converting strategies that we've ever had. The deck, all it does is play day twos. All it does is play top cuts, and if that's what you want to do, I guess you can't beat them. You got to join them. But it does kind of sting and I had to mention that in the broadcast. I'm not sure if you heard it, but when you see a player like Sky say, "Hey, we got to play dogs," then it's time for you to really reevaluate what you're doing with your own deck building, your own choices, because he has tried it all. He's gone through all of the permutations, all of the different configurations, and he's now ruled out the only way that you can get there is playing his deck, and that is a bit scary, I would say.
I will say this entire time we're talking about him, he is sitting 6 feet away just eating a burger with his back face to us. So we're like talking about like sometimes they become the villain. He's like, I'm just eating a burger.
No, dude.
But we
He's
also
villain of Sky in the building.
But we have Lorcana villain in here saying is Sky going to return to the villain club. I mean, I guess yeah, he's trying. This is his application.
Villain out here recruiting.
Yeah,
we need less villains. We need more heroes out here.
I need a hero.
No, I'm kidding. Shout out Villain, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to him because, yeah, I mean, he is out here absorbing this meta as well because every week there's things that rhyme and then there's things that are a little bit different. There are some prizes. I didn't think Ruby, Sapphire, Shark would win the whole tournament, but it did.
It did, and
so,
I think that's something that I have learned, and maybe it's a week by week scenario with this Infinity format. You might have a hot deck one week you're in, and the next week you are absolutely out. And Ruby, Sapphire, Shark might be the hot deck this week, but people can adapt to that next week. And I think if people are going to continue to play these Oswald-based decks and these items-based Ruby, Sapphire strategies, you're going to be having favorable matchups if you pair into Ruby, Sapphire all day. So it's really hard to determine what is going to be that quote-unquote meta pick. As we saw, Amber and Steel had a very, very prominent run in the Enchanted Citrus Clash and had a great showing, and it won that tournament. And people in Dortmund on both days, that was the most played deck. It was the most played deck here, and it completely collapsed. It didn't do anything here. So it's one of those things. You just really never know. I think at this point, play what your heart desires and just do whatever you want to do. And hopefully it works out.
I don't know. Have
do
fun.
whatever you want, man. Amber,
you kids have fun.
Emerald, it doesn't matter, dude. Just send it. As long as you're fundamental, you have a plan to face off against the meta strategies, you should be fine. Okay, that's coming from me. I won't be in the bracket. I'm going to be in the booth because I'm a coward.
I'm scared,
Yeah.
and you're allowed to be scared. I'm looking through here at the bracket. If you're wondering, like, I'm not ordering Pizza Hut. I am looking at, what is this? Look, it's a weird tournament in the sense that normally we're like top cut seeding matters, but in this case, you just gotta get to the top. You just gotta get to the top 8.
Will there be one solo undefeated person at the end of the rounds of Swiss that we're playing? I believe there's mathematically, right? There should be one person left.
So going into this round, there were 7 undefeated people. I'm trying to see because one person got paired down, so that's been like my personal hellscape trying to figure out this while talking. I think it was Tiago undefeated? Yeah, so Tiago was undefeated, and he got paired into a person down, I think, LB Yensid. All that be said is Tiago is undefeated, Sky is undefeated. There'll be 4 undefeated people, so no, there won't be just one. So they're gonna have to
but they have to play one more round.
So there'll be 2 undefeated people.
There'll be 2 undefeated. Okay. And then maybe they should just play one more round again. And those 2 undefeated, let's just get a confirmed winner.
Yeah,
because
it's for Woody Matt.
Yeah.
What? Oh, really?
There is 6 rounds.
We were told 5?
We were told 5. Bonus rounds coming your way. I thought we were doing 5 rounds today. Maybe it's the amount of Illuminators that are in this tournament, but that I would hate to have a non-confirmed, clear-cut winner. There could be an opportunity for some of these Illuminators to go ahead and take a split. That could be something that also happens as well. It's very traditional to do that on a Sunday. Maybe people want to play it through and see what happens. What's that?
Yeah, it's a guaranteed split. So basically they have 6 rounds. And so we thought it was 5. It's 6. And then whatever the top 8 is at that point, they lock it down, split the prizes, get out of here.
Oh,
That's how this is going to work today.
Got it. Okay, so usually there's like one holdout.
Nope, they can't. They said, hey, the vote's over. Yeah, yeah. Sky
As we're getting commentary from the from the
from Burger Boy.
from the gallery out here, as we are hearing it in real time. So you guys are getting a nice sneak peek behind the scenes as the magic is happening live here at the Lambeau Stadium here in beautiful Green Bay, Wisconsin. This town does look super nice and quaint. I'm glad we came in the summertime. I heard it gets quite awful in the winter, but it is a remarkable city that we're in. It's like a nice picturesque back to the 80s kind of vibe. It's really cool here.
It is. It's very lively too. I went to the Target and everyone's like, "Oh, wait!" It was just like, "All right, this is a very." I thought it was my understanding of Green Bay is that it's kind of like a smaller city, and it is right.
It is.
There's no giant airport, but like it's the vibe is bumping here.
It is. It's
We're
really
near
cool.
Ashwaubenon.
One more time?
I
One
can
more
only
time?
do it once.
One more time.
Ashwaubenon.
Crush. I
Is
think.
it Ashwaubenon?
I couldn't tell you, but it
Ashwaubenon?
sounds correct. I won't try. You're braver
There's
than me.
someone in the comments gonna be like,
Actually,
how dare you,
Katie, you were my favorite, and now you're dead.
Yeah, I'm an
because
Ashwaubanian.
you,
And us Ashwaubanians,
You
we
have-
don't make friends, and we don't make friends.
you actually have just insulted me and my entire Ashwaubandian family forever. I will never speak to you again. Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
Don't talk to me and my son, little Ashwauban. But as far as matches left to go, we have Sky's evil twin Sly.
Okay, Sky versus Sly.
Sly is out there still gaming, but other than that, the matches are winding down. So we have 2 more rounds. We have Not a Clue still out there, who is a member of Lords of Lore and had a very good run all the way into the top 4 with her very, very interesting queen. But we've seen.
I'm mad she won't show it to us on the stream, though. I think
Yeah,
we want to see
she knows.
that deck out there get active.
Did you see Buster was playing this the queen?
No chance.
Yes, it's
There's-
like everybody's like every Ember Queen, name them, and they're like, okay, we'll play them all.
We got the queen, the conceited rule. Let me see. We got Regal Queen, the Regal Queen. Hold up, the Queen Regent.
Well, there's Regal Monarch.
Regal
That's
Monarch.
baby.
Okay. There is Regal Monarch is the bigger one, isn't it?
No, that's
Let me lock
Commanding
it.
Presence.
Commanding
the one
Presence.
with the cape is always Commanding Presence.
Which the 3-cost one is I know there's a Regent in there.
Probably, but not the one I'm looking at. The
Let's
one
pull up all the queens. Let's name all the queens real
Yeah,
quick.
if
You
you're
guys get a bonus. Fake fan.
Name every the queen.
Fake fan. Yo, Queen Loki has a ton of cards here in the card pool.
She does. Okay, there is a Wicked and Vain.
There's no Regent? I could have sworn there was a Regent.
No.
Conceited rule. There's no Regent, huh?
There's
I
no
must
Regent.
be misremembering there.
Maybe she's like a Regent scholar.
Yeah, she's got the old. She's got OP cards because she has the old bag version and
Old bag?
Queen old bag. Yeah,
Wait,
got,
it's called that?
no, it's not. It's
Oh, okay.
not.
Big old lady.
Old lady, hey, I'm walking here. I'm the queen. You want this apple? That's what I think when I see I got this apple over here. New York Knicks in 5, Queen.
Knicks in 5. They won.
They did. Shout out to the Knicks fans
Shout
out
out to
there.
all the New Yorkers in the chat. We see you.
Any New Yorkers out there? Knicks in 5. They
Hey,
got it done.
yo.
Hey, I'm walking here. Knicks in 5 for crying out loud. We have Queen Diviner. There's no Regent. Where am I getting Regent from?
Regent, I think, is another queen.
Is there?
There's got to be. I mean, type in Regent. There's got to be. I mean, this is the search. I'm on the cards.disneylorcana.com.
There's an Elsa Queen Regent.
Yeah, I can't spell Regent, so we're good there.
We're good. We're fine. Yeah.
Regent. I don't think I can spell. Brigant. Okay,
Regent.
I'm out.
You're done. You're
How
done.
do you spell Regent?
I think it's about Regent.
That's what I spell. Regent. No, I can't. Honestly, I'm gonna go home.
It's okay.
It's been good.
It's
It's been real. It's been good.
All right. And that's Katie, everyone.
Yeah, this is the Lord Keeples in.
Oh, you're done, dude.
Let me. I cannot. I tried to cook too much. I've got too many ovens going. But I am excited here. I'm Googling Regent. So Regent is that. So just maybe I can't handle the power I was
okay.
given.
It's okay.
However, Anna the Amethyst Legendary. So there we go. They didn't. I still like that 2000 voice Mike say they didn't let Sky vote. Nobody could vote.
Sky
This
voted
is
for what?
About the split that no one was allowed to vote.
Oh,
It wasn't
there
a
was no
vote for
vote.
a
This-
split.
oh, yeah.
It was a dictator, like-
predetermined.
Yeah.
This will happen type
yeah.
situation.
You don't have to go home, but you can't stay in the Lambeau Field, which is fine because we have to
Understood.
drive 9 hours back to Omaha, Nebraska after this tournament.
Understood. I have to go to the airport. I'm going down to Milwaukee, shortly following this tournament, which is about a 2-hour drive as well. I'll be camped out there for a very early flight to get back to the realm of SeaTac area. Going back to Tacktown tomorrow.
Yeah, your wife told me maybe we'll look at the churches, and I was like, "What?" And then she told me about Steepletown.
That's a fun fact. You can see it if you go to Milwaukee. You can see there are a significant amount of churches there.
Yeah.
And they look quite nice.
I just
They all
thought
have
she
nice,
was like,
interesting
after this
architecture.
weekend, I need to get right with God. I need, like, gotta get to see. I'm not going to just one. We're going to several
Yeah,
churches.
we're gonna just check them all out and see what we got
Yeah,
there.
and just see which one
burn
works.
some time. We might just drive around all night looking at all the different things.
Oh wow.
Yeah, hang out. No hotel. We're just gonna see what happens.
No hotel, just sanctuary. You can seek sanctuary like Quasimodo. Sanctuary, and they're like, that's not a thing. You're like, dang it.
Dang it! Next church. Okay.
Very
how about you guys?
confused. I thought this was a thing that was granted to all people.
How about you guys? Sanctuary.
Sanctuary.
All right.
I think the rounds are coming in. Sly also won. So 3-lettered names that have S blank Y up big in the top tables.
All right. We need a spy. We need a sky with a C.
Oh, yeah.
We need
That's a sky.
maybe a SQY. Is that something?
Squy.
Can we go squee? Squee. We need a S. Let's see. STY can be a sty.
Oh, yes. Sty Lorcana.
I'm helping you guys out. These are all available on Dreamborn or on the Robert Burger Play Hub now. So get them in while you can. Let's go with a SUY. Sweet.
Sweet. Shout out to the pig leaders of Val's Pumpkin Patch. I got to get you guys to Nebraska in October. We all got to go to Val's Pumpkin Patch. We should try to have a tournament in Nebraska in October. Because the Val's Pumpkin Patch, shout out to that. It's my favorite place on earth. I got a season pass. We were going.
No chance.
Yeah, season pass. And we would go like once a week. I'd be like, we got to get the Valas. Go to the pie barn.
I gotta ask, what is the cost associated with acquiring a season pass at a pumpkin patch?
I think it was $100.
Okay.
But it's about $30 per ticket. So you break even, or no, it's $40. So you break even after 2 visits.
So
Basically.
you got to go to the pumpkin patch.
Oh, I'm going to the pumpkin patch.
You're showing up.
Oh yeah, because they got every good treat. Caramel apples. They got
deep fried Oreos. Woo.
Oh, and they got a pie barn where they have both pot pie and regular pie. You can get a little bit of each. They got the potato rounds. They have a tater tot barn. They have pig races.
We also do pumpkin patches once a year, but not 3 or 4 times a year.
I mean, this one they have rides.
I don't think I can qualify for a season pass at a pumpkin patch. I just don't.
Yeah.
I probably should invest. Maybe I should. I'd like to go to the pumpkin patch and pretend like I'm in a Hallmark movie.
Yeah, and I'm like that. I have that high, and I'm like, again,
Yeah,
another
give
one.
me
I'm
another
DJ Khaled at the pumpkin patch.
Give me more.
Another one.
Give me more. Funnel cake.
And
More,
it's
another
fun
one.
because you don't feel the stress of getting it all done. You're like, we'll be back. See you next week, and I'll get the caramel apple next week. This week's the cookie cone. Oh, I love the cookie cone.
Do you get the pumpkins though? Are you wheelbarrow gang? Or
I
what?
tried. I got a pumpkin, and I put it on my lap, and I was sitting in the hay rack, right, and I looked, and there was a little hole, and I looked, and it was filled with bugs.
Oh no!
And I was like,
Oh, good.
and then I ran off, put it in the field, and was like, Sky, I'm not getting a pumpkin.
Pumpkin bugs.
Pumpkins. That was actually, but it was fun though. How spooky was that?
Oh, nice. What do you got there, J-Bomb? Look at that altar there coming in from J-Bomb. That's quite cool.
Wait.
You might be able to see it. You might be able to see it.
We can't do it. You have to put like your hand behind it.
You got to put your
to
hand behind it like a makeup artist there.
No sanctuary.
He did that in the most.
Sanctuary.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Let me see. You don't watch beauty. You don't watch beauty.
Yeah.
You don't watch beauty YouTube. Clearly, as J-Bomb has, it's not working. I don't watch
Yeah.
beauty YouTube either.
Maybe. Let me see if I have the magic touch.
Yeah. Oh.
Wait. There we go.
Katie Crush. Katie
yeah,
Crush.
there we go. That is very nice. Zenulus. Did you show Zenulus?
Stolen Scimitar. Look at that with the keyblade on it. And that's a complete redo. That's so cool, man.
That is
Kendall
very
Hill is here and getting
He
it
cooks.
active.
He cooks.
He goes
with,
crazy.
And that's the thing that's fun is the artists they just sit and you look at their desk and they have the most whimsical things that you can't like see.
Yeah.
You can't see in any other scenario. Because fun fact, that colors are. I want it.
I want it. Give me.
Tell Zenulus to rob J-Bomb. That's all you
Too
need to do.
easy, too easy.
Crossover.
Kendall Hill is here right now in Packer Stadium doing altars and signing cards. Like you said, it's really cool to see them out there in the pavilion, all the access he's been getting and serving the community. And it was funny because we've seen Kendall quite a few times on this little Infinity tour that we've been on this summer. He's like, oh, I just saw you last week. It's good to see you again.
The top match is Sky versus Sly.
That's hilarious, dude.
So it's Sky versus Sly at table 1. Table 2 is De Thomas versus Tiago. So it's lots of crossover episodes. But the question is, will we start seeing IDs? Because the math starts being where all the players at this point, the people with 12 points, there's only 3 people with 12 points. They can get up to 14 points. The people at 9 points, they could get up to 15 points. So in the amount of people with 9 points, you guys are having fun, right? This is I'm just getting started.
No, kid, this is it. This
16 minus 9. Okay, so or 16 minus 4 is 12. So basically, there's 12 people at 9 points, and then so 50% of those people are going to get 12 points. So I don't know. The math works out where you probably don't want to ID yet, but you probably could.
Yeah.
You probably could, and it'd be fine because if there's only that many people, it would just because not every person's going to win. It's going to go by half, and then half those people, and the people who ID'd has 2 more points. They're at 14. They're feeling good.
Yeah, but if you can get a win here in this round number 4, you're pretty much guaranteed to be able to put yourself in a spot for the next. No, we got 2 more rounds.
We do. So that's why, I mean,
Yeah, you definitely
can
can't now.
see, but it's only, they just want to get in the top 8. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
there's only 3 people with 12 points, and I think.
I still want that Woody playmat, though.
But one person got paired down. That would be Tiago got paired down to De Thomas, which that might be a very interesting one. I don't know if I want to see discard again on stream because it makes me feel sad and weird when I see it. It's like kind of like, you buy cards and then you put them in your deck, and then someone comes up to you and says, "That card, put it back. That card, put it down."
You're good. You're good.
So I think of all the matches to cast, discard is one of the more emotionally devastating ones. But we cannot say that hasn't been fun watching him because it's a deck that we don't get to see a lot. But what else is at these top tables?
And I think that deck is actually a prime position in a wonderful spot to be able to cause some strife. I mean, if you can get a good bracket with that deck, I guess that's for any deck in Infinity format. It's going to require you to get a bit lucky, get a good bracket. But if you can face off against good matchups all day long, and you're able to shift those Diablos early and find those powerful discard plays, that deck can for sure top cut a DLC and potentially even go as far as to win the Disney Lorcana Challenge next week. So I don't know who's going to take this thing down. There's so many answers still available, as it looks like we have a judge coming in. Was that? Oh, let's get who have we not
Is
seen?
anybody IDing? Do we know? Has there been any people being like, "I don't want to play"? But either way, the people who would be Sky versus Sly. That's okay. So this one would be interesting, but we might see Tiago get beat, which would be sad. There's Kyle S versus Spectre. That's dogs versus something. Scammerin might be on Blurple, so we can.
Yeah, we can show Scammerin again. Let's throw Scammerin in there.
Scammerin.
We can throw.
Table 4.
Yeah, let's throw Scammerin back in there.
I'm just yelling, table 4. Do you guys like that? If you're wearing headphones, sorry. But yeah, Scammerin was playing Blurple. We don't see. Here's the thing that's kind of fascinating: is obviously players switch decks because some players are trying to fine tune a deck. Other players are saying, "This is my last chance. This is truly the last CCQ before we move into." Back to core CCQ. So, I mean, it's now or never. This is the last big tournament. 49 players are here, so I don't blame them for switching.
For sure.
You got to play what you think is going to be worthwhile your time because this is the best data you can get.
Especially like you said, in Sky's position that he was after having a poor showing yesterday, according by your own estimation, and now you see that you have access to a better deck, and you're like, I'm just going to play this instead and just give myself an opportunity to gain. There is some prize associated with it, your portion of that prize, that top cut. So I think that is definitely some value there for your time and getting some benefits, as these pro level players are going to have to, I hate to bring reality into this thing, but a lot of this stuff does cost, and to travel and to be able to put yourself in a position to be at these top cuts over and over and over again, you got to fund it somehow, and winning these tournaments is how you can do that. So it's very important to have fun, try to test new decks, but you also got to keep consistent and keep winning.
That is one of my more interesting things that I've learned hanging out with some more top level players is how they talk about prizes and things. Of like, they'll say, I was like, how'd you do at the tournament? And they're like, I broke even. And you're like, and I was like, you won 2 cards. They're like, oh yeah, but this, blah, blah, blah. And so it's just very interesting to hear that. Like, I mean, Sky was saying, he's like, oh yeah, well, I didn't win in Dortmund, but I was able to get it's 10 Elsa pins or something like that. So the players, I mean, but it makes sense because, I mean, this is, for a lot of them, at very least, is you're spending money, and it's nice to break even and make money. But some of them, it is their full-time gig. A few of these players in there, especially like in world-class cards, this is what they do.
This is what they do. I mean, this is clearly what you have to, if you want to be able to put yourself in a spot to dedicate your life to your hobby. And it's not that bizarre to think about. If you think about it in a way where there are people who are professional skateboarders, no one is saying, hey, Tony Hawk, get a job. He's now a professional. Granted, that's a whole different thing, but I'm just, making
I'd
an
say that
observation.
if I see Tony Hawk, I'm going to
Yeah,
be
hey,
like,
the people are doing BMX for a living. People have found ways to turn their passions and turn their hobbies into a profession. I mean, even for this situation that I'm doing literally right now, this is my hobby and I'm trying to turn into my profession. So it's really difficult to do that. Everyone can't possibly do it. It takes a very special person to be able to do that because it's going to require a substantial amount of sacrifice and it's going to require a substantial amount of testing and playing and crafting and building these decks and staying so consistent. There's a lot of pressure to do that. But if you can do it, I appreciate it. I'm one who's going to be a champion of all that hard work and effort that goes into that type of thing.
I'm seeing this is one of my other favorite things in Disney Lorcana, the Ravensburger Play Hub, you can see a few different storylines, and that's why I'm always like refreshing. And it's who's IDing and who's IDing first. So it's surprising because the first ID came in, it was not the two undefeated players, it was De Thomas versus Tiago, which as we saw, Tiago got paired down to Thomas. He could probably use a win, but there's a lot of reasons you would do that. Sometimes you look at the matchup and you're like, I don't want to. I don't want to do it. You can't make me. So he's happy to take an ID here, see how everything shapes out, and then maybe next round,
get a win there. And also, if I'm sitting across from Tiago and I get the opportunity to draw, I'm like, yeah, let's get up out of here. Let's go.
Good.
I'm fine. Let's go take a break. Let's get a little bit of steak in there. Let's get a little snack, and let's take some time off before we have to worry about that. So I don't hate taking a draw there in that spot.
Yeah, so that's the first ID we saw. So that makes me think that sometimes it is contagious. You start to see them. There we go. Sky and Sly said it's too scary. We can't do that. We'll get confused and we'll keep being like, you go Sly. Sky? Did you say Sly or Sky?
Oh.
So they did IDs. So I would imagine that'd be the end of the IDs. Everybody else has a pretty good reason to play. It is pricing. I believe they did confirm it's still going to go to the top 16, but the good stuff is going to be the top 8. Those are the people who are getting to split the pot, and they're going to split the how do I put this? Not split. They each get a winning card. We're going to split 8 cards 8 ways.
Everyone, this is also technically a set championship as well. So the Woody playmat and the Woody promotional cards will also be given out to the top 8 of this tournament as well. So again, I want to thank you guys all for being here and rocking with the program all weekend and hanging out for the after party tournament that we have going on here, the little redemption event. Usually in these redemption tournaments, people are like, I'm done. We saw what we need to see. I'm gone. But we still have people hanging out with us, and that kind of warms my frozen heart a bit here, as I do truly, truly appreciate it. It's the real ones who kind of stick around and really are obsessed with this game, very similar to us truly in the booth here.
You can't stop me from talking about Disney Lorcana. They've tried. They haven't. No one's tried. I stop myself a lot because I get tired. But I'm already thinking, like, I got to get home and make a video about this right now because the meta has moved not much. We've learned some things. We saw some decks. We did not see Amethyst Emerald make the stunning comeback that we thought. I will note that there were more in this room than I thought there would be naturally. There was, as far as Amethyst Emerald, there were 5 in the room.
Yeah.
I don't know if that would have been true if we didn't see one win last week. But yeah, not a lot of other surprises. I mean, here's some fun. Here are the ones. This is a shout out to the people who brought one deck. We'll get the match pulled up, but I'll tell you guys the 5-1 people. That was Amethyst Ruby, Emerald Sapphire, Sapphire Steel, Ruby Steel, and Amber Ruby. Those 5 stood alone, an army of 1. Didn't pay off for any of them.
I would have. I was actually rather shocked to see not as much of the Ruby and Emerald Leviathan strategy make its way into this tournament. Just 2 people
and
played
one
it.
wasn't. No, one was Queen of Hearts. So one was like a Queen of Hearts build.
Oh, we're on. So we're
there was
cooking,
Dormouse. There was a Dormouse situation.
We're cooking. Okay.
So one Leviathan was in this entire room. The other one was Dormouse. We missed out on the Dormouse technology. Maybe next time. Some Color is Law says, who will get the mat if they split? I imagine it would go who is the highest after Swiss or Russell in the parking lot.
Already cut it. Split it. I mean,
man. If they did that to a Woody mat, cancel.
We're done.
You're canceled.
That
Hero
was,
Hamada, maybe
listen,
you can get away with that.
Katie, I am one of the people, I am very high on
different types of trends that we have. That is probably one of the biggest L trends we've ever had.
I tried
in the
to be
history of
like
this game.
polite because I was like, I don't like to yuck people's yum, but I was raising an eyebrow quietly at their
Yeah.
yum. I was going like, all right.
I mean, it was the very first time it happened. I was like, okay, this is pretty
Yeah.
cool. The 8th, 9th, 10th time, I was like, okay, guys, let's stop cutting up these freaking mats. I'm going to lose my
I
mind.
heard about a set champ too, where there was a girl who was very happy to be doing well, and then people started going, "Oh, are we gonna cut it up?" And she's like, "No," and she was getting so stressed because she's like, "If I win," and then she ended up
Are they
winning.
trying to neg this young lady into cutting up
yeah,
this mat?
and she's like, "Everyone's
Oh,
doing
if I'd
it."
have won, I'd cut it. Oh, why are you not cutting it up? Hey, everyone, Judy's not cutting the mat. Boo, Judy. Oh, New York Knicks in 5. What are you doing over here? Cut the mat, Judy. I'm sorry.
Oh man, so there we go. We have a Royal Guard headed right into, or rather, Royal Guard Inc. Popsicle into Bell. We love it. This is why we play Purple, because now we have a 3-3 on the board. Turn 1, Popsicle ready for Tamatoa to collect. But on the other side, it is Amber.
Wait,
no,
it's
not. You're
not.
a liar.
That's a fake news. I
You're
didn't put that in
oh,
there.
you put that there.
I didn't
You're
do
a
that. It was
liar.
already there from the last round, and it looks like, Katie, do my eyes deceived?
Did this get summoned because I said no
Look
one
at
did
that. You did this. Katie, that's the power of magic. Look at Katie
Yeah.
from the Lore Keepers
I said
Inn with
I'd
her
love to see some
whimsical ways.
Amethyst Emerald. Who thought we'd see this? I didn't. So there's Ursula Deceiver coming in and saying, "What do you got?" And the answer is 2 friends on the other side, 1 less now. He takes a peek at all the other things. Guess what? It is all the Kirby things that you see in this deck, where it's just pain after pain, singing friends on the other side. You love to see it.
That's brutal, though. You were able to nab 1 friend just to have another one, so you are able to fulfill the prophecy and play this very powerful Bale Popsicle, seeing friends play into a Sell the Other Right C, and we got double T-Bow down into the Inkwell, so a lot of the superfluous ramp is finding its way down to the Inkwell early. Cameron is low-key popping off with his Sapphire and Amethyst strategy. But looking at Lowell Kazi here with his Amethyst and Emerald, I think I like the deck a little bit more against Blurple. I could be way off, but I think I like this Emerald and Amethyst color group, especially if you got this very evasive package here.
I think it's all going to hinge on him making sure he gets wide. Get wide with it, my guy, because Cameron is going to add a character every turn. That's what he is up to. And then Lil Kazi, he needs to outpace it, because the big thing is you're going to get to this turn where you start forcing interaction. And if it gets to the point where you have less than the other, you lose. This is not a good sign here. He missed turn 1. He's playing pull the lever. So this is where I'm like, hey, you need to go wide. And he's like, what about really narrow with one little guy?
And he was able to draw some cards and set up that discard pile for a wrong lever tactic. But that is a good shout, Katie, as we aren't even threatening a potential shift Diablo, as we're just going to play the up-tempo. Sven Leaping Reindeer has been deployed here as a 4-cost character just to have some presence and utilize all that ink. You like to have that rushing, evasive character taking down a character in a challenge, but not necessary this time. Just trying to keep that ball rolling, just like you said.
And this is where it gets kind of funky, is because a lot of time when you see these amethyst shells, they start to rhyme a little bit. So some of the cool stuff Cameron has access to. Now, the Spectral Parrot is a 4/6, so that is something cool, but I just feel like it might be not enough to scare at Cameron. So I will see. I don't think Cameron's in a hurry to turn anything sideways yet. He wants to get to that. There we go. This is why.
No, we have enough, and both of these characters will have to do a sliding double tackle, take down this Iago Spectral Parrot. It does cost you a bit, 1 card we're actually going 1 for 1, but that 4 damage onto this Elsa now. You don't have any of that steel removal coming in from the Amethyst and Emerald strategy, and you're setting yourself up for a beautiful Bell off the top of the deck or from the hand, or maybe even a Cheshire Cat if you're still maintaining that card in your deck.
It has been interesting watching Bella Accomplished Mystic kind of make her way back on the stage. She never rotated out. She's been here the whole time, but in Infinity, people have seemed to like her. But there we go. It's Diablos all the way down. We have a Diablo, my favorite one, which is the, I just forgot to say.
Oh, my favorite.
The judgmental one.
Spiteful. The Spiteful.
Not the judgmental Raven. I was like, it can't be Diablo.
You like Diablo?
No,
Name your favorite Diablo. Fake fan.
The spiteful one. I like this spiteful little guy because he's kind of like laughing at you. But there we go. The game keeps going. We have Elsa finishing what she started, challenging in, no Bell moving damage, but she had to get rid of that Diablo. Tapped down by Isis. Vander, chill out.
Yeah, and Vanderchill is another sneaky and
sneaky and cheeky tech card in their strategy of being able to exert that Diablo before it can set up and draw some cards. And you had the evasive challenger in play already in the form of Elsa. It did cost you another 1-for-1 trade, but you're fine trading down here as long as you're able to cut off Lowell Kazi from their resource engine at Diablo. If he goes unchecked, one of the best cards ever printed in the history of the entire game, can run away with it solo from time to time. You have another one in hand, but do you have the timeline to get this bad boy set up to be determined?
Well, they did give this Diablo the pre-check in this meta, where pretty much every deck said, I must have a way to deal with Diablo before it even happened. And I think that's one of the stories of the Infinity meta, is like before we even started playing, everyone's like, okay, but Diablo sucks, right? And like even no matter how bad Tramp is, Diablo has 1 minute of being good, and everybody works together to make sure the meta solves so he can't do anything cool. And that is exactly what Cameron has done. Cameron has had a very, very, very good start. He's able to retain his resources. Those bells are still here, still standing, but pulling the lever here, and there goes his 1 card in hand. So this is a problem. Blurple can draw a spectacular amount of cards. He did early. Now he is in a tight spot.
This is a conundrum, to say the least, is Lowell Kazi. You need to find a way to get some big bodies in play. You do have some bodies in your strategy, and also you have access to a Cricky that you can potentially get to help clear some of this board off, as now Cameron's in a position where they can start their own individual questing campaign. It is going to be a 6-round tournament today, and we were told some false information that it were 5 rounds, but this is actually a 6-rounder, as the Illuminators are starting to draw. Elsa now hitting the board, taking down this Diablo, the Devoted Herald, removing that Glimmer off the board. So Diablo is in a straight-up no-fly zone.
And I can see why Cameron was doing a little smile there, because that is the top deck of all top decks. No, it's not card draw, but it's enough. I mean, if you can't draw cards, the next best thing is retain your board, and he's doing a very, very good job doing that. All of these are very well-statted characters to hang around for a while. The issue is I'm trying to see. I think that's a So Be It in his hand, which we saw teched in. It's a cool card for a lot of matchups, but I think he's holding it being like, please put a guidebook. I dare you to put a guidebook.
Then just put it out there and leave it. And
but there's no chance that that's going to happen probably at all. But
this stage in the game, you're probably going to just send the 3 and get your 2 cards and move it on, unless you're trying to set up some type of cheeky and or sneaky Demona maneuver, which honestly in this spot wouldn't be the worst case scenario. Actually, never mind. You have 2 evasive characters in play. Demona wouldn't do too terribly much for you, but it would allow you to continue to accelerate your hand size a bit there for Cameron, who's sitting quite comfortably. Lowell Kazi now has kind of had a very, very tumultuous start to this game, and the tumultuous mid-game just really hasn't found any type of momentum. Those Diablos have been getting absolutely taken out of the air immediately, as we will develop the Shadow Finder now, giving rush to all of our evasive characters. Diablo, the Spiteful Raven, your favorite Diablo, has cashed himself in.
Obviously, not the judgmental one, although they should make one. Diablo, the judgmental one. He just comes in and judges you.
Actually, the judgmental one is hilarious, dude. He's just like, those shoes with those pants, ain't no way.
So now we are double trading. So this is, I think, a battle. I mean, this is just kind of saying, listen, we're both having a really bad time drawing cards. So as long as we're both kind of suffering, Peter Pan makes it where any kind of other evasive character is going to have rush now. So Cameron does need to be judicious about turning things sideways. He is not slamming down that card. Could it be a Hades? Hades is the most buoyant card in the entire game. But he's thinking, he's not inking, and he's not playing it, and he's just kind of... This doesn't look like a happy Illuminaire.
Yeah, we're just getting a nice little quest in, and we're not doing anything. We're just going to hold, and pass.
Yeah, what is it? Tell us.
It is that Demona from Pomona. The Scourge of the Wyvern Clan is going to be in hand, and maybe you are holding this Demona and trying to ensure your opponent is not gaining any additional resources. It is a tempo buster, but it is what it is, as the Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe, Jumbo Jr., hits the board and allows another 2 lore being added. So Cameron is just trying to run this thing out, keep it low resource, and maintain the advantage.
And we don't talk about Bruno. We will talk about Jumbo Jr. or his father. And so now we're going to go ahead. Demona or Diablo. 50-50 chance. We're going to roll the dice. Odds are even. And here we go. It is even. Demona.
It's
He said, and I
Demona.
wasn't going to do it anyway.
Right, he was never going to play. I don't think he was fully
Yeah.
convinced that he was going to play this game with no Demona at all. And I think maybe there's a world where you just slam that Demona, and hopefully it's good enough to give you better cards than it is to give your opposition. But there's a ton of wrong levers still in the strategy. Maybe that's something that you are keeping in the back of your mind as we have that Jumbo Jr. still in hand. Dumbo, ninth wonder of the universe, could be making his triumphant return back to play, and he will be splashed onto the board with that 4 ink and 2 lore. The race is on. Both of these limiteds are legging it out. One player has 2 evasive characters, one with 1. Dumbo can give you lore and get a card with that breaking record making history ability.
And yeah, I mean, all of these 2 decks, what they need right now is the draw engine. Now there's discard flavor here. We haven't seen the Prince John, which makes me believe it is more akin to the Dortmund winning deck. But now we're redeeming a wrong lever or redeeming a pull the lever with the wrong lever to go ahead and say, get that Dumbo out of here for the last time. And so now that is finally banished, and there we go. This is kind of a silly game, but they're both just kind of matching each other in lockstep.
Yeah, four lore versus 2, Katie. And this is what we were talking about that Demona plan last time. Will it backfire? You got to get some questing power up, or maybe find a Hades Infernal Schemer, and we did not. He's going to put another piece of lore on the board. Lol Kazi is in a position where you might not be able to catch up in time unless you can find a way to clear something off, as the Diablo, the Maleficent Scout, is going to challenge in, or Maleficent Spy, is going to be able to challenge in, and the Peter Pan will cash himself in as well, while Genie quests for 2.
Now, this Royal Guard looks small. He's got little noodle arms. However, every time you see a card drawn, he's going to get bigger. So now, he's increased to a 2/2. The problem is he can't really reach anything. So I'm trying to make a plot here of why this octopus is going to matter. He probably won't.
He's trying his best, Katie.
Yeah.
Give him a break. He is trying his absolute best, okay?
Yeah, he's holding several weapons, but looking at this, we have that Merryweather, and now it's just a 2/2 question. He shrinks back down to a 1/2, and yeah, we're just kind of inching forward, but the math is very much in Lol Kazi's favor, so it's 5 lore on board, and let's go draw some cards.
Yeah, drawing some cards. Indeed, you're able to cash in our friends on the other side. We have that Snow Fort, as well as the Peter Pan's Shadow Finder, who can rush in. Now your Cricky. Now your Cricky can quest for 3, and this is a problem here. It has been given to Cameron, who has been taking it a bit passive, and now you put yourself in a position where you might not be able to win, and you cannot win a comeback. We're talking about running the race. We're talking about finishing the drill, Katie, and Lol Kazi did that. You played every single card you needed to your outs. I think Cameron played it a little too safe, a little too passive. When it's time to hit the gas, you got to hit the gas and finish the drill, and he didn't do that there.
I love the plot of, if I don't want you to have 3 cards, so I'm not going to let you have it. And like, how did that end up mattering? I don't know, because I mean, we think about it where maybe those 3 cards would have won him the game, but he won anyway. So maybe he could have found some tools. Generally speaking, the top end of a Blurple deck is far more punishing than the top end of an Amethyst Emerald. But yeah, I mean, let's recap. Lol Kazi had a very bad start. He didn't play anything on turn 1. Turn 2, he played an Ursula Deceiver. Turn 3, and then, by the way, he hit 1 of 2 friends on the other side, so Aaron still got to do friends. And then turn 3, he played Pull the Lever to draw 2 more cards. So he was just kind of hanging out. But that is the power of any deck with Amethyst, is you just kind of chug forward. You're like, don't worry, I'm not worried.
That's one of those things, and I was looking at that start, Katie. To your point, it's one of it wasn't a good start. That was one of the best possible opens this deck could ever ask for. I mean, you're talking Sapphire Amethyst has Bell Pop Bell Sing Friends. I don't think I've ever seen that line lose at all. Granted, there was some Ursula in there. You did have some disruption for that second friends on the other side, but that is a very quintessential open, and I really do feel that Demona play, I think that's going to be one. You could have gave yourself 3 more cards. Maybe you find that Hades the Infernal Schemer. Maybe you find some of your own rush characters in your own regard and put more pressure onto the opposition there, because you were just few lore away from winning that thing on your own. So it's a game of inches, and it comes down to very small decisions, and that is one Cam is going to have to look back, but you'll look back at it later. Short-term memory, focus on the here and now.
Cameron on his drive home.
Mm-hmm.
This game will determine, will you get music or not on your ride home? Because I only deserve music if I did okay.
Very true. That's definitely a JDZ Quest theory as well. You only get music is for winners.
Yes.
Okay, for sure. You do not play music.
If I scrub out,
you get no AC
you
either.
get the blinkers. Winter.
If it's winter, you get no heat. If it's summer, you get no AC. Windows are down in the wintertime, and you need to learn from your mistakes. Okay.
Yeah, think about it.
Comfort
Think
is
about
comfort
everything
is
you
also
did.
for winters as well.
Yes, I get home and I just lay. I pick the hardest, worst floor in my house, and I just lay on it. I'm like, which one's scratchy?
Stupid, stupid,
Yeah.
stupid. That's
No,
all-
don't do that. If you lost, just buy yourself something nice. Sometimes when I go to a set champ to cheer myself up, every time I lose, I let myself have a pack, and sometimes I get a lot of packs. So I'm probably gonna buy packs anyway. But it is a way to tell myself that I'm doing okay in life. Shout out to Lil Kazi's outfit here. Lil Kazi's outfit, Lords of Lore. This is a wonderful garment. Like he's got a lot. I can't recognize anything on either garment, but I like it. I think it's a shark on his.
I love the texture there. It's a lot of looks like a peacock tail, some suns in there. It might be like some type of alien camouflage. Like he's probably hiding from
Illuminati
interdimensional.
coded.
Yeah, he's like hiding from interdimensional creatures.
It's
I think.
interdimensional camouflage.
Yeah, that's what it is.
The,
That's what's
the
happening
third
there.
dimension cannot see him, but I am excited for this game too. These are two decks that we have not seen face off because they are not the most popular decks in this room, in this meta at all. There we have that Royal Guard that I was like, don't worry guys, he's going to do something. Maybe he will, maybe he won't, but here is Maleficent Spy.
And Maleficent Spy representing its primary function is to look at the hand and see exactly what's going on, taking a little spy indeed, but its secondary function is to turn into the Devoted Herald. I think that is one of the most accomplished shift targets probably in the history of this game, maybe right behind Morph and maybe Clarabelle, Clumsy Guess. If you had to guess which card in Disney Lorcana has been shifted on the most, I think Diablo has to be top 5 for sure.
Feels like it happens every time, and it doesn't, but this deck does build as many Diablos. I haven't seen, I think, the little cute one cost one. Is that one? I guess I'm a Diablo fake fan. I'm going to get some Diablo
You got to lock in.
cards
You can't come in here and say you're
I know,
a Diablo
next
fan.
week, yeah.
And you don't know Diablo the Obedient Raven.
Obedient,
You don't know Diablo Maleficent Spy. You don't know Diablo the Wishful Raven. What is it? The Wretchful Raven? I'm a fake fan myself.
I know. To be fair, they drop a new Diablo, and every single one of them is
The Watchful Raven. The Stone. You don't know. You're trying to tell me you don't know
I know
Stone
Stone
Servant?
Oh yeah, Stone Servant. I went to school with him. He's really
What about
cool.
this guy? We're talking the Faithful Pet. What are we
No
talking
one
about,
plays
Katie?
Faithful Pet, but we got
Lock
the
in.
Spiteful Raven here. That's so Spiteful Raven, and Vision of the Future can be played, but it's not. We have Sale played last turn, Demona beating because he hit that card, and there we go. Finally, that is what Sven has put in this deck. We talked about anti-Diablo tech. This is the anti-Diablo tech. He's literally there.
This is why you drafted this guy. This is why you traded your draft picks to bring in this free agent, Sven the Leaping Reindeer. This is exactly what you wanted to do, coming in and being able to take down a Diablo after drawing one and retaining himself on the board, and also re-threatening this Spiteful Raven as well. So if you want to send the Spiteful Raven after this Leaping Reindeer, you can do so, but it'll cost you a one-for-one exchange there, and that's a huge amount of resource because you have to shift this thing as well, Katie.
I like the people with the claws up for Diablo. We have paws up for dogs, claws up for the Diablo deck. And this is a very Diablo heavy deck because, like you said, it's a very, very, very important thing to be able to shift. However, that Sven disrupted that plan. So now Lil Kazi, who Pip Watch has one pip, I think is going to have a harder time because Cameron is hitting all of his cues. He hit the Diablo takedown. He hit the Sail he has right to ramp onto. But Lil Kazi is saying, I feel like I keep calling him Lil Kazi, but he's going to go ahead, take a turn off here, draw some cards, challenge into that problematic reindeer who caused Diablo to tumble, and now it is one lone cephalopod.
One lone cephalopod with a Lil Kazi. Maybe he's dropping his mixtape here called Diablo is My Guy. I'm going to buy that when it drops on stores here soon, where all mixtapes are sold, wherever that may be, somewhere onto the internet, maybe Napster. I think we can find a little bit of that activity there as we're staring down the board. The octopus side by side with the elephant in harmony. The pesky pachyderm. Dumbo, ninth wonder of the universe, a.k.a. Jumbo Jr., is ready to get loose. And Lil Kazi has to be terrified to see this 4-cost elephant sitting on the other side.
He's resplendent with options. He goes ahead and inks his own, plays down another one. Now, generally you want to have something evasive already to get that advantage right away, but both these decks are not super great at removal. However, Cameron does have the ability to do that Elsa Fed Spirit, which then it could be an elephant on elephant collision. Nope.
No.
We're going to go ahead and draw a card off of that, and it shows me that Cameron is just trying to get to the top end. As we know, Blurple is one of the more punishing decks in the entire meta once you get past 5 or 6 ink. It just starts doing terrible things, but he needs the cards to do so. Lokazi is not short on cards, but it doesn't look like they're gelling very well.
And we are just going to play the up-tempo Bell as well. Or actually, the down-tempo Bell. You are 1 ink behind, but you are able to trigger the Dumbo's ability. And keeping the Dumbo now is going to be on Lokazi. If you want to send your Dumbo into opposition Dumbo, at least I've already gotten my card back, and now I'll put it on you. So maybe Lokazi might be interested in taking this Dumbo gambit here, or maybe you'll draw your own card with your Dumbo and put the onus back on Cameron to make that exchange. But I don't know if I want to play these types of games going into the 7-ink turn.
Yeah, we've learned that Cameron is not afraid to play 3D chess, as we have learned when he had that Demona and said, I won't play it, I'm not inking it, that's up to you. So there we go. We don't talk about Bruno returning that Dumbo back to the hand. We have a 1 in 3 shot of hitting Dumbo, and then the other 2 cards are a mystery to us.
I would hope to almost hit this Hades here. If there is a Hades, the Infernal Schemer, and Hannah, you do nab as a fist bump comes in from Lokazi. I like that reaction because I do agree. Hitting that Hades in that spot, now your Jumbo Jr. will have the ability to get a little quest in there.
Yeah, that is a happy man. He was like, hee. Because, I mean, when you talk about most heinous 7-cost cards in the entire world, that Hades is one of them. Because, he just comes out. He got it off.
No chance.
A respawn.
The clap back as the highs go down into lows as Hades the Infernal Schemer in duplicate is going to respond after you send 1. I got cousins. Don't worry about it.
They're twins. So that is probably, that is the karma for being excited, is you're not allowed to be happy about it. But there we go. We saw things like Hidden Cove to defend Snowfort in the past, but now we have, Hidden Cove used to defend Diablo, but now we have Snowfort to kind of help buff up that bird. So now we have a bird that's hanging out. Diablo will probably survive a turn, but if I am Lokazi, I'm scared because these are some pretty big dudes on the other side, 2 dudes and a lady, and I think Cameron, every card from this point forward is going to be another problem, and there it is, the 8th wonder of the world and the 4th character on the board.
Yeah, this is one of those positions that the Sapphire Amethyst player just absolutely loves to be at. You got a nice wide board of heavy, high will-powered characters that can quest hard as well. Belle the Accomplished Mystic, notably, is probably her claim to fame is her unique ability, which does come up quite often, but she is a robust 2-quester, and I think in this position, you're just trying to lay it on and get to that finish line. Lokazi now has already used a We Don't Talk About Bruno, and you'd be kind of afraid to We Don't Talk About Bruno any of these characters in this spot, because they can miss and you'll have to deal with them again. I think we have, looking at the hand, and maybe there's a wrong lever there, maybe there's an under the sea there, which isn't doing too terribly much for you.
And that is one of the reasons that these kind of little tech cards where they're very good in this one scenario. It can be very frustrating because it's I don't think Cameron cares much about the Snowfort, knowing the power size of his character. This Ursula, I don't know what he showed off of that Ursula.
That was a Meriwether, the warded 4/5. Meriwether coming in from Wilds Unknown is going to be in hand.
So he says, okay, while I'm here, since that is warded, I might as well redeem one of these tickets here, which is the wrong lever, redeeming a pull lever from the discard. And he's like, because pretty much the Dumbo has the most recurrent value. That Meriwether does not draw cards, and drawing cards is the most important thing, I think, at this point. So I am probably sending Dumbo to the bottom of the deck, if that is me, just because which one keeps getting value.
And also Dumbo, it does still cost your Diablo, even though it will resist the 2 string. It's still strong enough to get after the Diablo, but Lokazi says, I'd rather not. Maybe there's another removal you have in hand, as we are now going to quest this Diablo, but I guess that's a gambit as well. You'll trade, and it will trade still because of the strength increase from the Snowfort. So interesting play, taking some of that lore off the board, just trying to make sure you can stay in this game, I suppose.
I think that's fun. It's one of my favorite parts of casting is being like, I wouldn't do that. But then no risk, no reward, high risk, high reward on a lot of these plays. And he says, yeah, I'm going to do it. I will take your most valuable card for my most valuable card. I have a warded card. Good luck with that. And a little Tapo showing up at the end. He's JDZ's favorite character.
I love him.
Yeah, that's my dear boy.
I've patched my relationship with Tipo. I'm kidding. I can't even say it with a straight face. Even uttering that just makes me just violently angry, seeing this growing son who can, in this position, probably is going to gain let's count how much lore this Tipo is going to generate here on the following turn. Maybe not that much. Hold up. We got the Ursula, who is played, who's shifted in, and now doesn't she exert?
So yeah, I think it's if she quests. Whenever she quests, you can exert certain
That's
character,
right.
and then other characters cannot sing songs. But most notably, she is a 4/7, so she's able to cleanly take out one of the larger characters on the board. And Cameron can't sing. I don't know if he has any plans to do such a
We
thing.
gotta let it go, but I don't think Cameron's even playing the card Let It Go. Yeah, you could probably just pay the full value ink for it to put that Ursula stack into the inkwell. We could also just send this Merryweather in after the Ursula, but we have the Snowfall. Read the sign, buddy, says Lowell Kazi, and you can't do it
Hey,
without
pal.
resist. And a little bit of a take back there as the Sea Wish Queen is saying, nay, I'm not letting it happen.
But alas, and I love the Sea Witch Queen because so often we see Ursula Deceiver come in and it's like, well, that's all she does. But having this shift available means that she has a second life. Unfortunately, it is a short one. She's going to go ahead and be banished, and you lose 2 Ursulas for the price of 1 challenge. And that is off of that power. Hey, Royal Guard paid off.
He came
Yeah,
right
every time you
here.
draw a
You're
card.
right,
And so
yeah.
he's able to swing for enough, at least 3.
And there's Tipo question again. And
Yeah,
let's
one.
keep that's
Tipo
one.
count.
That's one lore for Tipo. Everyone keeping track of what this character is able to do as the Elsa is going to finally take out Tipo. Never mind.
Wow, she said, let's see what I can do. I'll take out Tipo just for you.
That's pretty good. Remix.
Oh my gosh, Tipo came back? Or no, maybe she's thinking about it. He's like, maybe I wouldn't. Yeah, I would
Yeah,
do
we'll
it
get him
again.
out of there.
I'll do it
Just
twice on Sundays.
Get that lore off the board. I don't hate that at all. As 1 damage onto the Elsa Fitz Spirit. We have this warded Merryweather who can continue to try to leg it out. You're in a pretty comfortable position. Even though you have that boost from the Snow Fort, it's still going to be too weak to get after the Merryweather, who is going to pop the popsicle. And here he is, your boy Tamatoa, happy as a clam. He is so fabulous and shiny with all of his beautiful items. We're going to get 2 more of those popsicles. Take a look.
And this is the part where I start going, I'm tired. If I am Lil Kazi, because it is a marathon, not a sprint, and it just feels like Cameron is out here firing on all engines and all cylinders. He's doing, like I say, doing a lot per turn. This is a lot per turn where you're drawing cards, getting things back, making sure. I don't believe he has any cards in hand, but now that Tamatoa is
Involved, yeah.
Yeah, but that's you get to play it for free. So I guess
You got a quest, though. You will
Yeah.
have to exert that Tamatoa, and you will be able to play an item for free, as friends on the other side will add 2 more cards into Lowell Kazi's hand, who is just trying to slow down the questing. Cameron is in a position where you're just trying to leg it out, get your resources where you can, but you're just all about piling on lore each turn. As this Merryweather seems like you're going to have an opportunity to get another quest in. Tamatoa seems uncontested as well, so that is lore being generated. You can get up to 16 next turn. Maybe you can apply a little bit more pressure after that.
Now, for those at home, you might say, so is this a discard deck? Don't be like me. This Amethyst Emerald deck is not a discard deck. Yes, we have seen some slight discard behavior with a pull the lever, but other than that, it is just a good old-fashioned mid-range tempo-y kind of deck. But it is kind of, the tempo's a little weird. This is not my tempo, in the words of that guy from that movie.
Fletcher
From
Whiplash.
Whiplash.
I love that film. It's one of my favorite movies. I really enjoy that pick a lot. It's quite nice.
Yeah, but here we go. We're going up tempo a little bit. We're getting closer because that is Dumbo, and he has a friend here that is evasive. So if we can keep this board, if we can keep away things like Demona, we may be able to be okay. But in the meantime, Tamatoa, okay, it's a problem now.
He's got a really cool collection right there.
He does.
And he is a beautiful baby indeed, is the name of that ability. Whenever he quests, he's able to put an item into play for free, and you do so with the Junior Woodchuck guidebook, and you're able to crack the guidebook with only 1 piece of ink and popsicle now. So the items are flowing, but you are not adding more stressors to the board. You need to put some quests, put some lore pips on this board there, Cameron. We get it. You want to draw, but let's get some characters down.
He said,
As Bell is
okay.
one of those. Okay,
I'll do a little bit. I got 5 ink left. Let's see what else I can do here, and that is 1 more. What about 1 more? He said, there we go. How do you like that? 3 little guys for the road.
Okay, that's nice. I appreciate you for listening and doing that play. As now Lowell Kazi, who does not have access to a board wipe, maybe we can get to a Cricky, and that will be a GG. We're going game 3 as Cameron gets it done. Sapphire Amethyst really showing itself approved in that one to make up for what happened in game number 1.
Oh, and so I think Cameron there rubbing his face. This is the end of 2 tournaments, basically. It's not the end. We have one more round after this. But it is in the long, long days of playing here. And I think this Blurple deck it's it can be tricky, right? Like we haven't seen Blurple do super well in the meta. In fact, yesterday, as far as Amethyst Sapphire goes, only 3 people brought it. 3 people, including Cameron, that said I will bring that deck. And I think the reason is because a lot of the other decks just do so much razzle dazzle, improvisational activities on each turn, and Blurple just generally does one thing per turn. Until you get to the end and you're able to start doing some weirder stuff.
Right.
But it just feels like other decks can kind of have a much better start than Blurple has. So I'm interested to see how Game 3 goes. I mean, Cameron had a dream start, a true perfect start in Game 1, and he ended up losing. Game 2, it was a fine start, and he won. So now I'm just kind of seeing, Lokazi, what can you do to stop Cameron?
And you are going to be on the draw this time. So I think it's just very important that you find ramp on 2. I think you need to get that ramp on 2, very critical. And if you can find a nice 4-cost turn, that will be nice. We saw how impactful that Sven Leaping Reindeer was coming in on curve, being able to take down a shifted Diablo before he can get out of pocket. And I think that's what Lokazi kind of needs to have happen. This Emerald and Amethyst strategy is going to be predicated on the successful survivability of a Diablo devoted hero. We haven't had the opportunity to see that character get loose at all this whole two matches. So maybe there's a chance we can see if a Diablo can just run away with one. And right now you are not representing a shift, I don't think, as we're just trying to take a little sneak peek of the hand.
Yeah, I do like that. They're like, we have to show our people above, and we are above them. We're in like a nest above the featured table. That's not true. I've showed a lot of pictures. We are in a little conference room that's quite nice. I cannot speak highly enough about this venue. It has been so luxurious. We've been spoiled.
Yeah, we have.
And I think next week we're about to be spoiled again because it's a DLC. So we're gonna, if there's any tournament where I don't have an adjacent hotel room or something,
I think as broadcaster Katie, we go to a lot of events, and these last few we've been on
really good.
The ETB, ECC, even Inc.
Glimmer
We've had
games.
Glimmer games.
Oh my gosh.
We've been spoiled. I need a nice Haggerty,
Yeah.
rugged
Give me a
tournament
cot.
to get back into that groove, because I got to keep that sharp edge. I don't want to get too spoiled and coddled.
They're going to give us a flip phone to stream on and
That's
a
what I
cot to
need,
sleep
yeah.
on, and we'll be like, all right, we'll get it done.
No AC, no water. Any TOs out there who really want to host a really ragged
We
Haggerty
deserve it.
tournament, give me one of those, because we've been spoiled here lately. And I don't like getting soft. I want to maintain this knife sharp edge, and I think we need a nice rough tournament to make that the reality. So, no AC, no food, no water,
I've
no
been
chairs.
to a few hot tournaments. Those are rough.
Yeah, they're
Where
bad.
you're like in your blazer and like, I can't take this blazer off now because people are going to think I have a medical condition because I am just sweating. And there we go. There's the Diablo Obedient Raven. I know it now. I know all my Diablos. So unfortunately, I think he's about to turn into ink. And that is, so the difference between Maleficent Spy and Obedient Raven is Obedient Raven eventually will probably turn into a card most of the time, but the Spy gives you information. So you get to know what you're up against. Does it matter? It's usually some tomfoolery. I don't know. So he does go, it does matter. I'd like to see it inking the
and sometimes in certain matchups, those stats also matter as well. Having that one willpower, having that, having those stats available. So just being able to see the hand, we have to spin. This curve looks
we've got all the problems, right? We've got a 1-cost, we've got the ramp, we've got Sven.
You don't have the bell. If he top decks his bell, I'm crashing out. I think that is just going to be the end of me. Maybe there's a world you can shift it. No, he didn't. Oh my!
I'm calling the governor. I'm going, whatever state I'm in a state of absolute terror and chaos. He's like, yeah, he literally gasped. He's like, oh, that is, you have every single card?
But he had to ink the friends, though, and I think that was very wise of Cameron to do. A little greed play would have been hold that friends, but Ursula Deceiver is such a tremendous threat that you had to get that friends out of there, so I don't hate that play, even though also Shift Diablo is an option as well, and your friends looks quite poor in that scenario. So a little bit of discipline coming in from Cameron.
I love it. And now he has that popsicle. He drew another one, too, so now he will get another card eventually. So even though he knows there's a Sven, he says, one card is something. And he does, I mean, the Sven at least is a little bit away. We're at this turn, it is rampant time usually, but we'll see. Here he inks a Merryweather, and he is going to go ahead sailing the Azurite Sea. And so Diablo is like flying around like, I am so scared of reindeers.
And that is, I think you had to do it. I mean, shift that Diablo. You will get a draw from the draw, and also a draw from the Sales Azerite Seed that you knew was there. Bill, now the Apprentice Inventor will be able to get a nice little easy lore in, and you will get another card from Diablos. That's 3 cards that you got in response, and maybe Lowell Kazi can also partner this up with a Seeing Friends on the other side with this Devoted Herald. That will be a nice use of a Diablo that you know for sure will get banished on the following turn, and I think there's some value there. If you can kind of map out your opponent's entire turn, it takes a lot of their game out of it, and maybe you can find a better path if you know exactly what they're going to do because you're forcing them to do so.
Yeah, they're inviting you to dance, and it's impolite to say no, so you go ahead and engage. Here we go with a Snow Fort
Got 'em.
saying, all right, there we go. The math changes a little bit, but
Still, Sven doesn't care.
yeah, Sven's like, it changes exactly none for me. I'm coming over. This is what I was born for.
Yeah, and the Snow Fort coming in from the same set in Winter Spell as the Sven Leaping Reindeer, maybe that's some flavor. He's leaping over the Snow Fort to get into these evasive Diablos. I think that might be what we're trying to do here. As Cam is thinking about what that ink is, I think the turn is quite clear what needs to happen in this exact scenario, but we are pondering on what to put into the inkwell, and it's a Junior Woodchuck guidebook. I see why we had to think there.
Yeah, he has. I think he prioritized keeping a popsicle there, saying like, all right, well, I'll be able to probably maybe squeak that in, do some crab shenanigans later with Tamatoa. And now it is just a lone Belle. She is an apprentice, but she's holding up the whole shop right now. Question again, 4-2. We've lost. For those keeping track at home, we have inked. Friends on the other side. We have inked a Junior Woodchuck guidebook. But Lokazi has 5 cards in hand and can do a lot of things. He says, another one.
Yeah, let's just keep spamming these Diablos until my arms get tired, as we are just going to put the Diablo in play. We are going to the Elsa the Fifth Spirit turn, but this Snow Fort is proving its merit as to why it's a card that you just need to keep around. Maybe there is some item interaction with this strategy. I know Cameron is a member of the World Class Cards organization. DKP is a big believer in Wasabi technology, so maybe there's a world you are playing Wasabi yourself, as we are going to play this Elsa Fifth Spirit. We are going to exert this Diablo, but are we going to have to tap the sign again? That thing will not be able to engage with this Devoted Herald in this spot. There is a world you can set up some damage and maybe get a Bell shift off or play the Bell next turn, but we will elect to just put 1 damage on, and it's 3 back from the Diablo hit back. So damage is floating. Maybe the Accomplished Mystic is coming through.
Yeah, it is a start, and it is just kind of saying, make them have it, make me have it. And Lil Kazi still has a nice ample hand. He does have that Ursula, so he could do some little spying if he so chooses, but he also has a Cricky, but this Diablo, he's not. He doesn't do that. There's certain characters where you're like, he's not doing that.
We do not do that here.
That is not my job. I'm here to look pretty and help you draw cards. He is probably getting more and more afraid to turn sideways, but it's one of those things when you're against an Amethyst deck, if you're past 5 ink on the other side, just quest, because something's going to exert you probably anyway. But there we go. Peter Pan Shadow Finder rushing in and getting rid of that Elsa, getting rid of that damage, and getting rid of the scariness that could come with it.
Yeah, that is not a bad turn at all. Peter Pan Shadow Finder having Rush, being able to pseudo-protect your Diablo as well, which is very important because I can feel that the Elsa was either going to move that damage onto the Diablo or just go in for a secondary challenge and take down its evasive Devoted Herald. It looks like this Demona is gearing up for the Inkwell. Maybe we have another Elsa as well that you can set up to just get this Diablo off the board. You cannot allow Lil Kazi to just sit back and continue to replenish the hand with this Devoted Herald, and you will take that gambit right now and stack up a little bit more damage onto your Elsa Fifth Spirit.
Yeah, they're like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. I'm getting rid of your Diablo is what his plan is. We talk about item removal. The only hope that Cameron has is maybe something like a hideaway. Some people will put that in there. Wasabi, people have been teching that in. We haven't seen that in either of his matches because sometimes people just don't care. They're just like, I'll outlast it another way. So in this case, the Snow Fort might be around to stay. But Cameron could choose to go wide here, which could be a problem. Starting with the Diablo.
Diablo.
And now,
is that Portuguese?
Diablo. And then we can exert a Peter Pan because he is evasive. Get a card, get a lore, which is a nice little double perk here. He can't do much else, but he's keeping his hand nice and healthy, which means it could be bad for Cameron because Cameron only can play 1 or 2 cool things a turn. Lokazi can start spamming the board.
And once you get to the setup where you have the wrong lever, pull the lever stuff, you can then start to bounce these or get these characters off the board, as Dumbo is going to do what you pay him to do. He does have a rush, but it's not necessary because it is necessary because
you just played him that turn, and you're able to rush down and take out the Elsa's fifth spirit as Tamatoa with that coolest collection. He is going to be able to get 2 more items back from the discard pile, and then maybe we can keep this party train rolling for all the resources that you need to kind of extend into this late game. You got to start finding these Hades the Infernal Schemers for sure at some point.
He's pretty good at it. We've seen him do it pretty successfully, but now it is just making sure he doesn't, like you said, the resource game is the most important thing. So we will ink a Popsicle, draw a card. Or not, we ink a Popsicle. We inked a Tamatoa, which doesn't feel great, just to go ahead and get this Popsicle down there.
That is interesting. That one is interesting. That one's peculiar there. I think I'd much rather just hold out hope. Maybe you're just trying to play around another potential Diablo-ing, but at the same time, it doesn't have anything to rush into, and it will take some time for that bad boy to get exerted. But that Popsicle with that Tamatoa just seems like a very, very cool little 1-2 punch to keep the party train rolling, and maybe the card off the top of your deck would have been a better ink choice.
And there's Isis Vandershell getting discarded off a pull the lever, then wrong lever, getting rid of Dumbo. Nope. Well, how did my brain already forget who was over there?
It was Tamatoa.
It was Tamatoa.
And
You're
he
so
was
right.
happy as a
We
clam.
talked about it at length. So Tamatoa, happy as a clam, going down into the bottom of the deck. Good thing he can hold his breath for a long time. And here is. There it is.
There he is. My boy is back. Look at him. The wasabi technology has been presented, and that snowform is actually looking quite good until the wasabi hits the board. You will give Lowell Kazi a little bit of lore, though. 1 lore being given to the target, to the player of who controls that card, but wasabi doesn't care. And now the snowform has been removed, and he is evasive. He lines up nicely with this Dumbo and Peter Pan Shadowfinder.
And shout out to this hardest working girl in the industry, Belle, who's just been hanging out since the start of this match.
5 lore, by the way.
Yeah, 5 lore. So we have in the chat Adam saying she's going to get 10 lore. She might, because I wouldn't deal with her. Why? If I'm going to... Ooh.
The Cricky.
Belle, you're in danger. Because Cricky coming in, adding 3 strength to both Peter Pan and Dumbo. Although, in this case, I mean, they're both kind of on their last life point here. If they lose this last piece, get 1 more piece of damage, they are in a sorry spot. So, it's now a decision. Does he want to go ahead? He could.
He could take it. He could go for it, but I don't know if it is worth that. I don't know what the Cricky is there potentially as a countermeasure to some of the things that are happening on the other side. You just want to use your ink, so play out the tempo Cricky without. I like to have the Cricky be like that surprise factor, to have a nice wide board and you play the Cricky and then be able to remove a few characters in one fell swoop. But we just went ahead and sent this Cricky, the Lucky Cricket, in play as a 3-questing threat. And I'm not sure if that's the best Cricky I've ever seen. Bell now free and clear to get another quest off, I believe, unless you're afraid of this Cricky.
Yeah, I mean, that Cricky was, like you said, a little bit interesting. I mean, he paid 5. He was able to go ahead, I think, pay 1 lore and draw a card off of Dumbo, but he didn't he didn't have enough lore to do it also. So yeah, he's just doing what he can with the resources he has. Don't worry, guys. There's more Dumbo where that come from. So there we have a Peter Pan. We are using the ability off the newly minted Dumbo. And then we get a Spiteful Raven just to go ahead and round it out. And then Cricky, listen, he didn't do anything cool, but you know he can do. He can cross for 3, and that's pretty cool.
You know what, Katie? I just noticed, as soon as you said that, I just noticed that Low Kazi is low-key Kazi at 12, okay? He's low Kazi getting up on the board total. He's big Kazi now. He's almost about to win this game. So Cricky, sometimes you need this bad boy to get out there and get active for the board, but sometimes you get too focused on that, and you need to focus on the real task at hand, and that's putting 20 on the scoreboard and getting out of here. And I think that's what Cricky is primarily focus on doing. Bell the Accomplished Mystic, Bell the Apprentice Inventor has been questing, but at the same time, Cricky is doing it 3 times as efficiently.
And I think that's the strength of this Amethyst Emerald deck is just the persistence it has. It just keeps going and chugging along. It's like each turn is pretty cool. It does 1 or 2 cool things, but the additive effect of just staying in the game and just drawing cards. And there we go. We have a shift.
Look at that.
A shift, Bell.
Bell shift onto the Apprentice Inventor, and you're able to take down the Lucky Cricket. What a turn coming in for what a turn coming in for
for Cameron there. You're able to take out 2 characters. You're still leaving Dumbo and Peter Pan. That is effectively 2 additional cards, as well as more lore in the process as well. So we have time is running out here for Cameron. You got to continue to make great plays like that to stabilize yourself. You got Fred. What's Fred doing here? Fred is another card that can get after some of these items. Fred also is a 2-quester. So we are taking in Fred, the Fred.
Major science enthusiast.
Major science enthusiast, 2/3 quest for 2 with the spitting fire ability. When you play this character, you may banish chosen items. So a little bit of tech here. Don't sweat the technique.
Every week I go, all right, I have learned everything I need to do. And then they're like, what about this one? And I'm like, all right. So this week I will not stop reading cards the entire time. But there we go. Cricky doing what he says on the label, going ahead and increasing that Peter Pan to go ahead and cleanly take out Belle, the accomplished. We had the apprentice inventor. Now she's an accomplished mystic. She switched degrees.
Yeah.
And there is, like we said, this a royal guard who can do a lot of cool stuff, but not right now. Oh, my gosh.
Wow. We set it up and we knocked it down. Lowell Kazi says, guess what? My bad boys quest hardcore. And that's 7. Big Ursula, Sea Witch Queen coming through on the shift, dog nasty. See you next time, buddy. That's GG. I'm out of here. So now it all makes sense, as that's the play that you were looking for to get it done. And get it done, you did. Lowell Kazi. You can't see him from the 4th dimension, but he's rocking and rolling in the free world as you are on your way to maybe even a top 8. And man, oh man, what a show. I actually love to see it.
I enjoyed it because, I mean, when we went into this, we thought it was one of them was going to be dogs. We're like, we can't get away from it. But no, that was a matchup. Blurple, unfortunately, is, it's a dying art. The deck that we saw by Lil Kazi, it is on the rise. We saw it win basically a DLC and a half. It won a DLC and then it beat the winner of another bracket. And that is nothing to and it was very more, that deck that we saw was much similar to that deck than to the winner than we saw to Christian. Christian is someone we saw that was a Amethyst Emerald discard. So that was not a discard deck. It was just mid-range tempo.
Yeah, just
zigzagging around.
Just having its way. And I'm saying if I'm playing a deck like Sapphire Amethyst and I can't match wits with an Amethyst Emerald, why am I playing it?
Well, I just think that Blurple, it has to have you know how we talk about how dogs psychically repels people? I think Blurple psychically bonds to people because I think people just like the fact that they get to the end and they're able to do these the haymakers that people talk about.
And maybe it's got a pretty good Amber Steel matchup, I would say.
Yeah, but other than that, it does struggle because lots of decks are like they're doing absolute tap dance jazz, and then Blurple's like, I played this.
That's one thing you will hear people say quite consistently is like, hey, the deck is too fair. And we even saw the deck do one of its more broken lines that it's ever been able to do, and it still wasn't able to be enough to take out Lowell Kazi. Speaking of which, we got J-Bomb and Lowell Kazi over here about to get an interview together. So we're going to take a very quick break, and when we come back, Lowell Kazi and J-Bomb will be here to talk about what happened in that round 5 matchup. So stick around, keep it locked, don't touch that dial. We'll be back here in just a few moments.
And we're back here with I just forgot your team name now. It's the Lords of Lore. There we go. Anthony here.
Yep.
Kazi, as they say. And he just came off a pretty close game 1 there, and then you were able to take it pretty decisively in game 3. But, yeah, that was a great matchup. I love to see the Blurple and the green-purple back in action. Tell me about that. How are you feeling?
It feels good. was very often on the other side of the matchup with Blurple back when I was playing Blurple set 8 and such. So I was very much like, oh, I know what he wants to do to me.
Yeah.
So I was very much prepared for it on that side of things. And then they printed Snow for it.
Yeah.
And Diablo plus Snow for it is just crazy. It tops all the numbers, right? I was playing Snow for it in Core with Green Purple, and I felt how the Evasive War is shifted heavily towards the Green Purple side when you have the Snow Fort out. So I'm like, let's just do it with Infinity too.
Yeah, yeah. And I know you've been just a big proponent of this Green Purple, and I knew you were going to play today because all of my games against Green Purple have basically been against you when I've been testing. And so my record's been pretty good, but other people have been saying they've been struggling, but I haven't been struggling into you.
Yeah,
But anyway, yeah, Anthony, he is a big representative of the Lords of Lore from Chicago. I've known him forever. He was at the Shet Champ with me last week, so big local of mine. Glad to see you doing well out here.
Yeah, we played back in set 4, and we had like a really good set, really good best of 3 at that point. And I remember us like talking about it.
You were on Ruby Amethyst.
Ruby Amethyst for that set 4
I was on Blue
set
Steel, which that was my favorite. Yeah, back at Energy as well.
Yeah, it was Energy. Yeah, it was awesome.
Oh, that was the crazy one where I went from like 2 to 20 in one turn.
Yeah.
And you were at like 19 with a goat in hand.
Yeah, it was awful.
I do remember that. That was a great game. Yeah, and so are we going to see you at Indy next week?
Yes, for sure. We've been putting a lot of practice in with the team, and some of them have been saying for me to switch. You know, I very much played Blurple for forever.
Hey, you're doing
I played
well today.
Blurple back in set 3. I had to rep that the one time I got to talk on stream. Set 3 Blurple was crazy, but I've been playing in the color combo for so long, and I felt like I had to like just switch it up to become a better player. So
yeah, the best part about playing all the other decks is you can see when they don't have the best option what their next play is, and then that helps you read kind of their hand, and so you can play around stuff better when you kind of read what they have and what they don't have, and you kind of learn by what they're not doing.
Yeah, you just playing more decks makes you a more experienced player.
Oh yeah.
Like I was very stubborn with Blurple. I'm like, Blurple is a good deck, and I'm doing this in like set 5 when we just got Tipo.
Yeah.
So okay, we can ramp on 2. We can do this cool stuff now. And then it was set 6 when Genie came in with Sail, and it's like, oh, that's a combo, right? Yeah. I was playing it when I had to play like Mickey on 3, and then I would sing Friends and bounce it with Snake, and like so. Yeah, this has been a good improvement for me to see a different color combo and really experience it and be able to do well with it. So
yeah, and one of my favorite parts about the CCQ here at Lambeau is we get to highlight some of the more local teams, and you guys aren't like local to the Green Bay area, but close enough where you guys came out and you guys are the highest represented team here, and you guys have been doing fairly well. We've seen you, we've seen Thomas, we've seen a few other people on stream, and you're pretty close to
Allison.
You're 1 win away. Yeah, Allison made the top 4, was very close to an invite there, and unfortunately fell a little short, but you're well on your way to making top 8. Just get this win next round.
One more round.
You might even be able to ID. I don't want to give you any advice or whatever, but you'll do the math yourself. But you're close. A lot of people did ID this round, so you might be in good shape to do so this round. So best of luck, and we'll see you at Indy next week.
I'll see you. We'll see everyone at Indy.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good time.
It is going to be a good time.
Today's a good time, too. This is going great.
Yeah. Oh, man. Lambeau here has been super exciting. We have gotten to see some great gameplay. We've gotten to see some great things. And I've gotten to enjoy this NFL stadium I've never been to. And this is a very good one. Are you a Bears fan?
I mean, I have to be by living near Chicago.
So, yeah, they've welcomed us here. We haven't gotten harassed too much, if at all. So, yeah, it's been a great time. And, Anthony, thank you for coming out.
Thank you
good
for
luck
having me
next
on
round.
Oh, thank you so much. A pleasure.
Yeah. All right, guys, we got one more round here.
One more round.
Yeah.
Should I get
Peace
off
out,
now? Do I just like leave?
Yeah, you can leave. Yeah. Take your headset off. Good to go. JDZ will get back in here. We got one more round coming up. We should be getting there pretty shortly. And this tournament, there is no top cut. We found that people just decide to chop anyway, and so then we can get out of here. It's a Sunday night. Everybody can get home. There's a far drive for a lot of people. Myself, it's 3.5 hours. As I'm like Anthony from Chicagoland, and so we'll get back there, and we're gonna get JDZ back in the booth. And tell me, how'd you feel about that matchup?
That was nice, man. That was
historic.
nice.
Haven't seen that color combo in a while, so.
Well, we saw win in Dortmund,
yeah.
But before that, we haven't really seen it. And Sapphire and Amethyst versus Amethyst and Emerald here for a position in the top 8. You actually gotta love to see it as we are getting closer and closer to it. But I thought that deck was good. It was doing some really cool things. And seeing Ursula shift Ursula for the win, quest for 7.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that play. And
Shift Ursula is one of those cards that I really, when I'm playing against that deck, I don't really think about. And then all of a sudden it comes and just ruins my entire game plan. It ruins me. And I kind of just lose to it. So it's always exciting to see that because it's not a card that they're going to play a lot of. And so if it's in their deck, it's going to be a 1 or a 2 of. And if they haven't inked it in the early games or 1 or 2, it can just come out and surprise you and really just steal the game.
yeah, and it just like it did right there, because you run your numbers like, okay, maybe I can lose to this, I can lose to that. He's got go, he's got whatever, and then boom, it just happens out of nowhere. The Ursula just quests for 3. What a really, really cool throwback coming in from that set 4 set championships. And here we are, J-Bomb, all the way in set 12 set championships, man. It seems like it was so long ago, but now the game is still back, vibrant and stronger than ever. We are still in those set championships. For all those limiters out there, make sure you get a chance to get out and participate in your set championships, and then serve your local community and get out and have your Woody promo cards. I didn't get a chance to play any of mine, so maybe get out there and win one for me.
Yeah, and Woody going to be a very powerful card in core, I think. So
I think
be
so.
A tributation of why the market on that card is so good, but it may not be seeing play now. But I have a feeling that toy deck is going to be pretty powerful. Humble from Team Maelstrom has been piloting it very successfully and showcasing that that deck is going to be good. And I believe it's 56 cards currently in the new set. So at most, it's going to be 4 that get rotated out, and those I'm not even 100% certain are going to be rotated out. So right now, that deck is going to be pretty powerful post rotation if it's winning now. Without any cards.
That's one of those. That's one of those decks, and I think the way that we talk about Tramp and the way that we talk about Dogs and the way we talk about some of these strategies, I feel post-rotation, once we get to that post-rotation world, we're going to feel the same way about those Dogs decks as we feel about the toy decks. I think the toys are like, hey, get these toys out of here.
The toy deck can do some disgusting
It can.
stuff.
Alien is repulsive, man. Alien is insane.
Alien is a great on the draw card.
The Jesse is a actually disgusting card. Once you get to a more lower resource game, and it is kind of unfortunate that we've had such a giant focus on this Infinity format, and we really haven't had the opportunity to be able to shift into it. What's that? Whoever's the top 2 seeds that are playing. Whoever is at the top 2, because we're going. I think this is the last round of Swiss. So whoever is playing at the top 2 tables, we'll take them. Because this is it. This is for all the marbles right here. I think winner of this will probably end up winning the entire thing.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of people are IDing because it is a split and a top 8 and automatically chops the pricing. A lot of people are just wanting to ID to guarantee in. So that's going to be interesting on how they determine who gets the Woody playmat.
I don't know. I don't know.
One person has to get first, and so not a lot of these people are really attempting to go for that themselves. A lot of draws. We'll see if Tiago and Sly play. At table 3, we got Kazi, who we just saw, and Anthony, who we just interviewed here. He's against Kersofel. LFG Kersofel.
Okay.
Not sure what that Illuminator is on. And then we've got Furkalicious versus Spectre. And we saw Spectre notably yesterday making top 8, losing in the first round on stream, unfortunately. DKP versus Thomas. Oh, that would be a fun one if they're both playing. I would love to see
just
that.
to throw them over there just for the vibe?
Thomas has been on there a lot, but, I mean, DKP Shark versus Discard, that's a good one.
I mean, if they're willing to play it, I mean, just for content at this point, I don't mind. I would never turn down the world champion playing some Lorcana here, even if it's probably for no stakes, I would say, but it's still a good time to get some information on what the world champ is up to against a matchup that I think is probably one of the worst matchups he could imagine to play against, as they can get after that Shark player's hand. But we are still staring down, waiting on that feature match to come through. Maybe we can get we got Sky and Katie walking here. What's happening there? So the update is
breaking news.
So Tiago is doing the feature match.
Okay.
Coming in, and then whoever the top 2 are have to.
They're going to play for the play mat. So we got another round.
Oh, awesome.
We're going to double.
This just in. The top 2 players at the end of Swiss will have 1 extra round, and they will play for that playmat. So we're going to be able to broadcast you 1 extra round. I love it, JC.
A bonus match, dude. So you better bring it. You better bring it and come correct. As we got a little bit of a little bonus quest. As we thought we were going to have an early day, we went from a 5-round into a 6th round, and now potentially a 7th round of Lorcana action coming your guys' way. As we're going to see what is happening here. As we got Tiago who's walking in, looking like he's not gearing up to play. Another update. What's happening here?
That's Tiago looking for a deal. So
Okay.
If we need a backup one, DKP versus Thomas, we'd love to see on there.
What are we happening here?
we're just gonna give him that power.
Bro.
What happened?
I'm trying to go to bed, man.
You're out of here?
I don't know. I'm figuring it out. 1 second.
Why are you invading my booth? Get out of this
Alright,
dang
well,
booth,
can
man.
we get a backup maybe of DKP and Thomas?
If they were going to play, I mean, if they're actually playing it out, getting those reps in, we would love to show that. Are they playing? Are you guys playing? Okay. So if we're just trying to figure it out, this is a strange timeline here.
Yeah, it is a strange timeline.
And these Sunday tourneys are always this way.
Yeah, it
Every
is.
Sunday tourney I've ever gone
A lot
to,
of
it's
people want
always
to go home. A lot of people are
gotta hit the
finished
road,
with Lorcana at that point.
yeah. We got to go back to work on Monday, dude. I love the realm, but it's time to get back into the Great Illuminary and hop back into the. They're playing.
All right, Tiago is playing, so he will be back on. And I see Color with that comment. Hey, Anthony brought that up. I didn't bring that up. That was on him.
Oh, okay. So you guys are playing? Okay, right on. Get over there. You're gonna like it. Man, you sit down and you play and you challenge and quest and you're gonna like it. Get over there and load up. Lock in. Hurry up. Chop chop. Get in there. Make it happen. All right, that's Tiago, who is very exhausted, but he has to be forced to play Lorcana against his will.
He is doing the Charlie Brown.
He's sad about it.
He's doing the sad walk there, the Snoopy sad walk.
Yeah, that is so cool. As we are, players are drawing and they are playing. We're going to get Tiago to go ahead and play. They're setting them up for the feature match now. And wow, what an action-packed weekend of Lorcana. I can't get enough. I'm here all night. I don't mind. This is kind of, what's that, Katie? More news? Oh, my bad. I've been over there. I've been maximizing your candies you got there. I'm so sorry.
yeah.
I've been slowly taxing you. I've only eaten 3.
Tiago versus Sly.
That's not me. I've only eaten like 3.
We got Sly at table 1 and Sky
You've
at
eaten
table
10?
2.
Okay, I'm sorry. I've been maximizing. I've been. If you need more, I might need more though. Where'd you get those from? Man, those are so good. Okay, maybe they can sponsor the program or something. What were you saying there, J-Bum? I'm so sorry.
We've got Sly at table 1 and Sky at table 2. Very confusing if you're not paying close enough attention there.
Yeah, we were talking about that as that's what you need, a 3-letter name with S and Y. We say that Sui is open, and we say that Squy is also open, SQY.
We got table 2, 3, and 4 are IDing, and so Kristen notably was on Ruby Amethyst at table 2 and IDing against Sky, so probably locking in the top 8 there. We got Kazi, who we just saw last round, locking in hopefully the top 8, and then Zenulus, Logan, and Beefcake. So if
Tiago wins, if Tiago or who's Tiago playing against?
Tiago is playing against Sly.
So Tiago versus Sly, if they win this, they will be the undisputed winner due to all the draws.
Yes, they will.
So there will be no need for a playoff if one of these Illuminators wins. So this is the de facto finals based on everything that has occurred, and we will get the opportunity to see Sly versus Tiago. So no Sly versus Sky.
Looking at these standings, Anthony, who we just saw on a stream last round, may not have wanted to ID because if Thomas wins, he will overtake him as his tiebreakers are much better. Kazi has very, very not great tiebreakers, sitting at a 43% opponent match win right now. So Kazi must have lost an early round and has been fighting back. And so it's going to be a close ID, and he's going to be rooting for Thomas to lose to DKP here, where as Thomas got paired down. Oh, no, DKP also has a draw, so they are in the draw area right there, and so going to be battling.
Yeah, so they are fighting it out for everything they have, and I think for all intents and purposes, this is for all of the marbles here. The winner of this, if you're just tuning in, this is the run back tournament, and just based on some of the draws that we've had, this will be for it all as these Illuminators are geared up and ready to play. Okay, so cool, and cool Tiago there, who just got their invitation in the main event, now back at it again, trying to go home with the Woody mat in the run back event.
Yeah, he cannot be stopped right now, and he is doing very well. I believe he is. This is round 5. He is 4-0.
No, round 6.
Oh, this is round 6. So yeah, he is 5-0-1 then, I believe.
Yes, this is the bot is having some issues on the stream, so I can get that. I can get that fixed here. So we are 5-0-1 for Tiago. And what is Sly's record there? Could you let me know?
5-0-1 as well because he did ID versus Sky in the previous round.
That is right. So a lot of people are playing for the top 8, but again, like we talked about Buzz Lightyear, we're not aiming for the truck. I'm aiming for the car, and these players are playing for that Woody Playman. I believe there will be an undisputed first place winner after this.
I got to respect how much liquids Tiago is drinking. I did not mention this last time, but after I went to grab him when the final match was over, he had 4 full or empty cups below his table. He had been going through and power drinking some stuff over there, so he is well hydrated. I don't think it was water though. I think he's just power drinking the most coffee I've ever seen someone go through.
He had about 40 milliliters of caffeine there. As we are going to go Tipo, Pop, Popsicle, Pop, Bell here as another powerful turn. Is this Blurple from Justin there? Again, with back-to-back Blurples would be very interesting. I think there is. I saw an Elsa Fitzspirit in hand for this Illuminator, as Tiago now has to be feeling a bit confident seeing Sapphire and Amethyst versus the Dogs, as Lady is out on 1.
I'm never feeling confident against Blurple, though, because they can do things like this with the bell, and then they can just start exerting all of our characters. And, he's got the dangerous – he's on the play, and he has played the friend, so now he has replaced that card that Tiago gets advantage of, because as you are on the draw, you get to draw a card. Tiago laughing, and this is one of the best openings Blurple can have, and it's not able to be stopped because, notably, you get to sing the friends before Tiago gets to go to turn 2 and start disrupting the hand with a card like Ursula, Deceivler, or Mowgli.
Yeah, that is a very powerful curve. We were talking about that in the previous round, as Bell, Popsicle, Sing Friends is what Blurple wants to do literally every single time, and finding that on the play feels extraordinarily nice, as now Tiago is going to be on the back foot. You still have this very powerful Lady, the Decisive Dog, but you really can't even exert that with this Belly Apprentice Inventor in play.
Right, exactly. And so Tiago going to take some time here, going to hopefully try to develop this board very large. Notably, he inked that Street Smart Dog, which is what you really want to do in the early turns here. But he's going to have to think hard, because he is already on the back foot due to this friends on the other side and Bell, and notably cannot quest because that Bell is going to trade favorably into most of what Tiago is going to be playing. So he's just going to play a Thomas and another Lady, and he's going to be setting up a very nice board. And the big thing is he's going to want to go wide, but at a certain point he's going to have to start worrying about the Elsa, the Isis Vanderchill, the Demona. And if Justin is developing characters every single turn, it's going to get a little scary for Tiago at any point with that Demona coming. And Justin's just going ahead and say, I'm going to develop this Sven, so if you ever go sideways, I can answer whatever character you play.
And there's a very good reason why Justin would like to do this. I'm sorry, I got the wrong colors up there. We're playing Blurple, and if you just continue to build this wide board, and the dog players stay sturdy and ready, guess who's coming? Demona, the Scourge of Wyvern Clan, is going to be one of Blurple's biggest top-end cards. And when you have this giant board established, you can then wipe it out in one fell swoop. Tiago is now putting himself in a position where you can set up an under the sea play as well. It's not going to be as strong with that Bell, the Apprentice Inventor there, but it will take out this Finn Leaping Reindeer and also the Tipo Growing Sun. Tipo now setting himself up as bait to encourage some challenges, but you will not take that bait if you're Tiago.
Yeah, and Sven is some of the biggest value you're going to be able to get from your Under the Sea if you have it. I don't know if you want to spend your whole turn and that much lore doing it, but it is not going to get much better than that in that situation. And I'm glad you brought up Demona, because JDZ Gargoyles, one of my favorite series growing up. That was one I watched every Saturday morning in the cartons.
I need to lock in on it. I started a rewatch of it, and I got through season 1, and I just didn't go back to it. As Elsa is hitting the board now, forcing some exertion, taking one of those ladies off the board. Yeah, I do agree with you. It does. I didn't remember how dark that show was.
It is a very, very dark show in comparison to the rest of Disney. Yeah, just coming in hot with it is at night, so it is a little dark in that sense too. But the characters and it had so many allegories to Macbeth and other Shakespearean works, and it was just a very interesting thing. And so it caught my interest in a lot of those old literatures, and just really ignited my interest in that. So
for sure.
Yeah, and getting back to the game, we are deciding on who we want to challenge into that lady, and we are going to take it with Tipo and Elsa and just take the quest with the Sven.
That's really nice play. Showing some immense discipline from Justin, electing not to exert that Bell with his 04 imposter Thomas, who wants to be Nala so bad. You hate her, you love to see it. But we are trying not to get hit with a Rapunzel gifted with healing. So showing some discipline, and you are going to make this Tipo a bit vulnerable. But at the same time, if
if you are to send some challenges after this TPO, then now I can get crackbacks on you and set up my own Rapunzel-style traps with my own Belle, the accomplishments, or Cheshire Cat, if that's a character that you're playing in your deck. So a little bit of gamesmanship from both of these Lumineers, as Justin's position looks quite favorable in this spot. Tiago's not threatening any of his powerful lines right now.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you want to do with Blurple. The only thing really that could have been better is if you played Tigger instead of that Sven on the Sven turn. I'm not sure this version is playing Tigger, as I've not seen it a lot in Infinity, but he has done basically everything he can to shut down Tiago from having the super fast start, and even willing to not exert anything to get that Eleanor effect. And so if Justin has the Demona here, Tiago is basically going to be out of this game. And
Yeah,
so
but Tiago's selling. He's selling Under the Sea. Elsa is going to do her best Demona impersonation, as the Under the Sea will be denied yet again, as the Fifth Spirit now has a pretty decent change with this Sven Leaping Reindeer, cashing in that Glimmer right now. Or if you want to send the Belle and Tipo to get that Rapunzel trap out of the equation, keeping your evasive characters around, that's not the worst line either.
Yeah.
So you have options. Or you can even go double Elsa into this Eleanor Renowned Diplomat and keeping all your Glimmers on the board. So you have decisions here, as Justin hand on hand thinking about it.
Surprisingly, if I was in Justin's position, I would want to be keeping my Belle the healthiest in terms of how much damage I want to put on it. So that's the one character I do not want to go into Eleanor. And so I'm likely going to think about, he disagrees, because I think the one thing that's going to potentially impact us is that Under the Sea, because Justin is down to one card in hand. And so if Tiago can be patient, take this turn, set up a couple more bodies on the board, and be able to sing the Under the Sea, that takes out Justin's entire board. And this is one of the spiciest Under the Seas I've ever seen against a Blurple, because of just all of these characters with the 2 or less strength.
Yeah, that's interesting, having that Belle. So now thinking about it, maybe even going double Elsa into the Eleanor might have been the correct maneuver in keeping that Belle upright and active. Looking at Tiago's hand, we are speculating on a card that does not exist. It's not even a part of the equation. We were trying to set up a double Eleanor play, so getting those characters off the board was probably the correct thing to do. You have this evasive game plan. Maybe the card in hand could be Jumbo Jr., 9th one of the universe, and that's a ton of draws that you can get if that is the case.
Yeah, and we're going to have a hard time deciding with this Nani, and I see we're sending a Street Smart Dog to the bottom. Unfortunately, Tiago would have liked to see that card, as it would get him closer to that inevitable Under the Sea. But the good news for him is that Nani didn't hit Under the Sea, and so although we didn't get it for turn, and we sent that Treat Smart to the bottom, we have gotten 4 cards closer to the Under the Sea, which would wipe Justin from the board. Now, Justin, 2 cards in hand. He does have a book to refresh, and he does have a Hades. But the big question is he going to want to ink that book to play the Hades and get some of these characters off the board?
You might have to just take it a bit slow. I think keeping that Hades in hand might be of a good use for you, but you want to get those draws in from the June Witcher Guidebook. We are running the numbers now, as the June Witcher Guidebook is going to be deployed here for 2 ink. We'll pay the additional to go and crack the guidebook right now, and I don't hate that play at all. And you can just give yourself the opportunity to go for the Hades next turn. We can also set up this Popsicle as well, as Justin. So you're cycling more cards. If you want, you can go for another Dream Woodchuck guidebook here and find some ink. Did you get there?
Yeah, and the book drew what good books do in Popsicle and Tamatoa, which you love to see together, but he is going to ink that Tamatoa and just opt to play the more books. So taking a turn off here just to draw a bunch of cards, and now we have a nice refreshed hand and a good gameplay, and notably, JDZ, we got to save that Hades for a future turn to stop any big threat that Tiago can muster up.
And you are digging for that Demona Scourge of the Wyvern clan. You are kind of susceptible to and Under the Sea. If Tiago had it, he would have played it, and if he's good, he would draw it. So clearly Tiago, bad player, couldn't get to that Under the Sea. You actually hate to see it, as the Renowned Diplomat is in play now. This board is massive. It is large and in charge. Is it time to start questing if you're Tiago?
I feel like it is time to start questing, because look at this lore total. If he ignores the board and stops questing and doesn't quest for another turn, Justin's just going to start getting very, very close to 20. And even if he just starts questing a couple turns later, Justin is just going to be a couple turns from getting to 20 himself and taking the game. And so at this point, he just says, yeah, I need to go. You only have 3 characters to challenge back in, so the best you can do is probably take out 3 or 4 most. And so I'm going to just take this, get my card from Eleanor, let you trade favorably into a few of these characters. And but actually, with the strength of these Elsas, he doesn't even trade it that favorably into a lot of these. It's just going to be the Sven that's going to be able to take out any of these characters on their own.
Yeah, this is still a pretty problematic spot for Justin, as you got that first big quest already online. Now we're thinking about it. We have that Hades the Inferno Schemer, the renowned diplomat at the top of the board. Eleanor is probably going to be a very suitable target for that. Tiago also threatening a shift lady line, which is a very powerful play that you can make as well to get more characters back from your discard pile and continue that questing pressure as you're now committed to this questing approach. We have these double Elsas in play as well. We can take out that another lady or perhaps a Thomas. Decision's yours.
Yeah, and we're going to decide to go and take out that lady, and that is notably going to keep our Elsas healthy and take off a lot of potential lore that Tiago could boost that lady up and get 3 lore from it. And we are going to play the Hades and take out that Eleanor, leaving Tiago with just a lady, 2 Nanis, and a Thomas. And then we're going to heal up our Sven and call it a day, passing back to Tiago.
Great turn. You love that turn if you're Justin. I also love the pinky point. I might have to add that to my repertoire because it looks classy, it looks distinguished, it looks debonair, it feels correct. I think using your pinky to point at your targets, I think might be something I add to my own toolbox there. As Tiago now leans forward to get a sneak peek of this board, and that gambit is starting to pay off. You do still have Singer 8 in play. That is very, very important. So maybe there's a world where one of those Nanis could have fallen there just to break up that Singer 8. But Under the Sea still very powerful, but not the end of the world. You still retain that Hades the Infernal Schemer.
And 5 cost. Is this going to be a lady just being hard played? And it is. And what are we going to take back?
Probably Lady and Mulan, I would think, or maybe Lady and Lady. Maybe there's a world you can add more ladies to get the other lady up.
Lady on lady action.
Yeah, if you have another inkable, maybe ink and play double lady, get that other lady questing for 3, and just keep that pressure party train rolling.
All right, yeah, we are going to go with the double lady. I do agree because that is a large burst of lore, and we are going to get that lady up to 3 strength this turn. We're just playing it all.
Yeah.
And so that.
And let's quest them, huh?
Yeah.
Get them glimmers moving. I like the tenacity. That's 3, 4, 5, 6 lore being added this turn. I believe. Wait, were we able to get? How many characters did you play? You played lady. You played lady. Play lady. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6. Did we get 6?
Yeah, I believe so. He
Okay.
was at 6 before.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
okay, my math is bad.
No. It's been a long day, and we got to count with these 1s and 2s and points ourselves. So always good to double check. And we are going to ink the Merryweather here, who is kind of past its shine, and we're going to play the Sven, able to take out another character. So this is a lot of evasives for Justin here. And notably, Tiago's not going to be able to crack back on anything but the Hades. And Justin's going to have kind of free reign to see how he wants to answer this board in the order he does and take these characters out and try to minimize the damage. But notably, these 2 ladies are going to be safe this turn, and so that is going to represent a total of 8 lore if we include the other lady. So if Tiago can boost both of these ladies by playing 3 characters, the game will be over. Good news for Justin, Tiago only has 1 card, so it's going to be very difficult to actually do that.
Yeah, and I didn't see any Lilo's Escape Artist in the discard pile, and I see only 1 card in hand. Maybe there's a world you can get something that can increase strength enough to power these ladies up to get to their full 3 quests. Maybe, I know you're not playing a card like Cricky, but that'd be, imagine Cricky off the top. That'd be just game over. As you can get all these ladies boosted, as you are doing some heavy lifting and clearing this board. Right now we have 2, 4, 5 in play. If you get a tramp, you can win it here.
Yeah.
Double tramp can get it done. 2, 4, 5 plus 3. No, that'd be man, my math. That's way. Right now we got 5 plus 2.
Yeah, two tramps would
2,
do it
4.
though, because they could each choose to boost both of the ladies, and then that'll get us there.
Yeah, 2 tramps. You're gonna have to get a double tramponing, but 1 tramp won't necessarily get it done for you.
I don't actually dislike Eleanor here either, because then you can just no, because then you wouldn't be getting the 6 lore. So this is a tough spot, because if you don't quest with the ladies, then you do not get the lore from those ladies. And so this might be a situation we're just going to take the lore, get the extra lore from Eleanor, and be on game point with
Yeah.
the Eleanor and Lilo.
Make them have it, I guess. You go all in, check, raise, I'll see ya, all in. You're going to need to get into some let it go. You're going to need to get to some bail the accomplishments. You're going to need to get to a big board clear on this turn. You got low resources yourself. You have 2 ready characters. Game is unengageable right now. Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan, we were talking about that card. This might be a good time to deploy this as well to get these characters exerted and also give yourself a bit more resources to work with.
Yeah, Demona would be extremely good for Justin, allowing him to basically clean up everything Tiago has, leaving him with just 1 card in hand and a Lilo in the discard. And so what we are going to do is continue to think, it looks like. He was ready to ink something, then he's taking a step back, smiling a little bit, and thinking, oh, man. But it looks like he does have the Demona. So I am curious how this is going to go. Do we have enough on board to trade
It is
into
painful, though,
everything?
too. It's painful because even if you do go Demona, you're going to also give Tiago more resources to work with
that's
as
the scary
well.
part, yeah.
And now he's going to be able to rebuild, and you're going to have to continue to clear every single turn as you're going to go Elsa into the lady. That's 2
Yeah.
lore off the board.
That is 2 lower off the board. Now we need to get a total of
You need to get all of it. I mean, I guess you can clear right now. You need to get 4 more lore off the board, right? Because right now that's 2 more down. You need at least 1 more piece of lore to get off, and you can do so as we are going to quest. It's the Merryweather.
Uh-oh.
Maybe we got Cheshire Cat. Maybe we got Belle for a little bit of theatrics. It's the
Tigger.
Tigger.
It's the Tigger. He is playing the Tigger, and that is going to buy him another turn. And notably, does he have enough lore to get to 20 this turn? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
only
6,
8.
7, 8, 9.
9.
So,
Okay, there's a genie up there. There's 9.
He is 1 lore off. So there might have been a world where it could have been the play to not challenge the setup to make sure we can win the next turn. But that's very risky because that gives him another card in hand and had to leave a lady in play. So that would have been a tough sell. And notably,
And
if he did that play, he did do the tramp, so he could not do that.
Yeah, he did have the tramp as well. So this is a rock and a hard place. We're at 18 lore, and we are going to try to rush to the finish line.
Yep.
Here is that Chip, or that Dale, ready for his shot along with the Eleanor. It's exerted with Lilo, Escape Artist, in play as well as the board is getting massive.
Yeah.
Now this might be the time for you to deploy the Demona.
Yeah, and I believe we still have it, so I think if we have it, oh, Justin does a big wow. I actually heard it through the hall across the other room. So Justin thinking, and if it is Demona, he can take out everything, and then that should be enough to set up for him to win after questing this turn and questing into the next turn. So let's see if he does have it, or I just can't see very well from the glare of the hand there.
He might not have, because I think he slammed that thing right away. He does have it. There she is. The Scourge has landed, and Tiago has seen enough, and this game is going to be over as Justin
very close game.
is going to get it done.
Demona was the only out that Justin could have, so perhaps maybe another Tigger and Elsa if he had the ink, but very, very close game. Well played by both players, and Justin did exactly what he needed to do to just get there and stop Tiago, as Tiago was just one turn away from winning multiple times.
Yeah, we were talking about the blurple strategy and how poor it can be sometimes in the dog. Are you rolling? Are you leaving? All right, man. Come and say goodbye really quick. It's always nice to see you. Are you coming next weekend? Are you going to be at the DLC?
No, man, I'm taking a nap.
All right, you gonna take a nap, take a little time off, man. It feels like a family reunion. Here, let's pop in real quick. Just wave goodbye if you don't mind.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, we got right here. You got to come around this way. Just really quick, we have a legendary artist, Kendall Hale, is in the building. He was out here doing beautiful works all weekend. It's always nice to see. It's like 3 weekends in a row that we had the opportunity to hang out. So it's been really cool to see you on this little circuit. And did you have a good time this weekend?
Dude, it was a blast. I love Wisconsin. My parents live 30 minutes from here, and so I always love coming back and seeing the players and hanging out.
Well, I know we got the finals going on, but I would be remiss if I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to you, man. Thank you for everything you do for the community. It's always nice to see you and share some time with you, and hopefully have a safe travels back home.
Man. Back at you guys.
Yeah.
For sure.
See you later, man.
Travel safe,
See you.
brother.
Thank you for the card.
Love you guys. Yeah, anytime, man.
All right, and that was Kendall Hale in the building as we're going into game number 2. Thank you guys all for rocking and rolling with us in the program. It is
he's
really,
done
really
some
cool.
of the most iconic cards in the game. It's been around since the beginning, so great to have him in here, and just one of the best artists I know.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And he's always out here working and hanging out with the community and sharing stories and doing altars and stuff live here at the venue in Packer Stadium. It's got to be a dream come true as an artist to have people care about your artwork that much that, and you get a chance players to have these types of experiences. Really, really cool for Kendall.
Especially because he is from basically just right around the block here. Yeah, so just a kind of a hometown hero, especially in the Lorcana scene.
That's really nice. That's a cool vibe. As we have that, we're back on approach here now. As Thiago is going to be on the play, trying to get active this time with a very powerful lady start. Maybe we can get around to that Lady Willow lady. We haven't seen that all weekend. Maybe we can find it here.
And what Justin's going to try to be crafting on the draw, he's really going to want to, he has the bell again, which is going to put a nail into Thiago's plan. And unfortunately, he's not going to get a bunch of that free lore from Lady because that bell is going to be able to just trade freely into it. So Thiago just going to set up more ladies. And now Justin has the start that he wants. Turn 2, if he has the friends, that would be good. He does have it again.
Wow.
So that's what he's going to want now is to go Tipo into Tigger, into Elsa, into Demona, and that's basically going to ice Thiago out of the game. If Blurple can do that, that is a very, very hard curve because not only does it answer and stop the lore pressure early, it bounces cards back to the hand and does not allow them to play the tramps efficiently. And so he is starting with this perfect curve already into the Tipo. He's just a Tigger away and an Elsa away from winning this game.
That was a dynamic open for both of these players. You go Lady, Willow, Lady, Willow, Bobby. The superpower curve for Thiago as the board is massive. You can set up a powerful tramp here on your following turn, or maybe get moving with this Eleanor as well. As we'll follow up with an Aurora holding court, and we'll get a trade in with this Belle, the apprentice inventor. But Belle, Pop Belle, seeing friends on Blurple on the play on the draw. It seems like a very powerful start. Both of these players doing their utmost to do the most broken thing their deck is allowed to do. Look at this board that Thiago has with only 2 ink.
Yeah, 8 ink on the board, and he's only got 2 ink on turn 3. So very, very powerful. And this is just showing what dogs can do. You used to only be able to cheat ink from the ramp, and now the Sapphire is kind of the slower ramping deck because of just all of the ability to just cheat out characters. And that's the name of the game in Infinity. If you're doing fair things, you're not doing it right, because that is kind of why we've seen the elimination of Purple Steel as a popular deck. It's just it doesn't cheat anything out, and you really, really need to be playing a bunch of extra ink in the early turns. Like in the old form of Lorcana, we never used to see these kind of crazy starts that would be a lot more fair. Unless you're playing hyper aggro, there really wouldn't be wide boards. And so this is quite a new kind of predicament that we've been used to in the past couple sets. And so kind of adjusting to that, we're going to go back to Justin after Thiago has this lightning fast start. It's going to be basically nothing that the Blurple player can do because of just how many cards Thiago has on the board.
Yeah, I think that might be the game plan. Just get these characters out, keep flooding as much as you can, drawing with Eleanor, and just turning each of your cards into one lore. And if you could just do that, you will win this game in time. As it does take a little bit of time for the Sapphire Amethyst strategy to set up. Even though you had a very powerful start, the Merryweather and the Scuttle will only be able to take down 1 card a turn, and we can continue to refill and redeploy card after card each turn. Thiago now has basically abandoned the tramp line. We are all in on this Eleanor strat here. In the Tipo now is weakened. He can't even take anybody out on his own. I guess we could heal with his Popsicle, but we'll just elect to send the Tipo into the Grandmother Willow for 1 damage, and just to get something started here.
Yeah, and we're going to go and get basically to 20 lore. We're getting very, very close, and so Thiago is in the final turns. This is going to be the climax turn. If he can't really do much because of the 2 ink, so he is going to just play the Shift Lady, get back a couple characters, quest with everything, and then that's going to be about it, as Blurple can't really do much past that.
We're questing. We are slamming these things exerted style. And, yeah, look at those Grandmother Willows are questing indeed. Lady also can get active with a little bit of quest there as well. She did get a boost from strength, so you can get after this Merryweather if you want it. And that is a very fair point, that if you do shift, of those slowboard characters will have some of the same traits that are from the card underneath them, any stat modulation. So that shifted lady will have a strength increase. So there is some text you can do to make sure you're playing it out. And this game is just absolutely going to be over.
Yeah, if it was a closer board state, there would have been merit for Thiago to trade into the Merryweather or the Scuttle, but he said, you were just so far behind and cannot answer all of these characters that I'm just going to take the lore, and there's literally nothing you can do as a Blurple deck, because Blurple is very, very good at answering 1 to 2 characters a turn, but not the 5 he needed to do there. And so we're going to be going to a Game 3, but Justin is going to be on the play now, and Blurple is a much better on the play deck than on the draw, and if he can do that same bell curve, he is going to be in a great spot, as we saw in Game 1.
Did you do that on purpose? Did you do bell curve on purpose?
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good. I like that. I like that kind of stuff. We might have to take that one from you there. Bell curve does sound quite nice, and it is a double entendre there as we are trying to find creative ways to come up with these lines. As we saw Tiago hit their ultimate superpower curve, and Justin hit their ultimate superpower curve, and both of these superheroes doing their special move at the middle of the ring, and the dog's special move seems to be a bit more powerful than the Sapphire and Amethyst special. So now Tiago, both of these players, I want to see them both kind of brick now. We've seen both of them do like a mid open. We've seen both of them do a super power open. I want to see like a brick open.
Those are the most fun games because you just see what the player brings out of their bag of tricks when they're not doing the plan A, they're not doing the plan B, they're not doing their plan C. When they have to work in these interesting metagames and having to figure out things on the fly with her weak hands, and you're seeing the other opponent with the weak hands, that's where the games get really interesting. In Australia, I'll go back to DKP. There was a game versus opponent where the judges were laughing because of the draws. DKP drew Tipo, opponent drew Tipo, DKP drew Tipo, opponent drew Tipo, and it was just like, who can draw not the worst card in their deck first?
I love it. I love
Either
it.
player could for 4 turns.
A nice little struggle fest, I think, is my favorite. Shout out to Pokemon, but there's a character named Magikarp, and sometimes you only have Splash, and you see two of them splashing on each other until you have no more PP left, and you just got to start struggling. And I think those are my favorite little matches to watch, where they're just doing everything you can to do something. And I want to see one of those right here, right now. But I don't want to wish bad omens to any of these Illuminaires, since they both are playing for it all. For all intents and purposes, this is the finals of this tournament, as Tiago has made it to finals in both of the events here in this World Class Cards, the main event and also the redemption event. We're back at it again.
Yeah, and I will say it is fairly easy to do well again and repeat after these events where they give you buys, because if you get 2 buys, notably, you do not play anybody that has lost the first 2 rounds, and so your first opponent is going to that you win against is going to have the record of 2-1, and so that's going to start your tiebreakers off really, really strong. And so unless your opponents kind of spiral out and lose the remaining, you're going to have extremely strong tiebreakers, which sets you up fortuitously to make the top 8. And we saw both players alter 4 cards, which is pretty average for both of these decks, and that notably means on the Blurple side that he has ramp, as he is not doing the 6 or 7s.
Or he could be a mad lad as well. It's like, I don't need all these. I'm just going to go for it. No, I'm kidding. That's a very good indicator that he has that ramp on 2, and let's see if we're going to get loose with it.
And he did a little giggle. He says, not this time. We couldn't have it all 3.
You know what could be really funny? I think someone should start doing is like taking it and just popping the popsicle and then just passing. I think that'd be hilarious as a little bit of a mind blaster there, as Tiago has to be relieved not to see that Bell, the Apprentice Inventor, for the first time in this set, as we are entering into the stare down mode now.
You know, nothing gives me more false hope than when someone quests with the 1-drop Diablo on turn 2 and then waits for a little bit, and then right at the end they're like, and shift Diablo.
Oh, come on. I hate that. I cannot stand that. I think that is hilarious when it happens. I hate it when it happens to me, though, because it does feel bad.
Because it gives you false hope.
Because you take a deep breath, like, oh, he done got the shift.
Yeah.
He quested. Oh, whew, shift. You sneaky snake. You hate to see it.
Sneaky snake indeed. And we are going to ink this Rapunzel, or discard the Rapunzel for Bobby, excuse me, and pass back over to Justin. And so this is one of the starts where if I'm against dogs, I like when they play Bobby, because it's a very slow start, and it's going to allow me to get game time to do my plan and enact my plan. And so I always love when my opponents start with Bobby. I think that's one of the weaker 1-drops that they can do. They are doing it to filter their hand and get better draws in the future, but it is not a lot of pressure, which is very good for Blurple.
And we kind of asked for this too. We were like, hey, can we get a very slow game where they both aren't getting the Giga Turbo Omega Mega plays? And it seems like Tiago has a pretty slow start, and Justin has a pretty standard start, as we are going to sell the other right. See, use that last remaining ink and play. This Rafiki is going to get the board getting loose with the 1-cost Rafiki, who's out here. We haven't seen Rafiki all day.
We have not seen Rafiki in a long time. It's typically been the Basil or the Octopus.
Yeah.
And so we are going to play the Tramp, just play the Lady and the Tramp, get a couple characters out, notably missing the Willow. So this is going exactly as you requested, where we are not having our plan A from Tiago right now, it's still aimed to be decided if Justin has had his plan A, but he did miss notably the bell into Friends, so that's not the super plan A, but he is following it up pretty good with this Genie. Genie, not the card you truly want at this matchup because it doesn't trade favorably. So we are seeing JDZ, you getting what you're wanting.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted, but Genie's also very susceptible to an Under the Sea, and I believe if you go Shift Lady here, if my math serves me correctly, with the Tramp and the Bobby Zimmerowski, you should be able to fire that thing off. As we're checking hand, they do play some songs, and you nab the Let It Go. You actually love to see it if you are Tiago goated with the actual sauce. Ursula is getting a hit that never actually happens. You never had a chance to get it done.
We're hearing Justin say, what is happening right now, as both of these players are having quite interesting draws. And so even with the Genie, Justin's hand is very, very clunky right now. He's going to be able to play the Sven, but if he plays the Sven, he's not inking closer to that Demona. And unfortunately for Justin, you hate to see having the Hades with the Demona. That's one of the problems where you can run into this deck is you get too many Hades in the Demonas, and so you're going to have to ink the Demona
to get to the Hades. Exactly. Yeah, that's a painful. When you play that Demona, you want to get to a point where you can get maximum value from your Demona deployment, and no cards in hand, and Hades is going to be kind of just bricked and unplayable there, and you just might not have the resources to get to that point, especially when Ursula is going to come through and get that that Let It Go. So clearly the Genie came into play, and you drew that Let It Go. You probably would have slammed that bad boy into the inkwell immediately and kept it moving.
Yeah, that's always the one problem with playing these cards that draw. You always get the song at the end, and then they're able to snipe it, and you're like, man, I played this so perfect, and then I got cooked by my own card getting it, and man,
you hate to see it.
You hate to see it.
It stings.
Indeed. Yeah, and Tiago here is still thinking about if he wants to ink and play another character, and it's been just trying to go through all the motions. He knows what Justin has in the Sven, in the Hades, in the Demona, and so he's trying to think through his next 3 or 4 turns and figure out what is going to set him up best in order to win this game against those cards.
Yeah, we're going to get that mic a little bit closer just because we're getting some reports that you might not be able to be heard as bad. I'm looking at the chart here. You got to get that thing right up on there.
It's touching my lips right
there
now.
There you go.
So.
Just a little bit of light kissing there if you can. There you go. I see you pinging now slightly into the yellows where I like to see that.
Okay, we'll get in that
levels.
yellow.
Yeah, right. Not too much into the yellow. We definitely won't be in the red. We want to be just slightly, just barely kissing that yellow is the sweet spot I've noticed with these microphones. But thank you guys all for listening at home and letting us know as J-Bomb now is going to be switched on. Thank you so much for being here as well, J-Bomb, and sharing some of your insight in the booth. It's been a pleasure to call these tournaments with you over this weekend. I had a great time being with you and Katie from the Lore Keepers Inn. It's been really, really nice as we are going to bring out another Sven, the Leaping Reindeer. We saw this character. He is uninkable. 2 cards in hand, Hades and Demona. Very telegraphable hand you got there.
You would rather play the Scuttle than the Sven, but notably, as you said, because it's uninkable, we are going to ink the Scuttle, get us closer to that Demona, and just set up the character in Sven to hopefully play our Demona next turn and start wiping Tiago's characters from the board. So Tiago's going to have a very powerful turn, and if he knows Demona's coming, maybe this is a turn where we set up Eleanor, start exerting our characters, draw the card anyway, or we're actually going to go for the Tramp. And this would be a very powerful Under the Sea, causing the Demona to basically do nothing next turn.
I know, but you can't sing it, though, with the Tramp. Now, without that Shift Lady, you don't have the glimmers available to put a nice, harmonious ballad of Under the Sea together. However, if you do find it, it might almost be worth hanging on to. Can you even hold on to it? No, because Demona, if Justin draws ink and plays this Demona, you're losing I think everything. No, you're not losing everything. You're losing a lot.
If he doesn't, you're feeling pretty good.
I think I'm a whole because I don't think they can. So we slam Demona, we're clearing that Tramp right away. I think the Mystical Fighter and also the Leaping Reindeer will be able to take out that Tramp right away and get this whole Under the Sea notion off the table, and then get loose with this Genie as well, who can probably get loose onto this Bobby Zimmerowski, Robert, I call him, Spray Cheese Kid. Get him up out of here, and then I think that could put you right back into a nice even game state.
Oh yeah, and so Tiago's got a big decision to make, and you always do with these Tramps because you get to discard and draw so many cards, and so I see the Lilo in there, so that one is for sure going to the discard pile 9 times out of 10. And there's some exceptions where you actually don't want to discard the Lilo because you need to play it this turn to just set up to get to to get to 20 toward the end of your lore journey here. But in this case, we are so far from 20 that we're gonna discard the Lilo every time here, and so we're gonna boost up with the Tramp and start questing.
Yeah, you might as well get loose with all your glimmers. Let's get horizontal here and let's exert and quest, because you know that the Scourge of the Wyvern Clan is inbound and she is going to come in like a heat-seeking missile. And this Mystical Fighter and this Leaping Reindeer are definitely about to get active on a ton of your characters you have in play. I'm looking at this Street Smart dog and I'm going after him still as a high threat target, but we'll see how Justin wants to break this thing down. Maybe you'll just take a lot of value trades overall and keep your characters around, and then maybe worry about the street smart dog on a later day.
And it looks like we drew Bell for turn, so I'm going to guess that's going to go straight to the Inkwell, and we're just going to play the Demona, exert the remaining characters that Tiago has not quested with yet, and then now we're going to have Justin decide what he wants to do with his challenges here. And this will give Justin some favorable trades here and put Tiago on a lower board state and only 6 lore. So Justin not out of the woods yet, but setting himself up to be in a good position, as his follow-up next turn is going to be Hades, and Tiago is very well aware of that because of the Ursula in the prior turn.
Oh, you know he did not forget. Probably has a special note that Infernal Schemer is scheming and dreaming. You will have to find another ink, which I'm fairly confident you are going to be able to do. So the deck does play a low amount of uninkable cards. You have that Genie, you have that Sven Leaping Reindeer, you have those Hades and Infernal Schemers, and I think that's the list of uninkable cards that you have to concern yourself with. But right now we're just trying to schedule these challenges to get the most bang for our buck, and it looks like the Mystical Fighter is going after the Lady, the Decisive Dog, and then we're going to get after this tramp with the Genie, making a wish fulfilled, and will heal our Leaping Reindeer, who can come back in for another challenge. So I love that play, and you took away the ability to Sing Under the Sea, you took away the ability to threaten any type of shift, and you took away a ton of lore pressure. So a great turn for Justin there.
Yeah, and I think the most important thing, as you said, is to get rid of that Under the Sea. And we are going to ink this Rapunzel, play the Lady, taking back 2 characters, notably 2 or less, and that is going to be Willow and Lady 1. And so what that is going to do is allow us to refresh and build up a further board. And so Tiago says, I'm just going to pass, going to continue to get my board nice and healthy, and hopefully you just don't have another way to take out my characters. I know the Hades is coming. That's going to go to the Inkwell, and now I'm going to be able to dump the rest of my cards and hopefully be able to finish this game out in the next few turns.
Yeah.
But Justin's going to start questing here.
Now, I think the questing campaign starting from Justin, you have a ton of 2 quests in play, 2 to be exact. Hades Infernal Schemer will be adding himself to that team of questing glimmers on the following turn, and you're evasive as well. You are kind of putting yourself in a position where you can get rocked by a tramp of the Enterprising Dog. However, 2 are already in play, so the odds of another lurking behind might be in your favor as Justin is running the numbers, counting the tea leaves. Thinking about getting loose with his Mystical Fighter, I don't think that's appropriate, as he's going to be much better in reserve as Justin agrees it kicks back over to Tiago.
All right, and this is going to be what I like to call the climax turn of the game, because Justin is putting so much lore pressure out now that Tiago either has to do one of 2 things: set up a way to win the game himself in the next 2 turns, or start fighting Justin's board back. And so the Dogs is not that great at fighting at the board, so he's going to probably just be wanting to build as many characters out and set up that way to win in 2 turns via a lot of lore bursts from the cards like Lady and cards like Mulan.
Yeah, and we can probably kind of start something with Eleanor. We get another
more
free
cards like this, JDC.
That is not the last thing Justin wanted to see in that exact scenario is a huge rebuttal. You're talking about a clapback like the which you have never seen. But I think one fortunate thing Justin has to worry about, I believe that tramp was the last card in hand, as you committed everything to the pot, and you don't have anything to hold, unless there could be mistaken. He had 1 card to hold.
I believe he had 1 card left.
Under the Sea, can you imagine? That still would be not even that great. Never mind. You got the Demona hanging out, the Hades is hanging out. It still would be quite good. You clear the Mystical Fighter, the Wish Fulfilled Genie, and also Sven Leaping Reindeer. So that would put you right back into the driver's seat and allow you to start questing again. Because right now Tiago still can't quest because of all the threats that are on the other side.
Yeah, but if he doesn't quest, that's going to set Justin up to go to 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 lore, and then that'll require Tiago to answer cards that he quests with on his turn and then prevent him from getting there. So I think he has to quest
He got
just
to quest,
to prevent Justin from being able to just free quest to 20 over the next 2 turns.
Yeah, this is a game of this is the counterplay. When people say, "Oh, there's no interaction on my opponent's turn," this is the interaction where you have to force them to engage with you and kind of predetermine what their turns are. And I think if Tiago goes all in on a quest here, that will kind of sculpt what Justin's turn has to look like. Where if you stand ready, that also will determine what Justin's turn will look like. And looking at this board, you have a ton of characters. How much pressure is coming back from Tiago's side?
Yeah, he played 14 ink worth of characters this turn, and that is where all the pressure is coming from. And so when you play a deck like Doug's, your defense is your offense, and forcing them to not be questing because they have to prevent the lore gain from what your characters are putting out. And so great quest here by Tiago. He also realizes what that situation is. And notably, Justin has 2 cards in hand. So Damona's Stone by Day is not in effect, and she will ready up, which is a very, very important thing to consider in situations like these. And so this is a very, very big turn. Wondering if we need to quest with this Ursula or we want to make sure that we have it up for some reason. I'm not entirely sure.
You want to keep it up because if you quest this Ursula, that might throw off your Eleanor numbers on the following turn.
Yeah.
So if Justin does swing back in with a lot of characters and start doing some hits, your Eleanor might get turned off. Right now, Eleanor is just on to give Tiago that lore, ping 1 damage onto the genie, and now sitting back in reserve, and you're pressuring 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 standing right now with a potential lady and Eleanor, who is also, or she's not 9 standing. You have 9 on board, so Justin has to challenge, even without a tramp, even within the Eleanor could trigger and end this game. So you have forced your opposition's hand to start to engage here.
Yeah, and so we're obviously going to be losing the Tramp, and Bobby that are exerted. So Justin's counting how much lore can you get from the remainder, and that is going to be 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So he is relatively safe from getting bursted out unless it is exactly Eleanor and Tramp to finish the game, which
or
would
Shift
get
Lady.
To 20.
Shift Lady. I think will Shift Lady do it? Shift Lady can also be an out as well.
Shift Lady would actually lower the lore count. If,
because you need that.
Yeah.
The 3.
Yeah, you need the 3 from the lady, and so a lot of people, that is actually you think the shift is going to be better, but it's actually lower from the 1-drop, and that's sometimes an annoyance you run into where that's your last character and you can't afford to play it, but you can afford to shift it, and that would have been the one to get you to 20, but you're just ever so short.
And here is the Elsa. Notably, there are some markings at the top of that screen that lets these Luminaires know where the play area is, and they are currently out of bounds. You hate to see it as the Elsa Fifth Spirit is on the top of the board. We have the ability to exert. Is it just exert the Eleanor and just take all the thought out of it? Or is it exert this Tramp and try to break up some under the sea stuff? I think with the Eleanor and Tramp together, I don't know if there's a way that you can stop it from happening with the characters that are around, but I think we're beyond under the sea world at this time. We're just trying to get to the 20, and how can I survive?
I'm in the get rid of the Eleanor camp, as that'll stop them from getting an extra lore and a couple resources and ping and finish off my genie. The genie is likely going down in terms of some trades here if it wants to go into that Bobby, or maybe just quest for 2, but I want to prevent that genie from going down as much as I can, and so taking out this Eleanor would be very strong, and that'll allow my genie to continue questing, get me closer to the finish line, and allow me to take this game in 2 turns myself. And so
If that would be a perfect scenario, if Justin can manage, I don't know the numbers or if it's even possible, but if Justin can manage to stop Tiago from winning while also putting at least a threat of game on your side to maybe take that initiative and put the pressure back on Tiago, I think that would be a very comfortable turn, and I think you managed to do so, as now you have yourself at 11 lore, and I believe you are pressuring 9 back, as you have said. Now you're show me your moves. I showed you mine. Let's see what you got here. As 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 coming back at you there, Tiago.
Yeah, so Tiago has to remove 2 lore from this board, or he is going to lose this game. And so that is a tough place because Tiago is only at 10 lore, and he really wants to get all of these characters lore. So this is a very, very good spot for Justin, and he might be taking this game as Tiago is going to not have a very easy path to get to 20 lore if he has to be trading into characters here. And notably, he has to take out 2 lore from this board, so the best option might be playing that 1-cost tramp and going into that Hades to take 2, allowing Justin to go to 19 if he doesn't trade into anything. But
yeah. Is there a world where we can take that lore off and get a Rapunzel activation? How much ink does Tiago have in ink? Well, I know we've been
Tiago
cheating.
has a lot of ink. I think
Okay.
I think 6 to 7.
Okay, I see what you did there. As we could potentially, if you can't win, maybe you can put yourself in a spot where you can at least get some more resources potentially. But you are in a very fragile position where you have to clear off some well static glimmers. We see that mystical fighter. I mean, he's nothing. He's a pushover. We can knock him out, no issue. Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan is going to take a lot. Okay, so we're going to really be cognizant and careful going after that character. Also, we have that Hades the Infernal Schemer. This 6 willpower characters are actually quite insurmountable, and all the other glimmers are evasive. So
Yeah.
this might be Jover here for Tiago.
Yeah, I believe he has Tramp in hand, so he can boost a character enough to take out the Hades and survive another turn. But it's one of those where I can make it so I make it to the next turn, but it's not really going to have a path to victory. And so this is a very, very tough spot for Tiago, and this game is going to be over in the next 2 turns from either side. Either there's going to be a big lore burst, so I think Tiago has to have exactly Tramp and Mulan and then draw into a Tramp next turn in order to win this, or Justin is going to win this in not this next turn, but the turn after.
Right on, right on. Sorry, I just I've been locked into I've been doing the card reader. Usually I was kind of on it today. I'm doing the card reader and the broadcast at the same time. And I just saw some chat coming in saying I need to get some cards changed in there. We're trying to get new players involved. And if you just type in some cards in the chat that you want to see, I'll throw them in there for you and your buddy, no issue. Just that could be a little fun game we play. Just type in the card in the comments and I will try to pull up on the screen for you guys. No problems. Thanks for the feedback. I do appreciate it. As Tiago now, this is just an intense moment and I am locked into my screen. I cannot look away as it all comes down to this. Lilo Escape Artist has returned from the discard pile, and it is time to set these challenges up in a way that you can maybe try to retain some of your board.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough consideration where we can definitely survive by taking out just the Hades, and then we can quest with everything else. But does that allow us many outs to win, or are we going to have to make this go an extra couple turns and take out more characters and not allow Justin to win until his 3rd turn? But we also have to be getting lore ourselves, so this is a very, very intense couple turns here, and this is going to decide the fate of this entire match in this game 3.
Yeah, this is it, man. This is a tough spot, man. Tiago is trying to get a win. He got 2nd place in the main event. Now he's trying to get 2nd place in the backup event. That feels quite bad as this Illuminator is really going through the numbers, doing all the permutations to see how we can manage to survive in this very tumultuous spot. Justin seems cool, calm, and collected. Math is for blockers. I've never played another game that has blocking capabilities, but I kind of feel the energy of what they're saying as I'm not worried about it. You do all this. I'm just sitting here reserving my brain power.
All right, and so we are going to put the Tramp on this Willow, and that tells me this Willow is going to go into the Hades, taking it out and allowing Tiago to survive another turn, which would leave enough lore for Justin to get to 19 and notably not 20 on his next turn, and that would allow Tiago to quest himself to 16 while leaving the Lilo and Tramp Lady Ursula and the 3 characters he played this turn on the board.
Yeah, I think we might have found it as we have quested here for our full value Lady Decisive Dogs going in for 3, and we quested the Tramp as well. We now have this Grandmother Willow and this Ursula Deceiver who are dry and able to challenge. We can go after this Demona, who has been smacked by a boosted Grandmother Willow, and will take out the Rafiki, and we check raise back to you, sir. I love this game. A little bit of gamesmanship from both of these Illumineers here in the grand finals of the Run Back Special.
Yeah, and now Tiago has 9 lore on the board, and Justin will have to remove 5 lore from that with all of his characters, and Merryweather isn't going to do much this turn to help that, and so can Justin remove a total of 5 lore from the board? We see the Sven can go into the Tramp with the Tipo, taking that out. That's going to give us the 2 lore, requiring us 3 more left. The Hades can go in and take the Lady out. The Elsa can take the Lilo out, and that will give us the 5 lore, so Justin is going to be able to see another turn. But notably, that's going to make him not quest with anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Except the genie.
a no quest. But how many characters will you have to remove from your board to make that gambit happen? I think that could be an option for. It could be something that that Tiago is also thinking about. Both of his Luminaries are trying to retain. You're trying to remove quest and retain. I know that sounds very obvious, but it is more difficult to do than well, one would like to think. As keeping your characters around so they can continue to either challenge or quest on the following turn.
Yeah, and so we are going to be getting all of these challenges in, taking out the board, cleaning it up, but that is going to leave Tiago to go to 18 lore on his turn because that Tramp, that Thomas, and that Willow will be standing upright, unexerted. And this Hades is going to go into the lady, and then that Ursula is going to stay ready as well. So actually, Tiago going to be able to go to 19, needing one more lore. Justin going to 13. This will allow him to get to 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, notably not 20.
Not 20 still? Oh, my goodness.
So both Lumineers threatening 19. And so this is going to go to at least one more turn from each player after this one that Tiago is currently on, and that lady might be enough with the two Lilos to take it over because Justin notably out of cards. And this could be.
How many cards are in Justin's hand?
None.
None. Maybe go Junior Woodchuck Guidebook.
I don't think there's an out for Justin with no cards in hand.
No, yeah, you would need something. Maybe there is a Demona Scourge of the Wyvern Clan. Get into an item into a Wasabi. Your thoughts? I mean, we can find all that.
Yeah,
That's
the
a lot to
Wasabi
ask
would
for.
have been the Wasabi.
Monstro, the monstrous whale.
Yeah.
Oh, but we couldn't get it done in Tiago. What a game. Well played by this Luminaire who is going to win the retribution match, the rebuttal.
Yeah.
The clapback, the bounce back match, the rubber man, Tiago is going to get it done. And GG's well played, and congrats to you, good sir.
Yeah, great game from there. That one was such a nail biter, and you got exactly what you wanted. No player had their plan A, and they had to fight and tooth and claw. And I love that because it was check, and then it was check, I get back, and then check again,
Those are
check
the best
again.
games.
Those are the best ones. It's because you have to do the ability to set up a way to win while taking out your opponent's ability to win. And each player did a great job of doing that. And unfortunately, Justin just ran out of gas and didn't have enough cards because that Monstro would have been the perfect answer if he had a couple cards in hand.
He needed something else to work with there. Monstro is a really cool deck that these Sapphire Amethyst players do have access to. I'm shocked to see it not being played nearly as much, but having it in the strategy there and being able to get it in the moment, but you just really needed a little bit more to work with. And still, very well played match from both of those Illuminators. Yeah. Very well played matches all weekend, I would say. These matches have been nothing short of inspirational and spectacular, and really setting us up for what we're going to see next weekend at the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Indianapolis. So as we are starting to close this thing down, I see people are starting to clean up, getting ready to get out of here. Maybe we can get our champion to come by and say some words as we start to close this thing down and wrap it up. What's that? Yeah. Oh, no, he's fine. If he doesn't want to, it's totally okay. It's totally okay. No issue. We can start to get ready to close out the show anyway. If you just want to say, wave, say hi, Mom. Thank you for everything. If you want to. I know you're very tired as you won.
All right, I'll get Tiago in here. Bye, everybody. J-Bomb out.
Okay. You're coming to say so. You want to say some kind words here as you got it done? The dogs were barking. That was an incredible game 3, man.
Yeah, the game 3 is super fun. I mean, my brain is like super fried right now, so I'm like really not into it. But the game was really awesome. Towards the end, I was like, dude, there's some really tight decisions. I tried to think of as many cards as I could to like figure out if I was supposed to bring back how many Lilos I was supposed to bring back, 0, 1, or 2. Like all had a ton of merit. So kind of thinking through that after like the long couple days. I mean, it's not just that like the amount of rounds we played, it's like the intensity and then the swings and like, oh yeah, this match is like for all of these all the marbles, and then it's like then coming down from that and then like hopping right into the other tournaments. So it's like pretty draining, but that last game was really awesome. My opponent Justin was super cool, so he was I wish I could. He was like being really friendly, but I wish I was like a little bit more more awake, so I could be more
Yeah.
active. I felt a little bit bad about that, but
I mean,
yeah,
you've been
he's a super awesome
traveling
guy.
a lot, man. You've been on an absolute tear these past couple of months, and it all has culminated here and now where you are, because you have finally achieved your goal of being a world or nationally qualified player. You're going to the national tournament. Any thoughts of relief? How are you feeling there after achieving that great goal?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, everything is like one step in the right direction, right? It's not like I accomplished, anything too like unworldly, but yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get better all the time, and I think I've had a lot of opportunities in the past to qualify, and they didn't like quite go through. So it's pretty fortunate the way that things broke out today. I had a lot of faith in Ben. I was doing the tiebreaker math in the last round. I was like, all right, it kind of makes sense for me to play out here, but if I play out, if I win or lose, I'm guaranteed to be on Ben's bracket, and so it. He was the only player that had a pass down, so yeah, I was really hoping that he would be on the other side of the bracket, so I wouldn't have to face him. I had a ton of faith that he was going to blast through everybody and be there in the finals. And then I think we had some pretty cool games. There was a pretty back and forth. I was like missing an ink at some point, or if I had like milled a couple Lilos off my Tramp 7s, it would have been super strong. But I had some really explosive starts, and yeah, I think there's like a pretty fun games.
Right on, man. Well, it was a wonderful weekend for you. You have to be very proud of yourself. You really proved yourself as one of the best players in the game. I think everyone already knew that, but having a stellar performance in one tournament, and then granted you did have some help in the second one, but you still made a stellar performance there and culminated that into a victory. But that is going to wrap it up. I think they got your prizes over there if they want to. Huh?
There's a top 2 cut finals.
You're
now.
kidding.
Yeah.
How is that
I'm about to play
possible?
more Lorcana, man.
Wait a minute. I thought it was it because
no, it was supposed to be just Swiss, but then they decided
with all the draws though.
Yeah, they decided that it's going to be they're going to pay out top 8 and give woodies to everybody in top 8. Top 8 like money is equal, but we're going to play a grand final for the.
That is insane. Are you guys going to play on stream?
I guess if you're here,
I'm here.
We'll
I'll spin it.
I'm literally like playing half asleep right now. But
that is insane.
I think is it against Sky? Do you know? Somebody got paired down and then had to play or whatever.
Wait, but I thought his record is better.
Yeah, so there's going to be I mean, my record is better, but it's fine. Let's just play some more games, man.
Well,
we're here to play Lorcana, right?
I'm here, man. Let's spin it. I did have I might have a meeting we might have to go to, but let's spin it. Let's do another one,
dude. I don't know.
Let's do it.
Let's send it.
Okay, we might have to miss the meeting. Let's spin it, load it up, take everything back. You didn't win,
dude. I bought food after I ID'd in the second to last round, and then I came running up. The food came they made the order ready after pairings were posted, so I sprinted up, and then they're like, "You're on camera." I'm like, and then my food's sitting there cold, bro. I had to instantly come to the interview.
I have a mentor.
I'm trying to eat me.
I have a mentor that changed my life. Okay, there are 3 words that I live by.
Okay,
it's
I
called
need to know
finish the drill. Okay, finish
I'm
the
trying,
drill.
man.
That's my mantra.
I already didn't finish the drill earlier today, bro.
Finish the drill. 4th quarter. Hold it up. Okay.
You think I lose 2 finals in the same day? That'd be pretty funny, right?
I thought it did.
I'm a choker. Oh.
Get in there. Get out of here,
bro. Okay, I'm coming.
Get him out.
I'm
gone.
going, man. I'm going.
Leave. You put the headphones down and get over there and go play. Chop, chop. No shout outs, dude. Get out of here. Are you out of here? Okay. No, if you gotta go, you gotta go. You got a 9-hour drive, Katie. You have to leave. I will, because J-Bomb, you gotta leave too, right?
He's leaving.
I'm gonna stay here and do these finals by myself, Katie.
Well, let's just get them freaking playing. Shuffle up.
All right, come and say goodbye, Jay.
Goodbye.
Come and say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Come and say goodbye.
I might, depending if it goes to a game 3, I'm leaving.
Okay, that's fine. And I'll finish it by myself. We'll lock in. I'll patch in someone from the Spider-Verse, and we'll get somebody coming in on the call or something. We'll figure this thing out. Don't worry. But J-Bomb's got to leave. He's got to work tomorrow. He's got a 3-hour drive.
I'm actually going to look at a store too to see if I can get a lease on that and start a brick and mortar. So it's a big day tomorrow. Like a lot to do. Excited to go back and see my family. It's a 3.5-hour drive. So I'm gonna unfortunately miss the finals here. And who is playing in the finals?
It should be Tiago and Christian.
Tiago and Christian.
Not Christian.
It's somebody who is playing. What?
You're
I
kidding.
Don't know. Who knows? I put away my computer. I'll be honest, guys. I thought we were done here.
Me too.
And
Chris, it is Chris.
Is Chris?
I think it might be a dog's mirror.
No. Oh, it is a dog's mirror.
Yeah, it's not Christian. It's Chris. So it's a dog's mirror. We're staying overtime for dog's mirror. They're looking at the list.
Lock in. Katie, all right, J-Bomb, it was an incredible weekend, man.
I'm
Thanks for
gonna
all your
preemptively
help.
say
It's
goodbye.
been really, really nice. Okay, will do.
Okay, thank you. In the meantime, we will go ahead. We are going to get these Lumineers playing. They're looking at each other's list. They're shuffling up. They don't want to be. This is for the match.
Let me tell you something, Katie. I'm sorry, I mean to cut you off.
I know.
I
I'm
didn't mean
like.
to cut you off. Sorry. Yesterday, we had a nice, even, smooth, super
What
chill
was-
day.
yeah.
We were done by noon, okay, yesterday.
Yes.
All right, here it is going on almost 6 p.m., 5 p.m., and we're still in the dojo locked in.
Yeah. It is.
They told us 5 rounds, then they told us 6 rounds, then they told us 7 rounds. We're going into round number 8. 6.5. I'm blaming you, okay? This is your fault.
Yeah.
Okay.
We should have stayed overtime yesterday.
We should have done more yesterday. I'm telling. That's my biggest pet peeve with the TOs. Let's do more day 1 and less day 2.
Yeah. J-Bomb's like, I have a 3-hour drive. I'm driving 9 hours after this.
Let's normalize doing more. We got out of here at 1 p.m. I was at the house at 1 p.m. Katie,
We
what are
had
you
a full
talking
evening.
about?
We had to
We
kill
did.
time. We had to kill. I've never killed time after an event before.
Let's go.
But are they shuffling?
They're
What are
more.
doing? Oh,
It's
they're
more
playing. Oh,
Lorcana.
they're
It's
playing.
time. It's time to quest. Okay, we're time to quest. I'm telling you, more Lorcana is better than less Lorcana. So I'm here complaining about
And
nothing.
you know what people want? More dogs.
Hey, dog mirror, sign me up.
Wake
as,
up. Wake up. But I mean, to be fair, wake up because dogs is very good. Dogs is here. Dogs is everywhere. And I would like to point out, we saw, yes, the 75% of the top 8 for the CCQ was dogs. 100% of the finals of this tournament is dogs. They're ultramarine. It's a very, very, very fun. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have gotten back in the booth. It's fun. We like it.
No, we're locked in. We're switched on.
I am back on.
All right, the CCQ is over. Okay, so our metaphorical hair can come down as we are in round number 7 of this. This is the finals. We're gonna call it the finals. We're gonna call this one the absolute finals, dude.
Yes.
Finals for it all. There we go. That's this round. That's what round we're in right there. The absolute finals for it all as a fist bump comes in. Tiago hasn't slept in months, it seems. This is Lumineers basically forced to quest a big – it's almost like it's against his will
It
at this
is.
point.
I mean, I literally said, do you want an interview? He said yes, and he rolled his eyes and valid. But, I mean, any other Lumineer, you'd be concerned by that behavior. But Tiago did tell me if I start being really sincere, I'm only this way around people that I am comfortable around.
Okay.
So he is comfortable enough around us to go, I'm so tired of winning. And we saw him in the finals. This is our second time seeing Fiango in the finals. And we have our decisive dog versus Aurora. And it's 2 different starts to the deck, where one is going to have the princess discount. The other one has Bobby's Maruski, looking for exactly what we want, getting that Lilo into the discard. And then while we're here, are we thinking about that tramp?
Yeah, get the.
Do it.
I think that's a pretty nice start. I like the Aurora holding court into potential another Aurora holding court, but it looks like we have our own Aurora holding court as you are looking for the very powerful Eleanor Star. Eleanor has been just the MVP of Infinity since forever now, it seems, as she seems like an old friend who has been here the whole time, but she just came out in this previous set.
And now, I mean, I do understand why he picked that Aurora, right? Because, like you said, that Eleanor is so powerful. And we talk about mirror breakers because suddenly the deck shifts to, okay, I know what's important in every other matchup, but in this specific matchup, Eleanor can be super good at keeping your hand nice and healthy. And it's all going to be about keeping the pressure. The fact he played that Lilo right away makes me think that, yeah, his hand is kind of...
Yeah, it means he's about to get loose with a potential. No, you can't even play the Eleanor now because you have already used all of your ink allotment this turn. Maybe just trying to get some outside pressure in is Thiago, or maybe there's a world where you can play another 1-cost Eleanor. I think that would be a nice challenge on the crackback if Chris wants to send in the Ursula Deceiver and the Aurora into the exerted Aurora on your side as the questing begins. We're taking a 6-piece there. 5 indeed. I'm sorry, I can't do basic math here. Where it's round number 7.
I mean, and this is kind of the nightmare scenario for people that are tired because this deck is just a math test. Because not only are we doing the questing, the challenging, if Daniel comes out here, I could possibly pass away from that, because Dale is something that's a possibility. It is what, like I said, a mirror breaker. Because if you catch your opponent unawares with a Dale and they went for a greedy little quest, then you have the upper hand and you can take advantage of that, and then even maybe feed your hand later with a Rapunzel. In this case, we are going to see fine Mr. Finnick coming on in and returning one of these cards to the hand. He can return any of them because they're all little guys.
A little kickback there on the Finnick. Probably maybe going after this Lilo, that's a very high-cost character, and she does quest quite hard. So making her grand tour from the hand to the discard pile to the field and back to the hand. The circle of life is complete with Lilo.
I don't. It's over, and it's not. We are in the finals now. Chris has been doing a few little down tempo-y things. The reason I say that is Ursula's kind of like a Finnick is another and it's just that you're not doing a lot of explosive things, while Tiago is having a pretty good meal here. So he has some valuable things on board, because I mean, there we go. We have 3, which is enough to discount to play that tramp. Now, it's not enough to sing any songs, but it is enough to move to the second part of his plan, which it could be something like a Dale. Because the next turn, if Chris is still doing what he's doing here and exerting and being kind of aggressive, he can get punished. There can be a punish for that.
Yeah, this is a pretty decent tramp as well, and it also puts Chris in a position to where he might have to use this another, like you say, down-tempo, slower turn to develop another Ursula just to check that hand, because getting blasted by an Undersea never feels good, even if it's just 1 or 2, maybe 3 characters at max. Chris has a ton of cards in hand, 3 ink to work with, but the board is going nowhere. Tiago has all the motion on his side with this big tramp, small lady, Bobby, smaller tramp can't lose, as we'll start with our own Eleanor looking kind of weak here in this spot when she's by herself.
Yeah, it's so fun because you see Eleanor and you automatically like, oh yeah, she has all those cool benefits. And the reason that people didn't originally think she was good is because the first 3 things you read is 3 exerted characters. You're like, oh, I'm never going to have that. And you definitely won't if you just have one Finnick standing alone. So Chris must continue to be patient, and I don't think we're going to see Tiago be patient here, starting out with an aggressive Lilo play before he even draws, and then using his remaining ink to probably just keep, a tramp for free. Well, not for free. He had to pay 2, but that's like a very, very deep discount. Now he can go ahead, draw those 5 cards, look for more punishing things, maybe Rapunzel, maybe a Dale. The world is his oyster because he knows Chris really can't do much with what he has. He has a 1-cost Finnick and a 4-cost Eleanor. That's not enough to sing any of the cool Under the Sea type songs.
Yeah, this is kind of getting a bit long in the tooth for Chris here. If you look at Tiago's board, it's just starting to multiply and get wider and wider each turn, while Chris is just kind of dragging anchor, staying slow and in position in spot. We also have that singer who's set up and is able to find that Under the Sea. Still, again, won't be very good into the face of the Eleanor, so much so that we're just going to dump that thing into the discard pile.
Yeah, that's how you know your opponent doesn't feels pretty confident when they take one of the most powerful cards in the deck and says, put it in the bin. So we see Chip, which I said was another very powerful card, and that got put in the bin, or ink rather. Bobby's a Maruski, and we are going to go ahead and draw and discard for the fun of it a Nani. He has no cards in hand. He has a commanding board presence. He knows Under the Sea is not coming, and he says, can you do it?
No.
It's gonna be hard.
I don't think we can. And looking at Chris surveying the game board, this is for it all, as we had to play the runoff set championship finals for the Woody mat. And Tiago is just trying to get it how you live and take that mat the hard way by earning it, as Chris is still including more characters into the play. It looks like we have double Mulan, who could potentially do something for you. But this Eleanor's going to have to get active with a challenge, and I don't know who she can take. Maybe that Lilo.
Yeah, but every time you're challenging, it is kind of taking away from your chance to come back, because Tiago is likely going to draw something that he can play next turn. So he's just doing the math. Do we have story on board, as some people might say?
We might be getting closer and closer to the story on board. If you can top deck another one of these enterprising dogs, or maybe even a shift Lady Park Avenue, you could win this game right here, as we get a little sneak peek. It's the Under the Sea. Yikes. Yagers.
Now, we could sing it just to be kind of insult to injury. Because
I think you should. I mean, might as well just to really cement your victory. I mean, you could put a tremendous amount of lore pressure on, and Tiago will just, never mind, we're not going to sing. We're just going to quest it up.
Yeah, because I mean, he's probably not going to lose these tramps. So at the end of the day, he can be aggressive here if he has to. He has the emergency eject. Oh
No, we're challenging.
I honestly, Tiago, I never know what
The
you're up
truth,
to.
yeah, the truth will always shock and surprise me as you're pretty much taking away every avenue of approach to win as you have shut the door on the Lost Boy, Chris, who is going to go into a game number 2. Tiago now getting it done with the dogs in the mirror. No under the sea for many of these Illumineers, as that is typically where this matchup usually goes. Under the sea first and win, but this time you're not going to worry about it.
Yeah, and I don't want to say it all comes down to those kind of slower turns, but I mean, playing the Ursulon too is kind of. I mean, are you that afraid of an under the sea that early? Would Tiago be greedy enough to keep it? So, I mean, anytime you're playing an Ursula, you're kind of taking a little bit of a turn off. Now, she can pay off with Dale, but in this case, like you said, under the sea never happened, never really paid off. But this is dogs, and anything can happen. Very swingy matches. For those catching up, these are the top 2 seeded players after 6 rounds of Swiss, but you can't just hand out a mat to anybody. There's got to be a game. So the judge did say, hey, at least it'll be a quick one, and they are correct. The first one was quick. I don't want anyone to be TO'd, but we'll see. I have a feeling Chris is going to win. That's kind of sometimes how it goes. Unfortunately, with dogs matches, it does kind of feel like going first really matters, but it always kind of comes down to, did you find Tramp, and did Tramp find you the secret sauce you were looking for?
The tramps was the friends we made along the way.
Yeah.
I think the tramp was really inside of you the entire time. I think is the story that we've got here. But both of these players playing the dogs, it looks like Tiago has more of a classic build, as Chris has some of the tech cards in there. We saw some Phoenix in the deck. We saw some. What are some other cards we saw there? I thought there was another card that jumped off to me that was slightly different that you don't necessarily see too often in the Amber Emerald dogs decks
was
of
he
today.
one of the funky bunch running Rapunzel? I don't remember.
He might have been on the Rapunzel technology. There might have been some instance of that new Glimmer, not new Glimmer, but old Glimmer, Tales as Old as Time, the new Rapunzel Ready for Adventure, I believe is her type there. Ready for Adventure Rapunzel has found her way in, and maybe that's the tech. Maybe that's the hidden spice that'll get you out of there, as Aurora now on 1 again.
Yeah, and seeing Nylon makes me believe that this might be the Illuminator running that support tech. We've seen support is really the word of the day. We've seen the Queen be at. I mean, everybody is saying that now that Eleanor has joined the royal celebration, they're like, wow, how many princesses and queens are in this game?
Let me look at all the queens. Name all your favorite queens.
Yeah.
Fake fan.
Yeah,
Fake
and
fan.
you probably would be a fake fan because there's so this is Grandmother Willow. You like to see a 1 cost with it, so I don't want to say that's like but it is one of those kind of moments where it's a game of every inch matters, and he lost a little bit of an inch.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a 1 cost character, and then you quest this Aurora for another 1 cost princess or queen, and you just keep this party train rolling. Let's get wide, huh? As Tiago is getting wide on his own as a full dog. We got Pluto, the friendly pooch, who is a dog in the deck, along with the lady. Very uninkable Pluto, but he's having a very good time out here. So we're going to go double Grandmother Willow out for 1. Free. There she is.
Hey.
The Rapunzel has found her way into the field of play.
I thought our brains were cooked, but it turns out we're cooking. Now, this is another turn. I mean, one time I said, JD, what's tempo? And you said using all available ink and resources each turn. And so Chris, unfortunately, had another turn where he didn't use everything. For example, that Aurora had to stay upright for fear of getting challenged back. And then he wasn't able to use all his ink. He did go ahead and ink another one of those Rapunzel Ready for Adventure. Now, this Rapunzel Ready for Adventure, one thing is, like, she super doesn't matter in the face of an Under the Sea.
Sure.
But if Dale comes out, she might matter.
She might, yeah,
so we will see if we can get her Mulan or Soulful Recruit. It'll matter. It really all depends. But we do, on the other side, have Tiago with these lady determined dogs that can be a problem. They can swarm with the right combo. And then Pluto, who can let another friend in for the low price of 1 discount.
And Pluto also provides good bait. Like, you see this card, you see this Glimmer. He has very meager stats at the 0 and 2 uninkable, very Tipo-like stats of what I think Tipo should look like. But he also is going to offer up a guy that you might want to just challenge and then now you've gotten exerted, and now you can offer your board up and for to set up yourself for some favorable trades, especially with this Tramp Street Smart dog being on the board now. We made a pretty quick grab. Could that be the Under the Sea? Is Tiago saying, I'm going to risk it for the biscuit and just Under the Sea you here and now and in this game? Or are you in fear of an Ursula Deceiver?
fun fact, that's my Thomas. Because Tiago borrowed Sky's deck, and Sky was playing a deck that I built for him, and I said I was being funny and put Thomas in there. And then Tiago couldn't change it because he already had submitted a list with Thomas. So anyway, hi, Thomas.
There you go. Look at Thomas there.
But Nani Stage Manager is going to go ahead, look at the cast lineup, and say who can she go ahead and usher in. And that was a pick of Ilanwi, which makes me believe, oh, she's just inkable.
Just to keep it moving, huh? And that could be a nice little tech with the Ilanwi with the Rapunzel. I see the vision here now.
I do.
I see the vision. I see what we're cooking as we are able to give support and use that bubble ability to protect our grandmother Willow in that challenge. So it takes no damage because it has support now. And it increased the strength a little bit too. Very cool little technique coming in from Chris. I see it.
Yeah, I do. And I love the synergizing of it because, I mean, a lot of these cards we've seen. I mean, this Rapunzel I have sitting in a box of my legendaries. I haven't used her, but when you see things like this, you're like, we really need to reread all these cards. And I love that Infinity's not I'm not looking at that, actually. I choose to ignore the information that doesn't serve me.
Katie, it's about to happen.
First he's going to do Bobby. Bobby. Don't worry, it's not going to happen. The Calypso drums they aren't real and they can't hurt you.
Oh, man, they say that the seaweed is, in fact, always greener in somebody else's lake, Katie.
I think he's doing this Bobby first to see, can he truly? Because there's two characters that don't care. They're very buoyant.
Yeah.
So maybe he's seeing, do I got anything fun? But the answer is no.
No, you dream about going up there, but that is a big mistake. Oh, my goodness. And these characters are back in the bottom of the sea where they belong, I think, is Ariel did take some opportunities to get out there and go places she should not have been, and she should have probably stayed under the sea. I think Sebastian was spitting, but that's for another conversation for a later date. Leaving nothing but this Eleanor and this Nani on board. Is this going to be enough? It's going to be very difficult as the expedition leader is out. Okay, he can get exerted there a little bit and fulfill this obligation of the requirement of the Eleanor holding court or renowned diplomat, and it will trigger for herself as well.
So, yeah, there's a little bit of meat left on this bone, and that is why Dogs is such a powerful deck, is because, like we said, the synergies are off the chart. This Eleanor is going to keep repeating her effect unless we have Tiago do something about it. He doesn't. Oh, there we go. And I talked about this. I said, well, you turn your card sideways, and he is ready for his shot. Dale is about to turn everything into topsy-turvy, bunkus in the conkus land. And there we go. That lady is now challenging for 3. We're cleaning up the board. If I am Chris, I am like, man, Tiago, I guess there's a reason you're on world-class cards.
Oh, man, he is actually goated with this phenomenal Illuminator and puts an incredible amount of time into this game, developing strategies and going over play lines. And he's played this deck probably more times than anyone should in any healthy capacity, but he's built different, and you got to be built a certain kind of way to be in these positions all the time, as you have dedicated your entire life to this. As we are just going to respond with a Rapunzel into a tramp and a pass. Lilo continue to spring forward from the discard pile, and we're piling on more characters in the board, and the questing begins now.
And it's very important to remember that this Dale effect is not just on your turn. It's just all characters. At any point you challenge them on Tiago's side of the board with this Dale are going to have their challenge. So he's doing something interesting here by turning this Dale sideways, because I was like, hey, as long as Dale's here, turning him sideways makes him more vulnerable. But either way, if you go ahead and do a challenge into one of these characters, it's going to be its willpower. But now Dale, he's in danger, but He
still has that chunky 4 hanging out there on his own as well. You can give support to this tramp, maybe protect him with the bubble and send in another tramp potentially to take out this, but you don't have any of that. It's just going to pass and ready. So free 2 lore is free 2 lore, and we can just do the same thing again and take another huge quest coming in from Tiago to really put the pressure on to Chris, who really may not have a chance to get out of this unless you can get your own Under the Sea together. And it looks like you might not be able to. I don't think you have the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could have had it if you had it. Wait a minute. We can still find it, Katie.
I did not hear no Calypso bells. No, he did. We did hear a bell. And wow, that was, and this is, I mean, Dogs Mirrors can go so fast, but there we go.
Woo, speed.
Speed.
I am speed. Well done by Tiago, and coming out and winning the true absolute very last finals match. We squeezed every single piece of Lorcana we could out of Lambeau Stadium.
We did.
We
said, wait, there's people here left with decks.
There's a little bit. Hey, scrape the side. Get some more Lorcana in there, and let's really get as much Lorcana out of the Packers field as we possibly could. And I think we have finally come to an end. And I think Tiago, he's interviewed enough.
I think so. If we get him back in here, he's probably he gets a little bit more unhinged every time we get him in the booth. But I will say that Tiago, we saw him in 2 finals today. One, he came up a little short, but he did get a CCQ, and the other one, he got a Woody mat. So if I'm Tiago, I'm walking out with some swagger.
I'm feeling a bit happy about how this weekend went for me. Just like I am happy that his weekend went well for all of us. And Katie, it was a great time to be here with you. And this has been a wonderful culmination of all of the Infinity experience that we've had. This is the last tournament we have together until next weekend when we're getting to the Disney Lorcana Challenge in Indianapolis here right down the road. So do you feel like you've learned everything you need to know about Infinity? Are you prepared? Are you ready? I mean, we did our stamina check today, and I think we just went the distance.
I think I am as ready as I have been, but I think one of the biggest lessons I learned is Infinity is not done yet. There's more cards that people are putting in. Go into your card. You go into cards.disneylorcana.com. Go through, look at every single queen and princess in the Amber Emerald, and then get ready for Indianapolis, because I swear to you right now, there will be Amber Emerald dogs in the room.
It will be there, and it will be converting, and it will be having great success. But, Katie, for those of you who may not know where to find you, how can I get more Katie in my life? I want to see what you got going on. I want to see what's coming up. How can I get to find you? What's going on with you?
Find me at the Lore Keepers Inn on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram. Just type in the Lore Keepers Inn, you'll find me. It's the one with me. And then you'll find me for the next 9 hours on the road between here and Nebraska. But it's been wonderful. I know we're ending on kind of like a note, but I cannot express how much fun this was. Lambeau Stadium. This is fun. I feel we're kind of like Packers now.
I really enjoyed the weekend. I got my cheese heads over here. I got a chance to hang out with some great people in the booth. J-Bomb, huge shout out to you, Katie. It's always amazing to be here with you and all the great players we had a chance to see from the community. Huge shout out to World Class Cars for putting on this tournament. It was stellar. Robert has been doing great things for his community here and also online, so make sure you guys are following them on all their social medias as well as on YouTube, and check them out. And they're always doing great things, selling a lot of cars and vending. They're keeping people happy all day. It has been wonderful. Please, if you want to come on in here.
So to everyone, I'm going to start my journey home, but it's not over. You have a little bit of Tiago as a treat.
That's a little treat. As I wasn't going to bring you back in here because I know you haven't slept in 78,000 calendar years, but please.
Yes. I mean, I'm sure everyone's sick of seeing me already, but just wanted to give another shout out to World Class Cards. I really think that there's a big disparity in some of the CCQs by the quality, and this one has really set the bar. So, the entire time was great. Big shout out to Robert and all the World Class Cards crew here in Green Bay and Appleton who have been able to put it together. And it was a really special event, really cool. It's really great to see these tournaments keep leveling up. I think we have a handful of CCQ organizers who have really been doing an incredible job. So I hope we see some more out of the people who are really making it quite like a real event for all the participants. So
for sure,
it's just been a great weekend.
It's definitely something to grow towards. I mean, obviously having a CCQ in a professional NFL football stadium might be a lot to ask for.
Yes,
I mean,
no,
I'm not saying that has to be the
yes,
standard of which you have to try to match, but it's definitely something. It's a step in the right direction to see how much love we have for things like this.
The CCQ circuit was something that came up really last minute, right? Like we were supposed to have 32 LCQ slots for the Continental Championship, and then Ravensburger heard the community's feedback that we wanted some more support for these third-party tournaments, so then they decided to give 24 of the slots to LCQ or CCQ organizers. So there was not really a ton of time to really perfect everything and make sure everything is ready to go immediately on first go. So really looking forward to next year, and I hope that this becomes something more normal.
Right on, man. Well, I'm going to give you another congratulations, Tiago, and I will start to sign this thing off, and thank you again for your participation. I don't know where Robert is, but I'm sure he's out there actually working or doing something.
Always working.
I would love to, again, thank him for everything he did to put this event on. And lastly, I want to make sure I thank all of you out there who were watching and rolling with the program all weekend long and tuning in and sharing the streams and liking and all the follows and all the ads and all those types of things. Those things do not go unnoticed. I really do appreciate the feedback. So if you hit me up in the Discord server and say, hey, maybe you should do this with the production, do that with the production. We're always trying to work here at the Quest World to get the best high quality stream for everyone to enjoy this game at home. I love watching this game, so I'm going to do everything I can to ensure that the watching experience is going to be everything you want to ensure that this is something that is sustainable. So if you're here, make sure you hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, make sure you like the video and subscribe to the channel. And we're going to continue to provide great coverage for Disney Lorcana until we can no longer do so.
But, my fellow Luminaires, until then, we're about to get out of here, wrap this thing up, and sign it on off. Until next time, I'm JDZ. I'm on a quest. Shout out to the real ones. Salute to the OGs. YouTube, you're done. Twitch, hang out. We're going to get a raid going as we get it happening. Make sure you stick around. Tell them where you've been. Tell them where you came from. Tell them where you're going as the Raid Dog Supreme is getting loose and going in. Who's in the category right now? It better be somebody doing something rated in Lorcana. There we go. Team Impact is getting active with a 100 celebration of Infinity. Woo! Keep this Infinity energy going? I think so. Let's do it. As Team Impact, look at that overlay. I'm jealous.
Ooh, as a little kid on stream.
What are we
looks
doing?
Like he's crushing.
I'm with it. I'm with it.
Daisy
I'm with
Duck,
it.
love that card.
Everyone, tell them you love the overlay and send that good energy over here to Team Impact Gaming Center for their Celebration Infinity Tournament. Until then, my fellow Luminaires, I'll see ya. Peace. YouTube, you're still not done. Right. We're out here, YouTube. You're still live on YouTube. Like the video. Subscribe to